Chapter 1. Otherworldly Dimensions. June 2nd, 2016. The inaugural match of the NBA Finals for the 2015-16 season has officially commenced, with the Golden State Warriors hosting the visiting Cleveland Cavaliers. On the court, the two teams exchanged plays vigorously, while at the far end of the Warriors' bench, a Chinese player sat in silence, his expression one of sheer astonishment, a stark contrast to the fervor expected of someone deeply engrossed in the game. A blinding beam of light pierced his eyes, compelling Liu to rub them in disbelief. In a daze, he heard an unfamiliar voice. As he opened his eyes, a large, dark figure loomed before him, its presence somewhat overwhelming under the glaring lights. Liu instinctively rubbed his eyes again. Once he adjusted to the illumination, he realized he was staring at a black man. The individual before him wore a furrowed brow, his dark features betraying a sense of displeasure. "Hey!" Liu gasped in surprise, recognizing the man as Andre Iguodala, the most valuable player of the 2015 NBA Finals. "Where am I?" Liu's panic surged. "I just finished my shift and returned home, didn't I? Wasn't it just a tumble as I crossed the threshold? How on earth did I end up in this bizarre place with such glaring lights? Do they not pay for electricity here?" As if in response, Iguodala murmured, "Hey Liu, my friend, this is the finals. Stay sharp." Suddenly, enlightenment flickered in Liu's eyes. "The finals? I've traveled through time, and I've landed in the NBA?" Energized, he felt invigorated. Seeing Liu's newfound enthusiasm, Iguodala relaxed his demeanor and imparted with a tone of earnestness, "Liu, my brother, although you might not step onto the court in this game, it does not imply you won't have opportunities in the future. Pay close attention to the game. This is the stage of the finals, the pinnacle of basketball excellence, where the 10 athletes on the court are the finest in the NBA. You must learn and grow from your own game, but also from the performances of others. This is a rare opportunity. You must cherish it." Iguodala's expression was one of exasperation mixed with concern. Yet, Liu sensed the warmth of a sincere heart. Iguodala's words were undoubtedly well-intentioned. However, Liu still felt somewhat bewildered. He glanced down at his jersey, astonished to find it was the official uniform of the Warriors. "I become an NBA player." Elated, Liu quickly composed himself and earnestly replied to Iguodala, "I understand. I will pay close attention to the game." Iguodala gave Liu a reassuring pat on the shoulder before redirecting his focus back to the court, clearly having turned to address this young man of Asian descent. During the mid-season, the unfortunate injury of Stephen Curry left him sidelined for a considerable period. Warriors head coach Steve Kerr signed Liu, a young Chinese player, from the free agency market. Initially, Liu had gone unnoticed, but as time passed, the Warriors members gradually grew to appreciate and respect him. Liu had been in the United States for 3 years. Throughout this time, he wandered in the development league until being welcomed into the Warriors roster by Coach Kerr. Over these 3 years, he had sacrificed much and endured numerous challenges. Living in a foreign land is never easy, especially for an athlete with yellow skin. Establishing oneself is a daunting task, a struggle that only those who have navigated the complexities of society can truly fathom. Iguodala took a liking to this young man upon their first encounter. He noticed the burning ambition reflected in Liu's eyes. Though it was deeply concealed, Iguodala could still sense its presence. Many players in the NBA aspire to make their mark. However, Liu distinguished himself by his steadfast dedication. In both training and competition, he never hesitated to exert his utmost effort. Before Stephen Curry's return, Liu had some playing time with the Warriors. Yet, once Curry was back, Liu found himself relegated to the sidelines. Many young players might relax their standards when not getting playtime. However, Iguodala still saw in Liu the same spirited, hard-working young man. Who wouldn't admire such a dedicated individual? Yet, during the finals, Liu found himself lost in thought on the sidelines, which frustrated Iguodala immensely. This kid is zoning out at a critical moment. The finals is a prime opportunity for growth, and he's daydreaming? Who knows if he'll even have a contract next season? Is this really the time for daydreaming? Unable to contain himself, Iguodala approached the corner, determined to remind the diligent young man, hence the previous exchange. Liu curiously observed the world around him. The arena was filled to capacity, and under the bright lights, the silhouettes of tens of thousands of spectators filled his vision. As he glanced at the court, he realized the game was now entering the final 5 minutes of the fourth quarter, with the Warriors leading by over 20 points. Unless an unexpected turn of events occurred, the Warriors were on track to secure victory in this match. While some Warriors fans remained anxious, Liu felt nothing but confidence. No one understood the flow of the game better than he did. Liu was acutely aware that this match would unfold. Without surprises, the Warriors would indeed claim victory. Just moments ago, he had unraveled the entirety of the situation. He had arrived at the scene of Game 1 of the 2016 finals, now a formally contracted player of the Warriors who would not take the court. As someone who had traversed time from the future, he knew that the Warriors would not only win this first game, but that the second game would pose no issues either. However, in Game 3 of the series, the Cavaliers would return home and triumph decisively over the Warriors, introducing an element of suspense to the series. Yet, in Game 4, the Warriors would dominate the Cavaliers, taking a commanding 31 lead. However, Liu was aware that this would be the Warriors' last victory in the finals ultimately. The Cavaliers, led by LeBron James, would stage a miraculous comeback, winning 3 consecutive games to claim the championship for the 2015-16 NBA season. What troubled Liu most was precisely this outcome. Just now, his personal system had activated. This system was called King of Champions. For every championship Liu secured, he would be rewarded with $100 million. To put this in perspective, the highest-paid player that season was Kobe Bryant of the Lakers, earning only $25 million. If Liu were to secure a single championship, considering the exorbitant taxes and other factors in the United States, his annual income could eclipse Kobe Bryant's earnings over 10 years. After all, the money given by the system was tax-free. There is nothing more disheartening than witnessing vast wealth that is tangible yet remains out of reach. If the current script were to unfold as anticipated, the Warriors would falter in their title defense. The Cavaliers would execute an incredible turnaround, and Liu would suffer the loss of $100 million. As these thoughts consumed him, an ache of despair gripped Liu's heart. Moreover, he had only signed a 1-year contract with the Warriors. Next season, he might find himself without an NBA contract. At that point, leaving a historically formidable team like the Warriors could render winning a championship an elusive dream. Even if Liu's skills had improved and he secured another NBA contract with a different team. Sometimes, opportunities come only once. If you fail to seize them, you may never have another chance. For Liu, the prospect of sudden wealth hinged entirely on this fleeting opportunity. No, I refuse to accept this. Liu's resolve hardened. He would not allow the Warriors to repeat their past mistakes. This championship must be claimed. Liu felt a rush of relief. It was only the first game of the finals, and there was still a chance to alter history. With a determined thought, Liu summoned the system. Instantly, a blue interface appeared before him, visible only to Liu. Having perused countless novels, Liu recognized this as his personal system panel. Displayed on the panel were all his personal details. King of Champions System. Host, Liu. Age, 21 years and 166 days. Height, 196 centimeters. Wingspan, 206 centimeters. Maximum vertical leap, 80 centimeters. King of Champions System. The host is rewarded with $100 million for each NBA championship won. Current number of championships, 0. Current rewards, $0. To be frank, it was somewhat disheartening that as an NBA player, Liu possesses a mere 220,000, which, when converted to Chinese yuan, amounts to just over $1 million. For an ordinary individual, this is indeed a substantial sum. However, it is rather surprising that Liu, having officially signed a contract with the team, has such a modest fortune. Liu furrowed his brow and, after a moment of contemplation, came to a realization. Is it not entirely normal for someone who has been navigating the NBA Development League to possess only this amount? He had only signed with the Warriors for half a season, and on a minimum salary, the earnings are hardly substantial. Moreover, being alone in the United States, he must manage both living expenses and training, which incurs significant costs. The fact that he still has some savings is, in truth, quite commendable. Ah, Liu exclaimed in astonishment. he discovered that the system comprises two components: a technical module and a lottery module. Technical module: static and dynamic attributes. Strength 65, speed 60, 3 jumping 65, explosiveness 65, stamina 80, injury resistance 70, flexibility 72, coordination 69, reaction 60. Offensive attributes: driving layup 53, mid-range shooting 57, three-point shooting 71, free throws 81, post play 45, finishing 51, hook and floater 61. Playmaking attributes: ball handling 70, passing 61, playmaking 58, court vision 58. Defensive attributes: on-ball defense 55, help defense 58, stealing 60, blocking 51, rebounding 55. Note: attribute caps are set at 100, and values reflect standard levels, with actual performance influenced by condition. A score of 50 indicates the level of assigned NBA player. A score of 60 denotes a regular rotation player. A score of 70 signifies a starting player. A score of 80 represents all-star caliber. A score of 90 corresponds to the level of league superstars. Lottery module: current lottery attempts 0. Total accumulated lottery attempts 0. Reward from lottery none. Note: the host receives lottery attempts upon achieving breakthroughs and milestones in their career, as well as when assisting teammates in attaining significant accomplishments, with the quantity determined by the magnitude of the achievement and its impact on the host. Gazing at the values displayed on the panel, Li's brow furrowed further. Frankly speaking, despite his fervent determination to alter the fate of the Warriors, the numbers indicate that his abilities fall considerably short. At best, he could be classified as a rotation-level NBA player, and the notion of turning the tide on a stage as grand as the NBA Finals appears to be a mere pipe dream. Moreover, in the lottery module, his attempts stand at 0. He felt a pang of frustration, if only it were the finals. If it were mid-season or later, by the end of the season, he could only imagine how many lottery opportunities he might secure. This season, Draymond Green has entered the All-Star game, been selected for the second-team All-NBA, and made the first-team All-Defensive. Klay Thompson has been chosen for the All-Star game and made the third-team All-NBA. Stephen Curry has secured back-to-back MVP awards and made the first-team All-NBA, while the Warriors have achieved an unprecedented 73 wins in the regular season. With all these accomplishments combined, Liu could hardly fathom the number of lottery attempts he might earn. The potential for growth is immense. Yet, in the realm of reality, things seldom unfold as one wishes. Liu resolved to cast aside his worries and immerse himself wholly in the game. In matches of such caliber, every detail can be pivotal. Observing the players' actions on the court and learning from the exemplary ways they handle the game serves as a valuable means of improvement for many athletes, especially for a near rookie like Liu. As he watched the game, Liu could not help but marvel. Every player who graces the NBA final stage is undoubtedly a beast. With muscular physiques, lightning-fast speed akin to that of a cheetah, and remarkable reaction times, each attribute is astonishing. In competitions of this level, a player of Li's caliber would be crushed by both opponents and allies alike. Ultimately, ability forms the foundation of everything. Without it, no matter how many opportunities arise, they remain futile. Therefore, for players like Liu, seizing every opportunity for growth is paramount, much like wild grass, striving to absorb every ray of sunlight and drop of rain. The actions of those athletes on the court represent that sunshine and rainfall. This is precisely why Iguodala took the time to remind Liu to maintain focus on the game, even from the sidelines. Soon, the victor of the first game of the 2015-16 NBA Finals was determined, as the Golden State Warriors triumphed over the Cleveland Cavaliers with a score of 104-89 on their home turf. For the Cavaliers, LeBron James nearly achieved a triple-double, contributing 23 points, 12 rebounds, and 9 assists. Kyrie Irving scored 26 points, while Kevin Love recorded 17 points and 13 rebounds, and Tristan Thompson added 10 points and 12 rebounds. It can be said that the trio performed decently, yet not exceptionally, as reflected in the game's outcome, with the Cavaliers trailing by as much as 20 points at one point on the Warriors' side. The Splash Brothers, Stephen Curry and Klay Thompson, had lackluster performances. Curry shot 4 for 15, accumulating 11 points, along with 6 assists and 5 rebounds, while Thompson managed 9 points and 5 rebounds on 4 of 12 shooting. However, the Warriors' bench shone brightly, with 7 players scoring in double figures. Draymond Green contributed 16 points, 11 rebounds, and 7 assists. Andrew Iguodala added 12 points, 7 rebounds, and 6 assists, and Leandro Barbosa scored 11 points, while Sean Livingston excelled with 20 points. This game was undeniably a testament to team victory. Despite the struggles of Curry and Thompson, the triumph was a source of joy, and the Warriors players appeared somewhat at ease. Clearly, no one anticipated such a smooth first game of the finals. After watching the match, Liu finally understood why the Warriors had lost their championship. When the intensity of the game escalates to such heights, relying solely on role players proves insufficient. Currently, the Warriors' leaders, Stephen Curry and Klay Thompson, are evidently in a state of fluctuation, which explains their inability to match the Cavaliers' intensity in the subsequent 3 games. Nevertheless, winning is always a delightful experience. As the final buzzer sounded, the players on the Warriors' bench eagerly rushed onto the court to embrace their teammates. The victory in the finals is always exhilarating, and even though Liu was positioned in the far corner of the team, he too leapt forward. At that moment, Liu suddenly heard a voice. "Congratulations, host, on securing victory in the first game of the finals, which also marks your inaugural win in the NBA, earning you 10 lottery chances." Upon hearing this, Liu's eyes widened in astonishment, as if a wave of joy surged within him, and an uncontrollable smile spread across his face. He eagerly summoned the interface. Lottery module, current lottery chances. 10 total accumulated lottery chances. 10 rewards from lottery. None note. The host earns a variable number of lottery chances for each breakthrough or achievement in their career. Each time they assist a teammate in achieving a significant accomplishment, and for each major team achievement, depending on the magnitude and impact of the achievement. The system interface had indeed changed, with 10 lottery chances instantly credited without any delay. Liu mirrored the excitement. "Oh wow," he exclaimed, and then energetically high-fived every approaching hand. In response to the equally exhilarated Iguodala, Liu slapped his hand enthusiastically. "An all-around performance. A perfect victory. That's fantastic." Seeing Liu's enthusiasm, Iguodala embraced him joyfully. "I was right about this young man. He shares the same hunger for victory as I do." Even though he did not take the court, he was immensely thrilled for the team's success. The Cavaliers seemed remarkably weak, utterly dominated. Although LeBron James nearly achieved a triple-double today, he somehow seemed less impactful. What does the outcome of a single game signify? Just look at his statistics. Although the Cavaliers lost, it cannot be solely blamed on LeBron James. This season's Warriors are exceptionally formidable, surpassing expectations, having achieved a remarkable 73 wins in the regular season. Even more absurd than Michael Jordan's Bulls, who secured 2 three-peats and had a maximum regular season record of 72 wins. In some sense, the Warriors have even surpassed the Bulls. However, despite the Warriors' victory, Stephen Curry did not emerge victorious in his own performance. His 11 points on 4 of 15 shooting would likely provoke outrage if attributed to another superstar. Yet, the Warriors won, and without Curry, they would not have triumphed. Although his scoring was modest, his contributions are irreplaceable by his teammates. As the first game of the finals concluded, the online buzz reached a fever pitch. In a sense, the NBA Finals serves as the spring festival gala for basketball enthusiasts, as everyone awaits the emergence of a new champion. Fans are quite fair. They will scrutinize every player in the spotlight based on their on-court performance. Whether reasonably or unreasonably, LeBron James, the leader of the Cavaliers, garnered a near triple-double but faced criticism for the loss, while the Warriors star, Stephen Curry, despite the victory, endured criticism for his subpar performance. However, none of this affected Liu. He was merely a bench warmer for the Warriors. Following the game, the media that traveled from his homeland couldn't help but feel disappointed. Although the Warriors secured the first game of the finals and are the favorites in this series, Liu is likely to become the 3rd Chinese player to earn an NBA championship ring, following Yao Ming and Sun Yu. Yet, being a champion without stepping onto the court holds little significance. In the realm of Chinese table tennis, there is a saying, "A world champion without a world title is a misnomer." Translated to basketball, what value does an NBA championship ring hold if one never steps onto the court? Everyone longs to see Liu make an impact, yet uncertainty looms over his opportunities. After all, during the fourth quarter of today's game, with the Warriors leading by over 20 points, a significant rotation took place. Yet among those substitutes, the young man from the same homeland was conspicuously absent. Clearly, in the mind of Warriors head coach Steve Kerr, Liu holds an inconsequential position. Consequently, all that remains is regret. The lone representative of Chinese basketball in the NBA has yet to transcend the fate of his predecessors. Alas, the world of sports is undeniably ruthless. It seems that on the grandest stage of professional basketball, the NBA Finals, Chinese players can only assume the role of mascots. Yang Baluo suppressed his sigh, approaching this admirable young man with a photographer from Max Sports. Not everyone can forsake lucrative contracts, abandon the comforts of home, and leave behind familiar friends and family purely for the pursuit of a basketball dream, especially at the tender age of 18, venturing into an unfamiliar land for 3 years. Those with dreams deserve greater respect. Congratulations, Liu. Your team has secured victory in the first game of the NBA Finals. What would you like to say about this? Yang Baluo inquired with a smile. Liu paused for a moment, unable to suppress a smile as he responded, I'm grateful to my teammates for allowing me to bask in the glory of this victory that I believe we will not only win this game, but also the next and the one after that, until we secure the ultimate championship. Yang Baluo chuckled, Are you that confident? I have immense faith in my teammates, Liu replied without hesitation. Yang Baluo seemed momentarily taken aback. Exchanging a smile with Liu before adopting a serious tone, we also have great faith in you. Keep pushing forward. Basketball fans across the nation are watching and supporting you at this moment. He sincerely wished Liu to showcase his talents in the upcoming games and successfully earn an NBA championship ring. With that, Yang Baluo extended his hand, and they shook hands. Yang Baluo's words stirred ripples within Liu. He is the lone representative of Chinese basketball in the NBA, and his performance signifies the entire nation's basketball aspirations. Although no one would blame him for not appearing in the NBA Finals, they still wish him well, even leaving comments on Warriors coach Steve Kerr's social media, urging him to grant Liu more playing time. However, Liu understood that while he had not brought shame to Chinese basketball, he had not yet brought it glory either. Of course, though he had not achieved that now, opportunities would still arise in the future. As he walked through the players' tunnel, Liu spotted many familiar Eastern faces. Each visage evoked a sense of warmth, as several individuals had appeared here numerous times before. And now, they are all shouting Liu's name, Liu. Go for it. Liu, I like you. Could you please sign for me? Liu, we believe in you. After signing autograph for passing fans, as Liu stepped into the players' tunnel, he felt an intense fire raging within his heart, as if he were engulfed in a blazing inferno. He was ready for his rebirth, like a phoenix rising from the ashes. The thought of those 10 lottery opportunities ignited his passion even further. Upon entering the locker room, Liu had no intention of changing his clothes. He merely sought a quiet spot to prepare for the lottery. Just as he opened the door, Iguodala emerged, and they brushed past each other. Iguodala suddenly turned and said, Liu, tomorrow's training time has been changed to 1 in the afternoon. Don't be late. Although he knew this young man would never be tardy to practice, it was important to inform him of the change. Otherwise, the lad would be left alone, which would be rather dull. After all, in Golden State, while everyone appears polite on the surface, adults understand what polite distance truly signifies. As a thoughtful individual, Iguodala felt a sense of compassion for this young man from China. Liu said little in response. For him, the most pressing matter was the lottery. His potential for success and future performance in the upcoming games hinged entirely on the outcome of this drawing. At that moment, the locker room was empty as players showered or left. Liu walked to the corner directly opposite the door, where his locker stood. This was the least popular spot in the locker room. But such was life. When one lacks strength, one receives such treatment. Respect and privileges must be earned. He closed his eyes and silently chanted, Buddha, Jade Emperor, Primordial Supreme Being, Supreme Old Lord, the Celestial Teacher, Zhenwu Emperor, Ziwei Emperor, the Big Dipper Emperor, and my dear Monkey King, along with all other deities, please bestow your blessings upon me. He then opened his eyes and mentally commanded, System, Initiate the lottery. Single draw out. A flash of purple light appeared on the blue panel, and a golden card materialized before Liyu's eyes. Simultaneously, a mechanical voice echoed, displayed on the panel. One lottery draw completed. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the exclusive skill card Buddha's Radiance belonging to Klay Thompson. The moment the words Buddha's Radiance reached Liyu's ears, a blue glow reflected in his pupils, causing his eyes to widen in astonishment as he clenched his fist tightly. If not for his habit of regularly trimming his nails, he might have drawn blood at that moment. Even so, deep imprint from his fingers appeared on his palm, which began to whiten, that he was utterly exhilarated. This was, after all, Klay Thompson's exclusive superstar card, the player who scored 37 points in a single quarter and 60 in 3 quarters. An explosive force considered one of the most terrifying players in NBA history. With a mental push, Liu connected with the Buddha's Radiance skill card, and the panel displayed. Buddha's Radiance. Effect. Skill card activated. Shooting ability enhanced to 100. Interference resistance elevated to 100. Taking a deep breath, Liu marveled at the sheer terror of this ability, acknowledging that to describe it as astonishing would not be an exaggeration. It was no wonder Klay Thompson was so formidable when in form. This was akin to cheating. However, even the best items come with drawbacks, and Buddha's Radiance was no exception. Liu continued to read. His brow furrowed. Buddha's Radiance. Usable only once per season. This meant the skill card had a cooldown period of an entire season, a rather lengthy duration. Yet, as Liu pondered, he realized that even the most extraordinary abilities could be subject to limitations. With Buddha's Radiance being such an incredible asset, was a seasonal cooldown truly too long? Even Klay Thompson himself had only delivered such remarkable performances a handful of times over the span of his career. Was this cooldown period excessively lengthy? It was indeed remarkably short. Once per season. In which game should he utilize Buddha's Radiance this season? Liu quickly formulated a plan in his mind, with a thought. The panel reverted to the lottery module. Lottery module. Current lottery draws remaining. 9 total lottery draws accrued. 10 rewards obtained from the lottery. Klay Thompson's exclusive skill card Buddha's Radiance inventory. Klay Thompson's exclusive skill card Buddha's Radiance note. For every breakthrough or achievement attained in the host's career. For every significant accomplishment aided by teammates. And for every major team success contributed to. The host will receive an indeterminate number of lottery draws based on the significance of the achievement and its impact on the host. Gazing at the panel's changes, Liu understood that with the addition of an inventory, he might have the chance to draw similar skill cards to Buddha's Radiance in the future, though they might not be as extraordinary. Such exceptional items were, after all, rare and difficult to come by. Liu hesitated no longer and proceeded with another single draw. Lottery draw complete. Congratulations, host, you have obtained. Liu's heart raced with anticipation. What would he draw this time? Thank you for participating. Liu was utterly bewildered. What did it mean, congratulations? Thank you for participating? How ridiculous. While he understood that one could not always be fortunate, this felt exceedingly dismissive. After a 3-second pause, Liu decided to draw 3 times in a row. He was eager to see what he would obtain this time. Lottery draw complete. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 10 unassigned attribute points. Lottery draw complete. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 10 3-point attribute points. Lottery draw complete. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 10 strength attribute points. Note: unassigned attribute points can be allocated freely. Specialized attribute points may only be allocated to their respective abilities. Liu finally felt a sense of relief. Although he did not acquire something as prestigious as Buddha's Radiance, he had still made some gains. They say it is better to teach a man to fish than to give him fish. Buddha's Radiance was a great catch, while these attribute points represented the skills that would enable continual growth. For Liu, these attribute points were even more valuable in the NBA. Relying solely on a skill that could only be used once per season would not secure a high salary. Consistent high-level performance over the course of a season, or a significant portion thereof, was essential for earning various accolades, and for the owner to graciously offer a substantial contract. Liu had been troubled about how to grow stronger quickly, but now he could finally breathe easy as long as he remained with the Warriors for another 2 to 3 years. Bolstered by formidable teammates and the various achievements of the team, Liu would undoubtedly accumulate numerous lottery opportunities that time. With the system's support, Liu was certain to undergo a dramatic transformation. In a few years, when the Warriors began to decline, Liu would have evolved into a truly formidable player by then. Whether he chose to remain with the Warriors and vie for dominance, or to follow in LeBron James' footsteps on the more arduous path, he would possess the strength to make choices. Shaking his head gently, Liu cleared his mind of distractions. With 5 lottery opportunities remaining, he needed to approach them with the utmost sincerity, ensuring that not a single stray thought would distract him. He once again silently chanted, Buddha, Jade Emperor, Primordial Supreme Being, Supreme Old Lord, the Celestial Teacher, Zhimu Emperor, Ziwei Emperor, the Big Dipper Emperor, and my dear Monkey King, along with all other deities, please bestow your blessings upon me. System, initiate the lottery. I shall invest all 5 opportunities. Lottery draw complete. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 5 3-point attribute points. Liu's brow furrowed slightly. Indeed, it seemed not every draw would yield 10 attribute points. Lottery draw complete. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 10 stealing attribute points. Liu had to concede that he still had a long way to go to truly comprehend the intricacies of the lottery system. After 3 draws, he received a commendation as the host, having acquired 10 points in the rebounding attribute. Following 4 draws, he was again congratulated, this time for obtaining 10 points in speed. After 5 draws, he was rewarded once more, this time with 5 points in the rebounding attribute. As Liu stroked his chin, he sensed that he might have grasped a pattern. Each attribute card awarded 10 points on the first draw, whereas subsequent draws yielded only 5 points, tea leaves for the rebounding and 3-point attributes. This seemed to hold true that Liu felt a 90 certainty that if he were to draw the stealing or strength attributes next, those that appeared for the second time, the reward would likely be 5 points in the corresponding attribute. Finally, with the lottery concluded, Liu was eager to take stock of his gains. Lottery module. Current draws remaining. 0 total draws acquired. 10 rewards obtained. Klay Thompson's exclusive skill card Buddha's Light. 10 points in non-attribute points. 10 points in 3-point attribute. 10 points in strength attribute. 5 points in 3-point attribute. 10 points in stealing attribute. 10 points in rebounding attribute. 10 points in speed attribute. 5 points in rebounding attribute. Inventory. Klay Thompson's exclusive skill card Buddha's Light. 10 points in non-attribute points. 15 points in 3-point attribute. 10 points in strength attribute. 10 points in stealing attribute. 15 points in rebounding attribute. 10 points in speed attribute. Note: the host earns an indefinite number of lottery draws for every breakthrough and achievement in his career, for every significant achievement helped by his teammates, and for every major accomplishment aiding the team. Depending on the magnitude of the achievement and its impact on the host, gazing at the suddenly enriched inventory, Liu felt an overwhelming joy. This was undoubtedly a bountiful harvest. What was there to wait for? System, grant me attribute points, Liu shouted inwardly, and then the panel transformed. Champion King System. Host, Liu age, 21 years and 166 days height. 196 centimeters wingspan. 206 centimeters maximum vertical leap. 80 centimeters Champion King System. For every NBA championship won, the host receives a reward of $100 million. Current championships won. 0 current rewards received. $0 host's current wealth. $222,222 technical module. Static and dynamic attributes. Strength 75. Speed 73. Jumping 65. Explosiveness 65. Stamina 80. Injury resistance 73. Flexibility 72. Coordination 69. Reaction 60. Offensive attributes. Driving layup 53. Mid to long range shooting 57. 3-point shooting 86. Free throws 81. Back to the basket 45. Under basket 51. Hook and floater 61. Organizational attributes. Ball handling 70. Passing 61. Organization 58. Vision 58. Defensive attributes. Man-to-man defense 60. Help defense 61. Stealing 70. Blocking 58. Rebounding 70. Note: the attribute limit is 100. The values represent normal standards. With performance in real combat influenced by condition, .50 signifies the ability of a player eligible for an NBA contract. 60 indicates the level of a regular rotation player. 70 denotes the level of a starting player. 80 reflects an all-star level. 90 represents the standard of a league superstar or a transcendent player. Upon reviewing the numbers on the panel, Liu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. With his current technical abilities, even if the Warriors chose not to renew his contract, he had no reason to fear a lack of suitors. Strength at 75, speed at 73, ball handling at 70, rebounding at 70, and stealing at 70. All 5 attributes capable of influencing the game had reached the starting player level in the NBA. What delighted Liu the most was his three-point shooting, which had surpassed 80 and reached an impressive 86, attaining the high-level all-star status. Coupled with his already commendable free throw percentage of 81, Liu had 2 scoring-related attributes and all-star level. Furthermore, with his stamina at a robust 80, he was deserving of the status of a franchise player, especially against weaker teams. Now, only 10 non-attribute points remained. After moment contemplation, Liu resolved to allocate all 10 points to his three-point shooting. While sometimes one's shortcomings can be a hindrance, if one's strengths are sufficiently pronounced, those shortcomings can be overlooked. In this era, three-point shooting is paramount. Liu's three-point ability was indeed his strongest asset, with an attribute of 86 making him superior to approximately 80 to 90 of players in the league. Should he add another 10 points, bringing his total to 96, there would likely only be 3 or 4 players in the entire league who could surpass him. So let it be. Liu approached this with newfound calmness. System, grant me attribute points. Liu focused his thoughts. The 86 behind his three-point attribute transformed into 96. This signified that he had finally acquired the means to etch his name into NBA history. His heart raced with excitement, and his hands trembled as he clutched the ball, heading to the court that he had intended to practice intensively. And now, after completing the lottery, he could finally immerse himself wholeheartedly in the sport he adored. However, standing on the grand stage of the NBA Finals, relegated to the sidelines, was undeniably a disheartening experience for Liu. He yearned to unleash his pent-up frustrations. Simultaneously, he pondered whether the attribute values displayed on the system panel could be enhanced through training. He was eager to uncover the answer to that question. As Liu once again traversed the player tunnel to the sidelines, he found himself momentarily stunned. The arena was mostly empty, with fans having dispersed. Yet a group remained on the court, diligently honing their skills. Stephen Curry's performance that night warranted nothing short of disdain. With 4 out of 15 shots, he managed only 11 points, far from what an MVP should exhibit. The fans would not let him off lightly, and he would not forgive himself either, hence his continued practice. Klay Thompson's performance that night was hardly any better than Curry's, hitting only 4 attempts for a mere 9 points. The Splash Brothers, even in their failures, demonstrated an uncanny synergy. Though they seldom socialized off the court, they were inseparable in gameplay. Moreover, Klay Thompson's inner pride was no less than that of Stephen Curry. He appeared indifferent to everything, yet possessed a deep-seated pride. Thus, given Klay's performance tonight, he too was compelled to practice. The saying goes, Curry and Klay chase, and with both Stephen Curry and Klay Thompson training diligently, Draymond Green would not simply depart alone. His role was crucial. Without him, who would facilitate the passes to the 2 most formidable three-point shooters in history. Meanwhile, on the other end, LeBron James of the Cavaliers was also practicing free throws, accompanied by Kyrie Irving. Despite his free throw performance not being poor, making 3 out of 4, Liu speculated that perhaps LeBron was familiarizing himself with the Warriors' hoop, as the following game, the second of the finals, would once again take place in this arena. Liu had no interest in joining them. Whether it was Curry and Klay or LeBron and Kyrie, they were well-known figures in the league. As a mere unknown, why would he disturb them? Of course, the primary reason was that his own practice did not require a hoop. His immediate goal was to elevate his ball-handling skills to all-star level. Time marched on to June 3, 2016, and at 8 in the morning, Steve Kerr, yawning and bleary-eyed, entered the training facility. After returning home from last night's game, he had reviewed the match multiple times until the early hours of the morning, only to rise early to continue the work left unfinished. As a coach, one must not only understand one's players, but also comprehend the opponents. Although the Warriors had emerged victorious last night, the Cavaliers trio had performed commendably. In contrast, The performances of the Warriors star, Stephen Curry, and their second star, Klay Thompson, have been shockingly subpar. Kerr needed to devise a strategy to ensure his stars could perform comfortably while also finding ways to limit the Cavaliers' trio. Before the afternoon training session commenced, the coaching staff needed to present an analytical plan. However, Kerr's mind remained blank. Rubbing his temples, he entered the Warriors' dining area, only to discover a young man of Asian descent already dining. As Kerr approached the staff, Liu had already finished his meal and emerged. "Good morning, Coach Kerr." Stephen Kerr looked at Liu with a hint of surprise, then gently nodded and greeted, "Good morning, Liu." As they passed each other, Kerr approached the restaurant server, Andrew Midler. "Good morning, Andrew. I would like 2 hamburgers and a sandwich. Please, that of course, Mr. Kerr," Andrew replied. Just as Kerr turned halfway with his tray, he abruptly pivoted back and casually inquired, "Is this the first time Liu has come in so early?" Andrew Midler maintained a smile, shook his head lightly, and replied, "No, this is not Liu's first early visit. As for how many times, I cannot say for sure." Stephen Kerr was touched. "Liu always comes in this early." "Indeed, he is always this early," Andrew Midler answered earnestly, as he believed his response could potentially alter a young man's destiny. Kerr chose not to say anything further and walked away with his tray. He had intended to grab a cup of coffee, but at this moment, his mind had already cleared. Perhaps I should offer this young man more opportunities. As the clock struck 10, Stephen Curry entered the training facility. Although the Warriors' practice wasn't scheduled to commence for another hour, his performance the previous night had been abysmal, leaving him nearly sleepless. He was determined not to replicate such a dismal display. He needed to improve. He needed to become more consistent. Thus, he arrived 3 hours early to better himself. However, as he strolled past the court to change into his training gear, he was taken aback by the sounds of swish. Swish and thud. Thud, that as a great basketball player, he was accustomed to such sounds. Yet he was surprised to find someone already training upon his arrival. A realization began to dawn on him as he quickened his pace. Indeed, it was Liu. Curry couldn't help but shake his head, letting out a sigh. After the game last night, he had invited Liu to join them, but Liu had declined, choosing instead to practice dribbling and passing alone. Curry had lost track of how long he had practiced after he left, but he remembered that Liu continued to persevere. Liu worked diligently, yet results in competitive sports are paramount. His consistency and ability to withstand physical challenges were simply average in the NBA. That if he were on a less competitive team, perhaps he would have had more opportunities. However, this was the Warriors, where excellence was the standard. Curry proceeded to the equipment room, having his own training regimen to follow. Liu remained oblivious to the fact that Stephen Curry had witnessed his training. For him, the only focus was on continuous self-improvement. The previous night, before the gym manager had ushered him out, he had likely practiced for over 2 hours. After leaving the gym, he continued to practice outside for another 2 hours, resulting in an increase of 2 attribute points. His ball handling rating rose from 70 to 71, and his passing rating from 60 to 61, though the change was modest. It affirmed Liu's hypothesis that attribute values could indeed be enhanced through training. Although the progress was slow, it was effective over time, and Liu had discovered a path to persistent improvement. Thus, he arrived early this morning to continue his journey of self-enhancement. Regrettably, despite having trained for over 3 hours, his attribute points showed no sign of change. Liu speculated that perhaps he needed to train for 4 hours or more to achieve an increase in attribute values. By 11 o'clock. He finally succeeded. His ball handling attribute remained unchanged, but his passing attribute had increased from 61 to 62. Liu pondered whether the training time required to enhance each attribute varied. Perhaps the time needed for attributes at different levels differed as well. For instance, his ball handling attribute had already surpassed 70, reaching a level typical of a starter, while his passing attribute lingered at 61, merely at a rotation level. Thus, it would require less time to improve the passing attribute. Liu's eyes brightened with a sudden idea. If this were the case, then surely he could increase the lower attributes more efficiently within the same time frame. If he focused his efforts on his weaker attributes first, he could rapidly shore up his shortcomings. While Liu was excitedly contemplating this, a wave of fatigue washed over him from his mind. Maintaining such intense focus was exceedingly challenging, and mental fatigue often proved more daunting than physical exhaustion. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to take a break. That moment, Stephen Curry had already begun training for half an hour. Without hesitation, Liu approached nearby to observe, given the presence of a superstar so close at hand. He seized the opportunity to learn diligently. Noticing Liu's arrival, Stephen Curry glanced briefly, maintaining a stoic expression, and simply nodded in acknowledgement. Watching Curry train sent shivers down Liu's spine. Curry was currently engaged in extreme three-point training. In this drill, he was required to run to various spots on the court, including the corners, 45-degree angles, and the top of the arc, completing 10 shots within 55 seconds, with a minimum of 8 successful baskets. Should he fail to meet the standard, he would need to shoot 2 free throws before restarting the drill until he succeeded. This exercise tested not only a player's shooting ability, but also demanded exceptional cardiovascular fitness. Yet for Stephen Curry, it was evidently just another routine training session. Liu nodded thoughtfully, contemplating, can I handle this level of intensity? Ultimately, he reached a conclusion. Absolutely not. First, ensuring completion would be exceedingly difficult. Such a demanding training regimen placed significant strain on the body and cardiovascular system, making it challenging to maintain shooting accuracy after intense exercise. Second, he estimated that he would likely be unable to sustain such effort for long. Liu could only sigh, recognizing that there remained ample areas for him to improve. Indeed, there was a reason why some individuals ascended to superstardom. It required not only talent, but also an extraordinary commitment. This thought brought to mind a certain basketball internet celebrity from China, who had garnered attention during the CBA draft, only to falter during the physical tests. An athlete who struggled even with a simple 17-inch vertical leap and failed to make open shots. Bringing ridicule upon himself, time flew by like a fleeting shadow. Liu lifted his head, only to find himself in the second game of the NBA Finals Series. The first game had taken place on June 2nd, and the second game was today, June 5th. 2 days had clearly passed. Yet, to Liu, it felt as though merely a few minutes had elapsed in these past 2 days due to the high intensity of the finals. The training schedule arranged for the team had been shorter and less rigorous, allowing Liu ample time to structure his own training. The results of his extra practice were evident. His ball handling attribute rose from 71 to 72, his passing attribute from 63 to 65, and his reaction time from 60 to 63, although 2 days was a brief span, and even with Liu's diligent utilization of every available moment. His improvement was subtle. Nonetheless, he was not the type to harbor unrealistic aspirations of instant success. He felt genuinely satisfied with his current progress. During the pre-game meeting, Warriors head coach Steve Kerr suddenly approached Liu, stating, "If our team can lead by 20 points entering the fourth quarter, I will let you play. So, young man, get ready. However, whether you actually get to play depends on your teammates. Let us hope they all perform splendidly." Liu's eyes sparkled, for he vividly recalled that in the second game of the 2016 Finals, the Warriors had decisively triumphed over the Cavaliers with a score of 110-77. Could it be that today he would finally make his debut in the finals? This news stirred an unquenchable excitement within Liu. He had long awaited his opportunity to take the court, and the fans of his homeland were equally eager for his performance. Today, that moment had finally arrived. Suppressing the exhilaration that bubbled within him, Liu accessed the technical modules within the system panel, preparing for the battlefield and assessing his arsenal. Technical modules: static and dynamic attributes, strength 75, speed 73, jumping 65, explosiveness 65, stamina 80, injury resistance 73, flexibility 72, coordination 69, reaction 63. Offensive attributes: drive and layup 53, mid-range shooting 57, three-point shooting 96, free throws 81, post-up 45, under basket 51, hook and floater 61. Organizational attributes: ball handling 72, passing 65, organization 60, vision 58. Defensive attributes: on-ball defense 60, help defense 61, stealing 70, blocking 58, rebounding 70. Note: attribute limits are set at 100, with values representing standard levels. Performance in actual combat is influenced by condition. A score of 50 indicates NBA contract-level ability. 60 signifies regular rotation player status. 70 denotes starting player capability. 80 corresponds to all-star level. 90 reflects the status of league stars to superstars, with a 3-point attribute value of 96. Even among the Warriors, such a figure is likely rare. Upon seeing this, Liu felt a surge of confidence. Liu suddenly noticed that his organizational attribute had increased from 58 to 60, now reaching the level of an NBA rotation player. After a moment's reflection, he realized that his recent focus on enhancing his organizational skills had significantly improved both his ball handling and passing abilities, leading to this qualitative leap from a basic level to a rotation entry level. At last, Liu felt a sense of relief. If he were to step onto the court, it was highly probable he would occupy the 2 or 3 positions, where the passing demands were not excessively high. With his organizational attribute of 60 and passing attribute of 65, the likelihood of any unnecessary turnovers was minimal. Thus, his chances of remaining on the court had significantly increased. Free from worries, Liu finally relaxed, turning his full attention to the game and savoring the magnificent performance of the Warriors in the finals. It is no easy feat to dismantle an opponent. But today he was about to witness as the first quarter commenced. Irving swiftly netted 2 jump shots, propelling the Cavaliers to an 8-4 lead. The Warriors then ramped up their defensive intensity, with Bogut blocking a Cavaliers attempt. Iguodala and Green executed thunderous dunks, while Curry sank a 3-pointer, allowing the Warriors to take the lead. Following a Cavaliers timeout, Jefferson and Thompson scored, and at the quarter's end, the Cavaliers led 21-19. The second quarter began with the Warriors struggling offensively, but Green managed to hit a contested 3-pointer. Subsequently, the Cavaliers tightened their defense, resulting in increased turnovers for the Warriors. Yet Green's consecutive 3-pointers steadied the situation, and Thompson regained his shooting touch, leading to a 9-0 run for the Warriors, who ended the half with a 50-40 advantage in the third quarter. The Warriors continued to widen their lead, dominating the period 33-17, concluding 3 quarters with a score of 83-57, entering the final quarter with a commanding 26-point lead. As the game approached garbage time, as the fourth quarter began, Liu's gaze remained fixed on the Cavaliers' bench. Unfortunately, the Cavaliers had yet to substitute their starters, and naturally, the Warriors were equally reluctant to do so. This was the finals, and no one dared to let their guard down. Thus, Liu was left waiting anxiously on the bench. Finally, just 5 minutes into the fourth quarter, with the point differential exceeding 30, Steve Kerr gestured for Liu to prepare to enter the game. As Draymond Green exited, he exchanged a surprised glance with Liu, clearly taken aback by this substitution. Nonetheless, he offered a fist bump to Liu, encouraging him, "Go for it, buddy, show us what you've got." Upon seeing Liu take the court, many Warriors fans rose to their feet, showering applause upon this dream-chasing individual. The clapping echoed throughout the arena, a testament to the Warriors' stature, where anonymity was nearly impossible, especially for Liu, a Chinese player with his distinctive appearance. His story of aspiration had circulated among fans, and many were aware of the young man who had pursued his dreams with the Warriors for 3 years. Witnessing such a pure young talent receive an opportunity on the grand stage of the finals excited the crowd immensely. Regardless of how Liu performed, his presence on the court bore extraordinary significance. Liu understood the sentiment of the fans and expressed his gratitude for their applause, recognizing it as the greatest affirmation for someone chasing their dreams. However, Liu's ambitions for the night extended far beyond mere gratitude. He desired to ignite their fervor and enthusiasm through his performance. He was ready to unleash his full potential that very night. Isn't this the young man who boldly declared that the Warriors would triumph in the first, second, third, and fourth games? Some Cavaliers fans began to recognize Liu, their mood darkening. While the tale of aspiration was charming, being merely a stepping stone or backdrop for another success was hardly uplifting, especially when this individual had made audacious claims against their team. Despite Liu being a member of the Warriors, their ire was unquenched. As the applause began to dwindle, dissenting voices emerged from the Cavaliers section. Trash. Liu is on the court. That yellow-skinned rodent from the East, you'll lead your team to defeat. So just get off the court. Storytelling fraud. The court is not where you belong. You should stick to writing novels or journalism. You don't deserve to stand here. Liu, have you finished your banana? Many Warriors fans retaliated, creating a lively uproar in the arena. Liu was initially taken aback, then burst into laughter. This what they call sportsmanship in basketball. How amusing! In that moment, Liu felt complete. The experience was only fulfilled when the cheers of his fans mingled with the jeers of the opposing supporters. Determined to reciprocate, he resolved to deliver a performance worthy of their attention. As he stepped onto the court, the Warriors players were taken aback, but upon hearing the taunts from the Cavaliers fans, a collective thought emerged. Today, we will ensure Liu feasts on this moment, infuriating those obnoxious hecklers. You want Liu gone? We'll make sure he stays. As the game continued, the Cavaliers players had long since abandoned hope, with a 30-point gap leaving no chance for a comeback. Those still on the court were more focused on scoring points than defending, merely seeking to pass the time. Meanwhile, the Warriors, although not overly invested in defeating the Cavaliers by a wider margin, were nonetheless poised to make a statement. However, as the dominant force on the court, the mental state of the players from the Warriors far surpassed that of those from the Cavaliers, with the Warriors players deliberately facilitating the situation. Liu swiftly seized his opportunity to shoot. In the second play, after Liu entered the game, LeBron James's layup on a fast break missed, and after securing the rebound, Stephen Curry pushed the ball up the center for a counterattack. Liu and Klay Thompson flanked the wings, each positioning themselves at 45-degree angles just beyond the three-point line. In the blink of an eye, the Cavaliers players had no time to think, rushing to double-team Stephen Curry, while the third arriving player ignored Liu entirely and unhesitatingly lunged towards Klay Thompson. That moment, Stephen Curry showcased his extraordinary skills as a point guard. With a bounce pass, the ball glided through Kevin Love's legs and landed in Liu's hands. Without hesitation, Liu unleashed a magnificent arc from beyond the three-point line, and the basketball swished through the net. An impeccable shot. Witnessing Liu score, the Warriors fans erupted in jubilation, many shouting towards the Cavaliers supporters, "Cavaliers are trash." Naturally, the Cavaliers fans were not about to take this lying down, retorting with shouts of their own, "Warriors are trash." The Americans thrived on mutual taunts. However, the atmosphere in China was a stark contrast. The old sword gleamed anew, its cold light reminiscent of past glories, in the official live broadcast room of Hupu Sports. The host, Jianlian, immediately proclaimed upon witnessing Liu's three-pointer, "Ladies and gentlemen, Liu has scored in the finals." The moment the words left his fingers, he noticed the audience in his live stream surge from 200,000 to 500,000 in an instant, and within less than 2 seconds, it reached 700,000, with numbers still climbing. Countless messages flooded the hotline, rendering it impossible to read clearly. "Damn, I knew Oldley would shine. Look, he scored right away. Kerr should have played my Oldley ages ago. He is the hope of our village. Oldley has not let us down. If he can score in just 1 minute. Imagine what he could achieve in 48 minutes. With Liu the Emperor leading the charge, the mere NBA would naturally be within easy reach." As Jianlian watched the flurry of messages and the skyrocketing viewer count, tears brimmed in his eyes. "Thank God. Thank the divine. Thank Hupu leadership for allowing me to broadcast this match. I feel that at this moment, my life has reached its pinnacle." Jianlian rested his hands on the keyboard, momentarily at a loss for words. Suddenly, his phone screen went black. In that fleeting second before darkness, he saw the viewer count had surpassed 1 million. A furious shout erupted at the Hupu headquarters, startling all the management staff. Simultaneously, countless Chinese fans expressed their frustrations towards the programmers and managers at Hupu Sports. After witnessing Liu sink another three-pointer, Stephen Curry leaped over in excitement, sharing an enthusiastic chest bump with Liu, both of them clapping their hands vigorously. Klay Thompson also approached, exchanging high-fives with Liu. As Stephen Curry retreated on defense, he loudly exclaimed, "Well done. That three-pointer was magnificent." LeBron James, with a burst of speed, opted to attack the paint again. This time, he succeeded, as the Warriors, caught up in the excitement of Liu's three-pointer, unwittingly relaxed their defense. Iguodala, observing the situation, executed a quick inbounds pass that flew straight into Stephen Curry's hands. Without a moment's hesitation, Curry raced down the court for a fast break, and the positioning mishap made him advantageous. With Stephen Curry, Klay Thompson, and Liu all charging forward, there was no hesitation as Kyrie Irving hurried to confront Curry. while J.R. Smith quickly followed Clay. Meanwhile, Liu found himself perfectly open, with Kevin Love 2 meters away. Stephen Curry, having keenly assessed the unfolding situation, tossed the ball behind his head, and it landed effortlessly in Liu's hands. Once again, Liu did not hesitate, launching another decisive three-pointer. Swish! The basketball again found nothing but net. As the clock ticked down to the last 5 minutes, the score gap widened to 37 points. Liu raised his hand to listen to the jeers of the Cavaliers fans. They gritted their teeth, whispering through clenched jaws. Damn Liu! Watching the scoreboard reflect the ever-expanding deficit. LeBron James's brow furrowed deeply, resembling a frown of despair. This was undoubtedly one of the most painful defeats of his career. Kyrie Irving wore a confused expression. Being trounced by over 30 points in the finals was an immense humiliation for him. Kevin Love's handsome face was particularly cold at that moment. And no matter who it was, enduring such a thrashing in a game as crucial as the finals would be unbearable, and Kevin Love was no exception. The expressions of the other Cavaliers players were equally grim. Although their opponents were the Warriors, who had set an NBA record with 73 wins, this loss was still too deeply etched in their memories. The game had not yet concluded, yet it felt as though their spirits were trapped in a winter slumber. After Liu's three-pointer, LeBron James could no longer endure the humiliation and stared blankly at Cavaliers head coach Tyronn Lue. Lue, looking dazed and helpless, took 3 seconds to react before signaling for substitutions. As the final 5 minutes approached, the Cavaliers finally benched their stars: LeBron James, Kyrie Irving, and Kevin Love, the trio that defined the team. Were all replaced, officially declaring the Cavaliers surrendered on the Warriors' side. Steve Kerr did not allow his stars to remain on the court either. With a 37-point lead, even if the Cavaliers were given an entire quarter, they would likely be unable to catch up, let alone with only 5 minutes left. With a wave of his hand, Kerr executed a complete rotation, substituting Stephen Curry, Klay Thompson, Harrison Barnes, and Andrew Bogut, leaving only Liu on the court. At this moment, the Cavaliers' 5 players included Mo Williams, J.R. Smith, Dan Jones, Richard Jefferson, and Timofey Mozgov, while the Warriors featured Liu, Ian Clark, Festus Ezeli, Iguodala, and former Cavalier Varejao. Except for Iguodala, the rest were mere substitutes and benchwarmers. Steve Kerr had wisely retained Iguodala to utilize his veteran presence for leadership. Observing that both teams had pulled their stars, the fans began to lose interest in the game and started to leave. With half of the Cavaliers supporters already departing, as Iguodala stepped on the court, he grimaced and slapped Liu's hand vigorously. Simultaneously, he exclaimed, "Liu, those 2 three-pointers were phenomenal. You've outshone the Cavaliers' big 3. Great job. Keep it up." While the other Warriors players may not have been as animated as Iguodala, they also smiled and clapped for Liu. Participating in such a spectacular match filled everyone with excitement. Iguodala encouraged, "Hey, let's all stay focused. We must not slack off. The game is not over yet. Let us show the Cavaliers what we can do." Whether the others heeded his words, Liu was uncertain. However, Iguodala's sentiment resonated with him. He had a long way to go to reach his own goals. The Cavaliers fans in the stands were still loudly voicing their opinions. The match proceeds with the Cavaliers in possession of the ball. Mo Williams utilizes a pick and roll, launching a shot from beyond the arc with a resounding clang. The ball strikes the rim twice, but ultimately fails to find its way through the hoop. Andre Iguodala leaps gracefully, securing the ball in his hands, and immediately begins dribbling down the court, initiating a fast break as his teammates follow suit. Liu trails closely behind Iguodala, witnessing his drive into the paint. And then, in a sudden twist, the ball is sent soaring to Liu position beyond the three-point line. Faced with such an open opportunity, Liu, whose three-point shooting attribute soars to an impressive 96, does not falter, releasing another shot that finds its mark. This is precisely why Liu has allocated all his attribute points to three-point shooting. Within the Warriors system, one never has to worry about being open. Under Steve Kerr's strategic approach, the Warriors will perpetually create open looks, and when Stephen Curry is on the floor, those opportunities multiply, leaving even more space in front. Iguodala, brimming with excitement, glances back, sprinting toward the Cavaliers' half while gesturing with 3 fingers. Mimicking a flight. At this juncture, the point difference has ballooned to 40 points. Iguodala exuberantly high-fives the retreating Liu. with both index fingers pointed at Iguodala, exclaims Andre, "That was a perfect pass, thank you." Iguodala responds with equal enthusiasm, "Liu, you madman. Your three-point shooting is phenomenal." Tyronn Lue hesitates for a moment before ultimately calling timeout, as they are down by 40 points. If left unchecked, what will happen if the deficit extends to 50? Stephen Curry stands at the entrance of the bench, clapping loudly, encouraging the incoming substitutes with a spirited shout, "Great job. Just like that. Keep pushing. You're the best." As Liu passes by, Curry extends his hand in a gesture of camaraderie, sincerely stating, "Effort will yield rewards. Liu, congratulations. Today is your moment." Steve Kerr gives Liu a hearty pat on the shoulder, nodding in approval, saying, "Well done, mate." On the Cavaliers' side, Tyronn Lue wears a troubled expression. That number 8. Liu has already sunk 3 three-pointers. They need to be more vigilant and not afford him any open looks, or they risk losing by 50. Get your heads in the game, he urges, upon returning to the court. The Cavaliers initiate their offense. J.R. Smith receives a pass from M.O. Williams and attempts a three-pointer from the perimeter. With a resounding clang once again, the ball fails to find the net, as if the rim has donned chastity pants, denying the Cavaliers any chance of scoring. Meanwhile, the Warriors are once again in fast break mode. Ian Clark races down the court with the ball, while Liu heads towards the left side at a 45-degree angle, only to notice that J.R. Smith has closely marked him this time. Seeing that Mozgov has established position inside, Ian Clark opts not to force his way in and passes the ball to Iguodala at the top of the arc. At that moment, Iguodala shares a knowing glance with Liu. Understanding the cue, Liu feigns a retreat to the baseline before making a swift cut back to his original position at the 45-degree angle. By then, Iguodala's pass is perfectly timed, and Liu drains another 3-pointer. In the subsequent possession, Liu again nails a 3 from the left side at the 45-degree angled. Liu's consecutive success from beyond the arc culminates in 4 three-pointers, propelling the Warriors to a 12-2 run. With 3 minutes remaining, the point differential has now reached 46. Observing the glaring red numbers on the scoreboard, the hearts of Cavaliers fans shatter. Conversely, the Warriors supporters are in high spirits. And before long, a chant erupts from the crowd. 58. Unfortunately, the final margin settles at 51 points, leaving a considerable gap from the anticipated 5-8. As the game concludes, the Cavaliers players exit the court, eager to escape this humiliating venue. Only Kyrie Irving remains, standing alone to bid farewell to the entire Warriors team. Liu ultimately finishes with an impressive 21 points, having made 7 of 8 three-point attempts, marking the second highest score for the Warriors in the game. Surprisingly, the highest scorer is Draymond Green, the team's playmaker. Although Stephen Curry performs markedly better than in the previous game, he only manages to tally 18 points, a performance that leaves many fans astonished. While numerous Warriors supporters defend Curry, claiming he is simply recovering from injury, a larger contingent expresses disappointment with his performance. After all, even Michael Jordan could deliver clutch performances while battling fever. Yet Stephen Curry has produced merely 11 and 18 points in consecutive finals games, in no time. The narrative of Curry being a system player spreads across the globe. Liu, elated, not only relishes the opportunity to play, but also celebrates scoring 21 points in the finals. Relishing the familiar cheers, he reciprocates their enthusiasm and intends to continue doing so, particularly for the fans from China. Liu lingers in the stands, striving to accommodate as many fans as possible seeking his autograph. The third game of the finals is scheduled for June 8, with the Warriors set to face the Cavaliers at the Quicken Loans Arena. Everyone knows this will be a fierce battle, as the Cavaliers, having suffered 2 painful defeats on the Warriors' home turf, will not relent easily. They boast LeBron James, a 4-time regular season MVP and twice a finals MVP, alongside Kyrie Irving, a versatile scoring threat, and Kevin Love, a double-double powerhouse in the paint. On paper, the Cavaliers are the strongest team. In the Warriors training facility, Steve Kerr and his coaching staff engage in fervent discussions about potential scenarios for the upcoming match and strategies to counter them. Assistant coaches Mike Brown and Luke Walton exchange glances, with Mike Brown ultimately breaking the silence. "Steve, have you seen the news lately?" Many are criticizing Steven, claiming he isn't a true superstar, merely a byproduct of your system. Steve Kerr chuckles and lifts his head. "Oh, really?" Observing the hesitation in Walton and Brown, Kerr shakes his head with a smile. Stephen will be just fine. Moreover, he does have room for improvement, compared to Michael and Tim. He does fall short in some aspects. Mike Brown's eyes flicker, and he finally speaks. What if we allow Stephen more ball-handling opportunities? Under the current system, it's challenging for him to find his rhythm, especially since he's still nursing an injury. Playing off the ball is taxing. No. Steve Kerr responds firmly. We're winning, aren't we? Against a team as formidable as the Cavaliers, facing the league's best player in LeBron James. We've consistently defeated them by large margins. Doesn't that indicate that our current strategy is the most effective? He continues, Stephen will be fine. There's no need for concern, even if he doesn't secure the finals MVP. He's a two-time MVP and one of the leaders of this team. Ultimately, Mike Brown and Luke Walton choose to respect Kerr's decision. Walton adds, Liu performed admirably today, scoring 21 points, although it was during garbage time. His three-point shooting ability seems to rank just below Clay and Stephen. Should we consider incorporating him into our regular rotation for the next game? Steve Kerr ponders briefly before responding. Our current lineup is highly successful. No changes are necessary. Liu's performance came during garbage time, and I don't believe it holds enough weight. However, if we can continue to dominate the Cavaliers tomorrow, I will give him a chance to play. With that, Kerr breaks into a light-hearted laugh, and both Walton and Brown follow suit. Frankly speaking, the Warriors have faced little resistance in the finals, making it hard not to believe they will emerge as champions. The coaching staff shares this sentiment. Although they understand the Cavaliers will not surrender easily, they remain confident that the Warriors will claim the ultimate victory. Finally, Steve Kerr inquires, Liu's contract expires at the end of this season, right? Let him know I will need him next season. Before the commencement of the third game of the finals, Liu received both uplifting news and disheartening news. The good news was that Steve Kerr intended to retain him, while the bad news was that he remained excluded from the game plan for this particular match. Upon hearing this news, a wave of disappointment washed over Liu. He never anticipated that his remarkable performance of hitting 7 three-pointers out of 8, accumulating a total of 21 points, would not secure him a spot in the rotation. However, upon reflection, he found solace in the realization that the obstinate Steve Kerr would hardly alter his rotation based on a trivial performance during garbage time at the water cooler. As the third game of the finals unfolded as scheduled, the Cavaliers lineup experienced a significant alteration that All-Star center Kevin Love was sidelined due to a concussion, and Richard Jefferson was appointed to start in his stead. Under such circumstances, even the most devoted Cavaliers fans found it challenging to harbor optimism for their team's chances of victory. I in the text broadcast room of Hoopu Sports for the NBA Finals third game. The host, Jianlian, beamed at the sight of the online audience soaring to 500,000. Typically, even during the most intense moments of the fourth quarter, such a staggering number of viewers was a rarity. Yet at this moment, before the match had officially begun, the count had already reached 500,000 at last time. The hotline audience broke records with over 1 million viewers. This time, it might reach an even more astonishing figure. Following the server crash during the previous game, the owner had spent considerable resources to upgrade the system, ensuring that it would not falter again. After witnessing the excitement of the last match, many fans jokingly remarked, Hoopu's IPO hinges on Liu. Despite the pervasive sense among the Warriors that the Cavaliers would not simply resign themselves to defeat, they were unprepared for the ferocity of the Cavaliers' counterattack. In the first quarter, the Cavaliers employed a defensive strategy of switching on screens, while offensively, LeBron James and Kyrie Irving increased their off-ball movement, energizing their teammates. Under the leadership of these two stalwarts, the Cavaliers surged to a 9-0 start. By the end of the first quarter, Kyrie Irving had scored 16 points on 7 of 9 shooting, while LeBron James flawlessly hit all 4 of his attempts for 8 points. Meanwhile, Stephen Curry struggled with a dismal 0-for-3 performance and incurred 2 fouls, while his fellow Splash brother, Klay Thompson, similarly faltered, going 0-for-5. The scoreboard reflected a staggering 33-16, with the Cavaliers leading by 17 points as they headed into the second quarter. Mike Brown glanced at Liu, whose eyes were filled with anxiety. His expression as frigid as that of his teammates. He stepped forward and softly inquired, Steve, should we consider giving Liu a chance? It might yield surprising results. Steve Kerr wore a serious expression, but resolutely shook his head as the second quarter commenced. Both teams fielded the same players. Observing this, Kenny Smith in the NBA official broadcast room shook his head in disappointment. "I thought Coach Kerr would make some personnel adjustments, but it seems we're sticking to the status quo." "Kenny, you're referring to Liu, aren't you?" Shaquille O'Neal chimed in that Liu scored 21 points in the last game. "Doesn't that warrant a rotation opportunity?" Kenny Smith, visibly disgruntled, responded. Many tuned in specifically to watch Liu, a narrative of triumph emerging from obscurity into becoming an iconic figure in the NBA. This is a story that resonates with fans worldwide. Kerr's decision resulted in a notable drop in ESPN's viewership ratings. O'Neal exchanged knowing glances with another host in studio, both chuckling at the situation. The other host, a renowned figure named Charles Barkley, affectionately dubbed Sir Charles, was once a titan of the NBA himself. Barkley slowly articulated, "My esteemed Kenny Smith, we understand your sentiments. However, we also grasp Coach Kerr's rationale in the playoffs. The pursuit is stability, especially in the finals. In such high-stakes matches, every misstep can prove fatal. Liu's previous performance was indeed remarkable, and we all celebrated his excellence. But Kenny, that was an entirely different context. When Liu played, the Warriors were already ahead by 30 points. That was no longer a competitive game. Both teams had substituted their starters, and he was up against players who barely saw the court. In such a scenario, no matter how impressive his performance, it lacks the requisite persuasive power." Kenny Smith nodded, acknowledging this logic, though he felt a divergence in perspective. After all, the stature of the former NBA superstars lent weight to their opinions, while he was merely an accomplished commentator. Furthermore, many fans were bewildered by the situation, and he felt compelled to voice their frustrations. Now, surely the fans of Liu around the globe can comprehend why he isn't on the court. Kenny mused inwardly. In China, within Hupu Sports Tech's broadcast room for the third game of the NBA Finals, Jianlian observed the dwindling viewer count with furrowed brows. Prior to the game, the audience had peaked at 500,000, and following the game's commencement, it quickly climbed to 75,000. However, with Liu still absent from the game, the numbers stagnated. Now that the first quarter had concluded without Liu's appearance, many fans grew impatient and exited the broadcast, causing the viewer count to plummet to 40,000, a decline that pained Jianlian, especially in light of the previous record-breaking million-viewer spectacle. In the second quarter, the Warriors implemented a small ball lineup, briefly igniting a 9-3 run that narrowed the gap. Yet, through relentless offensive rebounding and Irving's three-pointers, the Cavaliers maintained a lead of 52-43 by halftime. Fans around the world engaged in fervent discussions about the unfolding match. However, in various Chinese sports broadcast rooms, frustration erupted as fans expressed their dismay over Liu not having seen a single second of playing time by halftime. "Warriors, if you don't play my Liu, you deserve to be trounced by the Cavaliers. Old Lee scored 21 points. Am I not worthy of a rotation spot? Warriors, you've gone too far. We a billion strong. Demand Coach Kerr let my Liu play," as the Warriors closed the gap to within 10 points. Liu breathed a sigh of relief. Although he longed for playing time, he also wished to see the Warriors secure a victory. Alas, the Cavaliers were resolute in their refusal to grant the Warriors an easy win. The painful lessons learned from the prior two games had instilled in them a fierce determination to not show any signs of weakness. Any lapse could lead to defeat. In the third quarter, Irving continued to shine, and James regained his shooting touch. Through the collective efforts of the Cavaliers, the point differential steadily widened. While the Warriors' Curry and Thompson attempted to rally, the Cavaliers maintained a lead of around 20 points as they entered the fourth quarter. It appeared that a familiar script was poised to unfold, with the roles reversed from the first game, where the Warriors had dominated. Now the Cavaliers were in command. LeBron James pounded his chest, exuding confidence as he led his teammates to the bench, the Cavaliers players already savoring the taste of victory. Conversely, Stephen Curry wore a grave expression, mirrored by his teammates. Their faces seemed to echo a singular question: are the Warriors truly on the verge of defeat? Steve Kerr regarded his players with an impassive demeanor, striving to mask his disappointment. He pondered whether he had made an error. Was it a mistake to have such an exceptional player like Curry, a near-great ball handler, play off the ball, causing him to struggle to find his rhythm? Soon enough, Kerr dismissed this thought from his mind. The game was far from lost. Even if they did lose, it would merely be a single match. His strategy had led to Curry earning the MVP and the Warriors breaking the Bulls' record with 72 wins in the regular season. How could it possibly be wrong? It was simply that Curry was not performing at his best. In the fourth quarter, the Cavaliers continued to assert their dominance on the court. With 7 minutes remaining, the point differential had ballooned to 25 as Steve Kerr, expressionless as he chewed gum, waved his hand, signaling the withdrawal of the starters. Liu was finally called to the court once more. Oh, Liu was back. The question lingered. Would he be able to deliver another stellar performance akin to his last game? Kenny Smith suddenly raised his voice. The formidable Shaquille O'Neal and Charles Barkley exchanged amused glances, gently shaking their heads to, that old fellow, once again trying to provoke them into speaking. However, since they were being compensated for their presence, the two men naturally obliged. Barkley was the first to speak. I believe it will be exceedingly difficult for Liu to replicate his previous performance. O'Neal nodded in agreement, adding, I think we ought to extend some respect to the Cavaliers players. Their key athletes are still on the court. LeBron James is present, as is Kyrie Irving. They remain full of vigor, and under the current circumstances, Liu's presence will be of no consequence. To salvage the Warriors, we would need the peak version of Kobe here. Liu was inundated with a cacophony of noise, far surpassing the din of the Warriors' home crowd that Liu is trash. Trash Liu. Some inappropriate remarks have been omitted for brevity. Observing the multitude of Cavaliers fans standing to jeer at him, Liu raised his brow, nodded lightly, and casually waved his hand that I end that moment. The noise from the crowd seemed to swell even louder. Steve Kerr looked at Liu with a perplexed expression that he realized that he had never truly understood this young man. Draymond Green, brimming with excitement, could not help but exclaim how remarkable Liu's character was. He had not anticipated discovering such a kindred spirit in him. Stephen Curry scrutinized Green, nodding in agreement. Indeed, you both possess an indomitable spirit and relentless determination, never conceding defeat or yielding to anyone. The only disparity lies in your looks. Upon hearing Stephen Curry's teasing, Draymond Green could only roll his eyes in exasperation. As Liu stepped onto the court, Shaquille O'Neal suddenly widened his eyes, exclaiming with excitement, I take back what I just said. I have an inkling that Liu is far from an ordinary player. He possesses a unique aura. I see shadows of certain individuals in him, not in stature, but in spirit. Physical might is not true greatness. It is the brilliance of the spirit that truly shines. Some truths will forever elude the understanding of many in this world. At this moment on the court, the Warriors lineup included Liu, Sean Livingston, Andre Iguodala, Festus Ezeli, and Mari Spites. Meanwhile, the Cavaliers maintained their full-strength roster with LeBron James, Kyrie Irving, J. Smith, Richard Jefferson, and Timofey Mozgov, observing the stark contrast between the two teams. The Warriors fans, who had harbored a sliver of hope, finally lost heart and began to depart. Only a handful of Warriors supporters, predominantly of Chinese descent, remained, increasingly animated in their cheers for Liu. Witnessing Liu take the court, LeBron James smirked mockingly. Warriors, is this the best you can muster? Frankly, LeBron was quite displeased with Liu. How dare a mere waterboy for the Warriors speak of championship aspirations? Who granted him such audacity? Moreover, considering how Liu had dared to compete fiercely during garbage time in the last game, almost closing the gap to a mere 58 points and threatening to etch the Cavaliers' name in ignominy. LeBron was further incensed. Approaching Liu, LeBron's expression was devoid of emotion as he remarked, What a pity, Liu. You're about to lose. Coach Kerr has only now decided to put you in. Had he played you earlier, perhaps the Warriors wouldn't be in their current predicament. LeBron fixed his gaze on Liu, expecting to see the shame and indignation he had anticipated, but instead found a calm demeanor. Liu smiled easily and replied, LeBron, I think the game isn't over yet. Who has to say who will emerge victorious in the end? I hold nothing but boundless gratitude for Coach Kerr for granting me this opportunity. I feel as though I was born for moments like this. LeBron's gaze shifted. His aggressive eyes scrutinized the young man with yellow skin before him. Born for such moments? What audacity! Youthful exuberance, indeed. Yet no matter how fierce LeBron's stare was, it could not unsettle Liu, who stood effortlessly 1 meter away from him. LeBron suddenly felt a sense of insignificance wash over him, an inexplicable sensation that incited immense anger. That moment. He truly comprehended that Li Yu's uniqueness transcended his rare yellow skin in this country. What made Li Yu truly exceptional was his resilience, a wanderer who had pursued his dreams for 3 years. A spirit so tenacious that few in the world could rival it that LeBron James turned on his heel and walked away. Iguodala approached. "Hey, Li Yu, what did that jerk LeBron say to you?" Li Yu gently shook his head. "He didn't say much, just informed me that the Warriors are about to lose." Iguodala frowned, unable to restrain himself from muttering, "To hell with him. Regardless, I still believe we can win." Li Yu's calm demeanor was astonishing, at the very least. Iguodala found it difficult to maintain his composure. He shook his head as he gazed at Li Yu's face, but unfortunately, he received no answer that he sought. Li Yu was earnest, his expression solemn, yet his eyes sparkled with a fierce brilliance. Strangely enough, Iguodala found himself starting to believe Li Yu's words. He pressed on, "What's our strategy moving forward?" "Li Yu, do you have any good tactics?" Li Yu finally smiled, turning to him with eyes ablaze. "Pass me the ball, set me screens, and we shall triumph." Seeing Li Yu's somewhat frenzied demeanor, Iguodala nodded inexplicably. Initially intending to question him, he suddenly changed his mind in the face of those wild eyes. He too yearned to embrace that fervor. Everyone harbors dreams of heroism within, and Iguodala felt that the moment had arrived. "Let us etch our names in history. The largest comeback in NBA Finals history." Iguodala clapped his hands, summoning his teammates. "Listen to me. Let us try to get the ball to Li Yu as much as possible. He has explosive three-point capabilities, and giving him the ball is our best chance for a comeback. In the Warriors, every player has their designated role. Stephen Curry is the MVP, the ace. Klay Thompson is one half of the Splash Brothers. The team is second in command. Draymond Green is the organizational core and the team S spokesperson. However, in the locker room, Iguodala is the one whose word carries the most weight, not only due to his age and early entry into the league, but also because he is an impartial individual who engages with each player who makes mistakes. You cannot help but be swayed by his sincerity and the truth he speaks, and he is undoubtedly the unequivocal leader of the locker room. After Iguodala spoke, Festus Ezeli and Maurice Spites immediately nodded in agreement. Sean Livingston, however, appeared hesitant, yet when Iguodala looked at him, he too nodded. He recalled the last game when Li Yu had played during garbage time, scoring 21 points in just 7 minutes with 7 three-pointers out of 8 attempts. If Li Yu could replicate that performance tonight, perhaps they could turn the tide, gazing at the scoreboard displaying a staggering 25-point deficit. Livingston shook his head with a bitter smile. How could such a comeback even be possible? Nevertheless, Li Yu was indeed the Warriors' sole hope in this dire situation, especially since Steve Kerr had opted to concede the match. With such a daunting gap, clawing back point by point seemed utterly implausible. Although Livingston's mid-range shot was steady, LeBron James was the true maestro of scoring two-pointers. How could mid-range efficiency ever compare to scoring in the paint? Let us give it our all. The Warriors find themselves with no avenue for retreat, and all 5 players on the court share this realization. As the ball is released, the Cavaliers do not apply pressure, allowing Iguodala to comfortably advance past half-court. Liu observes Kyrie Irving closely trailing him, already anticipating that tonight's game would not unfold as effortlessly as the last. "Hey Kyrie, you're such a high-profile star. Why are you defending so earnestly? It's a waste of energy, and how can you score more like that?" Li Yu's words provoke a furrowed brow from Kyrie Irving. Our Cavaliers have no players who neglect defense. Those who do not defend do not deserve to stand on the court. Oh, really? Li Yu's tone drips with sarcasm, deepening Irving's frown in the previous game. During garbage time of the fourth quarter, Li Yu had boldly scored 7 three-pointers. Though one game does not signify much, especially in such a trivial phase, Li Yu's shooting accuracy from beyond the arc had secretly alarmed Kyrie Irving on the sidelines. Tonight, he could not allow Li Yu to go wild again. This thought consumed Kyrie Irving. Yet he was taken aback when Li Yu began to sow discord among the Cavaliers' players. Even more infuriating was that Li Yu spoke of such players with an undeniable truth. Players who could not be criticized, not even by the coach. As this realization dawned on him, Kyrie Irving's eyes darkened, and his frustration grew. However, he would not relax just because of a few words from Li Yu. He was not one to be swayed by such trivial matters. As Kyrie Irving nearly glued himself to him, Liu inhaled deeply and silently chanted, "The light of Buddha shines upon all," activating his focus in an instant. A remarkable sensation coursed through his body. He felt a harmonious unity of mind and spirit like never before. As Kyrie Irving bent forward, Liu suddenly sprang into action, executing a backdoor cut to the right side of the arc at a 45-degree angle. Iguodala, having kept his attention on Liu, anticipated his shooting position the moment Liu made his move. As Liu arrived, the ball was already en route, requiring no adjustment. He released a three-pointer, causing Kyrie Irving, who was chasing him, to retract his foot and glance toward the basket. Swish, the ball sailed through the net. Kyrie Irving's frown deepened further that LeBron James swiftly passed the ball to Mozgov at the baseline and initiated a fast break. Despite maintaining a stoic facade upon hearing Liu's taunts, he was inwardly seething with frustration at Liu's three-pointer. As the leading team and a veteran, he should have controlled the tempo. Yet he launched a rapid counterattack instead. Unbeknownst to him, he had momentarily lost his composure. Without hesitation, Iguodala closed in, but upon entering the paint, LeBron James discovered that Ezeli of the Warriors had already positioned himself. Nevertheless, he pressed on, making contact with the stationary Ezeli before attempting a shot at the basket. Naturally, the shot did not fall, and Iguodala secured the rebound that LeBron James, incredulous, raised his hands toward the baseline referee. How could that not be a foul? Iguodala swiftly transitioned into a counterattack, scanning the court to memorize the positions of all players that he charged toward the newly arrived J.R. Smith, prompting Kyrie Irving to tighten his defensive stance. Applying additional pressure on Iguodala, observing the Cavaliers' collapsing defense, Iguodala wasted no time. With a powerful flick of his wrist, the ball soared toward the right baseline, where Liu seemed to have predicted Iguodala's pass. Positioning himself perfectly Liu launched another shot, the familiar and melodious sound resonating once more, swish, as the basketball found its home in the net. For all basketball players, there is no more satisfying sound. With two consecutive three-pointers, the gap between the two teams narrowed to under 20 points. The Warriors' bench erupted in jubilant stance. Stephen Curry glanced at the scoreboard and then at Coach Steve Kerr, who, expressionless, chewed his gum, showing no intention of reinserting the starters. Witnessing Liu's successful three-pointer, Kyrie Irving's furrowed brow revealed his chagrin at LeBron James. Sensing danger, motioned for his teammates to slow down as the ball was released. He lazily dribbled past half-court, halting at the top of the arc with 10 seconds remaining. He called for a pick from Festus Ezeli, who without hesitation set the screen after a series of between-the-legs dribbles. LeBron executed a step-back three-pointer against Ezeli. Clang. LeBron James missed, which came as no surprise. Everyone knew he was not particularly adept at this. Even during his peak in the 2012 playoffs, his three-point shooting was merely average. Iguodala leaped high to secure the rebound, with the true hero being Maurice Spites, who effectively blocked Mozgov from contesting in a well-rounded team. Every player plays a crucial role. Iguodala launched another rapid counterattack, penetrating the paint before pivoting back outside. Kyrie Irving, recalling the previous play's lesson, clung closely to Liu like a stubborn adhesive. However, basketball has never been a solitary endeavor in the next instant at all. Slender figure darted between him and Liu. Livingston had come to set a screen for Liu. Though it only delayed Kyrie by a second, it was ample time for a shooter of Liu's caliber to find an opportunity. Liu leapt high, and the basketball found its way through the hoop. 5.5 minutes remained at LeBron. The game, it seemed, was far from over, Liu mused. With a sharp beep, the referee's whistle pierced the air. Kyrie Irving had been too eager. When one becomes impatient, the likelihood of error increases. Unable to avoid the airborne Liu, he committed a shooting foul. Following Liu's 3 consecutive three-pointers, the Warriors had reduced their deficit from 25 points to 16. If he could convert this free throw, the gap would shrink to just 15 points. With 5.5 minutes remaining and a 15-point deficit, perhaps the opportunity was not so bleak after all. Would Liu sink the free throw? There was no doubt. With an impressive free throw percentage of 81, even without the Buddha's light state, he had a significant chance of scoring, especially now that Liu declined the outstretched hands of Iguodala and Livingston. Springing to his feet, the crowd erupted in awe. No one expected Liu to rise in such a manner. The cheers grew louder. Approaching the free throw line, Liu felt fortunate as he faced the Warriors fan section. Free from the jeers of Cavaliers supporters, he shook his neck, calmly accepted the basketball from the referee, adjusted it slightly in his hands to find the most comfortable grip, and released the shot. Swish! As anticipated, the free throw was successful. This moment, Liu would not squander such a straightforward scoring opportunity. He would not allow himself to make such a mistake as he completed his shot. The stands erupted in enthusiastic applause. Suddenly, a voice rang out, an honor not typically bestowed upon a player of his caliber. Yet in that moment, he felt as if he had received the grandest accolade. The Warriors would triumph. Liu resolved within himself. Observing the glaring red numbers on the scoreboard, Mike Brown abruptly turned to Steve Kerr, his gaze intense. "Coach Kerr, let us put Steven and the others in." Steve Kerr, visibly excited, sensed a glimmer of hope for a comeback. His brow twitched, and after a few seconds, he resolutely shook his head. Let Liu and the others continue. Regardless of the outcome, they deserve to remain on the court. Klay Thompson gazed at Liu with palpable excitement, suddenly struck by an uncanny familiarity with the player on the court. He jubilantly leaped and turned to the equally exhilarated Stephen Curry, exclaiming, "Why didn't we discover Liu sooner? He is truly exceptional." Stephen Curry solemnly nodded in agreement. Indeed, Liu is an extraordinary talent. This match might still hold promise. Their eager eyes darted toward their head coach, Steve Kerr. Regrettably, Kerr had no intention of looking back. His focus remained steadfastly on the Warriors players on the court. Clearly, he had no plans to make substitutions in the NBA's official broadcast room. Many fans who initially intended to leave paused in their tracks, and the previously dwindling online viewership began to gradually rise again. Kenny Smith wore an expression of exhilaration as he squinted towards the formidable Shaquille O'Neal and his MVP friend, one of the most renowned power forwards in NBA history. Charles Barkley. "Oh, weren't you two saying that it would be difficult for Liu to replicate his previous performance?" O'Neal feigned nonchalance, his demeanor serious as he remarked, "Liu's just made his third three-pointer and scored a free throw, narrowing the deficit to a relatively precarious 15 points. So, will our coach Tyronn Lue call a timeout?" 3 seconds later, it was evident that Cavaliers head coach Tyronn Lue had no intention of calling a timeout. He placed his faith in the players on the court, particularly LeBron James, who had reached the NBA Finals 6 times consecutively and undoubtedly knew how to navigate the current situation. Shaquille O'Neal continued, "Since the game is still in motion, let us continue to watch." Charles Barkley regarded O'Neal with admiration, while Kenny Smith shook his head in disbelief. Back on the court, as the score tightened, LeBron James felt a surge of anxiety, licking his lips as he glanced toward the Cavaliers bench at coach Tyronn Lue, who maintained an air of calm, seemingly unperturbed. Observing Lue's reluctance to call a timeout, LeBron hesitated but ultimately refrained from overstepping his role. Wiping the sweat from his hands onto his jersey, he accepted the ball from a teammate, pivoted, and prepared to dribble across half-dash court. In that fleeting moment, a swift hand reached out, dislodging the ball from LeBron's control. Before he could express his disbelief or appeal to the referee, he watched in astonishment as the ball soared through the hoop. His eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to the source of the shot. There stood Liu once more. It was him, that rascal Liu. In that instant, LeBron forgot his initial intentions. His thoughts were consumed solely by Liu. Perhaps, moments like this were the very reason for his existence. The scene of Liu's debut flickered vividly in his mind, and in that moment, the sentiment resounded profoundly within LeBron's heart. With 5 minutes and 25 seconds remaining, the Cavaliers' lead had dwindled from 25 points to a mere 12. What was once a firm grasp on victory had suddenly turned precarious. No one anticipated that LeBron James, the most seasoned player, would make such foolish mistakes on the grand stage of the finals. Liu landed yet another three-pointer. The Warriors fans erupted into a fervor. This time, it was not a mere scattering of cheers, but a resounding tide within the arena, a chorus that could not be ignored. Although some remained indifferent, watching Liu, who remained stoic and resolute after his shot. Even they began to succumb to the overwhelming energy of the crowd. In that moment, Liu seemed to shine brighter than anyone else in the world, illuminating every soul in the arena. Stephen Curry jumped up in exhilaration, flinging his towel into the air and joining in the jubilant shouts. The other teammates did not share his wild enthusiasm, for they understood that there was only one MVP on the Warriors. And everyone knew precisely who that was. Yet amidst such madness, it was challenging for anyone to maintain composure. All the Warriors players stood, bouncing, embracing, and roaring together. With a beep, Cavaliers coach Tyronn Lue could no longer contain himself and called a timeout. The Cavaliers players needed to regroup. If this continued, they might truly falter. With 5 minutes remaining and a 12-point lead, the Cavaliers still held the advantage. If they could just catch their breath, victory was still within reach. LeBron James sat expressionless on the bench, glancing up at the scoreboard with furrowed brows. Grabbing a towel, he vigorously wiped the sweat from his brow, replenishing his hydration as a fierce determination returned to his gaze. The Cavaliers had already fallen behind 0-2 in the series. Should they lose today, it would signal the end of their championship hopes, for no team had ever come back from a 0-3 deficit. They were teetering on the edge of a precipice, and he refused to allow himself to fail. Approaching the bench, the Warriors players looked at Liu with the same awe one might reserve for a stunning beauty, making Liu feel as though he had stepped into a den of wolves. Steve Kerr could hardly conceal his delight. He placed an arm around Liu's shoulder, guiding him to a seat while exclaiming, "Liu, your performance has been outstanding. Tonight, you have given me and the team a tremendous surprise, but I know this is well-deserved. We are all proud of you. Perhaps you were born for moments like this." When he returned to the court, he need not have any reservations. Seize every opportunity to take a shot. However, if no chances presented themselves, trust your teammates and circulate the ball. Opportunities will arise. Liu was not taken aback by Coach Kerr's change in demeanor. After all, respect is earned through performance. However, he had not anticipated that Kerr would forego substitutions entirely. Liu had assumed that Kerr would reinstate the starters at the 5-point, 12-point deficit was certainly surmountable, and the starters would have a far greater chance of closing the gap than the bench players. Alas, Liu could only sigh inwardly, recognizing that Steve Kerr's success in the league was well-deserved. His audacity, or perhaps stubbornness, was rare in this world. When the Cavaliers players returned to the court and saw that the Warriors had not swapped in their starters, a collective sigh of relief washed over them. Facing the pressure of the bench was a different challenge than facing the starters. Their confidence in securing this victory was bolstered. Most players would not repeat the same mistakes. And LeBron James, as one of the most renowned NBA superstars, among the few with the highest basketball IQ, certainly would not. Thus, despite Andre Iguodala's attempts to employ the same tactics, he found himself thwarted. However, LeBron had no intention of retaliating. He continued to advance the ball leisurely across half-court. LeBron was controlling the pace, aiming to slow things down and exhaust the clock. Kenny Smith, having watched basketball for years as a prominent media figure, possessed a solid understanding of the game. Indeed, this was the advantage of having a veteran on the team. He understood how to manage the tempo, when to accelerate and when to decelerate, keeping the team in the correct rhythm. Shaquille O'Neal nodded in agreement, endorsing Kenny Smith's insights and LeBron James's approach. That in such a tempo, it would be increasingly challenging for Liu to find open looks like he had earlier. Charles Barkley also strongly supported LeBron's strategy. Without the ball, Liu's shortcomings became glaringly apparent. To be honest, I have a great admiration for Coach Steve Kerr. If it were me, I would have immediately sent in the starters after that Cavaliers timeout. At most, leaving Liu and Iguodala on the floor. I never expected him to keep everyone on the bench. Yet, simultaneously, was this approach not a bit irrational? The disparity between the Warriors' starting lineup and their bench was as vast as the Mariana Trench. Both Shaquille O'Neal and Kenny Smith nodded in agreement. Evidently, they are also quite critical of Coach Steve Kerr's approach. That LeBron James, bewildered, gazed at his hands. Just moments ago, he had attempted another three-pointer, but unfortunately, it clanked off the rim once again. It seemed as though the universe conspired against the Cavaliers. As LeBron prepared to turn around, he suddenly felt a jolt, causing him to tumble to the ground. He lifted his head, ready to gesture towards the referee, only to be met by the bewildered expression of Tristan Thompson, who was instantly rendered speechless. On the right side, at a 45-degree angle beyond the three-point line, Liu had stationed himself. Iguodala glanced across the court before delivering the ball to Sean Livingston, positioned just to the right of the free throw line, where he faced no defender. With his mid-range shooting prowess, this shot would undoubtedly secure 2 points. Without hesitation, Kyrie Irving lunged towards Livingston, who remained calm, dribbling the ball to evade Irving before tossing it backward to Liu, who had been waiting eagerly. Swish! The basketball once again sailed through the net without touching the rim. For the first time, Kyrie Irving found that sound utterly irksome. Watching LeBron James, who had just risen and was still at midcourt, his frustration finally boiled over. Bang! The basketball was slammed hard against the floor. Everyone stared in astonishment at Kyrie Irving, who unexpectedly became the first to lose his composure. Even the referee appeared taken aback. After a few seconds, the whistle finally blew. Kyrie Irving, technical foul at LIU, undeterred, confidently approached the free throw line. Amidst the shouts of MVP, he smoothly sank the ball into the hoop. The gap between the two teams narrowed to 8 points, with just over 3 minutes remaining. Could this truly be the phenomenon where the hoop appeared as vast as the ocean? Kenny Smith looked on in disbelief. Was it possible that the Warriors could achieve a miraculous 25-point comeback? The excitement surged within the hearts of the spectators, and the atmosphere was electric. The finals. A 25-point comeback. It sounded like a fairy tale, yet it seemed to be on the verge of unfolding in reality. Shaquille O'Neal opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing, shaking his head repeatedly like a stunned penguin. Charles Barkley wore a dazed expression, finally breaking his silence. In just about 4 minutes, the 25-point deficit has dwindled to just 7 points. Am I dreaming? 4 minutes, 17-0, the finals. This was undeniably madness, too incredible to believe. In China, within the text live streaming room of Hoopu Sports, basketball fans had never been so united. Whether they were Lakers fans or Celtic supporters, Warriors enthusiasts or Cavaliers loyalists, everyone was in unison, rejoicing in Liu's splendid performance. If Liu continues to play like this, even if the Cavaliers lose, I will still be delighted, commented a Cavaliers fan. Thank you, Emperor Liu, for saving my Warriors, but honestly, I am more thrilled to witness the Emperor's performance today. Read another comment, undoubtedly from a Warriors supporter. Goodness, could Oldley truly orchestrate a 25-point comeback all on his own? This was the finals, after all. Such was the sentiment of a typical onlooker, gazing at the spectacle of 3 million viewers online. Jianlian felt as though he had consumed honey, overwhelmed with sweetness. 0.3 million. That was indeed a staggering number. Some small European countries combined did not boast such a population. Jianlian was ecstatic. He turned to the manager beside him, proudly declaring, "Impressive, isn't it? 300,000 concurrent viewers. Who else but me?" The manager, clutching his beloved white rabbit candy, looked at the proud Jianlian with admiration. "Wow, that's incredible. Look, the online count keeps rising. Our Hoopu Sports server is performing magnificently. Isn't it? With so many people, not a single issue has arisen." No sooner had the manager spoken than Jianlian's computer abruptly exited the backend. The Hoopu Sports server crashed once more. Jianlian's face flushed with a mix of red and white, his emotions more complex than ever. He turned to glare at the manager, realizing that even his favorite white rabbit candy had lost its allure in that moment. The manager hastily stood and bolted towards the door, shouting, "This isn't my fault. Don't blame me." Finally, the manager could no longer maintain the pretense of being a demure lady. Watching the manager flee, Jianlian muttered, "It's all your fault. You cursed jinx." Perhaps even Liu himself had not anticipated that a text live streaming room could attract such a staggering influx of 3 million viewers just to witness his game. On the court, the Cavaliers found themselves in an increasingly precarious position. From a 25-point lead, it dwindled to 12, then 8, as their advantage was gradually eroded point by point. The players on the Cavaliers were beginning to feel suffocated by the pressure of the game. Observing his teammates' subdued demeanor, LeBron James knew he could no longer remain silent. He had to set an example. Once more, LeBron James brought the ball past half-court, signaling for a screen. However, this time, he chose Kyrie Irving as his partner, and naturally, his target was Liu. The targeting tactic, which he had employed against numerous top backcourt players in the league, was now directed at a relatively unknown player. Liu felt a twinge of apprehension. Despite LeBron's claim of being 6'9", his actual height was likely greater, and even standing alongside 6 feet 10 inches Kevin Love, the difference was negligible. Not to mention LeBron's muscular build. Some claimed he had even honed muscle in his hands, combined with his extraordinary athleticism. posed a formidable challenge. If he were to face Liu alone, it could very well result in a brutal confrontation. Liu pondered quietly. I wonder if I can withstand this, since LeBron had chosen to target him. It was clear he would employ an aggressive approach that would inevitably lead to physical contact, an area where Liu was at a disadvantage. Kyrie Irving gestured for the other Cavaliers players to spread out, allowing LeBron more room to maneuver, while he himself settled into position at the right 45-degree angle, arms spread wide, ready to receive and shoot. LeBron James leaned in, backing down towards Liu. Liu silently rejoiced at having drawn a strength attribute of 15 in the first lottery. While he still faced a significant disparity compared to LeBron, he was at least not in danger of being easily knocked over. When the game reached a stalemate, the defensive side invariably held the advantage. LeBron James pushed Liu toward the paint, but soon found himself immobilized. With one hand dribbling the ball, he scanned the court, only to be ambushed by a stealthy hand. Andre Iguodala delivered yet another steal. Everyone adores Iguodala. His longevity in the league attests to his formidable prowess. The same script unfolded again as Iguodala sprinted toward the Cavaliers' basket. However, the Cavaliers had learned their lesson well, with all players swiftly returning to their defensive positions. In front of Liu, LeBron James had already established his stance, positioned less than a meter away. Given his physical prowess, this proximity posed a significant threat to his opponent. Iguodala halted at the arc, unhesitatingly passing the ball to Liu. Liu seized the ball, faking a shot, which prompted LeBron James to close eye as LeBron approached. Liu leaped without hesitation, executing a pull-up three-pointer that LeBron collided fiercely, sending Liu sprawling to the sidelines. Yet it proved futile. Under the Buddha's radiance effect, Liu's shooting capability soared to 100, and his interference resistance also peaked at 100. In such a state, he was utterly unstoppable. LeBron, on the ground, barely had time to rise before his eyes darted to the basket, witnessing the ball swishing through the net. Simultaneously, a whistle blew, signaling a shooting foul, granting Liu an opportunity for an additional free throw. All the Warriors players rushed over. Iguodala and Livingston pulled Liu up, while Ezeli stormed toward LeBron with a scowl. Cavaliers players immediately intervened, separating Ezeli from LeBron. Liu. Are you all right? Iguodala inquired with genuine concern. Liu waved his hand lightly. I'm fine. I feel fantastic. I'm a man, not so fragile. Did LeBron act intentionally? Liu was uncertain and indifferent. He only knew that the gap was now a mere 5 points and would shrink to 4 if he sank a free throw. Leading the Warriors to victory in this game was his sole focus. Clearly, Liu made the free throw, reducing the deficit to 4 points, with 2.5 minutes remaining in the game. Steve Kerr clenched and relaxed his fists repeatedly. Finally, under the eager gaze of Mike Brown, Luke Walton, and the entire coaching staff, along with the starting Warriors players, he waved his hand toward the bench and proclaimed, "Substitution!" 10 seconds later, the Warriors lineup had transformed entirely. Naturally, Liu remained. Iguodala was indispensable on defense. As for the other 3 players, they were evidently replaced, and in their stead came the Warriors' leader, Stephen Curry, along with the playmaking core and defensive stalwart Draymond Green. The final spot was a tough decision for Steve Kerr, who ultimately resolved to keep Klay Thompson on the bench. With Liu present, the Warriors needed height and defense in the paint, making North Carolina's Harrison Barnes the more suitable choice for the lineup. Liu. We are here to support you, Stephen Curry declared as he stepped onto the court. Draymond Green nodded solemnly. I'll set screens for you and pass you the ball. My screens are far superior to Ezeli's and Spite's. I promise you will get the open looks you desire. Harrison Barnes chuckled. Then I'll grab the rebounds for you. Iguodala excitedly nodded. Now, let us give the Cavaliers a thorough beating. That guy LeBron will face unprecedented challenges from me. All the Warriors players recognized that tonight. Liu was the star. He was the one leading the team on a relentless charge, slicing through adversity, rescuing the Warriors from the brink of defeat. It was evident that Liu was on fire tonight, having hit 6 consecutive three-pointers and scored 20 points in a row. Even Stephen Curry found it hard to justify keeping him off the court. Liu relished this unity, this feeling of fighting together. It was exhilarating. He had already prepared himself to play a supporting role. Everyone knew the Warriors belonged to Stephen Curry, a two-time MVP who led them to victory in the 2015 NBA Finals and to an unprecedented 73 wins in the regular season. Such a great player, even with Liu currently in peak form. You wouldn't dare claim he was superior. Who could match Stephen Curry's explosiveness? For a player of his caliber, even in poor form, he would still be the undeniable first option whenever he was on the floor. However, Stephen Curry was a great and selfless player. He did not hesitate to let others shine. Even if another's brilliance eclipsed his own, he could accept it. LIU felt fortunate to have Stephen Curry as a teammate, for he had yet to fully unleash his potential. His chamber still held many rounds, waiting for a fiery eruption. He intended to deliver an even more fervent response to the Cavaliers fans that LeBron James wiped his hands again, feeling a touch bewildered. How had the 25-point deficit evaporated to just 4? He shook his head. As the team's leader, he could not afford to lose faith, for his teammates were watching him. Upon reaching the Warriors' defensive half, LeBron decided to shift tactics, directing his teammates, and then passing the ball to Kyrie Irving, who possessed the finest offensive skills in the league. Clearly, it was Kyrie Irving, who had the most balanced left and right-hand play and the most diverse offensive repertoire. Without a doubt, it was still Kyrie Irving. His playing style was the most aesthetically pleasing, but that mattered little to the game. It merely entertained the fans. When the Cavaliers fans saw Kyrie finally receive the ball and LeBron signaling his teammates to clear out for an isolation play, they collectively exhaled in relief. In moments like these, it was Kyrie's time. He was the expert in such situations, and no one in the league could rival his clutch ability. Indeed, his offensive techniques were second to none. He had long deserved the chance to isolate. But it wasn't too late. They still led by 4 points, and if Kyrie could make the shot, the momentum would stabilize, and the Warriors would be in dire straits. There was no suspense. Kyrie faced Liu, that slender figure, and surely Kyrie would have the upper hand. Watching Kyrie Irving, Liu's eyes sparkled with determination. This is going to be exhilarating. Kyrie Irving, very well. Let me show you that I'm no pushover. Taking a deep breath, Kyrie caressed the ball in his hands. This dreaded fourth quarter was suffocating him. Observing the closely matched score, he felt the weight of responsibility intensify. He held the ball, his feet dancing as he probed for openings. Suddenly, he realized how long Liu's arms were. He couldn't find even a sliver of space to break through. Thus, Kyrie narrowed his gaze, suddenly dribbling and executing a step back. Deciding to conclude this offensive series with a 3-pointer, LIU remained focused, aware that his defensive skills were still lacking. If Kyrie began to maneuver, he would undoubtedly be unable to stop him. However, he did not anticipate that Kyrie would choose such a straightforward method to finish this attack. In a flash, he seized a fleeting opportunity. His imposing 206 centimeters wingspan came into play at that moment. As Kyrie jumped to shoot, Liu swatted the ball away with precision. Under the influence of his 70-point steal attribute, he skillfully tapped the ball, avoiding contact with the opponent's hand. Liu, without a moment's hesitation, charged toward the Cavaliers' half-court. LeBron James swiftly approached Liu, aiming to leverage his considerable physical advantage to force Liu into a stop or a pass. Unfortunately for him, Liu's ball handling and strength attributes both exceeded 70. Although not sufficient to qualify him as an exceptional ball handler, he was far from helpless when pressured. The two became entangled at the arc of the Warriors' offensive half, and Liu suddenly halted. LeBron's eyes brightened. He recognized that an opportunity had arisen and quickly closed the distance. Liu seemed frantic, but it was not just him. The entire crowd shared the sentiment. They witnessed LeBron almost glued to Liu. Yet astonishingly, Liu chose to shoot. From 2 meters beyond the arc, he executed a fading jump shot. LeBron's expression turned blank. What in the world? What sort of offensive choice was this? It was not just LeBron. Everyone was taken aback. Steve Kerr's astonishment and anger were as evident as the midday SU ended. In such a pivotal moment determining the fate of the team, he could hardly believe that Liu would make such an absurd shooting decision. Meanwhile, countless fans in the stands rose to their feet. In this crucial moment of the game, every shot tugged at the hearts of many, let alone a shot as audacious as Liu's. Some even cursed inwardly. If that shot goes in, he might as well eat shit. The shot that sent the world into a frenzy soon reached its conclusion. The basketball, propelled from Liu's hands, soared through the air like a missile on a predetermined trajectory. tracing a beautiful arc before precisely dropping into the net. Boom! The arena erupted. Everywhere one looked, fans were on their feet, consumed by a wave of madness. On this remarkable night, Liu ignited the spirits of all. Liu. I love you. Countless fans cheered. Liu. You are my god. OMG. Kenny Smith's mouth fell agape. Even after 3 decades in this profession, he had never witnessed such a frenzied choice. Prior to this shot, the most outrageous he had seen was during the regular season when the Warriors faced the Thunder, where Stephen Curry, trailing behind, opted to shoot from 4 to 5 meters away from the three-point line. Yet Liu shot, with an opponent practically on him, and during the finals no less. Beside him, Shaquille O'Neal appeared as though he had turned into a stunned fish, his expression frozen in disbelief. Charles Barkley shook his head repeatedly, unable to fathom the reality. When he finally spoke, he exclaimed, "This was indeed the most outrageous shot I have ever seen." Shaquille O'Neal, regaining his composure, nodded solemnly. "I wholeheartedly agree." Steve Kerr's astonishment and anger dissipated, replaced by a face flushed with excitement as he raised his fist and exuberantly waved it in the air, shouting, "Great shot! Liu, splendid shooting!" LeBron James turned away, feeling an unprecedented sense of helplessness. Throughout his entire career, he had never encountered such a defeat. He had lost many times before and could always make sense of it. But today he truly could not accept it. He gazed at the hoop. Then back at Liu, he noticed Liu's brow slightly furrowed, seemingly dissatisfied. What could this kid possibly be unhappy about? LeBron felt on the verge of madness. Suddenly, a thought struck him. This kid couldn't he possibly be dissatisfied about not getting a three-point play? Could he? Damn! LeBron felt an unprecedented surge of anger and frustration. In the next possession, he charged into the paint with a vengeance. Andre Iguodala reluctantly pulled him down, but LeBron earned 2 free throw opportunities, making one of them. The Cavaliers finally broke their scoring drought, extending their lead from 2 points to 3. Draymond Green inbound the ball, and Stephen Curry dribbled it past half-court. After setting a screen for Curry, Draymond feigned a retreat to the baseline and suddenly turned, blocking Kyrie Irving's path. Liu made a backdoor cut, arriving at a 45-degree position beyond the three-point line as Stephen Curry passed the ball to him. Anticipating this, the Cavaliers' defense closed in, with LeBron James and J.R. Smith rushing toward him. Liu remained composed, shooting over both LeBron and J.R. Without a doubt, the ball swished through the net once more. The Warriors had finally equalized and taken the lead. Tonight, Liu appeared utterly unstoppable. In the next possession, LeBron James drove and passed to Kyrie Irving, who hit a mid-range jumper. Returning to the other end, Liu received a pass from Draymond Green and sank another three-pointer. The Warriors led by 2 points. After trailing by 25, they had orchestrated a stunning comeback. In the final 10 seconds, Liu hit yet another three-pointer, his 11th, extending the Warriors' lead to 5 points. LeBron glanced at the scoreboard before charging into the lane. Iguodala met him with resistance, but after a game filled with intense physicality, his touch faltered and he missed the layup. Nevertheless, the crowd witnessed the sheer terror of his athleticism as he leaped and snatched the offensive rebound. Successfully converting the putback, the Cavaliers trailed by 3 with just 3 seconds remaining. Without a moment's hesitation, Draymond Green executed a quick inbounds pass, sending the ball to Stephen Curry, who was quickly surrounded by Kyrie Irving and LeBron James. However, Stephen Curry scanned the court. Instead of passing forward, he sent the ball flying to Liu on the left. Richard Jefferson immediately lunged at Liu, but in that moment, all Liu could focus on was the opposing timer. Watching the clock tick down to 2 seconds, Liu suddenly felt a surge of inspiration and hurled the ball. Beep! Richard Jefferson fouled him. Yet the next moment, the arena erupted with noise that a multitude of cheers erupted once more within the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse. My goodness, Liu had sunk another three-pointer, his 12th. Kenny Smith was nearly driven to madness. Everything that transpired today seemed utterly surreal. Just moments ago, Liu's shot had miraculously found its way through the hoop. Although the lights had illuminated, the rules dictated that the shot counted. Lying on the floor, watching the ball drop through the net, Liu wore an expression of disbelief. How on earth did that go in? For the first time in this match, Liu shared a collective feeling with the crowd that he too could not discern whether this was sheer luck or the influence of divine intervention. The head referee furrowed his brow, summoning the other officials for discussion. After deliberation, the head referee signaled. The three-pointer is good. Moreover, Liu had drawn a shooting foul from Richard Jefferson, earning an additional free throw. The clock was reset to 1.2 seconds. Richard Jefferson was left speechless. He had not anticipated such a result. He had merely intended to commit a tactical foul. Yet the outcome was absurd. He not only accumulated a foul, but also witnessed a three-pointer that would echo throughout the game. As Liu made the free throw, Kyrie Irving failed to convert a single three-pointer throughout the game, leading the Cavaliers to a painful defeat at home. That it is indeed unfortunate that the Cavaliers, having led by 25 points in the fourth quarter, ultimately succumbed to an extraordinary comeback by the Warriors. That I would like to convey a message to LeBron. LeBron, do not blame yourself. This is not your fault. Tonight, you merely lost to a god. The match has concluded. LeBron James, with a shooting record of 15 out of 27 attempts, achieved an impressive tally of 35 points, alongside 15 rebounds and 8 assists, coming close to a triple-double. Kyrie Irving also excelled, scoring 30 points on 15 successful shots from 25 attempts. This evening, they nearly secured victory, yet ultimately fell short against Liu. Over the course of the game, Liu played for just 7 minutes and 15 seconds, sinking an extraordinary 12 out of 12 three-point attempts, along with 3 out of 3 free throws, showcasing an unprecedented level of efficiency with a staggering total of 39 points. Meanwhile, the Warriors' key players struggled. Stephen Curry managed only 19 points from 6 of 13 attempts, and Klay Thompson scored a mere 10 points from 4 of 13 shots. As for Draymond Green, he could only muster 6 points from 2 of 8 attempts. Collectively, the three of them scored a mere 35 points, while Liu single-handedly amassed 39, effectively sealing the victory for his team. As the game concluded, all Warriors players rushed toward Liu's position, and the substitutes followed suit. This match virtually declared the Warriors' triumph in this series, elevating their lead from 2-1 to a commanding 3-0, thereby extinguishing any suspense regarding the outcome. Stephen Curry was the first to approach Liu, embracing him fervently and exclaiming, "Liu, thank you. You saved us. Thank you." Klay Thompson chimed in, his face reflecting rare excitement. The Warriors players encircled Liu, and it took several minutes for them to disperse. In contrast, the Cavaliers had already exited the court, leaving Kyrie Irving standing solitary at the sidelines, awaiting a handshake with the Warriors. The crowd of fans spontaneously erupted into applause. He is a hero. Indeed, Kyrie Irving is a hero. Even in defeat, he commands my utmost respect. A heartfelt and genuine respect emanates from within. Kyrie Irving stepped forward and offered Liu a sincere embrace, saying, "Liu, that was an unbelievable performance. I believe I will forever remember this game. Congratulations, you are now a household name in this league." He continued, "And congratulations to the Warriors. You have achieved an extraordinary victory. This was a magnificent battle, and I am honored to witness your display." Liu gazed into Kyrie Irving's eyes with calm sincerity, replying, "This was a great game. There are no losers. Kyrie, you will always remain that one-of-a-kind individual, and I'm immensely pleased to compete alongside you. That I hope that one day we can unite on the court." Kyrie Irving cast a wistful glance at Liu, patted him on the chest, and walked away. Just as Liu was about to depart, he unexpectedly found himself confronted by a towering figure, none other than the legendary NBA superstar, the most dominant player in NBA history, and the second player to achieve a three-peat of Finals MVP awards, the illustrious Shaquille O'Neal. O'Neal extended his massive hand and, with a serious demeanor, introduced himself. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Shaquille O'Neal, and it is a pleasure to meet you. Liu, congratulations on a remarkable performance. May I ask you a few questions?" Clearly, O'Neal had assumed the role of an interviewer at that moment. A microphone was handed over. And to Liu's surprise, it was none other than Charles Barkley. Barkley nodded at Liu, stating, "It is a pleasure to meet you, Liu. However, I believe from this day forward, the entire world will come to know you." Liu responded with a bashful smile. "It is a pleasure to meet you both, unparalleled legends. I am honored that you have taken the time to recognize me. The world may become familiar with me after today, but eventually they will forget. Yet you two will remain unforgettable. The world knows you and remembers you. I never anticipated that two such legends would be here to interview me. I feel incredibly inspired." In the NBA broadcast studio, Kenny Smith rolled his eyes in disbelief as his colleagues rushed to Liu, leaving him alone to wrap up the aftermath. "I believe this will be the greatest game in history," he concluded the live broadcast. After finishing with Shaquille O'Neal and Charles Barkley, Liu finally returned to the locker room. In an instant, he experienced an odd sensation. Upon reaching the door, he was met with utter silence from within. With a hint of trepidation, he bravely stepped inside. The moment he opened the door, countless hands seized him, pulling him into the locker room as if he were being drawn into an abyss of fear. The next moment, a deluge of ice-cold water cascaded over him, drenching him from head to toe. "Oh!" The jubilant cheers erupted around him as all the warriors burst into laughter. You could only smile wryly and shake his head. Indeed, he had not escaped this fate. Nevertheless, despite being soaked, a profound sense of exhilaration filled his heart. He mused, "What a pity that I can only deliver such a performance once a year." Soon, the room fell silent as Liu dried himself with a towel handed to him by Andre Iguodala. Warriors head coach Steve Kerr stood at the center of the locker room, holding a basketball, his face radiating joy. He clapped his hands, signaling for everyone to quiet down. This was a challenging battle. It was also a remarkable game. "Liu, thank you for saving the Warriors today," he declared, unable to contain his applause. The entire locker room erupted in spontaneous applause, their excitement mirroring the pulse of their hearts. To be part of such a historically significant finals, everyone felt a sense of pride. Finally, Steve Kerr approached Liu with the ball, preparing to present him with a gift. "Liu, this basketball belongs to you," he said, handing it over. Liu raised the ball high and remarked, "I am grateful to the coach for granting me the opportunity to play, and I appreciate everyone's support on the court. I accept this ball, but the victory belongs to all of us. This is a triumph for the entire Warriors team. Without everyone's effort, I could not have delivered such a performance today." Steve Kerr looked at Liu with satisfaction, pleased that this young man remembered his roots. Yet, as he contemplated the match that evening, he could only marvel. "I fear I may never witness a game like this again." In Luoyang, China, the entire Chinese men's basketball team gathered in anticipation of a warm-up match against the U.S. team on June 1-2, in the tactical analysis room. All members, including head coach Gong Luming, were present. In fact, it was Gong Luming who had specifically summoned them, and the screen displayed the footage of the Warriors versus Cavaliers in Game 3 of the NBA Finals, as the match concluded. A wave of cheers erupted. Everyone was exhilarated by Liu's remarkable performance. Gong Luming's intention was to foster camaraderie and teamwork among the Chinese men's basketball team by watching the pinnacle of world basketball competition together. He also hoped they would glean insights from such high-level matches. However, he never imagined they would witness a historic performance belonging to one of their OWNs. Gong Luming turned off the projector and illuminated the room. He gazed calmly at the jubilant players of the Chinese men's basketball team. "Look at Liu, and then look at yourself. I do not wish to dampen the mood, but deep down, you know whether you have truly exerted effort and strive for improvement, or if you have merely relied on your inherent talent to dominate domestically. The Olympics are approaching, and I have heard many claim that you are the weakest iteration of the Chinese men's basketball team. Without Yao Ming, will you even secure a single victory in the Olympic arena? I wish to refute their statements, but I lack the confidence, because I am acutely aware of the considerable disparity between us and the formidable teams from Europe and America. I initially believed that with our current roster, we would be unable to hold our own against them. However, after witnessing this match, I have resolved to alter my perspective. Liu, hailing from China and embodying the essence of a true Chinese individual, has demonstrated remarkable prowess on the grand stage of the NBA Finals. Is it not conceivable that we too could rise to such heights? Are the European and American basketball teams truly invincible? If Liu can lead the Warriors to a comeback against the Cavaliers, a team laden with talent, after trailing by 25 points, can we not secure even a single victory against the Olympic powerhouses from Europe, America, and Africa? I firmly believe that we can. With several months still remaining until the Olympics, I hope that you will fully utilize this time to grow rapidly and strive diligently for the success of the Chinese men's basketball team on the Olympic stage. Stepping out of the tactical analysis room, Gong Luming beckoned his assistant coach Li Nan, who was waiting outside. "Shao Li, have you prepared the invitation letter for Li Yu to join the team?" Li Nan handed the prepared invitation to Gong Luming, a perplexed expression on his face. "Coach Gong, didn't you say we would wait for Li Yu to finish the finals and take a break before summoning him to the team?" "Why the rush?" Li Nan hesitated. Gong Luming, understanding Li Nan's unspoken thoughts, turned to him and asked, "Did you watch the game?" "I did. It was truly astonishing," Li Nan replied. "You are also one of the most outstanding three-point shooters in the history of our national team. And I don't even need to add one of, how do you think you compare to Li Yu? The difference is like that between the clouds and the mud." Gong Luming chuckled and shook his head. "You have played the game and played it well. You know better than I do the terrifying capabilities of Li Yu. Basketball, as I've always emphasized, is a team sport, yet it is ultimately played by individuals. The disparities in ability can sometimes be more pronounced than the chasm between heaven and earth. In this world, there are individuals who stand in places unseen by others, looking down upon the rest. In their presence, while the team remains a team, it is merely their subordinate. Indeed, while I often had commendable performances in the past, I recognize that our victories in significant matches were primarily due to Yao Ming. His formidable prowess was the foundation of our team's success and the source of our confidence. Yes, it has been 6 or 7 years since Big Yao's retirement, and during this time, the Chinese men's basketball team has experienced many ups and downs, failing to recapture its former glory. Indeed, had it not been for your leadership, the Chinese men's basketball team would likely have continued to falter in the Asian Championships last year. Who knows how long it would have taken to reclaim the pinnacle of Asia? Li Nan gazed earnestly at Gong Luming. Gong Luming merely smiled and shook his head gently. They were the ones playing. "I simply did my best. Our success in the Asian Championships was due to our unity. It was not solely my achievement. Yet before you arrived, we had not encountered a championship in 4 years. It was only after your arrival that the Chinese men's basketball team returned to the top of Asia." Li Nan grew increasingly animated. All right. Gong Luming waved his hand. "Let us return to discussing Li Yu. If we continue down this path, I'll be embarrassed as an old man." Li Nan was about to say something more, but Gong Luming interjected. "I have long sought to establish a cornerstone for the Chinese men's basketball team. I have high hopes for Yi Jianlian that he has been diligent and has consistently supported this team over the years. However, he is too reserved to be a leader, and while his abilities are commendable, they do not significantly elevate the team that I once thought Zhou Qi was promising. His talent is not far behind that of Yi Jianlian, and his contributions on the defensive end far surpass those of others. Among them, his talent is indeed commendable. Yet, after spending considerable time with him, I have discerned that he lacks a genuine love for basketball and the national team that, of course, he puts in effort when he plays. He certainly does not slack off, but without passion, one cannot achieve greatness. Of course, mere passion without talent is insufficient. Guo Ailuan is deeply passionate about basketball, yet this young man lacks the requisite talent. Even executing a dunk proves challenging, and he cannot master the three-point shot. He is perpetually charging forward, which works well domestically, but proves ineffective on the world stage. Are you implying that Li Yu possesses both talent and a love for China and basketball, thus making him your choice as the cornerstone of the team?" Li Nan inquired tentatively. Gong Luming shook his head and replied, "It is not that I have chosen him as the cornerstone of the Chinese men's basketball team. Rather, I wish for him to be that cornerstone that I hope he aspires to be that cornerstone as well. Given his performance today, his contract for next year may very well exceed $10 million. Not to mention the other assorted income. Who knows how much he could earn in a year? If he does not wish to return, who could compel him? Does he dare?" Li Nan retorted vehemently. "In this era of the rule of law, freedom is paramount. Many have left the country. If Li Yu does not want to come back, we would have no recourse." Gong Luming wore a wry smile, expressing his helplessness. There is always the risk of injury in sports. If he were to sustain an injury at the Olympics, his contract might not proceed as smoothly. Thus, you have sent him the invitation letter? Yes, at the very least. I want him to see my sincerity. The match had concluded, yet Shilin remained in the live broadcast room for the third game of the NBA Finals, not paying heed to the trivialities discussed by Kuf Fan and Wang Ming. His mind was consumed by the staggering online viewership that had peaked at 23,700,000, and he could not help but wonder how many viewers his text broadcast would have garnered had the Hoopu Sports server not crashed. 3 million? 5 million? Or even 10 million? Regardless of the exact figure, it would undoubtedly be an astonishing number. Just the thought of it filled Jianlian with joy. Yet now, his heart was heavy with regret. Hoopu Sports, for heaven's sake, get your act together. Do not embarrass me again. If I live stream the games of the Emperor Liu next time, do not let the system crash again. Or I might just lose IT. Hell, Liu had no idea that his performance had prompted Hoopu Sports to undergo 2 system upgrades in rapid succession, as the Cavaliers faced defeat on their home court. The overall series score had reached an insurmountable 0-3, effectively sealing the fate of the championship. No team had ever managed to overturn a series after trailing 0-3 now in the finals. Such a turnaround seemed even more far-fetched. Even the Cavaliers fans were compelled to concede that victory in this series was no longer in question. The Warriors were poised to become the champions of the 2015-16 NBA season. Only a minuscule faction of die-hard LeBron James fans remained steadfast, insisting that as long as LeBron was present, the Cavaliers would not falter. They lingered in the nostalgia of past glories, reluctant to awaken from their reverie. For the entirety of the series, the sole point of uncertainty appeared to be the awarding of the Finals MVP. The Warriors' leader had underperformed, accumulating only 11, 18, and 19 points across the 3 games. Averaging a mere 16 points as the primary star was nothing short of astonishing. Klay Thompson, the Warriors' second leading scorer, had similarly disappointed, with scores of 9, 17, and 10 points in the 3 games, a performance difficult to reconcile with that of an NBA All-Star starter. Even more alarming was the fact that Thompson had managed just 4 out of 13 in 2 of the games, with 3-point attempts yielding a dismal 1 out of 7 and 1 out of 10. Frankly, neither of them seemed deserving of the Finals MVP. Instead, it was Draymond Green, the last member of the Splash Brothers, who appeared to have a better chance in the second game. Green scored 28 points, leading the Warriors to victory. Despite underwhelming performances in the first and third games. However, his role is primarily that of an organizer and defensive linchpin, which is somewhat acceptable as for the other members of the Warriors. Shaun Livingston performed admirably in the first game. Yet his subsequent displays were rather mediocre. Although Andre Iguodala's overall performance was decent, it lacked any truly remarkable moments that, in the end, it became evident that Liu had unexpectedly emerged as the frontrunner for the Finals MVP. In the first game, Liu did not take the court, and the team won in the second game. The team secured victory, while Liu showcased his tenacity during garbage time, scoring an impressive 21 points. In the third game, with the team trailing by 25 points, Liu entered the fray and continued to exhibit his fighting spirit, ultimately achieving a staggering 39 points in a single quarter, leading the Warriors to a breathtaking comeback. This transformed the series score from 2-1 to 3-0, effectively sealing the championship for the season. Typically, a single standout performance would not suffice to claim the Finals MVP. Yet this particular game was of monumental significance, nearly declaring the Warriors' triumph in the series. Liu's performance was astonishing, arguably the most extraordinary single-game display in NBA history, resulting in a meteoric rise in his reputation. Moreover, under the egalitarian philosophy espoused by Warriors coach Steve Kerr, no other player exhibited a performance stellar enough to overshadow their respective flaws. In this context, Liu stood out as the most deserving candidate for the Finals MVP within the Warriors. Hey, MVP, I have some grapes here. Care to share? Outside the hotel where the Warriors were staying, numerous Cavaliers fans congregated, restlessly moving about and gesturing towards the Warriors players inside the hotel, with various expressions of admiration echoing from outside. Liu was peeking through a corner of the curtain at the Cavaliers fans when he suddenly heard a voice. Turning around, he found it was Stephen Curry, beaming with a smile, evidently elated by the Warriors' victory that day. He held a fruit platter overflowing with grapes. Liu casually lowered the curtain to shield the view from a particular female Cavaliers fan, then swiftly approached to accept the platter from Stephen's hands. "Stephen, thank you for the fruit. It looks incredibly sweet," he said. "And please do not call me MVP. It would make me feel quite embarrassed." Stephen erupted into laughter. You have no idea how the word is spreading. Many believe you are the frontrunner for the finals MVP. Naturally, I concur. You saved the Warriors today, that if you indeed receive the MVP honor, we will all rejoice for you. You are deserving. As the conversation drew to a close, Stephen's smile gradually faded, replaced by a serious demeanor and sincere gaze. Ayu shook his head, returning Stephen's earnest look, and said, regardless of who receives the finals MVP, whether it be me or any of the other team members, it does not signify much. Stephen, you must understand that within this Warriors team, there's always only one MVP, and everyone knows who that name belongs to. Now, I solemnly declare to you, Stephen, that person is you. You are the true finals MVP. Whether or not you receive the trophy from a league, in our hearts and in the hearts of Warriors fans, you are the one and only Stephen Curry departed. In remarkably high spirits, Ayu bid him farewell, feeling content as well. He had spoken sincerely, and he believed that Stephen had taken his words to heart. Even superstars of MVP caliber require acknowledgement and respect, particularly during less-than-stellar performances. While Liu harbored thoughts about the finals MVP and felt a certain confidence in his chances, it remained undeniable that Stephen Curry was the most pivotal figure for the Warriors. With a calm mindset, Liu gradually entered a state of tranquility. Moments later, he abruptly opened his eyes, recalling that he still had tasks to attend to. At the instant the game concluded, Liu was inundated by notifications from the Championship King system. You scored 39 points in the fourth quarter of Game 3 of the 2016 NBA Finals between the Cavaliers and the Warriors, setting the record for the highest points scored in a single quarter in Finals history. Reward: 10 lottery chances. You scored 39 points in the fourth quarter of Game 3 of the 2016 NBA Finals, establishing the playoff record for points in a single quarter. Reward: 10 lottery chances. You scored 39 points in the fourth quarter of Game 3 of the 2016 NBA Finals, setting the historical record for points in a single quarter in NBA history. Reward: 20 lottery chances. You made 12 three-pointers in the fourth quarter of Game 3 of the 2016 NBA Finals, establishing the record for the most three-pointers in a single quarter in Finals history. Reward: 10 lottery chances. You made 12 three-pointers in the fourth quarter of Game 3 of the 2016 NBA Finals, setting the playoff record for the most three-pointers in a single quarter. Reward: 10 lottery chances. You made 12 three-pointers in Game 3 of the 2016 NBA Finals, establishing the historical record for the most three-pointers in a single game. Reward: 10 lottery chances. You made 12 three-pointers in Game 3 of the 2016 NBA Finals, setting the record for the most three-pointers in a single game in NBA history. Reward: 20 lottery chances. You scored 39 consecutive points for the Warriors in Game 3 of the 2016 NBA Finals, establishing the record for consecutive points in a single Finals game. Reward: 10 lottery chances. You scored 39 consecutive points for the Warriors in Game 3 of the 2016 NBA Finals, establishing the playoff record for consecutive points in a single game. Reward: 10 lottery chances. You scored 39 consecutive points for the Warriors in Game 3 of the 2016 NBA Finals, establishing the historical record for consecutive points in a single game. Reward: 20 lottery chances. Oh, this feels exhilarating. Gazing at the array of system notifications, Liu joyfully leaped onto his bed, executing several celebratory flips. Once he finally calmed down, he eagerly accessed the lottery module of the Championship King system. Lottery module: current lottery chances, 120 total accumulated lottery chances, 130 lottery rewards. Klay Thompson exclusive skill card Buddha's Radiance, 10 attribute points in all categories, 15 points in three-point shooting, 10 points in strength, 10 points in stealing, 15 points in rebounding, and 10 points in speed. Seated cross-legged on his bed, Liu slowly closed his eyes, silently reciting: Buddha, Jade Emperor, Yuan Shi Tianzuan, Taishang Lao Jun, Tong Tian Jiaozhu, Zhenwu Dadi, Ziwei Dadi, Beta Dadi, and my beloved Monkey King, along with all the other deities, bless me. Since he was about to engage in a lottery, he intended to perform the full ritual, particularly given the abundance of opportunities this time. Liu was determined not to waste any. After his prayers, he continued silently. System: commence the lottery, single draw 10 times. With a single draw, Congratulations to the host for acquiring 3 points in the 3-point attribute. Liu furrowed his brow. As expected, the first draw yielded 10 points. The second 5, and now this third draw had diminished to a mere 3. He speculated that the next draw, or perhaps the one after that, would likely yield just 1 point. Liu gently shook his head and continued observing. With another draw, congratulations to the host for receiving 10 points in the reaction attribute. With yet another draw, congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 points in the rebounding attribute. And with another draw, congratulations to the host for acquiring 5 points in the steal attribute. Liu calculated. Although he had not drawn the exceptionally valuable Buddha's Light Shine skill card, his gains were still considerable. Over 10 draws. He had received 3-point attributes twice, totaling 4 points. Coupled with his initial 3-point attribute value of 96, Liu's 3-point attribute now reached a formidable 100. This signified that there was no further room for improvement in his 3-point shooting. To enhance his overall 3-point capability, he would need to focus on other fundamental attributes, such as strength and speed. Currently, as long as Liu was afforded an opportunity to shoot from an open position, he would undoubtedly punish his opponents severely. With ample stamina, his open 3-point shots would boast a 100 success rate. Without hesitation, Liu allocated his 4 attribute points, instantly transforming his 3-point attribute value from 96 to 100. Now adorned with the notation, perfect in parentheses. Just as Liu's curiosity peaked, he suddenly heard another prompt. Congratulations to the host for elevating the 3-point attribute to perfection, rewarding him with the exclusive skill card God of Activation associated with Stephen Curry. God of Activation effect. Activating this skill card grants a shooting range that encompasses the entire half-court, increasing the 3-point shooting accuracy by 50. But after making one 3-pointer, the accuracy for the subsequent shot increases by an additional 50. With the shooting range extending by 1 meter. Duration, 1 entire quarter. Cooldown, 10 games. That Liu could hardly contain his elation. Who in the league possessed the most explosive scoring capability? Who could shoot from the farthest range? Undoubtedly, it was Stephen Curry. In terms of scoring explosiveness, particularly in single quarters, Stephen Curry had achieved over 20 points in 11 games this season alone. In the NBA, 60-70 of starters would struggle to match Curry's frequency of scoring over 20 points in a single quarter. Under Curry's leadership this season, the Warriors often concluded games decisively by the end of the third quarter, allowing their starters to rest. Regarding shooting range, in a critical matchup against the Thunder, Stephen Curry had, in the final seconds while trailing, launched a step-back 3-pointer from 2 meters beyond half-court to seal the game. Who else possessed such audacity and capability? In a moment of adversity, who would dare to take a 3-pointer from that distance and successfully convert it? Liu now held another trump card. Gazing at the system panel, displaying an astonishing 110 remaining draws, his excitement could no longer be restrained. With so many drawing opportunities, surely he could secure 2 or 3 more exclusive skill cards for stars. With Stephen Curry's God of Activation and Klay Thompson's Buddha's Light Shines, he thought, I am not greedy. If only I could also receive the exclusive skill card God's weapon belonging to the basketball deity Michael Jordan, I would be immensely satisfied. Liu silently shouted, System, let me draw. I'm all in with my 110 draws. In an instant, the system panel began to scroll wildly. Point 1 draw. Congratulations to the host for receiving. Thank you for participating. An unfortunate start? No matter, Liu possessed ample patience and resources. With 110 drawing opportunities, what harm could there be in wasting one? Another draw. Congratulations to the host for obtaining. Thank you for participating. Again with the thank you for participating. However, he remained unperturbed, with 108 draws still remaining. Liu frowned but remained optimistic. Point 1 draw. Congratulations to the host for receiving. Thank you for participating. Liu was nearly in tears, his heart clenched with regret. I should have waited a while to draw. Greed leads to a poor outcome. Yet, at this point, there was no turning back. Liu had committed all 110 drawing opportunities, and it was too late for regret. Clenching his fists, Liu continued to watch the upcoming draw results. Thankfully, the fourth draw finally yielded a different result. Point 1 draw. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1 point in the rebounding attribute. Although it was only 1 point, even a mosquito is meat, and Liu finally caught his breath. Point 1 draw. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10 points in the post-up attribute point 1 draw. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 points in the under the basket attribute 1 draw. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 10 points in the driving layup attribute. You finally felt at ease. Airballs were merely the exception, and under normal circumstances, there would still be significant gains. As he observed the successive draw results flashing on the system panel, his heart swelled with delight. This time, I have truly struck gold. With these 110 drawing opportunities, many of my weaknesses should be adequately addressed. In the future, I may very well become the most well-rounded player in the league. Does this imply that I might even become a figurehead in the NBA, perhaps even among the greatest in history? Slap. Liu gave his leg a hard smack. Stop daydreaming. Who do you think you are, LeBron? You haven't accomplished anything yet, so don't fantasize about being the best in strength. Get a grip on yourself. You self-important fool. Having chastised himself, Liu completely emerged from his fantasies and resumed his focus on the system's draw results. Liu involuntarily furrowed his brow. Point 1 draw. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1 point in the 3-point attribute. Liu's 3-point attribute value had already been elevated to the perfect level of 100, yet he could still draw 3-point attribute points. Could it be that the 3-point attribute points serve another purpose? This was the 35th draw, with 75 remaining. Confused, Liu continued to watch the 42nd draw. He received another point in the 3-point attribute, at this point. Liu was convinced that the 3-point attribute points must have another use. But the trigger conditions had yet to be met. Once accumulated to a certain quantity, he was certain that a surprise would occur. Point 1 draw. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 10 points in the hookshot and floater attribute. 1 draw. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 point in the steal attribute. Point 1 draw. Congratulations to the host for receiving thank you for participating. Liu frowned. This was the 7th time he had drawn thank you for participating. As expected, the frequency of thank you for participating increased as he progressed further. He wondered if, upon completing all draws, thank you for participating would exceed 15 times. The thought of so many drawing opportunities being squandered caused his heart to ache. Yet, he was still unwilling to leave the system panel. He wanted to see all the draw results through to the end. Suddenly, Liu was overcome with wild joy. He burst into laughter, rolling around on his bed. Ha! The heavens do not forsake me. The heavens do not forsake me. At the very top of the system panel, just before it could scroll off the screen, he saw the result. Point 1 draw. Congratulations to the host for receiving Michael Jordan's exclusive skill card God's Weapon. God's Weapon effect. Activating this skill card enhances mid-range shooting ability to 100 and interference resistance to 100. Whether faced with 2 opponents or 3, they pose no obstruction. For tonight, the hoop will appear as vast as the ocean to you. Duration, 1 entire game. Usage restriction, limited to once every 10 games. Liu was no longer concerned with the upcoming draw results. He was ecstatic, tossing and turning on his bed. This was the exclusive skill card of the basketball deity, Michael Jordan. I have truly hit the jackpot. The exclusive skill card god of the 3-point maestro Stephen Curry. The exclusive skill card divine weapon of the basketball deity Michael Jordan, coupled with the exclusive skill card Buddha's radiance of the revered Klay Thompson, leaves me invincible. Liu felt a surge of euphoria, yet he was unable to restrain himself. Anyone who, like him, held 3 aces would undoubtedly feel the same. After a considerable time, Liu lay upon his bed, his gaze fervently fixed upon the ceiling of the hotel room. That I shall lead the Chinese team to Olympic glory. After lying in bed for a while, Liu finally managed to calm his emotions. He recognized that he possessed the capital necessary to guide the Chinese team to success. Even if this Olympic cycle did not yield results, as long as he continued to progress and elevate his abilities. Securing a few more championships in the NBA, he would ultimately achieve his goal at just under 23 years of age. He still had the opportunity to participate in 3 more Olympic basketball tournaments. If Messi could win a World Cup at 35, why couldn't Liu do the same? As for his teammates, if LeBron James could facilitate the entry of his son, Bronny James, who struggled to score in college leagues, into the Lakers, then with Liu's boundless potential, he was destined to rise to that level. When that time came, he would be able to offer greater opportunities to talented young players from China in the NBA. Liu firmly believed that the day would come when Chinese players would shine brightly on the global basketball stage. To live is to have aspirations. Merely winning an NBA championship does not equate to success. True success lies in leading the Chinese team to victory in world-class competitions. This is the goal Liu set for himself. However, the most pressing matter at hand was to enhance his own abilities. He unfolded the system panel and revisited the results of his lottery draws. Point 1 draw yielded congratulations to the host for acquiring 5 points in vision. Another, congratulations for acquiring 3 points in breakthrough layup. And yet another, congratulations for acquiring 1 point in coordination. That in total, he had drawn thank you for participating 11 times. This meant that essentially for every 10 draws, he would encounter one instance of utter futility. United. Feeling relatively satisfied. This is far superior to the odds of winning the lottery. He mused inwardly, feeling no regret. Aside from the 11 instances of thank you for participating, he had also obtained the exclusive skill card Divine Weapon of Michael Jordan, with the remainder comprising various attribute points. Among them were 12 points without specific attributes, along with a considerable number of other attribute points. After some contemplation, Liu summoned the lottery module of the system panel. Gazing at the dense array of information detailing his lottery rewards, he couldn't help but rub his eyes and silently intone. System, hide the rewards from the lottery draws and summon them only when needed. In the next moment, the lottery rewards vanished from the system panel, and the items in the inventory materialized. Inventory. Klay Thompson's exclusive skill card Buddha's Radiance. Stephen Curry's exclusive skill card God of 15 points without specific attributes. 8 points in 3-point shooting. Observing the brimming inventory, Liu felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Could this be the joy of a bountiful harvest? It was simply exhilarating. No wonder others feel such elation after winning the lottery. I too am bursting with joy. Liu found himself unable to suppress a fervent shout within his mind. System, allocate my points. Fill them all to the brim. However, after a moment's reflection, Liu decided to conserve some of his attribute points. Based on his experience, the lower the attribute value, the less time it took to improve through training than if he were to allocate all points at once. While the values would rise immediately, the subsequent improvements would pose significant challenges. If he could first enhance the lower valued attributes through training, then, once they reached a certain level where improvement required more time, he could utilize the exclusive attribute point from his inventory, yielding far better results. After all, the difficulty of enhancing any attribute tends to increase over time. Thus, utilizing attribute points for improvement once the corresponding attributes have reached a certain level would be much more cost-effective. After some time, Liu made a difficult decision. Allocate all available points to attributes with values above 75, while selectively investing in those above 70. The time required for training to enhance these higher-valued attributes was considerable. And with only 2 months remaining until the Olympics, Liu did not have the luxury of time. With his decision made, he hesitated no longer. System, allocate my points. Liu summoned the technical module of the system's attribute panel. Technical module static and dynamic related. Strength 91, speed 88, jumping 65, explosiveness 65, stamina 95, injury resistance 88, flexibility 90, coordination 69, reaction 63, offensive related, breakthrough layup 53, mid to long range shooting 57, 3-point shooting 100, free throws 81, post moves 45, under basket 51, hook and floater 61, organizational related, ball control 72, passing 65, organization 60, vision 58, defensive related, man-to-man defense 60, help defense 61, steals 70, blocks 58, rebounds 70. Note, attribute limits are 100. Values reflect normal standards. Actual performance is influenced by condition. After the allocation, Liu experienced a significant transformation in his static and dynamic attributes, with strength, stamina, and flexibility reaching the level of league superstars. While speed and injury resistance surpassed that of a typical all-star on June 11, the 4th game of the 2015-16 NBA Finals was set to commence. In the lead-up to the game, many media outlets speculated whether Warriors head coach Steve Kerr would alter his starting lineup, allowing Liu to replace a member of the original starting roster. When the starting lineup was officially announced, everyone shook their heads, even though Klay Thompson had performed poorly for 3 consecutive finals games. Steve Kerr remained steadfast in his decision to start his favored player, and Liu did not appear in the Warriors' starting lineup. Liu was not surprised. As a member of the Warriors, he was privy to Steve Kerr's strategic arrangements well before the external world. Prior to the game, Steve Kerr approached Liu. "I'm sorry, Liu. I didn't include you in my starting lineup. I hope you're not upset." Liu quickly assured him that he would comply with the coach's arrangements, regardless of whether he played or not, as long as the Warriors emerged as champions. Liu would be content with any role he played. Steve Kerr nodded approvingly, walking away in high spirits, having assured Liu that he would receive substantial playing time in this game. Urging him to be prepared, Liu was elated. For him, being a starter was not paramount. He had not started in the first 2 finals games either. However, more playing time equated to more opportunities to gather data, thereby increasing his chances of winning the finals MVP award. Who wouldn't he desire personal accolades when given the opportunity? When the team's starting lineup was announced, Klay Thompson approached Liu, hesitantly fist-bumping him, his expression betraying his desire to say more. "Hey Klay, let us show those Cavaliers a thing or two today. You are the best shooting guard in the league," Liu exclaimed, patting Klay Thompson on the chest. Brimming with excitement, "In my eyes, you're far superior to Kyrie Irving." A spark ignited in Klay Thompson's previously dull eyes. "Really? You know, Liu, the truth means a lot to me. Does that even need to be said?" Liu queried, raising an eyebrow. Whose team was last year's champion? Before Klay Thompson could respond, Liu interjected, "Yours. Who is this year's NBA All-Star starter? Who made this year's All-NBA team? Whose team achieved the historic record of 73 wins? Whose team will claim this year's NBA championship? It's all you, Klay. The Warriors have made you, and you have made the Warriors. Without you, the Warriors would not be the team they are today." Finally, Liu earnestly declared, "We all support you. Believe in yourself." Klay Thompson wore a charming smile on his face as he cast a lingering glance at Liu before turning away. As if shedding an immense weight from his shoulders, his body feeling lighter, yet his steps firmer, Liu's words conveyed a reassuring message. In the Warriors, he would always be deserving of a starting position, and there was no need for Klay to feel that he had usurped Liu's place. Liu believed in Klay's return to form. Just 3 minutes into the first quarter, Coach Steve Kerr waved his hand, signaling for Liu to enter the game and Klay to exit. The spectators, anticipating a frosty farewell from Klay to Liu, were instead greeted by Klay's cheerful exit, who even exchanged a fist bump with Liu on the sidelines. "Goodness, Liu must be some sort of charm wizard," exclaimed Kenny Smith, incredulous. Klay Thompson, substituted so early, displayed no signs of anger and instead greeted Liu amicably. When did this young man become so charismatic? Shaquille O'Neal, not heeding Kenny Smith's comments, mused to himself, "I wondered why Coach Kerr didn't start Liu. It turns out he wanted Klay to have a faux starting role, maintaining Klay's pride while ensuring Liu's playtime remained unaffected." Indeed, Charles Barkley chimed in, noting that the camaraderie among the Warriors players was evidently more harmonious than one might have presumed. Upon entering the game, Liu noticed a marked increase in physical contact from the Cavaliers players compared to the previous match. A shove here, a bump there, with actions skirting the edges of foul territory. The referees remained silent, leaving Liu with little recourse to argue, as this was, after all, the finals, where intensity naturally exceeds that of regular games. Clearly, the Cavaliers coaching staff had discerned Liu's vulnerabilities, his physical attributes slightly below the league average, with both strength and speed rather unremarkable. However, his three-point shooting was terrifyingly prolific, while applying more physicality, they sought to drain Liu's stamina, thereby diminishing his accuracy. Yet, regardless of the Cavaliers' tactics, Liu consistently sank his shots from beyond the arc with ratings of 91 in strength, 88 in speed, 95 in injury resistance, 88 in durability, and 90 in flexibility. Liu had to concede that he was indeed a prodigy, having prepared thoroughly for this physical contest. As the half neared its conclusion, Dellavedova charged at Liu, knocking him to the floor. Referee Foster glanced at Liu, his eyes twitching, and amidst the chorus of biased officiating shouts, he finally blew the whistle. Dellavedova approached with an innocent demeanor, arms outstretched, loudly insisting, "No foul, no foul." Foster turned to him, his gaze piercing and expression ominous. Dellavedova felt an alarming chill envelop him and quickly averted his eyes. Foster signaled that Dellavedova had committed a foul against Liu, awarding him 3 free throw opportunities. Standing at the line, Liu shook his head in disbelief. At last, he was granted free throws. The beating he took had not been in vain. Foster had finally acted justly. Without issue, Liu converted all 3 free throws. And in light of his 95 stamina rating, these exertions were merely a drop in the bucket. As the first half concluded, the Warriors led 55-47, an 8-point advantage heading into the second half. Among the best performers for the Warriors, Stephen Curry amassed 18 points and 6 assists, while Liu scored 21 points, alongside 2 assists and 2 steals, making it evident that the Finals MVP would likely be awarded to one of these two. In the second half, the Warriors maintained a firm grip on the game's dynamics. Despite the Cavaliers' repeated attempts to rally, Liu and Stephen Curry's formidable performances rendered their efforts futile as the game concluded. The Warriors emerged victorious once more, sweeping the Cavaliers with a 4-0 series score, securing the 2015-16 NBA championship, marking the franchise's first back-to-back titles. Additionally, they set a historic record with 73 wins in the regular season, prompting all to recognize that they were witnessing the dawn of a Warriors dynasty. With the championship secured, the only remaining source of excitement lay in the determination of the Finals MVP. Throughout the match, Stephen Curry tallied 35 points and 11 assists, while Liu notched 33 points, 5 rebounds, and 4 steals. In terms of individual performance, the two were nearly evenly matched over the course of the series. While Curry's overall performance might have seemed slightly dimmed, he remained the cornerstone and soul of this 73-win team. Should he be awarded the Finals MVP, no one would contest as for Liu. He was undoubtedly the most significant X-factor of the series. He played in 3 games, scoring 21, 39, and 33 points respectively, averaging over 30 points per game, making him not only the Warriors' leading scorer, but also the top scorer of the Finals. Eclipsing the Cavaliers' LeBron James by 3 points per game and outpacing Curry by a substantial 10 points. Crucially, in the third game of the Finals, he led the Warriors' bench unit to pull off a remarkable comeback from a 25-point deficit, solidifying his status as a hero for the Warriors and a champion in the eyes of basketball fans worldwide. However, Liu had a critical flaw. His impact on the victory was evident in only the last 2 games. In the first, he sat on the bench the entire night, and in the second, he only played after the Warriors had established a 30-point lead. While he bravely scored 21 points, his influence on the game remained minimal. Was it Stephen Curry or Liu? This posed a genuine dilemma in the NBA's official broadcast room. Kenny Smith wasted no time, directly voicing his stance that I believe Liu deserves the Finals MVP for this series. What do you think? He turned slightly, casting a sidelong glance at Shaquille O'Neal and Charles Barkley. O'Neal shook his head, visibly conflicted. Choosing between Stephen and Liu is truly a challenge. Barkley shrugged, fixing his gaze on O'Neal. Come on, Shaq, are you still harboring resentment over Yao Ming making you kiss a donkey's rear end, leading to some bias against Liu? Indeed, Shaq, didn't you say that besides Kobe, no one could save the Warriors? Barkley pressed on, and then Liu did just that. Are you still bitter about being proven wrong? Okay, I concede. I too choose Liu. His performance was commendable, O'Neal admitted with a sheepish grin. Oh, you deem such a performance merely commendable? Barkley seized the opportunity to needle O'Neal further. Let us examine Liu's statistics. 3 games played, 3 victories, averaging 31 points, outscoring the second leading scorer on his team by 10 points. You tell me, do those numbers not warrant an MVP? O'Neal attempted to interject, but Barkley cut him off. Let us not forget, Liu entered the game when the Cavaliers led by 25 points, and in just 1 quarter, he scored 39 points, turning the tide of that match, which ultimately secured the championship for the Warriors. He is the hero of the Warriors. Indeed, O'Neal nodded in agreement. Liu is undeniably the hero of the Warriors. Who was the most elated tonight? Beyond the Warriors players, it was likely Adam Silver. He still felt a sense of surrealism, having witnessed the rise of a Chinese superstar firsthand. In recent years, China's economy had soared, and the vast market of over 1 billion people made Adam Silver's mouth water. Yet, regrettably, within such a vast nation, no one had managed to carve out a lasting presence in the NBA, hindering the league's influence in China and consequently resulting in significant financial losses that, if possible, Adam Silver yearned for the NBA to have a Chinese face even more than the Chinese themselves. When Liu took to the court during garbage time in the second game and scored 21 points, the head of the NBA's marketing department reported to Silver, considering it a splendid opportunity. However, Adam Silver merely shook his head, pondering what a single game could truly signify. It represented nothing substantial. The fervor generated by one game was ephemeral, destined to be quickly exhausted, while the NBA's commercial development was a long-term endeavor, not something to be whimsically altered by such fortuitous occurrences. Yet Adam Silver was soon proven wrong. In the third game of the NBA Finals, Liu once again appeared during garbage time and led his team to a remarkable comeback. Silver felt an immense sense of fortune. He happened to have the time to witness a magnificent match. He defined that game as one that could never be surpassed for the first time. He felt the allure of sports so vividly, declaring himself Liu's greatest fan. Today, he witnessed another splendid performance from Liu, and that surreal feeling finally dissipated. He was utterly convinced that Liu was indeed the individual he had long awaited, and the NBA's commercial prospects in China could finally be elevated once more. That a single game might be serendipitous, and even two might not convey much. However, the brilliance displayed over 3 games ultimately validated Liu's true prowess. This was the finals, and Liu was a Chinese player. It was an unprecedented performance, significant not only for the Chinese but for basketball fans worldwide. The same held true for Adam Silver. He occasionally mused, "Steven is American. We should award him the finals MVP." Yet fortunately, his ears were not deaf. He could still hear the voices of the world in this arena, before television screens across the globe. And among all the fans watching the NBA Finals, he heard but one name: Liu, Finals MVP. The announcement did not keep the crowd waiting long. Half an hour after the game concluded, Adam Silver stood at the podium, holding the voting results for the Finals MVP. He calmly opened the award letter and gazed at the players of the Warriors. The 2015-16 NBA Finals MVP was. All the players of the Warriors turned their attention to Liu, with Stephen Curry's hand resting on Liu's shoulder, ready to cheer at any moment. Adam Silver paused for 3 seconds before solemnly declaring, "I announce that the Finals MVP for the 2015-16 NBA season is Liu of the Warriors." In an instant, thunderous applause erupted. The entire Warriors team cheered. Stephen Curry was the most exuberant, his hand on Liu's shoulder, leaping with excitement. And one doubted Stephen Curry's sincerity, for he was the player who assisted Liu the most that night. Likewise, no one questioned Liu's MVP status. Everyone recognized him as the hero of the Warriors, a lethal weapon in their path to success. Liu ascended the podium to receive the Finals MVP trophy. Adam Silver curiously inquired, "Liu, congratulations. Do you have anything to say to basketball fans around the world?" Liu pondered momentarily, then suddenly smiled broadly, exclaiming, "I am made in China." After a grand award ceremony, the entire Warriors team returned to the hotel by bus. Liu lay sprawled on a large bed in his hotel room, eyes closed, savoring the wonderful experience of the night. The feeling of a first-time NBA championship was undeniably special for any basketball player. The only downside was that Adam Silver, the old bald man, kept staring at him as if he were a rare treasure, which was rather unsettling. Finals MVP, I am the Finals MVP. Only Liu understood the true significance of these honors. Simultaneously, as he held the Finals MVP trophy, a system notification chimed nearby. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Finals MVP for the 2015-16 NBA season, granting you 30 lottery chances." When Adam Silver officially announced the Warriors as the champions of the 2015-16 NBA season, he finally heard the long-desired voice. "Congratulations, host. You have achieved the NBA championship for the 2015-16 season, rewarding you with $100 million US. Congratulations, host. You have achieved the NBA championship for the 2015-16 season, rewarding you with 50 lottery chances." 50 lottery chances were indeed a tremendous reward. However, that $100 million was Liu's true objective. In public, Liu needed to maintain his image, but back at the hotel, he could finally let loose. He rolled around on the bed, taking a long time to calm his immensely excited heart. Unable to resist, he summoned the system panel once more. Champion King System Host. Liu age, 21 years. 166 days height. 196 centimeters wingspan. 206 centimeters maximum vertical leap. 80 centimeters Champion King System. The host receives $100 million for each NBA championship won. Current championship count. 1 current rewards. 100. $0.00000 Host's current net worth. $100,222,222. Gazing at the lengthy string of numbers, Liu still felt a sense of unreality. After a moment's reflection, a decision crystallized in his mind. He intended to buy his parents a new home, but he would keep it a secret for now, planning to surprise them once everything was settled. He then summoned the lottery module. Lottery module current lottery chances. 80 total lottery chances acquired. 210 inventory. Klay Thompson's exclusive skill card boot is light shining. Stephen Curry's exclusive skill card cute God activation. 15 attribute points. 8 3-point attribute points. 14 steal attribute points. 12 rebound attribute points. 23 single defense attribute points. 15 help defense attribute points. 15 vision attribute points. 18 driving layup attribute points. 18 ball control attribute points. 21 passing attribute points. 18 post-up attribute points. 15 under the basket attribute points. 21 hook and floater attribute points. 19 coordination attribute points. 18 reaction attribute points. 18 explosiveness attribute points. With 80 lottery chances and an inventory brimming with attribute points, Liu felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. However, he also understood that the season had come to an end, and obtaining further lottery opportunities would not be easy. After much contemplation, he decided to save these lottery chances until just before the Olympic Games. After all, the most pressing matter for him now was to elevate those relatively low attributes through training, ideally raising them above 70. This way, once he invested the attribute points gained from the lottery, he could achieve a level that would be immensely satisfying. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking at the door stirred an ominous premonition within Liu. Tentatively, he opened the door, only to have the other Warriors players rush in, champagne in hand, dousing him in a frenzy. Once again, Liu found himself drenched. Finals MVP. The incoming Warriors players shouted with wild enthusiasm. You could only smile helplessly. After a moment, they finally retreated. Liu. This is your punishment for being unsociable. Draymond Green's voice echoed as he walked away. Liu shook his head in a bitter smile. He had not managed to escape. After the game and the award ceremony, Draymond Green had insisted that everyone go to a nightclub to celebrate, but Liu, busy counting his rewards, had declined. After all, that was a staggering sum of $100 million, and he couldn't wait to find a secluded spot to truly appreciate it. Of course, Liu had no intention of avoiding the prank altogether. After all, he was the biggest winner of the night. Yet unexpectedly, he still could not escape unscathed. Here, a towel. As Liu wiped the champagne foam from his face, he suddenly heard a voice that he accepted the towel and thoroughly dried his head and face, saying, "Thank you, Klay. Liu, do not take it to heart. No one is intentionally trying to upset you. They merely wish to share their profound joy with you." Stephen Curry remains as well. He stands next to Klay Thompson, holding an empty champagne bottle. Liu glanced at him in silence. Stephen Curry looked at the champagne bottle in his hand and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Eventually, he managed to compose himself. "Brother, congratulations. You have secured the FMVP trophy. I am here not to dispute the FMVP's ownership, but to convey that I recognize the effort you have invested, and O1 is more deserving of this trophy than you. Moreover, Klay and I are incredibly eager to battle alongside you next season. We yearn for your return." Klay Thompson, standing nearby, nodded sincerely. Liu broke into a smile. "Stephen Klay, it is an immense honor for me to compete alongside such extraordinary players. If the Warriors need me, I shall remain." No one understands better than Liu just how challenging it is to secure a decent contract with the Warriors this season. After all, he is up against the reigning MVP of the previous season. The four-time scoring champion, the leader of the Thunder's trio, known as the Grim Reaper, Kevin Durant. Liu is acutely aware that in the eyes of the public, he may not even measure up to a single hair on Durant's head. However, for Liu at this moment, although he still wishes to stay with the Warriors, he knows there are other opportunities should they choose not to retain him. Having changed rooms, Liu was preparing to rest when suddenly his phone rang. Frowning, he glanced at the screen and instantly became alert that it was a call from Luoyang, China. Despite playing in the NBA, Liu still keeps abreast of news concerning the Chinese national basketball team. As far as he knew, the entire national team was gathered in Luoyang, preparing for a friendly match against a team from the American Professional League. Could it be? Liu steadied himself and answered the call. A very standard Mandarin voice came through the line to Liu. Hello, I am Gong Luming, the head coach of the Chinese national basketball team. Congratulations on winning this season's NBA championship and the FMVP award. I originally did not wish to disturb you, but I could not contain my joy and excitement. I must thank you. You have brought glory to Chinese basketball. Coach Gong, I appreciate your attention and congratulations. You have not disturbed me. I am genuinely pleased to receive your call. Liu responded calmly. In that case, I shall be direct. Liu, on behalf of the coaching staff of the Chinese national team, I formally invite you to join the team and prepare for the Olympic basketball tournament scheduled for August. What are your thoughts? Gong Luming expressed the purpose of his call without hesitation. He did not wait long. 3 seconds later, a strong and resolute voice emanated from the other end of the line. It is my honor. As long as the national team needs me, I shall answer the call without hesitation. Upon hanging up, a beaming smile adorned Gong Luming's face. Coach, judging by your expression, it seems that you has agreed? Li Nan, standing beside Gong Luming, inquired curiously. Gong Luming nodded, replying with a smile, his attitude is excellent. He is very proactive about joining the national team, that he even asked me if he should come over immediately, really? Li Nan exclaimed, excitement lighting his face. As a fellow Li, he felt a sense of pride. Gong Luming nodded affirmatively. Indeed, Liu has not succumbed to the corruption of capitalism. His heart still beats with a passionate red. Our initial concerns were unfounded. He is not the person we imagined. On the contrary, he loves our country and the Chinese national basketball team more than most. Then, Li Nan hesitated for a moment before speaking. Should we send him a formal invitation to join the national team? Gong Luming did not hesitate in the slightest, firmly stating, yes, Liu deserves our utmost respect. Now, the prospects of the Chinese national basketball team achieving victory in the Olympic tournament seemed promising. Gong Luming finally breathed a sigh of relief, and Li Nan nodded in agreement. With Liu's shooting ability, the tactical space for the Chinese team would indeed expand significantly. For the national team, Liu is the crucial element, the eye that completes the dragon, providing the opportunity for the Chinese national basketball team to truly metamorphose into a soaring dragon. After placing the call down, Liu could finally relax, given Gong Luming's regard for him. Joining the national team should ensure a certain tactical standing. As long as the opportunity arises, Liu is confident in his ability to impress the national team members. In this world, many things do not unfold as smoothly as one might expect. Liu knows that the players in the national team might not readily accept him. The following day, upon awakening from his slumber, Liu realized it was already 11 in the morning. He stretched his back and made his way to the window, pulling back the curtains to glance outside. Perhaps due to the fading enthusiasm, the once bustling crowd of Cavaliers fans had dwindled to a few scattered individuals lingering below. To Liu's disappointment, several female fans he had noticed the previous day had already departed, leaving him momentarily deprived of visual delight. After his conversation with Gong Luming last night, they had agreed that Liu would rest for half a month before joining the Chinese national team for the Stankovic Cup in July. At present, Liu's primary focus was returning to the Warriors training facility, utilizing the NBA-grade equipment available to conduct specialized training and elevate his various attributes as swiftly as possible. The disparity between the NBA and other basketball leagues is not merely in player capability, but also in training standards. Technology, facilities, and equipment. Training with the Warriors would yield far superior results compared to returning to the national team's training setup. Upon returning to Oakland, Liu discovered that he had underestimated the situation. Each day brought a multitude of visitors eager to see him. Had he not been relatively obscure previously, his phone would likely have been inundated with calls. Among these visitors were those wishing to become his agents. others seeking commercial endorsements, and even some attempting to express their affections. Yet, Liu was not one to indulge such frivolities. He held firm to his principles and refused to engage with those of questionable intent. Contracting any undesirable affliction could ruin his life. In summary, he found himself so besieged that he struggled to maintain the quality of his training. After considerable contemplation, Liu finally recognized the necessity of a professional agent to help manage his burgeoning career. He was no longer the inconspicuous figure walking down the street. Now, he was a name known throughout the basketball world. As the saying goes, when one lacks achievements, it is difficult to be ostentatious. Once one has attained success, it is equally a challenge to remain low-key. Countless business opportunities sought him out, yet he lacked the energy to manage them. He needed to focus on training and preparing for the Olympics. After several meetings, Liu found a suitable candidate to serve as his agent. This individual, named Rich Paul, is an African-American who, notably, is also the close friend and agent of the former league superstar, LeBron James. However, Liu's choice of Rich Paul had nothing to do with LeBron James. Rather, it stemmed from his genuine admiration for Rich Paul's capabilities. After all, if even the 8 virtuous kings of the playoffs can secure a 5-year, $80 million contract, then with Liu's current prowess and FMVP status, it would be only reasonable for him to obtain a satisfactory contract. Liu trained diligently at the Warriors facility while awaiting the championship parade. One day, Rich Paul visited, bringing 2 copies of a magazine. Liu. Can you guess who is the cover star of this issue of Sports Illustrated? Liu rubbed his chin, raising an eyebrow, with a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. He responded, "Could it be me?" Rich Paul beamed with excitement. "Buddy, congratulations, you have guessed correctly. You are indeed the cover star of this issue of Sports Illustrated." Liu feigned indifference, shrugging his shoulders. Calm down. Calm down. It's just Sports Illustrated, not Time magazine." Oh, Rich Paul's face broke into a knowing smile. He nodded and pulled out another newspaper, which was none other than Time magazine, on the cover of Time. A young man with yellow skin held the FMVP trophy aloft. Goodness! Even Liu, accustomed to grand spectacles, couldn't help but exclaim excitedly. It seemed that Liu's name was destined to resound across the globe. As for being the cover star of Time magazine, Liu felt no extraordinary sentiment. For a player, the paramount concern is to excel on the court. Everything else is merely ancillary. Of course, that 100 million is certainly not ancillary. It is a treasure close to Liu's heart. While training, Liu awaited the Warriors' initiative to discuss a contract. If they did not reach out before he joined the national team, the Warriors would lose their priority with him. Steve Kerr sat in his office, rubbing his eyes in frustration. On his desk lay a list of the most sought-after free agents in this offseason. Al Horford, the star player of the Hawks, had been selected as an Eastern Conference All-Star for 2 consecutive years. Mike Conley, the leading guard for the Grizzlies, despite never having made an All-Star roster due to the competitive Western Conference, was undoubtedly on par with certain All-Stars. Dwight Howard, a name that needed no elaboration, the legendary center of the Magic, who had propelled the team to the finals, a former 3-time DPOY and All-Star vote leader. Though he may not be as formidable as in his prime, a skinny camel is still larger than a horse. In the NBA, no one dares to underestimate him. Ryan Anderson, a stretch 4 with exceptional 3-point shooting ability. Joe Harris, a sharpshooter, also renowned for his 3-point prowess. Among these individuals, there was no shortage of all-star caliber players and others who would seamlessly fit into the Warriors system. However, none of these players were truly the targets for Steve Kerr. His genuine desire was for Kevin Durant. In this league, no one could turn down an opportunity to acquire Durant, with the current season marking the end of Durant's contract with the Thunder. While it was generally assumed he would not wish to leave the team he had been with for 9 years, when the chance to acquire Kevin Durant arose, one would not concern themselves with the trivialities, only striving with all their might. Yet, Steve Kerr was beset by another dilemma. If the Warriors pursued Durant, what then for their newly crowned FMVP, Liu? This FMVP was not the same as Iguodala's. This FMVP averaged 31 points in the finals, a true powerhouse. Moreover, the team's power forward, Harrison Barnes from the famed Death lineup, was also in the final year of his contract. Whether to retain him and what kind of contract would be appropriate were questions worthy of consideration. Knock, knock, knock. Mike Brown entered after rapping on the door. "Steve, have you made a decision yet?" Seeing the exhausted expression on Steve Kerr's face, Mike Brown took a seat directly opposite him. Steve Kerr simply shook his head. When the opportunity to acquire a player of Kevin Durant's caliber arises, one is bound to feel troubled. What about Li Yu? He asked directly. Shouldn't we have a conversation with him? What if someone else signs him? Given his rapport with Steve Kerr, there was no need for subterfuge. Currently, the most pressing concern for the Warriors players was the status of Li Yu. Steve Kerr furrowed his brow before finally speaking up. That's Kevin Durant. No one can refuse a chance like that. Besides, we already have Steph, and Clay. Liu is undoubtedly exceptional, but he is not irreplaceable in the Warriors roster. So, I trust you understand my perspective. However, if Kevin is unwilling to come, Li will certainly be our first choice. Meanwhile, in the coaching office of the San Antonio Spurs, head coach Greg Popovich sat alone, engrossed in replaying footage of the finals. This was not the first time he had viewed this recording, yet he remained captivated by the young man with yellow skin on the screen, a sharpshooter whose skills rivaled those of Stephen Curry. It was truly hard to believe. Li Yu, what a formidable young talent. I must devise a plan to acquire him. Popovich finally resolved to take action. He pondered briefly before retrieving his phone to make a call. Hello, how is the investigation into Li Yu's recent whereabouts coming along? According to the information I gathered, Li Yu has remained in Oakland since the finals, training at the Warriors facility these past few days. The Warriors training facility? That simply wouldn't do. Should I really attempt to poach him from Steve Kerr's territory? That seems rather unscrupulous. If caught, it would be difficult to explain, especially considering this young man's notoriously foul temper. The individual on the other end of the line broke into a cold sweat upon hearing Popovich's words. Goodness, is this information even accessible to me? I hope it doesn't leak and land me in hot water. That guy Kerr would surely come looking for trouble. He quickly replied, Old man, from what I've gathered, Li will join the Chinese national basketball team in July to participate in the Stankovic Cup. I believe that if you wish to have a private conversation with him, that would be an opportune moment. Popovich nodded, suddenly realizing that the person on the other end could not see him. He spoke directly. All right, keep a close watch on him. Notify me the moment Li Yu leaves Oakland. After hanging up, Popovich's eyes darted around as he pulled out his phone again to make another call. Hey there, young man. Congratulations on leading the Warriors to another championship this season. That's back-to-back titles. You've surpassed this old man. The voice on the other end was unreserved, responding immediately. Old man, you've led the Spurs to 5 championships. Don't belittle me. I won't fall for that. Clearly, the voice belonged to Steve Kerr. Popovich remained unfazed and continued. Let us discuss the possibility of handing Kevin Durant over to the Spurs. You already have Steph and Li Yu, so I assume you wouldn't need Durant. With Leonard injured, Durant would be the perfect fit to fill that gap. Old man, Durant hasn't even decided to leave the Thunder yet. Besides, our team is already quite full. We're not particularly interested in Kevin Durant. You're worrying too much. Hearing Kerr's response, Popovich couldn't help but chuckle silently. All right, it's settled then. Don't try to snatch Kevin Durant from me. Also, make sure to visit me for a drink sometime. I've had a few excellent bottles of wine. Sure, take care of yourself. I'll come by when I can. After ending the call, both men shared a laugh. Longtime friends, what need was there for pretense? On the morning of July 1 SD, Li Yu finished his morning training, packed his belongings, and headed straight outside on the second floor of the gym. Steve Kerr, Mike Brown, and Luke Walton stood in a row, watching as Li Yu walked away. Luke Walton glanced at Steve Kerr and tentatively asked, Coach Kerr, aren't you going to talk to Li Yu? There's no rush. The season hasn't even begun yet. Mike Brown interjected before Steve Kerr could respond. Steve Kerr turned to face Luke Walton and Mike Brown. Liu will remain. I am confident. No team could be more suited for Li Yu than the Warriors. With that, Steve Kerr turned on his heel, heading straight back to his office without a glance back. Mike Brown patted Luke Walton on the back and followed Kerr out. Luke Walton watched as Li Yu's figure grew more distant. A sudden realization dawning upon him. Li Yu might not return. Observing the receding forms of Steve Kerr and Mike Brown, Luke ultimately refrained from voicing his feelings. Regardless, thank you, Li Yu. You are a hero of the Warriors. Luke turned to catch up with Steve Kerr and Mike Brown on the plane. Li Yu gazed at the ground disappearing beneath him, turning away from the view below. Would he return here again? Who knows? Even Li Yu himself had no answer to that question. As the aircraft landed at Capital International Airport, Liu realized he had gravely underestimated his influence. From the moment they touched down, people began to swarm around him, some seeking autographs, others wanting photos, and still others offering souvenirs. While being adored is indeed a joyous affair, Liu gradually discovered that events were spiraling into the unpredictable. In the terminal, he found himself nearly immobilized by the throng, and once outside the airport, the situation escalated dramatically. Fans crowded the exit, leaving Liu with no escape. He was constantly apologizing to passers-by who were affected by the commotion. He finally experienced the burdens of fame. Ultimately, with the assistance of representatives from the Chinese national basketball team, Liu managed to break free. Breathing deeply amidst the bustling crowd, Liu thought to himself, "You need to adapt. Superstars come with this kind of fanfare. There's no avoiding it." In the co-pilot's seat, Gong Luming wore a broad smile. Teasingly, Liu snapped back to reality and said with a grin, "Coach Gong, thank you for coming to my aid. Without you, I would have been in quite the predicament today." Gong Luming waved his hand dismissively. "It's no trouble at all. If you ever find yourself in a bind, don't hesitate to let me know. I still have some connections that might come in handy. You're here to represent our nation, so the national team must ensure your support. The country will not neglect anyone who contributes. Indeed, my achievements today are inseparable from the nurturing of my homeland," Liu quickly replied. Gong Luming glanced back at Liu, chuckling, "Young man, your awareness is commendable. Perhaps I was overly concerned. Now, shall you rest at the hotel first or observe our team as practice?" Liu's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he inquired, "Is the entire national basketball team present?" Gong Luming nodded affirmatively. "Yes, everyone is here. Yi Jianlian, Zhou Qi, Guoluan, Zhao Jiwei, those selected for the national team, are all present. Here, no one receives special treatment. Everyone is treated equally. Of course, if you feel my methods are lacking, I welcome you to share the advanced experiences from the NBA with me and the national team." Before long, Gong Luming escorted Liu to a gymnasium in the suburbs, which the Chinese national basketball team had secured as their training base for Olympic preparation. In a few days, the team would face the Stankovic Cup, with Liu slated to represent China as a player. Upon entering the training facility, someone exclaimed, "Wow, it's Liu, the real Liu," a staff member shouted, prompting a rush of people to emerge. Had Gong Luming not been present, Liu would have strongly suspected that the frenzy at Capital International Airport would repeat itself here. However, as he overheard the whispers around him, an odd sensation washed over him. "Look, it's truly Liu. He is so handsome. I want to have his children. Liu is so tall. Is he nearly 2 meters? I feel like he is almost as tall as Yi Jianlian. Goodness, not only does Liu play well, but he is also incredibly good-looking. How are we supposed to compete? What could Liu do?" He could only awkwardly rub his nose, inwardly grumbling, "Everyone, while I play in the NBA, I am not a foreigner. Can you please tone it down? I might actually get shy." Entering the gym's interior, the members of the Chinese national basketball team had halted their practice. They formed 2 lines, standing at the entrance. As Liu stepped inside, a thunderous applause erupted, leaving him utterly flustered. Spotting the players of the Chinese team, Liu suddenly dashed out from behind Gong Luming, jogged over to high-five everyone, and then took his place at the end of the line. He called out, "This is Liu from the Chinese team, reporting for duty. I look forward to your guidance." Seizing the moment, Gong Luming added, "Now, let us extend a warm welcome to Liu as he joins the team. From now on, you'll be one of us, representing China in the upcoming matches." After introducing Liu, Gong Luming had other matters to attend to and left. The remaining players quickly surrounded Liu. After the applause, the atmosphere relaxed as they inquired about his experiences and stories from the NBA. "Congratulations, Liu. You're the NBA champion this season and the finals MVP. You're absolutely phenomenal. Now that you're here, please share your wisdom with us. We want to improve." Yi Jianlian chimed in, playfully teasing Liu. Ellen embraced Liu, gazing at him intently, as if he were a rare treasure. "Why are you looking at me like that?" "Aluan, just to clarify, I'm not playing that game." Aluan lightly patted Liu's chest, a flush creeping onto his face. Clearly excited, that he chuckled. "Liu, what are you saying?" "I'm simply observing. People say you're handsome, and I didn't believe it, but now that I see you in person, I guess I have to accept that I'll just be the second most handsome in the national team. Hearing Guo words, Liu couldn't help but laugh. That guy was always so entertaining. The others joined in the laughter, finally witnessing Guo concede that there was someone more handsome than him. Soon, everyone resumed their training, and Liu wasted no time changing out his casual clothes into his practice uniform, ready to train alongside them. The success of the Chinese national basketball team required the collective effort of everyone. Later that evening, in the hotel where the Chinese national basketball team was staying, Yi Jianlian, Zhou Qi, Wang Zhilin, Zhou Peng, Zhao Jiwei, Zhai Xiaochuan, and Ding Yinyu hang out in a room, discussing the day's training at the gym. Guo shook his head and said, I feel like Liu's training intensity is quite ordinary. How is he so strong? Today, I saw him doing some basic ball handling drills, and I couldn't discern any secrets. Yi Jianlian chuckled and shook his head. Alan, what are you thinking? This is Liu's first time with us, first time training together, and you expect him to share all his training secrets. He has no obligation to do so, you know. Honestly, I'm quite surprised that Liu came back. He spent 3 years in America without a whisper, and now he has emerged this season with the Warriors, helping them clinch the championship while also earning finals MVP. To be frank, he is undoubtedly a coveted player in the league right now. With his current global fame, he could easily thrive without returning home. I genuinely appreciate him for coming back. Our team has gained immensely from this. I didn't mean it that way. Guo quickly defended himself that I know you didn't mean any harm. But it's not ideal if he overhears us that we really need him now. And if he takes your words the wrong way, it could lead to misunderstandings that IT is of no concern. I firmly believe he is not such a petty individual. Since he has joined the national team, he would not be fussed over trivial matters. Ding Yinyu has also joined the discussion. However, I too sense that Liu's skills may not be as formidable as they are made out to be. With his intensity of training, I could practice for an entire day and night. Zhao Jiwei shook his head and spoke up. I have heard that Liu's three-point shooting is exceptionally impressive. Yet, throughout most of the day, I have not witnessed him practicing his three-pointers. Is he truly holding back from us? Upon hearing Zhao Jiwei's words, a contemplative silence enveloped the room in Gong Luming's office. Li Nan and Shui Wanjun were also present. Coach Gong, I observe that while everyone is quite enthusiastic towards Liu, it seems there is a lack of genuine respect. Shui Wanjun's broad face bore a hint of worry. Li Nan nodded in agreement, having sensed the same that he understood that the members of the national team were all vying for superiority. Liu was the last to join the national team. And Coach Gong personally made calls, sent invitations, and even urged Liu to rest well before reporting to the national team, personally receiving him upon arrival. Others, including the national team leader, Yi Jianlian, did not receive such treatment when they joined. Although they do not voice it openly, there's a palpable discontent brewing within Liu has yet to establish any merit within the national team. Despite recently clinching the NBA championship and being named Finals MVP, those few games were rife with happenstance. While everyone rejoices in Liu's success, should he lord it over others, no one would acquiesce to him. Gong Luming, engrossed in his documents, spoke without turning around that if they're dissatisfied, let them also venture into the NBA. And while they are at it, why not secure an NBA championship and a Finals MVP as well? I am eager to see who possesses such capability. To those who are discontent, let them stew in their resentment. But if they wish to dominate in their own circles, I am still here, and I will see who dares to challenge. Shui Wanjun quickly chuckled, saying, It's not that serious, not that serious. If you let Liu showcase his skills, wouldn't everyone then be convinced? Gong Luming turned around, fixing a penetrating gaze on Shui Wanjun, who, feeling his face flush under the scrutiny, finally turned away, returning to his documents. I perceive that not only Guo and Ding Yinyu are discontent. Several of you older coaches also seem to harbor some resentment. A player nurtured in the United States is causing you to feel unsettled. Such narrow-mindedness and lack of grace. It is unfortunate that at your age, you cannot see through such trivial matters. Such a lack of ambition. Liu is sacrificing his off-season to improve himself for the national team. Participating in national team games carries the risk of injury. He is now a free agent. Assuming the risk of injury and contract issues by being here, he does not rely on the CBA for his livelihood, nor on us old-timers. He is here solely out of love for China and the national basketball team. Your mindset is flawed. Take a moment to reflect on that. Yes, Coach Gong, you are absolutely right. Chui Wanjun chuckled awkwardly and exited the room. After Chui Wanjun left, Li Nan pondered for a moment and said, Coach Gong, I believe it would be wise for you to have a word with Li Yu, encouraging him to showcase his abilities. Gong Luming turned back, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized Li Nan. Do you share their sentiments as well? No, Li Nan hurriedly clarified. Coach, you know me well. You understand my character. Gong Luming relaxed his furrowed brow, yet remained perplexed. What do you mean, then? Seeing Gong Luming's expression soften, Li Nan finally felt relieved that he began. Coach Gong. Ultimately, Li Yu is a part of the Chinese national basketball team, and he must integrate into the collective. If these young players harbor discontent but remain silent, any resulting misunderstandings could certainly affect team cohesion. I recognize that Li Yu's abilities are indisputable. Therefore, letting him demonstrate his skills would not only instill confidence in everyone, but also facilitate the execution of your strategies. Furthermore, it would allow these young players to understand their own limitations. In this way, it would resolve the issue while uniting the entire team. Gong Luming fixed his unwavering gaze on Li Nan, making him feel quite uneasy until he finally turned away. Very well. I will consider it. You may return to rest. Li Nan respectfully exited Gong Luming's office, closing the door behind him. Gong Luming set aside the documents in his hands, which contained preparatory material for the upcoming Stankovic Cup commencing on July 6th. He and the entire coaching staff were diligently preparing for the impending matches. Nevertheless, it was evident that internal issues within the national basketball team also required resolution. After a moment's hesitation, he reached a decision. Li Yu remained alone in the hotel, as the establishment was fully booked, forcing him to stay by himself. Reflecting on the earlier meeting with the Chinese national basketball team, he could distinctly sense that although these individuals appeared warm and respectful on the surface, there was an undercurrent of rivalry and discontent beneath. However, Li Yu was unfazed. Time would ultimately reveal the truth. Just as he was preparing to sleep, his phone rang suddenly. Turning to see, it was Coach Gong Luming of the national team. He wondered what the coach required at such a late hour. With curiosity, he answered the call. Coach Gong, what can I do for you at this hour? After a brief hesitation, Gong Luming spoke. Liu, I would like to ask for your assistance. What can I help you with? I would like you to conduct a training observation session for the team. At 8 in the morning, Yi Jianlian and Ailuan entered the training facility. Coach Gong stated that practice would not begin until 9. Arriving at 8, they believed no one could possibly arrive earlier than them. Ailuan, brimming with pride, commented to Yi Jianlian. Surely not. After all, everyone trained quite late yesterday and needs sufficient rest. Or they won't hold up. Yi Jianlian, calm and composed, walked alongside Ailuan, nodding to the service staff at the entrance of the gym. Suddenly, Ailuan turned back. Excuse me, I have a question. I think I heard some basketball sounds. Who is in the gym right now? It's Li Yu, replied the front desk attendant, visibly puzzled that weren't you all supposed to coordinate with him? Did Coach Gong not mention that practice starts at 9? You must have come early to meet with Li Yu. However, you were quite late. Li Yu arrived at the gym before 7. What time? Ailuan exclaimed incredulously, his voice rising an octave. 7. The front desk attendant replied matter-of-factly. Ailuan and Yi Jianlian exchanged glances, unable to suppress their laughter as they shook their heads that I told you. Li Yu's ability to enter the NBA and secure a championship has its reasons. After Ailuan and Yi Jianlian walked 3 meters away, another voice chimed in from behind, and he might have even arrived earlier. I started work at 7, and he was already here by then. Hearing the front desk attendant's words, Ailuan and Yi Jianlian quickened their pace to BY 9:30. The Chinese national basketball team had completed their warm-up, and Gong Luming gathered everyone together. It is common knowledge that Li Yu possesses extraordinary three-point shooting skills, which have contributed to his NBA championship and finals MVP award. I know everyone is eager to witness the caliber of Li Yu's shooting. To be honest, I am quite curious myself. Therefore, I have discussed it with Li Yu. And today, before the training commences, the entire national team will observe and learn from his three-point shooting practice. Of course, you may also view this as a valuable opportunity for learning and improvement. Through this training, I believe everyone should have a profound understanding of Liyu's true prowess in three-point shooting. Moreover, it presents an opportunity for learning and improvement, allowing us to engage with the highest caliber of three-point training in the world and to recognize our own shortcomings. I hope that some players on our team who struggle with their three-point shooting can find inspiration and gain valuable insights from Liyu's training, enhancing their skills to contribute more significantly to the national team. Now, let us commence. On the court, only Liu remains, while everyone else gathers along the sidelines. Yi Jianlian stands at the edge, holding a notebook and a timer, with a glance at Liu on the court and a sweep of the arena. He solemnly announces, "First event, 1 minute of self-shot and rebound. Begin." Yi Jianlian calls for the start. All members of the national team fix their gaze on Liu. Calmly, Liu takes the ball and begins shooting. He does not disappoint. His first shot is a steady swish. Frankly, everyone is curious about the magic behind Liu's three-point shooting. Those selected for the national team are all exceptional talents within the CBA. Either they have top-tier shooters among their teammates or formidable opponents. However, most shooters possess their own flaws, which hinder their performance. In this national team, aside from Liu, there isn't even a single pure shooter. The minutes swiftly passes, and as Liu effortlessly nets his 15th three-pointer. Everyone is left in stunned silence. How could he have scored 15 times so nonchalantly? The perplexity is palpable. Even Yi Jianlian is momentarily taken aback. After a few seconds, he declares in 1 minute of self-shot and rebound. Liu attempted 15 shots and made all 15. A perfect score. All are aware of what a feat it is to achieve 15 out of 15 in the CBA, where the record stands at 13 out of 13. Yet Liu has accomplished this astonishing feat with seeming ease. The members of the national team are beginning to respect him. Yi Jianlian watches Liu, who appears unfazed on the court, and a twinge of envy stirs within him. If only I had such shooting ability, perhaps I would already be in the NBA. Zhao Jiwei shares similar sentiments. With skills at this level, it is no wonder he can thrive in the NBA. If I could enhance my three-point shooting, I would undoubtedly become much stronger. With the first event concluded, the second event commences. 2 minutes of self-shot and rebound for three-pointers. With a command from Yi Jianlian, Liu resumes shooting. The results soon emerge. Gazing at the terrifying score of 2,829 on the scoreboard, everyone is genuinely astonished. This is a level they have never encountered before. Yi Jianlian nods repeatedly, exclaiming, "Brother Yu is incredible. I am in awe." Although others do not voice their admiration, the respect is evident in their eyes. Liu smiles at Yi Jianlian, awaiting the start of the third event. Yi Jianlian glances at the name and details of the third event and cannot help but ask, "Liu, do you need a break?" This third event appears quite challenging. Liu gently shakes his head. "No need, Coach Li, let us begin now. I do not wish to delay everyone for too long." Seeing this, Yi Jianlian nods and announces the third event, Extreme Three-Point Challenge. Now commence. Those on the sidelines are astonished to notice two individuals positioned at the baseline on either side, each holding a ball. While they ponder this, Liu suddenly bolts forward. He dashes to the opposite three-point line, catches the ball pass from the baseline, and immediately attempts a three-pointer, without waiting for the ball to land. He swiftly races back to his side for another shot, but if I am not mistaken, this resembles Stephen Curry's extreme three-point challenge training method. Zhao Jiwei reflects, shaking his head in amazement. The intensity of this training is truly extraordinary. Yi Jianlian gives Zhao Jiwei a hearty slap on the back, urging him, "Come on, just spill it all out." Zhao Jiwei, exasperated, looks at Yi Jianlian and explains, "The extreme three-point challenge requires players to sprint to different points on either side of the court before attempting three-pointers, such as from corner to corner, or 45 degrees to 45 degrees. They must complete 10 shots within 55 seconds, hitting at least 8. Failure to meet this requirement results in 2 penalty shots and a restart. Hitting 8 out of 10? That seems incredibly difficult. If one fails, they must start over." Yi Jianlian furrows his brow. "This will surely exhaust them. This demands exceptional shooting speed and stamina. I can run, but I doubt I can make that many shots." Zhao Jiwei chuckles and shakes his head. You think Liu is like you? He plays in the NBA. They are all top-tier basketball athletes. Although Yi Jianlian and the others cannot match Liu's feats. They deeply understand the immense difficulty of achieving such performance. As they watch Liu sprint across the court, those on the sidelines instinctively hold their breath, fearful of disrupting his training. They are in awe, both in mind and spirit. All eyes are fixed on Liu. This is their first genuine realization of his terrifying capabilities. With the first round completed, Liu has made 9 out of 10 shots in 53 seconds. Jianlian is eager to rush forward and celebrate with Liu, but his hand is firmly grasped by Li Nan. Jianlian, curb your impatience. This is just one round. Just one round? Jianlian's eyes widen in disbelief. Zhao Jiwei, Ding Yanyu, Wang Zhelin, and Zhou Qi, though silent, exhibit noticeably heavier breaths. Only Yi Jianlian remains relatively composed, but if one observes closely, they can see his pupils dilating and contracting irregularly, revealing an inner turmoil far from the calm facade he presents. As the only player on the national team with formal NBA experience, he understands the intensity of this drill all too well. Complete this series of shots with the ease exhibited by Liu requires not only exceptional shooting skills, but also an extraordinary level of stamina, far surpassing that of an average NBA player. Yi Jianlian is also in awe. He recognizes that Liu's physical condition is undoubtedly tenfold his own, that we are all Chinese. How can he achieve such feats while I struggle to accomplish half? Yi Jianlian chastises himself internally. But in this world, people are indeed different. Yi Jianlian has exerted his utmost effort. Yet in the presence of Liu, he cannot help but feel inferior. He knows that Liu's dedication must be 100-fold, 1,000-fold more than his own, to achieve the recognition he garnered in this year's finals. Gong Luming observes his talented players, aware that these headstrong individuals have been thoroughly impressed by Liu. However, this is merely the beginning. Gong Luming smiles inwardly. Boys, witness the true pinnacle of excellence. He looks back at Liu on the court, where a light sheen of sweat glistens on his face. Yet his eyes reveal no trace of fatigue, only a radiant brilliance shining forth, reminiscent of stars that shimmer eternally. Each interval lasts 1 minute, a duration Liu has set for himself. He intends to complete 5 rounds of such grueling training. Is it truly possible to elevate human limits to such heights? Watching Liu's training, even Gong Luming finds himself momentarily entranced. It seems that we, as Chinese, can indeed produce such extraordinary basketball talent. Li Nan was calculating the time, and soon a minute had elapsed. Liu continued his extreme 3-point challenge. In the second round, he took 54 seconds, making 10 out of 10 shots. In the third round, he completed it in 53 seconds, with 10 out of 9 shots. The fourth round took 52 seconds, achieving another perfect 10 out of 10. In the fifth round, he finished in 53 seconds, again making 10 out of 10. By the time Liu completed his 5 rounds of extreme 3-point challenge, every member of the Chinese national basketball team seemed to have lost their voice, utterly at a loss for words to describe the shock that resonated within them. Completing 5 rounds of the 3-point extreme challenge consecutively, with a total of 50 attempts and 48 successes, was an astonishing feat. For these players, even standing at the free throw line would not yield such results. Each round of the 3-point challenge inflicted a severe visual impact upon them. They were acutely aware that even a single round of the 3-point extreme challenge was an insurmountable task for them. The gap between them and Liu was far greater than they had imagined. After an indeterminate time, someone finally reacted. Jianlian clenched his fists and raised them high. He shouted loudly, "Brother Yu, you're amazing." Although the others did not express their excitement as vocally as he did, their hearts were equally stirred. Applause erupted, a fervent sound that seemed to pierce the arena and soar into the sky. Every individual clapped vigorously, filled with exhilaration over Liu's performance. Jianlian suddenly dashed over, taking only a few steps to reach Liu's side, exclaiming, "Brother Yu, you're incredible. From now on, I'm with you. I'll be the first to pass the ball to you on the court." The others gathered around him. Ding Yanlian shook his head in disbelief and said, "Liu, how did you do that? It's astounding. Can I train with you? If you're willing, I can fetch the balls for you." Yi Jianlian was equally excited, shaking his head in disbelief as he approached Liu. "I finally understand why you are the FMVP. Your skills are terrifying. I'm grateful to have you on the national team." Now I could be teammates with an FMVP. Wang Jianlian curiously touched Li Yu's muscles and said, "Wow, how is this possible? Are we even of the same species?" Laughter erupted among the others. Before anyone could say more, a sudden reprimand rang out. "What are you doing? Get out. Li Yu's training isn't over yet." Everyone turned to see Gong Luming's stern expression, their faces turning pale. "Get out of the way. Li Yu has one last training session to complete. You can't just stand here and block him." All stood in disbelief, yet under Gong Luming's cold gaze. They reluctantly retreated to the sidelines. Witnessing the astonished faces of these young players brought immense satisfaction to Gong Luming. However, when he reviewed the training program submitted by Li Yu, he realized he was not much better off than them. He advised Li Yu not to set the training difficulty too high. If he inadvertently fell short, it would be counterproductive. Li Yu remained resolute, brimming with confidence. Frankly, Gong Luming had long carried a heavy weight in his heart, which he could finally set down. This final project, regardless of its completion level, could no longer affect Li Yu's standing within the team. Li Nan announced once more, the fifth item, the weighted 3-point extreme challenge. The weighted 3-point extreme challenge. The very notion of a 3-point extreme challenge was already unfathomably difficult, and now there was a weighted 3-point extreme challenge. Guo Ailuan could scarcely believe his ears. The others had reached a state of complete numbness. What they had perceived as the maximum intensity was merely basic training for Li Yu. He had a more advanced version. Yi Jianlian suddenly broke into laughter, feeling a sense of release. However, with the gap having widened to such an extent, it seemed pointless to pursue someone whose back they could no longer see. Li Yu's level had far surpassed their expectations. For a frog at the bottom of a well, merely catching a glimpse of the sky was already a significant fortune. Why burden oneself with the futile desire to stand shoulder to shoulder with the heavens? Ding Yanlian smiled wryly, pondering, is this the level of the NBA? It certainly exceeds my imagination. However, if I could achieve even a tenth of what Li Yu does, would I have a chance at the NBA? The 23-year-old harbored both awe and renewed vigor. Filled with hope, Li Nan gazed at the somewhat disheartened Chinese national basketball team and sighed. If only I were 20 years younger. I'm sure I would be no different from these young guys. Nevertheless, he resolved to see the fifth training session through to completion. The sooner it was done, the sooner they could all catch their breath. He retrieved a resistance band and patted Guo Ailuan on the shoulder. "Ailuan, you will assist Li Yu with the fifth training session." Guo Ailuan snapped back to attention, pointing to himself. "Me? Am I the one?" Li Nan nodded and explained, "You will be Li Yu's weight. You need to exert your maximum strength to pull him." Guo Ailuan finally comprehended. He cautiously inquired, "Director Li, you mean I'll use the resistance band to pull Li Yu, and then Li Yu will pull me to shoot 3-pointers? That's impossible." Li Nan shook his head in exasperation. "Of course. You must release it when you reach the shooting point. Otherwise, who could shoot under those conditions?" Guo Ailuan chuckled and scratched his head. "All right, I understand. I'll go now." Just as he was about to take the resistance band from Li Nan, someone suddenly stepped forward. "How about I give it a try? I want to see just how strong an NBA player really is." Everyone turned to look at the speaker, whose robust physique clearly indicated immense strength. This person was Li Jian, known as China's LeBron. One of the strongest players in the CBA. Over the past few years, he had significantly contributed to Beijing's 3 championships in 4 years. Li Nan furrowed his brow and glanced at Gong Luming. After all, Li Jian and Li Yu were not even in the same position. That if Li Jian were to step in, would Li Yu perceive it as a personal affront or provocation? Moreover, everyone was aware of Li Jian's strength. If Li Yu couldn't perform due to him, it would not bode well for the national team. Gong Luming shot a disapproving glance at Li Jian and sternly reprimanded, "Get down." Li Jian regretted his impulsiveness for stepping up. Even if his strength surpassed Li Yu's, he lacked the capability to enter the NBA, let alone clinch the FMVP title in the finals. Under Gong Luming's icy gaze, Li Jian felt a wave of fear wash over him. He quickly said, "I'm sorry, Director Gong, I meant no harm." Just as Gong Luming was about to respond, Li Yu interjected, "It's all right, Director Gong. Li Jian is a great fit. Let him assist me with my training." Gong Luming turned to Li Yu, noticing his starry-eyed gaze and serene expression. After a moment of hesitation, he acquiesced. "Are you sure, Li Yu? Li Jian is not in the same position as you, and his strength is among the best in the CBA. Won't that affect your training?" It's fine. I prefer someone strong. It's more exhilarating. Seeing Li Yu's eager demeanor, Gong Luming could only nod in agreement. On the court, Li Yu positioned himself at the front, with Li Jin behind him, both bracing for action. Li Jin now felt a twinge of regret, pondering how much effort would be appropriate. Li Jin felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, fearing that Li Yu might look down upon him. Conversely, if he exerted too much force, he would undermine Li Yu and incur the displeasure of Coach Gong, who would then seek to trouble him. Li Jin, you foolishly invite trouble upon yourself, he thought. Ultimately, Li Jin resolved to exert a mere 5% of his strength. Adjusting as necessary, at Li Nan's command, he heard a sharp begin. In that fleeting moment, an immense force surged toward him, causing him to lose his balance and stumble, crashing to the ground in a rather undignified manner. Amidst the daze, he seemed to hear Li Yu utter an apologetic, "Sorry." Coach Li Nan interjected. Li Jin was unprepared. "Let's start over." Shaking his head, Li Jin stood up with the assistance of others. He mustered his composure and said as naturally as possible, "It's all right. I was just distracted." The others stifled their laughter, quickly turning away. The sound of muffled giggles filled the air. With an impassive expression, Li Nan glanced at Li Jin and stated, "All right, let us begin anew." Back in the arena, Li Jin finally focused all his attention. He realized he had made a grave error by underestimating the strength of someone capable of playing in the NBA. What level of competition did NBA players face? What was Li Jin compared to that? Determined, he resolved to unleash every ounce of his strength. After all, he had volunteered for this challenge. He could not afford to lose face. However, with the sound of the whistle, Li Jin experienced the sensation of being powerless. Under Li Yu's strength, it felt as though he was the one being tested, as Li Yu propelled him forward once more. Fortunately, this time he was prepared, avoiding the earlier embarrassment of falling. After one round, Li Yu completed the task in 1 minute and 25 seconds, hitting 8 out of 10 shots. Meanwhile, Li Jin was left panting heavily, like a dog. After enduring 3 grueling rounds, he collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted, devoid of any strength. At that moment, laughter faded from everyone's faces. They regarded Li Yu with expressions akin to those reserved for a monster, as if to say, "What kind of creature are you, cloaked in human skin?" Coach Gong shook his head and, with a look of incredulity, pointed at Guo. "Owen, it's your turn." Nervously, Guo stepped up. As the remaining 2 groups completed the weighted 3-point limit challenge, he wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling relieved. Oh my, Li Yu is truly a force to be reckoned with. However, he was grateful to have persevered. Falling like Li Jin would be too humiliating for him to bear. Gong Luming licked his dry lips, pondering in disbelief. Is Li Yu's strength truly that formidable? I thought he was merely a shooter. As July 6th arrived, the Stankovic Cup was set to commence, marking the debut of Li Yu's national team. Prior to the match, posters of Li Yu adorned the streets of Beijing, with slogans proclaiming, "Come witness our very own NBA Finals MVP." When Gong Luming and Li Yu appeared at the press conference, he was astonished to find an unexpectedly large media turnout, so much so that the media room could not accommodate them. After much deliberation, it was relocated to the hotel lobby. Gazing at the diverse group of basketball reporters, some dark-skinned, some fair, and others of a similar complexion to his own, Gong Luming finally grasped the magnitude of the star that the Chinese men's basketball team had attracted. 3 hours before the match, Gong Luming escorted the Chinese team to the Beijing Olympic Sports Center, where they were to face the formidable Nigerian team that evening. The Stankovic Cup featured 4 competing teams: France, Argentina, Nigeria, and China, all of which had participated in the 2016 Rio Olympics. France and Argentina were renowned in the basketball world, boasting numerous stars. Tony Parker from France had won the Finals MVP in 2007, while Argentina's Ginóbili had led his national team to victory over the Dream Team, clinching the Olympic gold medal. However, for a competition of this caliber, stars like Parker and Ginóbili would not attend, and most of the national team's key players were absent. Nonetheless, they remained formidable opponents for China. Although Nigeria lacked the same renown, they were the newly crowned champions of the African Championship, presenting a valuable challenge for the Chinese team. Coincidentally, Nigeria was also China's first opponent as the match approached. Both teams occupied their respective halves of the court for warm dash-ups. Liu gazed at his jersey, Unable to suppress a smile, he had finally donned in national team's colors, a dream he had tirelessly pursued since his youth. Yet, in his previous life, he lacked the talent to even approach the threshold of professional basketball. But today, he had realized his dream. Turning to assess his first opponent, Liu noted that while Nigeria's skills were not exceptional, their players possessed impressive physical attributes that a group of tall, agile athletes could effortlessly dunk the ball with a mere hop.l. You couldn't help but feel envious. His own vertical leap had only improved to 69 inches, making dunking still a daunting challenge for him. Lost in thought, he suddenly noticed a few Nigerian players shyly approaching, seemingly hesitant to confirm if he was indeed the Liu they recognized. Ultimately, one brave guard stepped forward, mustering the courage to ask in broken Mandarin, "Hello, are you Liu?" It took Liu several moments to register that the individual was inquiring about his name. He replied in English, "I am Liu. I played for the Warriors last season." Upon hearing this, the other Nigerian players hurriedly gathered around him. Wang Jianlian, spotting the group of black players surrounding Liu, felt a surge of irritation and rushed over, exclaiming, "What the hell do you want, you bunch of black guys?" Yi Jianlian quickly restrained him. "Wang, don't be impulsive. They mean no harm." Wang Jianlian was taken aback. "Then why are they crowding around Liu? Do they want autographs?" Yi Jianlian shot him a disapproving glance. "What are you thinking, Wang? Do you think Liu, a finals MVP, is unknown abroad? He has fans all over the world. Of course, those Nigerian players are here for photos and autographs, not to fight." Feeling embarrassed, Wang Jianlian sheepishly rubbed his neck, grabbed a nearby ball, and walked away. After Liu signed autographs for the Nigerian players, they posed for a group photo. Once done, the Nigerian players began to disperse. Only one player lingered, curious about Wang Jianlian's earlier outburst. "Li, what was your teammate shouting about? He seemed quite agitated." Liu scratched his nose and replied, "He was just sending his regards to your elders. Welcome to China. He's a good person." The Nigerian player smiled, revealing his bright white teeth. After taking a few steps away, he turned back and added, "Liu, please convey our wishes for good health to that elder player from your team, and send our regards." Liu, feeling a bit embarrassed, nodded slightly. The Nigerian team displayed commendable strength, trailing China by only 21 points at the conclusion of the third quarter. Ultimately, the match ended with China triumphantly defeating Nigeria with a score of 91-69. Frankly speaking, had it not been for Liu, Nigeria might have had a genuine chance at victory. However, tonight, China not only had Liu, but it was also his debut on the national team, and he was exhilarated to the core, eager to unleash 1,000% of his energy. Right from the start of the first quarter, Liu hit 3 consecutive three-pointers, racking up 9 points in quick succession and propelling the Chinese team to a remarkable 15-2 lead. In the end, Liu played for 25 minutes, achieving 31 points and 8 assists, leading his team to victory over Nigeria and securing a splendid debut win in the Stankovi Cup. Notably, out of his 8 assists, 5 were delivered to Wang Jianlian. Although Wang Jianlian had a minor mishap tonight, he was ultimately supporting Liu, who certainly felt the need to express his gratitude. As the game concluded, the cheers from the fans crescendoed, filling the air with exuberance. Liu finally savored the adulation of his fellow countrymen, an experience that was truly unique. He took a lap around the court, thanking all the fans who had come to support him. Meanwhile, the television broadcast captured every moment of this celebration. Numerous media outlets soon reported, "Liu, a new king, has finally emerged for the Chinese team. After Yao Ming, a new pillar and leader has arrived." Later that evening, Gong Luming informed Liu that the hotel where the Chinese national basketball team was staying had a suitable room available and inquired if Liu wished to come over. Without a moment's hesitation, Liu hurriedly grabbed his meager belongings and dashed over. Upon arriving at the hotel entrance, he discovered that Yi Jianlian and Guo were already waiting for him. Guo, glancing around, muttered, "Didn't they say old Li was coming? Where is he? Is Coach Gong pulling our leg?" Yi Jianlian remained remarkably composed, standing calmly like a steadfast pine tree. Hearing Guo words, Yi Jianlian couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. "Ailuan, you've become quite bold, daring to make jokes about Coach Gong. I suspect your training intensity isn't up to par. Perhaps I should speak to Coach Gong and have you train with Liu." Owen immediately waved his hands and exclaimed, "No, please don't. with old Li's intensity, I doubt I'd make it to next year. Oh dear, Coach Gong wouldn't fool us, but why hasn't T oldly arrived yet? It's just a taxi ride. Why the delay? Yi Jianlian shook his head, smiling in disbelief. Guailuan had many admirable traits, but his incessant chatter could sometimes be overwhelming. Liu encountered a slight predicament. Somehow, word had leaked, and as he descended the stairs, he found throngs of fans crowding the hotel lobby, eagerly scanning for a glimpse of their newly crowned FMVP. Reluctantly, he retreated to his room to disguise himself before making his escape. He instructed the front desk to inform the waiting fans half an hour after his departure. By then, he would be long gone, and those fans would surely disperse. Liu finally grasped the challenges of celebrity life. Nevertheless, in light of all he had achieved, these troubles seemed trivial. He had entered the NBA, become a member of the Chinese national basketball team, and earned a fortune of $100 million. With the prospect of making even more in the future, one should not be overly sentimental. Liu understood this principle deeply, in his heart. He felt boundless gratitude towards those who admired him, for they had bestowed upon him commercial value, sums of money that many could not earn in a lifetime. People liked him simply because they shared a common love for the sport of basketball. When Liu quietly appeared behind Guailuan and gently tapped him on the shoulder, Guailuan nearly jumped out of his skin. Startled, he turned around to see a thoroughly disguised Liu, and he burst into laughter, unable to contain himself. Oh my, who is this? I sent our brother you. Why are you dressed like that? Trapped by fans, I presume. Seeing Guailuan reveling in his misfortune, Liu shot him a disapproving glance. Guailuan, if only you could be as handsome as I am. You too would have countless fans. Alas, you play exceptionally well, but your looks leave much to be desired. Otherwise, you could be a major star. But Guailuan was not pleased by Liu's remarks. Hey, back home, countless beautiful girls adore me. All right. Though I may not be as charming as you, I'm certainly not unattractive. Observing Guailuan's sulking demeanor, Yi Jianlian chuckled silently to himself. All right. Guailuan and Liu, stop your banter. Coach Gong is still waiting for us. With that, Yi Jianlian effortlessly picked up Liu's suitcase and led the way into the hotel. Liu and Guailuan ceased their bickering. When the elder spoke, it was wise to show respect. Liu's room was conveniently located just across from the room of the Chinese national basketball team's head coach. Gong Looming smiled at Liu. A superstar like you, are you satisfied with this room? Liu quickly waved his hands at no. Please just call me Liu or Shaoli. You are my elder and my leader. It will be inappropriate to address me that way. Gong Looming shook his head. That you're still quite young. Why do you insist on such formalities? Well, I won't disturb you further. The rest is up to you. As Liu stepped into his room, he barely had time to organize his belongings before the other members of the Chinese national basketball team burst in. This room isn't bad at all. It seems much better than mine. My bathroom is so far from the bed, it's a hassle to get up. The first to enter, Yi Jianlian, looked around with a curious expression. Finally, he plopped down on the bed next to Liu. Old Li, can I sleep with you tonight? Liu, feeling repulsed, distanced himself from Yi Jianlian. He frowned and waved his hand that I'm not playing that game. The rest of the room erupted in laughter. Ha ha! The joyous laughter echoed throughout the corridor. Damn! Yi Jianlian realized he had just been teased by Liu. But witnessing the reactions around him, he felt compelled to clarify. I'm not playing that. I only like girls. As soon as the words left his mouth, he instinctively covered his head. What am I even saying? The others burst into uncontrollable laughter, some doubled over. Guailuan, clutching his stomach, pointed at Yi Jianlian. Ha ha! Listen everyone, this is Yi Jianlian himself admitting he only likes men. Once the Stankovi Cup is over, I'll help him find a girl to have some fun with. Yi Jianlian attempted to defend himself. I only like women. Don't laugh. Amidst the laughter of the Chinese national basketball team, Yi Jianlian clung to his last shred of hope. That moment, Yi Jianlian stood behind everyone, the only one maintaining his composure. Yi Jianlian quickly called out to Yi Jianlian, Brother Lian, I swear I only like women. I just misspoke. Yi Jianlian could not suppress a smile, striving to maintain an air of calm. I believe you. As soon as the words left his mouth, others could no longer contain their laughter. Watching the others collapse in fits of giggles, Yi Jianlian was unable to restrain himself any longer and joined in the laughter. Although he quickly covered his mouth in an attempt to regain composure, Ding Yanlian felt as if the sky had fallen upon him. He weakly slumped onto Liyu's bed, silently pulling a blanket over himself to shield his entire being. The room was left with nothing but a chorus of merry laughter that on the morning of July 6th, at 9 o'clock, the Chinese team reconvened at the training facility. That evening, they were set to face their second opponent in the Stankovic Cup. The French team doubted if the American team was the most formidable and talented squad. Then European basketball represented the epitome of discipline and strategy, with France standing out as a premier example, alongside Spain. Frankly, even with Liu on board, few held hope for the Chinese team to triumph over a fully assembled French team. Fortunately, this time, they were facing the second-string team. Without Liu, the Chinese squad would still have no chance. However, with Liu's presence, the addition of such a superstar would undoubtedly catalyze a qualitative transformation in their strength. With Liu, the Chinese team's capabilities could no longer be dismissed lightly. Gong Luming's ambition was to seize the championship of the Stankovic Cup, and defeating France was certainly part of his strategy. Gong Luming stared expressionlessly at his players. Today, we are set to confront a highly formidable team. By strength and world ranking, victory seems unattainable. However, they do not regard us highly. Merely bringing their substitutes and second stringers, they wish to profit from us while offering no respect. Where in the world does such a situation exist? Do you believe we can win against France tonight? But Owen was the first to shout out, "We can defeat France. Tonight, we will annihilate them." The others echoed loudly, "We can win. We will win," observing the fervor of the entire Chinese national basketball team. Gong Luming nodded in approval. "Good. Everyone is spirit. Tonight, I want to see your determination. I wish to witness the extent of your resolve. Are you still men?" After a brief warm-up and strategic practice, the Chinese team returned to their hotel to recuperate before the impending battle. Inspired by Gong Luming's words, all were filled with fervor, eager to show the Europeans a thing or two. Everyone was determined to give their all that evening. In Coach Gong Luming's room, the entire coaching staff had gathered to discuss tactics for the match against France. As the discussion reached a pause, Li Nan suddenly spoke up. "Coach Gong, with such fierce words today, what if we lose to France? It could severely impact our team's morale. Will it not fail to inspire confidence and instead reinforce the belief that we cannot compete with these strong European and American teams?" Li Nan wore a worried expression, and the other coaches' faces reflected a similar gravity. Cui Wanjun, encouraged by Li Nan's opening, voiced his concerns. "Given our current strength, we are still far from the European and American powerhouses. Even if France fields a second team, I believe we still lag behind significantly. Though Liu has joined us, he alone cannot effect substantial change. He is merely a shooter. That a proficient shooter can enhance a team's strength considerably, but is still constrained by the overall level of the squad. Someone must provide him with suitable passes. When he is double-teamed, the others must set effective screens to create adequate space. The limitations on shooters are still quite significant, even a shooter of Stephen Curry's caliber. An NBA MVP was effectively contained in this year's finals. With our overall strength, even with Liu, we would struggle to achieve a qualitative change." The others nodded in agreement, clearly reflecting a shared sentiment rather than a solitary perspective from Cui Wanjun. Upon hearing Li Nan and Cui Wanjun's remarks, Gong Luming did not react with anger. Instead, he broke into a smile. "Do you think France's second team possesses Olympic-level capabilities? That seems unlikely." Cui Wanjun paused for a moment before responding. "You see, you all recognize that France's second team lacks Olympic caliber. What is there to fear? We are an Olympic team. If we, the Chinese squad, lack the resolve to triumph over even France's second team, then what purpose does our participation in the Olympics serve? We have failed to secure a single victory in several consecutive major tournaments. Do you wish to continue witnessing such a situation unfold? We have lost for too long, and it seems we have grown accustomed to it, resigned to being losers, as if merely participating is sufficient for a Chinese team, that we can accept defeat, but it is not our destiny to lose every single time. In the past, we had no means, no conditions, but now it is different. With Liu, he is akin to another Yao Ming for us. Yao Ming in the paint and Liu on the perimeter. Aside from their positional differences, their impact on the game is comparable. Indeed, Liu might even have a greater effect on the opponent's defense. This Olympic Games, I do not wish for the Chinese team to merely play a supporting role. My ambition is to secure 2 victories to advance. With the minimum being 1 win, we owe it to the vast number of fans who have steadfastly supported us. Gong Luming scanned the coaching staff before shaking his head and continuing. I am not unaware of our strength. I'm very familiar with the capabilities of France's second team, that I understand that it is no easy feat for our Chinese team to defeat them that I know. I am fully aware. However, my friends, colleagues, our time is limited. The Olympics are just around the corner, and we have only a month left. If we do not instill confidence in our players starting now, then when will we? This French team presents us with our best opportunity. They lack the true strength of France while bearing the aura of a strong team. That this not an exceptional chance. In this world, nothing is guaranteed, and since I dare to gamble, I am prepared to accept the consequences. If our Chinese men's basketball team once again finds itself winless in this Olympic cycle, I will resign. As soon as Gong Luming's words left his lips, Li Nan and Cui Wanjun were taken aback, their eyes wide with alarm as they quickly interjected. Coach Gong, that is not advisable. The national team needs you. Please do not speak so lightly. Gong Luming chuckled and replied. What? Do you lack confidence in our young men? I believe in them. Tonight, the Chinese team will emerge victorious. Before departing from the hotel, Gong Luming approached Li Yu. With a serious demeanor, he looked intently at Li Yu and asked, Li Yu, do you have confidence for tonight's match? Li Yu met Gong Luming's serious gaze, feeling a surge of determination within. Coach, rest assured. With me in the game, France cannot win. I assure you. Observing Li Yu's confidence, Gong Luming nodded in satisfaction. Excellent, excellent. That is the spirit. Very well, I trust you. Tonight's game, I leave in your capable hands. Li Yu immediately saluted and declared loudly, Coach Gong, please rest assured, Li Yu guarantees to fulfill the mission. The Chinese team, as customary, arrived 3 hours ahead of the match at the Beijing Olympic Sports Center for their warm-up. Upon entering the arena, Li Yu and his teammates were surprised to discover that a considerable number of fans had already gathered, with a scattering of spectators occupying the seats, as the players of the Chinese men's national basketball team made their entrance. A wave of cheers erupted from the crowd. Go, China team, victory for the Chinese team. Li Yu, you're amazing. Li Yu, so handsome. Listening to the resounding cheers, Guo Ailuan initially felt elated. Can you hear that? Someone's calling my name. However, he soon cast a resentful glance at Li Yu, who was exchanging greetings with the fans. His own supporters were few, and their cheers were completely overshadowed by those of Li Yu's admirers. Beside him, Zhao Jue nudged Guo Ailuan's shoulder, chuckling with a hint of mischief. Li Yu plays in the NBA. Come on, lighten up. Look, no one's calling my name either, and I'm still having a great time. Guo Ailuan retorted with a silent glance at Zhao Jue, muttering softly, So what if he's in the NBA? But yeah, it truly is impressive. If only I could also play in the NBA. The others chuckled silently in response. As the game time approached, the spectators noticed the notable presence of celebrities in attendance. Near the sidelines, several stars were already visible on the right side of the court. Li Yifeng sat behind the Chinese team players. Occasionally chatting with Guo Ailuan a bit further away, Zhang Jike and Ma Long were seated together, whispering to each other. The fans enthusiastically called out their names, particularly Zhang Jike, whose cheers even surpassed those for Li Yu. Of course, Ma Long also garnered significant attention, being the current world #1 table tennis player. Last year, he clinched both the World Cup and World Championship titles, making him a top contender for the upcoming Rio Olympics. While the public may not have yet recognized Ma Long as the GOAT of table tennis, it did not deter them from adoring the warm-hearted captain of the national team, the opposite end of the court. Teacher Huang lay sat alone, quietly observing the unfolding events, unaware that he would soon rise to fame for his culinary skills. While there were many male celebrities, none could rival the spotlight that fell upon Lu Han. Upon his arrival, the cheers became incessant, as if the Chinese men's national basketball team was not the main attraction of the evening, but rather Lu Han was. He continuously stood up, bowed, and called for his fans to quiet down. Already feeling fatigued before the match had even commenced, among the male stars, there were also numerous female celebrities present. Zheng Shuang donned a casual hat and a mask that concealed her face. Yet she could not escape recognition, prompting yet another wave of cheers. Zhang Han, seated beside Zheng Shuang, wore a perplexed expression, troubled by the lack of enthusiasm directed his way. Why do others receive cheers while I get none? I am popular too. Among the female stars, the most striking were undoubtedly those seated courtside. Lu Shishir, Yang Mi, Fan Bingbing, and Tang Yin arranged like the most beautiful scenery in the world, with their enchanting features. Fair skin and captivating beauty, they commanded attention. Opposite them sat Lin Jianlian, adorned in a floral qipao, exuding elegance. Her gentle gaze and soft smile seemed to convey the warmest energy in the world. Every subtle movement, whether a slight turn or a delicate raise of her hand, radiated an air of grace. Her eyes were fixed on Liu on the court, reflecting both focus and tenderness. Liu was fully engaged in his warm-up, aware that tonight's opponent would be formidable. He needed to deliver his best performance. The European teams were known for their physical prowess, presenting a stern challenge for every player on the Chinese men's national basketball team. As the team's ace, Liu could not allow himself to falter when his teammates faced adversity. This was a crucial battle for confidence. Following Coach Gong Luming's motivational speech, the match had transformed from a mere game into a foundational contest for the Chinese team's unwavering belief in victory. From this battle onward, the Chinese team would forge ahead towards the Olympics, establishing a habitual winning mentality. In the first quarter, it was evident that the French team held Liu in high regard, dedicating considerable defensive efforts to thwart him, denying him any easy shooting opportunities. Frankly speaking, the players on both sides were largely unfamiliar with one another. One side comprised the French second team, while the other was the Chinese team, often regarded as an underdog. Only Liu had gained some recognition, naturally drawing the French team's focused attention. Despite the Chinese team's overall strength being slightly inferior to that of France, Liu's significant influence allowed his teammates to enjoy greater space and more opportunities. With a series of successful plays, the Chinese team led the first quarter with a score of 25-21. However, as the second quarter commenced, the intense competition caused the Chinese team to lose their shooting accuracy. And Liu faced relentless pressure, unable to receive passes from his teammates. The French second team capitalized on this, executing a remarkable 31-21 score in the second quarter, swiftly reversing the game's momentum. During halftime, the atmosphere in the Chinese team's locker room was somber, with a palpable sense of helplessness among players and coaches alike. When Coach Gong Luming entered, everyone lowered their heads, anticipating his anger and reprimands. Yet, to their surprise, Gong Luming broke from his usual demeanor, smiling as he addressed them. Has such a minor setback brought you down? I do not perceive you as weaklings. I still believe we can win. The Chinese team can win. His gaze met Liu's, who maintained a calm and composed expression. Liu nodded in response, feeling a surge of confidence. He understood that this match was within their grasp. Emerging from the locker room, the Chinese team radiated renewed vigor. Liu led the way, exuding confidence and composure. The sight of his serene countenance instilled a sense of hope among the fans. In previous encounters with formidable European teams, regardless of how unfamiliar the players were, the Chinese team often found themselves on the losing end in the first half. The French second team, having trailed in the first quarter, outperformed the Chinese team by 10 points in the second, concluding the half with a 52-46 lead. The fans were genuinely concerned about whether the Chinese team could withstand the pressure. After all, European teams generally possess superior physical attributes, and as the match progressed, their advantages would likely magnify. Liu was the first to step out, determined to ensure that the audience remembered the presence of Liu on the Chinese team. The moment they laid eyes on him, they could recall that Liu was a player for the NBA's Golden State Warriors, who had secured the NBA championship title this season. With Liu earning the finals MVP accolade. In summary, one could always rely on Liu. He possessed the caliber. Observing the Chinese team emerge with an aura of determination, all the Chinese fans felt a sense of relief. The Chinese team was not incapable of losing, but even in defeat, they needed to display their spirit. Victory and defeat were important, yet they were never everything. With some fans leading the applause, the entire arena erupted into cheers. Many voices resonated. Go, China team! Liu, you're amazing! As the gaze of the audience enveloped the arena, every member of the Chinese team exuded an undeniable strength, determined to seize victory in this match. Observant fans noted a transformation in the gameplay during the second half. The lineup underwent a change. The original backcourt pairing of Liu and Zhao Jiwei was replaced by the duo of Liu and Yi Jianlian. Shifting from a traditional point guard and shooting guard to two versatile guards taking the court together, Liu assumed the role of the primary ball handler for the Chinese team. From the very onset of the match, Liu launched a direct three-point shot, igniting a chorus of ecstatic cheers from the spectators. "Liu, you are magnificent," the crowd exclaimed, their voices a continuous wave of admiration. However, Liu was far from finished. In the next possession, he skillfully intercepted the French point guard, leading a fast break and passing to the trailing Yi Jianlian, who scored and drew a foul from the opponent. The Chinese team initiated a spirited 5-0 run, narrowing the gap to just 1 point. Unfortunately, Yi Jianlian missed the ensuing free throw, and in frustration, he slammed his hands together. He then applied pressure on the opposing point guard, who, hunched over, slowly crossed half-dash court to that moment. Liu surged from the opposite side, swiftly stealing the ball and launching a counterattack. The French players scrambled to fortify their defense, but Liu, unperturbed by the space left open, confidently sank a three-pointer. With a satisfying swish, the basketball cleanly found its way through the hoop. The Chinese team surged ahead with an 8-0 run, taking the lead. The French player, now holding the ball, gazed at the scoreboard in disbelief as the numbers flipped against them, and in frustration, he slammed the ball to the ground. The referee, Marin, furrowed his brow but ultimately refrained from issuing a technical foul to the French team. At this juncture, the French coach could no longer remain passive. Just a minute into the second quarter, he called for a timeout. Upon returning to the bench, Liu and Yi Jianlian exchanged excited chest bumps. Liu proclaimed, "Now, let these Frenchmen witness our intensity. The first half was merely us acclimating to their pace. Now, the rhythm belongs to us. Let them figure it out." Back at the bench, Gong Luming welcomed the players returning to the court with vigorous applause. "Well done, lads. I knew you had it in you. The first half was just a temporary trial. They are merely a second-tier team. What do they have to defeat us? Once you return to the game, keep pressing on. Show these arrogant Frenchmen our true strength." Meanwhile, the French coach glowered at his players, barking, "Engage more physically. Give those Chinese players a tougher challenge. They won't hold up for long. I know defending Liu is a formidable task. But you can commit fouls. Don't allow him any easy shots. Damn it, it feels like he shoots threes as effortlessly as I drink water," casting a glance at the visibly disheartened French players. The coach whispered to his team, "Increase the physicality. The referees favor us here. This is the Chinese team's home court, and they are hesitant to call fouls against us. That last play by Drew should have been a technical foul. But the main referee didn't call it. So, you understand? Be more aggressive with your actions. The defensive intensity can be ramped up. If one person cannot contain him, then two must converge and apply pressure. Do you understand?" He urged them. "Now, go out there and remember my words." As the timeout concluded and play resumed, a minute later, Liu furrowed his brow at the French player who had just pulled him down. Glancing at referee Marin, "Old Ma, is this not a foul?" He had intended to address him more informally, but the referee's decisions left much to be desired. Numerous fouls committed by the French in the first half had gone uncalled. And now, right before his eyes, the player was blatantly committing a foul without consequence. It was difficult for Liu to respect him. Marin turned to glance at Liu, then immediately shifted his attention to the scores table. Liu's confrontation with the referee results in a technical foul. At that moment, Liu's mind raced with the immortal words of Wang Zhilin. Gong Luming rushed forward, exclaiming, "I assent that a foul. Are you even Chinese? You don't call fouls on the French, and yet Liu merely communicates with you, and you penalize him with a technical foul. Is this what officiating has come to? Chinese basketball is being ruined by your unprofessionalism." Marin nonchalantly gestured, as if he had accomplished something monumental. Gong Luming received 2 technical fouls in succession and was ejected from a game. The Chinese team was now under the guidance of Lin Nan for player substitutions. Liu was genuinely enraged. He could not comprehend how someone could be so mindlessly subservient to the French. It was the 21st century. The Qing dynasty was long gone. Why could they not learn to stand tall? As Gong Luming exited, his face a mask of cold fury. The Chinese player Liu received a technical foul, resulting in a free throw for the French team. Gong Luming's 2 technical fouls led to 4 free throws for the French. Ordinarily, a single technical foul would result in 2 free throws, but since Liyu's technical foul had already resulted in a turnover, Gong Luming's 2 fouls only warranted 4 free throws without further turnovers. The players on the court struggled to maintain their composure, while the spectators unleashed their frustration. "Marin, you treacherous traitor, your conscience has been devoured by dogs. Marin, you bastard, born of a dog, a traitor eating from both sides. I hold you in contempt." Some fans, while still retaining a semblance of reason, protested loudly, chanting, "Corrupt officiating." This outcry echoed throughout the arena. As the sweat dripped from Aaron's forehead, he finally grasped the gravity of the spectators' anger. However, in the world of officiating, decisions are seldom rescinded. He could only feign ignorance and signal for the game to continue. Liu wore a cold smile, fixated on Marin, eager to see if the referee possessed the audacity to eject him from a game. Marin, unfazed, called the French players to the free throw line, seemingly oblivious to Liu's intense gaze. The French players made 4 out of 5 free throws, reclaiming a 1-point lead over the Chinese team. It must be acknowledged that these foreigners possessed commendable free throw skills. Had it been anyone other than Liu from the Chinese team, the probability of achieving such a shooting percentage would have been slim. Wang Jianlian passed the ball to Liu, who dribbled across half-court, only to be met with immediate pressure from the French point guard. The defender leaned in, attempting to force Liu towards the sideline, hoping to repeat his earlier success of pushing him out of bounds. However, this time, Liu was prepared. As the defender leaned forward, Liu charged forward, sending the French player sprawling. Beep! Marin's whistle pierced the air once more. The French point guard, sitting on the ground, raised his fists in exhilaration, only to be left in shock as Marin signaled a foul against the French player for infringing upon Liu's cylinder. The French point guard, dissatisfied, slumped his arms and protested vocally. Though Marin did not understand the words, he couldn't help but furrow his brow, preparing to turn away. Seeing their fallen teammate, the other French players rushed to assist him. However, this incident made it clear to the French team that Marin could no longer apply the same leniency toward them. Their actions became more restrained, observing the muscular and robust French players. Liu furrowed his brow that if they could not establish a significant lead and secure an advantage, the risk of falling into a prolonged struggle, with a potential loss for the Chinese team, loomed large. The members of the French team possess exceptional foundational skills, remarkable physical attributes, and an exquisite tactical synergy. Engaging in a battle of endurance with them is simply out of the question. It is a certainty that one would be outmatched. Liu had firmly resolved to determine the outcome within this quarter. As soon as he received the ball, a French player immediately advanced to defend against him. While not far behind, another French player stationed himself at the three-point line, poised to provide assistance. Understanding the situation, Liu recognized the necessity of collaboration, signaling Wang Jianlian with a glance before passing the ball to Wang Jianlian executed a sudden screen, and Liu swiftly maneuvered past the 2 French defenders to the top of the arc, then delivered the ball, and Liu launched a jump shot from beyond the arc, successfully sinking a three-pointer. The Chinese team regained the lead. "Well done!" exclaimed the spectators, erupting in cheers as they witnessed Liu's remarkable shot. In the subsequent possession, Liu again scored a three-pointer, further widening the gap. With just 15 seconds remaining in the third quarter, under Liu's leadership, the Chinese team had established a commanding 16-point lead over the French team. Now in possession of the ball, Liu dribbled leisurely across half-court when 2 French players, displaying impeccable teamwork, pressed forward. They anticipated that Liu would either halt his dribble or pass the ball, but to their surprise, he executed a behind-the-back dribble followed by a swift pivot, effortlessly leaving them in his wake. The 2 defenders hurriedly pursued him. Yet Liu, rather than charging into the paint, retreated to the three-point line. As they closed in once more, Liu abruptly leapt, launching a powerful three-point shot amidst their astonished gazes. The basketball traced a magnificent arc before swishing through the net. Simultaneously, the referee Marin blew his whistle, signaling a foul on the French player for the shooting violation, awarding Liu an additional free throw. When he approached the free throw line, he calmly converted the shot, igniting a fervor among the audience. The Chinese team now led by 20 points against the formidable French squad. Liu raises arms, encouraging the crowd to revel in the moment. I end this quarter. Liu netted an impressive 7 3-pointers, amassing a total of 28 points, propelling the Chinese team to a staggering 42 points in the quarter while limiting the French team to a mere 16 points. Thus entering the final quarter with a 20-point advantage. The contest had nearly lost its suspense. While it was evident that the French players had a physical and stamina superiority over some Chinese players, Liu exhibited a dominant prowess over the entire French team, excelling in three-point shooting, endurance, and physical confrontation, among other aspects. The fourth quarter unfolded without further turbulence. The Chinese team delivered a resounding victory for the fans in attendance. The French team had evidently lost their edge, resigned to defeat, aware that against a player of Liu's caliber, they stood no chance of victory, even if the other members of the Chinese team could not match his skill. Nonetheless, Liu alone was sufficient to dismantle the current French second team. As the game concluded, the French players approached one by one to shake hands with Liu in a gesture of respect. A few players even requested a group photo with him. After Liu posed for several photographs with the attending celebrities, he approached Yi Jianlian. Yi Jianlian sat gracefully, and upon noticing Liu approaching with a basketball in hand, she promptly stood up. Liu, you were incredible today. Liu smiled in response. Sister Jianlian, I'm delighted you came to watch my game. This is the game ball. I would like to present it to you as a gift. Hoping you will cherish it. Yi Jianlian covered her mouth in delight. Really? Is this for me? Liu's sincere smile broadened as he replied, Of course it's genuine. Thank you, thank you. I truly adore your gift. Yi Jianlian responded, Liu, you have given me such a meaningful present, yet I haven't prepared anything for you. Is there anything you like? I can bring you some local specialties from Taipei. Liu shook his head, replying, That would be too much trouble. If Sister Jianlian wishes to compensate me, how about treating me to dinner tonight? I'm rather hungry after the game. Yi Jianlian playfully shot him a look and said, It's a deal then. Let us not miss each other tonight. Walking along the bustling streets of Beijing, Liu found himself reminiscing about the dinner he had just enjoyed, although it was merely a standard meal at a 5-star hotel. Sharing it with a woman of Yi Jianlian's intellectual elegance and captivating presence was truly a delightful experience. While men are often drawn to physical beauty, the true enjoyment of human interaction lies in the resonance of the spirit. Yi Jianlian was undoubtedly stunning, and Liu had faith that her soul mirrored her beauty. Seated across from his former idol, Liu felt an unexpected calmness wash over him. He was no longer the naive country lad. His name had become renowned throughout China. After all, a Chinese player achieving the NBA Finals MVP in America was indeed a source of pride. Whether out of curiosity or genuine admiration, Liu had become the hottest star in all of China. It must be noted that Sister Jianlian not only possessed outer beauty, but was also a woman of depth and refinement. Even though they were not well acquainted, their interaction was remarkably harmonious. Largely due to Yi Jianlian's refreshing and respectful demeanor, Liu shook his head, dispelling all distracting thoughts to recognize that, despite a mutual fondness, their relationship would not evolve into intimacy. Nevertheless, it was undeniably a delightful day. Upon returning to his hotel, just as he was about to rest, a knock echoed at the door. Opening it revealed Guoklin, Zhao Jiwei, Wang Zhilin, and Ding Yinyu. Alun cheerfully squeezed inside, exclaiming, Hey, old Li, where's Sister Jianlian? Have you hidden her away? Liu rolled his eyes in exasperation, retorting, Can you be serious for once? We're not that type of people. Sister Jianlian merely shared a meal with me. After dining, she naturally returned home. Where on earth did your mind wander off to? Well, Hylan, you need to cleanse that dirty imagination of yours. Seeing the commotion, the four of them dashed away in excitement. Lying on his bed, Liu prepared to drift off to sleep when suddenly, a message pinged on his phone. Are you safely in your room? A genuine smile spread across Liu's face. A wave of joy swelling from deep within. It was a message from Yi Jianlian. The timing was impeccable. He had just settled into his room when the message arrived, clearly indicating her thoughtful timing. After a moment's reflection, he replied, I've just arrived and am lying on my bed. Thank you for the lavish dinner tonight. If the opportunity arises, I'll treat you next time. The response came swiftly, beginning with a smiley face followed by text. Glad to hear you've arrived. I have to leave tomorrow due to prior commitments and won't be able to catch the upcoming matches. I am truly sorry. Liu shook his head, smiling at this. For Lin Jianlian to inform him personally indicated that she had at least considered him a friend. 3 seconds later, he typed back. Safe travels, Sister Jianlian. Next time, I'll invite you to watch my NBA game. Setting his phone down, Liu's heart soared with excitement, invigorated by the exchange, rendering him unable to sleep. As he moved forward, he resolved not to look back. Suddenly, the phone rang again. Who could be calling at this hour? Lee picked up his phone, and to his surprise, saw it was his current American agent, Rich Paul. A thought crossed his mind. And he suddenly speculated, could it be that someone has made an offer for a new contract? Considering the NBA Finals had concluded nearly a month ago, teams with intentions should be taking action by now. Answering the call, Lee directly remarked, Hey buddy, why are you reaching out so late? It's quite late on my side. You're disturbing the peace. Rich Paul chuckled awkwardly and replied, My apologies, I momentarily forgot. Lee was not genuinely upset, and there was no need to dwell on the matter. He shifted the conversation, saying, Go ahead, I know you wouldn't disturb me without a reason. You must have something important to discuss. Rich Paul nodded and began. Lee, you truly understand me. The old man from the Spurs has contacted me. He wishes to talk with you. Lee frowned in curiosity, asking Popovich, What does he want with me? Rich Paul quickly responded, What else could it be? It's about your new contract. How does he intend to discuss it? I'm genuinely curious why he would reach out to me directly instead of you. Rich Paul, momentarily at a loss for words, finally replied, The old man is quite sincere. He is willing to offer you a 3-year contract worth $45 million. However, I feel it's a bit low. We should wait for offers from other teams. Then, the Spurs proposed that Popovich speak with you directly. If you're satisfied, they will present an offer that you cannot refuse. Lee chuckled lightly and casually replied, Cannot refuse. Does that mean the Spurs plan to offer me a max contract? According to the feedback from the Spurs, they indeed seem to have that intention. Otherwise, I wouldn't be bothering you at this late hour. You know I'm not someone who is unaware of time zones. I devote myself fully to each client, aiming to ensure they receive satisfactory service. Hence, this is why I called you. Lee furrowed his brow, feeling there was an urgent need. Could it be that the old man could not fly straight to Beijing? Rich Paul fell momentarily silent. You think it's possible that Popovich has not only arrived at Beijing, but has also watched your game with the Chinese national team live? No way. Lee found it hard to believe. Then, why doesn't he just come to see me directly? Rich Paul pondered for a moment before stating, I suspect Popovich prefers that his contact with you remains discreet. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain why he didn't approach you directly, but instead went through me. Lee's mind shifted as he began to understand Popovich's intentions. He nodded and said, All right, let us schedule it for after tomorrow's game. There's no match tomorrow. Let the old man book a hotel room, and after I finish training, I will join him for dinner. After ending the call, Lee strolled slowly by the window. A max contract. Does Popovich truly have such confidence in me? On July 7th, as the next day marked the final group match of the Stankovic Cup between the Chinese team and Argentina. The coaching staff concluded training early at 4 in the afternoon. Lee stepped out of his room to meet Popovich. Yianlian's head suddenly popped out from his room. He shouted, Brother Yu, are you off to meet a beautiful girl again? Why not take us along? Enjoying it alone. Lee turned back, rolling his eyes at Yianlian, disdainfully saying, Olgua, you look too unkempt. If the beauty sees you, she'll run away, ruining my chances. Yianlian shot Lee a glare before retreating back inside. Inside the room, Zhao Jiwei curiously inquired, Is Lee really going to meet a pretty girl? However, he seemed quite young at only 22. It is perfectly normal for someone his age to be interested in girls. Yianlian looked at Zhao Jiwei with exasperation. I was just joking. Can't you tell? With Brother Yu's current status, the line of girls wanting to date him could stretch to the moon. That if he were to pursue someone, he'd have to do it discreetly. There's no way we would see it so easily. If word got out, it would cause quite a stir. In Coach Gong Luming's room, Li Nan hesitated before speaking up. Coach Gong, should we intervene? With the Olympics approaching, isn't it a bit inappropriate for Lee to be dating now? Without looking up, Gong Luming replied, Who told you Lee is dating? I was completely unaware. Li Nan spread his hands and quickly responded, Isn't it obvious? After yesterday's game, he went out to dinner with that big star from Taiwan. Lin Qiling. Today's training just ended, and he went straight out. Isn't that evident? Just to clarify, I'm not jealous. Although Lin Qiling is indeed beautiful and considered a goddess by many, I have little interest in entertainment news. Gong Luming retorted, if you have no interest, why are you rambling on? Besides, Lin Qiling left this morning. Li's outing today has nothing to do with her. Ah, Lin Qiling left this morning. Is she not watching our game tomorrow? Li Nan was taken aback. She did. She took an early flight back to Taiwan. She came to see Li, and naturally, she left after that. Gong Luming said casually as he organized his materials that, oh, Coach Gong, how do you know Lin Qiling has already left? Li Nan began to suspect something. Gong Luming turned back, expressionless. What? Is it only you who can focus on beautiful women? I can't. After that, he turned back to his papers without another word. So, what is Li up to? Li Nan asked, puzzled that I say, you all should stop focusing on Li. As long as he isn't breaking the law, I support him, including his pursuit of Lin Qiling. Focus on the game instead. No matter who he is dating, he is still the backbone of the Chinese team, and if you don't prepare well for the matches, the coaching staff won't spare you. Li Nan felt a wave of frustration wash over him. When Li finally entered the room, he let out a sigh of relief. Over the past few days, he'd been recognized incessantly, which was almost overwhelming. After shedding his excess attire, Li finally felt refreshed. The weather in the capital had begun to warm up. Had it not been for Popovich's invitation, he would not have ventured out. Li, you've arrived. Popovich stood up from his seat and naturally approached, ready to take the unnecessary garments Li was eager to remove. Upon seeing the face before him, Li quickly reclaimed the clothes he had extended. Coach Popovich, that's not necessary. Li hurriedly protested. Popovich shook his head, saying, what is the big deal? He unceremoniously took Li's clothes from him and leisurely walked to the sofa. Placing them down as he walked, Popovich remarked, Li, thank you for taking the time to meet this old man. Please have a seat and rest. Traveling at this time of year can be quite taxing. Li, not one for pleasantries, sat down and observed the elderly gentleman before him, that he was robust in stature, still vaguely reminiscent of the strong physique from his youth. His iconic white hair was meticulously styled, and his face, slightly round, bore an unexpectedly youthful flush. I speculated whether this might be related to the old man's fondness for red wine. His eyebrows were somewhat bushy, gently arched, with deep, piercing eyes. It seems as though I can perceive the entire trajectory of the match and the thoughts of all the players on the field. The white beard feels as though it has not been shaved in quite some time. However, this does not detract from the old man's presence. Rather, it imbues him with an air of authority while simultaneously exuding remarkable approachability. What do you think? My image management as an elderly gentleman is rather commendable, isn't it? Popovich spoke calmly, his gaze scrutinizing the young man before him. You nodded in agreement. Your mental state hardly resembles that of an old man. I sense a vigorous fighting spirit within you. Popovich's eyes brightened, and he nodded in satisfaction. I have yet to congratulate you. Last season, you aided the Warriors in securing the championship, and you were awarded the Finals MVP. Young man, that is truly commendable. Liu smiled and continued. I have achieved a championship only once, while you have led the Spurs to 5, in light of your remarkable accomplishments with the Spurs. I am merely at the beginning of my journey. If we are to speak of greatness, it is you and the Spurs who truly embody it. Popovich shook his head and replied, that is because I had the formidable Tim Duncan by my side. It was not solely my efforts that garnered so many championships. Liu immediately shook his head. Without you, there would be no current Spurs. Your achievements and contributions are evident to the entire world. There is no need for you to be modest. Popovich regarded Liu, nodding intermittently. Liu, you are quite the charming individual. How about this? Join our Spurs. What do you think? Popovich looked at Liu earnestly. His eyes filled with anticipation. Liu hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. I recently heard a false rumor and would like to confirm it with you, Ditto. What rumor? Popovich inquired, curiosity etched on his face. Without hesitation, Liu continued. I recently heard that the Spurs are willing to offer me a max contract. Is that true, old man? Upon hearing Liu's words, Popovich could not suppress his laughter. raising his hand and gesturing animatedly towards Liu. After a moment, he regained his composure and said, "You rascal, waiting for me here." Popovich stood up and began to pace around the room. Eventually, he returned to Liu, stroked his chin, and sat down. Shifting his position closer to Liu, he gazed at Liu and calmly asked, "Before I answer your question, may I pose a few inquiries of my own?" Liu smiled peacefully and nodded. "Old man Popovich, feel free to ask me anything, and I shall endeavor to provide you with the most sincere answers from my heart." Popovich wasted no time and directly asked, "In your opinion, which team is the frontrunner for the championship in the upcoming NBA season?" Liu did not offer a perfunctory response. He looked into Popovich's eyes and calmly replied, "I believe it is the Warriors. They are the reigning champions of the past 2 years. Moreover, their core players, Stephen Curry, Klay Thompson, and Draymond Green, are still quite young. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the Warriors should be able to maintain their peak performance for several more years." "And what about you? Aren't you the Finals MVP for the Warriors? Why don't you mention your own name?" Popovich asked, feigning ignorance. That Liu shook his head and replied calmly, "I am currently a free agent and no longer belong to the Warriors." Popovich nodded and continued, "And where do you believe the Spurs stand?" Liu did not hesitate. He had anticipated this question from Popovich and already had an answer prepared in his mind. "In my view, the Spurs' strength ranks just below that of the Warriors and is on par with the Thunder and Cavaliers. However, if I may be candid, it will be quite challenging for the Spurs to secure a championship." Popovich suddenly chuckled, a peculiar expression crossing his face. "What if the Spurs were to add a Liu? Would that increase the likelihood of a championship?" Liu also smiled. "I believe that it would indeed enhance our chances. But there are still some uncertainties, so I cannot say for certain." "Oh," Popovich inquired curiously, "what uncertainties are preventing you from being certain?" "For instance, the question I posed earlier." "Ha!" Popovich could not help but burst into laughter. He continued, "If I were to say that it is not a false rumor, that it is indeed my intention, would that clarify matters for you?" Popovich scrutinized Liu before continuing, "Would that not allow you to be certain?" "Certainly," Liu responded decisively, without a hint of hesitation. "And what about the Warriors?" Popovich asked casually, "Do you not wish to return?" Liu looked steadily at Popovich and replied, "We all know that the Warriors have their preferred choices. Before coming here, I had hoped for that possibility. However, it is evident that I am not their first choice, or rather, I do not seem to be part of their plans. I wish to join a team that genuinely needs me and can truly regard me as their first choice. Thus far, the Spurs are the first to reach out to me. It is an honor that you personally sought me out, old man. Furthermore, I must say, both the Spurs and you possess exceptional insight." Popovich nodded in satisfaction, and upon hearing the final words, he could not help but laugh. "Haha, I feel as if I am falling for you. If I were a girl, I would undoubtedly love you." "Well then, I have no further questions." Popovich nodded and continued, "I will have someone contact Rich Paul as soon as possible to provide you with a complete contract offer. We shall finalize this matter promptly." Now it was Liu's turn to be astonished. "Oh soon, old man, will you not consider it a bit longer? If I underperform next season, you might find yourself resigning in disgrace, retiring in glory." Popovich nonchalantly waved his hand, adopting an air of pride. "Who dares to fire me? If someone were to dismiss me, I would be overjoyed. I would relish the prospect of retiring to a life of leisure." Finally, Popovich stated solemnly, "I have worked hard to secure you from that little rascal Steve Kerr, but if he suddenly comes to his senses and persuades you to stay, my efforts would have been in vain." Liu stood up and extended his hand first. "Coach, may our collaboration be fruitful." Popovich suddenly felt that Liu was also rather eager. That evening, at the dining table, Liu could not help but ask again, "Coach Popovich, are you truly not concerned that I might underperform with the Spurs? I have only played 3 fairly decent games. Signing me may pose considerable risk for you." Popovich, enigmatic as ever, shook his head. "I have faith in you. I believe in your potential. You have already demonstrated your remarkable qualities. You are undeniably a great player. With Tim's retirement, I often find myself reminiscing about him over the past 2 years. Especially during matches, I frequently wonder when I will encounter the next Tim Duncan. When I watched the finals and saw you, I knew I had found the player I had been searching for." Liu, puzzled, asked, "But I am an outside shooter, am I not?" Popovich shook his head. The greatness of a player is never defined by their style of play. Rather, it is characterized by an inherent quality, one that is reliable and exhibits an unwavering determination to never give up on the game. I sense within you a heart harder than stone and a will more resilient than steel that I hope you can become the next pillar of the Spurs and lead them to another 20 years of glory. Liu was uncertain whether what Popovich said was true. Nevertheless, for him, the Spurs were undoubtedly a commendable choice. At the very least, the substantial contract was indeed genuine. After Liu departed, Popovich stood alone before the floor-to-ceiling windows, calmly gazing at the bustling city. Liu. What a remarkable young man. He picked up his phone, which contained a piece of news that could send shockwaves throughout the league. Kevin Durant had reached an agreement to join the Warriors. Indeed, this simplest of paths always attracts those eager to tread it. First LeBron James, and now Kevin Durant. Kevin, I never imagined you would do this. You really are quite the softie. However, one must wonder, with Kevin Durant's style of play and personality, how will Stephen Curry, that selfless yet foolish young man, cope? He's in for a tough time. That Steve Kerr, despite being one of the greatest shooters in history, likely holds little regard for shooters in his heart. Although Stephen Curry is unlike anyone else, distinct from all the three-point shooters of the past, yet one cannot entirely blame Kerr. After all, the strongest benchmark is right there. Whoever has the privilege of working alongside the basketball deity for 2 or 3 years will inevitably come to prefer, adapt to, and trust that style of play. However, Michael Jordan is a singular entity. Kevin Durant still has a long way to go. The Warriors? The Spurs? Who will triumph remains to be seen. Young man, the fate of the Spurs next year ultimately rests on your shoulders. I hope you won't disappoint this old man. Back in his hotel room, Liu played soothing music and danced alone. His aspirations for the next championship seemed to finally hold promise. The Warriors' edition of Durant was formidable. Yet they were far from flawless. Throughout both the regular season and the playoffs, aside from their overwhelming performance in the finals, they had encountered challenges. Prior to Liu's arrival, the Spurs were already a strong team, boasting nearly 20 consecutive seasons with over 50 wins, something any NBA follower would recognize as terrifying. With the pinnacle of team basketball combined with Liu's exceptional three-point shooting, the Spurs would undoubtedly become even more formidable. Liu was filled with confidence. Who knows, a team capable of breaking the 73-win record might soon emerge. Calm on the outside, his eyes sparkled with a dangerous glimmer. The following day, the match between the Chinese team and Argentina continued, a contest that would determine which team would advance to the Stanislavski Cup Finals. The Chinese team had previously won 2 matches, securing a spot, while Argentina, with 1 win and 1 loss, needed a triumph over China to have any hope of competing in the finals. Regrettably, the current Chinese team had undergone a transformation. No longer were they the easy prey of the past. With Liu's addition, they had ascended into the ranks of strong teams. If Argentina had brought their complete first team to the Stanislavski Cup, the Chinese team would surely have struggled. However, what appeared at the Beijing Olympic Sports Center was hardly even Argentina's second team. How could such an Argentina possibly stand against the current Chinese team? Yuge, great pass. Yuge, that three-pointer was splendid. The court resonated with the joyous cheers of Elan. In the first quarter, Liu hit 4 three-pointers and dished out 5 assists, leading the Chinese team to a score of 32-21 as they entered the second quarter. In the second quarter, Liu continued to exert himself, once again sinking 4 three-pointers, guiding the Chinese team to a staggering 28-16 score. By halftime, the Chinese team led by a remarkable 23 points. 60-37 under Liu's leadership, the Chinese team had undergone a complete metamorphosis. No longer the feeble underdogs of in the third quarter, Liu finally held back slightly, ceding the spotlight to Yi Jianlian, Wang Jianlian, and Yi Jianlian. The three, now in possession of the ball, sprinted across the court, yet the point gap did not widen. Instead, it began to narrow. With 6 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter, the absence of Liu on the court stirred discontent among the fans. Ma Long quietly joined the nearby spectators, pumping his fists, chuckling as he shouted, "Put Liu in! Put Liu in!" Soon, photographers captured this lively figure. A Long's image appeared on the large screen above the court. As Ma Long shouted enthusiastically, Zhang Jike suddenly tugged at him quietly. Humph! Zhang Jike coughed softly as Ma Long regained his focus. Zhang Jike discreetly pointed to the center of the court, just as Ma Long raised his head. He quickly ducked down again. Ma Long couldn't hold back his laughter. The warm smile that spread across his face resembled that of a neighborly boy, who would know, just by looking at that smile, that this was Ma Long, the steadfast backbone of the national table tennis team, and a world champion. At that moment, the fans recognized Zhang Jike beside him, erupting into even louder cheers that in the end. Liu did not take the court, yet this did not dampen the fans' enthusiasm. His scoring exhibition in the first two quarters had already justified the ticket prices for all attendees. After the match, as Liu was walking, Guailuan suddenly rushed over. Brimming with excitement, he laughed heartily, as if he had encountered something particularly joyous. Why you go? Good news. Good news. Liu paused, curious, and asked, "What good news?" "Do share." Guailuan laughed so hard he could hardly catch his breath. After a few moments, he finally composed himself and exclaimed that Jerk Malin got beaten up by players from the French and Nigerian teams. He was acting like a blind man, and those guys didn't spare him. They just went to town on him. Huffed. Upon hearing this news, Liu burst into laughter. Serves him right. Liu chuckled along with Guailuan, unable to contain his joy, upon returning to the hotel. As Liu prepared to rest, there was a sudden knock at the door. Exasperated, he shouted, "Guailuan, go back to sleep. We'll talk tomorrow." The person outside persisted, in a fit of anger. Liu leaped up. "Guailuan, you'd better have a reason for this." He flung open the door to find a group of people waiting. Even the usually reserved Yi Jianlian stood at the door, beaming with excitement. "Liu, congratulations. You've reached an agreement with the Spurs." Liu was taken aback. "Wait, I haven't even signed yet." "How do you know?" Guailuan waved his finger, turning his phone screen toward Liu's face. The screen read, "Durant joins the Warriors. Liu reaches agreement with the Spurs. The off-season quake has arrived." Guailuan looked at Liu with a smug expression. "Oh, some people seem to be keeping things from us. No loyalty." Liu immediately felt his irritation fade, chuckling awkwardly. "You never asked me, did you? I was going to tell you. I went out yesterday precisely for this reason. Coach Popovich came to Beijing to meet with me. I had no fear of the meeting. He saw how handsome I was and how well I spoke, and he immediately decided to sign me. I initially hesitated, but I simply don't know how to refuse. So I agreed." Listening to Liu's words, Guailuan felt as if his teeth might wear down from grinding them. He punched Liu's chest with a playful force. "Shut up. I don't want to hear it. None of us want to hear it." As he spoke, he covered his ears. Yi Jianlian shook his head with a smile, stepping forward to grasp Liu's hand. "Liu, congratulations." Liu returned the smile, saying, "Lian Ge, if I can do it, so can you. I believe you possess the talent to excel in the NBA. If you are willing to try, you can undoubtedly return to the league." Yi Jianlian's eyes suddenly sparkled, only to return to their usual demeanor that moment. Ding Yanhang stepped forward. "What about me, Yuge? Do you think I stand a chance?" Liu's eyes glimmered with intensity as he looked at Ding Yanhang and earnestly declared, "You will surely succeed. I've always believed in you. Kevin Durant has joined the Warriors. Is it true he has arrived? An MVP-caliber superstar joining a 73-win championship team. It is truly astonishing. You remain the same soft-hearted individual. Now, my path to the championship has become more challenging. However, the real misfortune lies with LeBron James. The probability of him being swept in the finals is not negligible. With his odds at 20, old chap, your GOAT dream has been shattered." As Liu contemplated LeBron James's plight, he felt a sudden lightness in his heart. Although he was internally critiquing, his spirit soared, and his eyes seemed to radiate like the brightest star in the sky. Suddenly, Liu's phone screen lit up. He picked up his phone, and a warm smile graced his face. "Liu, it has been an honor to battle alongside you in the finals. Your future may not lie with the Warriors, but I am confident it will be even brighter. Keep pushing, my friend." This message was from Stephen Curry. And this guy remains so heartwarming. "Nevertheless, buddy, with Durant's arrival, your journey may become quite arduous. Your head coach, Steve Kerr, is akin to a sycophant to him now. He won't be giving you the crucial plays anymore." After some thought, Liu decided to offer Stephen Curry some encouragement, advising him to be more resolute and a tad selfish, rather than his usual selfless nature. But good-hearted individuals always seem to have the toughest time. Little s, if you learned a few tricks from old Zhang, your life would undoubtedly be much more comfortable. A strong man with a youthful visage, yet still a good soul. If not you, who else would they pick on? Reflecting on how Stephen Curry might be forgotten in the championship speech by the head coach after winning, Liu could only think with indignation. Good people are often easy to bully, but that does not equate to a favorable outcome or respect. Fortunately, we are indeed not good people. After a moment of contemplation, Liu replied, Stephen, I also wish for your future to be even better. However, as your fan and friend, I must urge you not to relinquish control. Do not sacrifice yourself to accommodate Kevin Durant. He will never compare to you. Remember, you are the soul and core of this Warriors team. All of the team's success today is attributed to you as the cornerstone. I know you are a good person, yet I hope you can also be a person of brilliance in this Warriors team. The one who should not be sacrificed is you. Only when you perform at your best can the Warriors be the strongest. Remain true to yourself. I look forward to our encounter next season. I shall endeavor to defeat you. Stephen Curry's response arrived swiftly. He wrote, Ha 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 ha. Liu, thank you, my brother. Kevin Durant is a unique player, and I believe we will coexist harmoniously. I will seriously consider your advice. Lastly, I eagerly anticipate our meeting next season. I will assure you that staying with the Warriors is the best choice. Haha, I hope my words do not become mere boasts. In any case, I wish you all the best in San Antonio. My brother, on July 9th, the finals of the Stankovic Cup commenced at the Beijing National Indoor Stadium, featuring the host team, China, against the formidable French team from Europe. Prior to this match, the Chinese team had faced the French team in their second group stage game, emerging victorious. Throughout the group stages, the French team was undoubtedly China's greatest adversary. Now, in this final, the two teams would clash once more. The presence of numerous celebrities in the arena underscored the intensity of this match. Before the game commenced, China's head coach Gong Luming stood before his players and loudly proclaimed, Our opponent today is the French team, although they lost to us in the group stage. That does not reflect their true strength. On the contrary, the French team is formidable. However, I believe we are even stronger. Tell me, do you have confidence in securing victory in this match? All the players of the Chinese team responded in unison, yes. As the game began, the Chinese players noticed that the French team's physicality and intensity had noticeably diminished. Although they were uncertain why the French had softened, the Chinese players felt only more exhilarated. Everyone was roaring, determined to inflict another crushing defeat upon the French team. The French, though not unwilling to play aggressively, were haunted by the memory of Liu, who was even tougher and stronger than they. If that was the case, why subject themselves to unnecessary suffering? The match proceeded without any unexpected turns, concluding peacefully. Ultimately, China triumphed with a score of 94-88. I could hear the sound of the final buzzer. The entire audience rose to their feet, fervently cheering for the Chinese players. During the awards ceremony, the host announced with great enthusiasm, The champion of this year's Stankovic Cup is the Chinese team. The audience erupted in applause, standing and shouting, The Chinese team is the champion. Their voices echoed throughout the arena, filling the hearts of the fans in attendance with joy and happiness. Liu clapped fervently, feeling an overwhelming sense of excitement. At last, they had secured the first championship for the Chinese team. The feeling of bringing honor to his country was truly unparalleled. Liu engraved that moment in his heart, silently vowing that this would not be his last championship with the Chinese team. His goal was the Olympics. This was merely an appetizer. After the championship was awarded, the host announced the MVP of this year's Stankovic Cup. Without a doubt, Liu was the sole candidate. All others paled in comparison to him, akin to the bright moon amidst the stars, with only the moon shining. After the match, Gong Luming gazed at all the Chinese players as a general would his soldiers. He spoke slowly yet powerfully. I believe that each of you has grown immensely during this competition. In this Stankovic Cup, we emerged victorious despite external doubts. But I am confident that this is not our limit. For you, and for the Chinese team, this is merely a commendable beginning. Now, we must prepare to charge towards the Olympics. Are you ready? A unified and resounding affirmation echoed, representing the unwavering determination of all Chinese players to bring glory to their nation, that we are ready. The response seemed to resonate throughout the heavens. After the match, in the Ma Sun Sports live broadcast studio, Yang Baluo and Ma Jian provided commentary for the Stankovic Cup final. Upon witnessing the Chinese team clinch the championship, both men excitedly raised their fists and exchanged celebratory high fives. When it came time to announce the MVP of the Stankovic Cup, Yang Baluo confidently stated, "There is no doubt, Li Yu is undoubtedly the final MVP." A playful smile appeared on Ma Jian's face. As if to say, "Isn't this obvious? Why not let Yang Baluo speak?" As the MVP award was presented to Li Yu, the live broadcast of the match was nearing its conclusion. Yang Baluo turned slightly, directing his gaze towards Ma Jian. "Teacher Ma, what do you believe are the reasons for our Chinese team's victory in this match? Or, in comparison to our opponents in the finals, what distinct advantages does the Chinese team possess?" A smile graced Ma Jian's face as he began. The Stankovic Cup has always served as an excellent platform for the Chinese team to engage with formidable global competitors. Although the French, Argentine, and even Nigerian teams did not come with their complete rosters this time, their prowess remains formidable. Today, the Chinese team's triumph in the Stankovic Cup can be attributed primarily to two reasons. The first, of course, is the astute decisions made by Coach Gong. His tactical applications and personnel adjustments during the match are truly masterful, making this a significant factor in our victory. The second reason, naturally, is the inclusion of the Warriors' FMVP, Li Yu. I dare say this is the most pivotal reason. While Li Yu has only showcased his talent in 3 remarkable games in the NBA, those were in the finals, which is an entirely different level of competition. His achievement of FMVP in the finals not only validates his skills, but also bestows him with immense confidence. Within the Chinese team, Li Yu's capabilities far surpass those of his peers. Thus, in today's finals, we witnessed how adeptly he seized opportunities on the court, coupled with his unparalleled three-point shooting ability, which no other player can rival. His presence significantly enhanced the Chinese team's offensive strategies while exerting tremendous pressure on our opponents defensively, thereby allowing other players more room to excel. Hence, I assert that Li Yu is another crucial reason for our victory. If not the most important one, we must express our gratitude for Li Yu's contributions to the Chinese team. Yang Baluo donned his characteristic smile, albeit with a hint of irony. He remarked, "I wonder if Teacher Ma has noticed the most significant difference in the Chinese team's performance across these 4 matches of the Stankovic Cup compared to previous years." Ma Jian chuckled and replied, "I have indeed noticed, but many fans have not. Why don't you enlighten us, Teacher Yang?" Yang Baluo raised his eyebrows slightly and began, "The Chinese team has previously secured the championship in the Stankovic Cup. That was in 2012 against Australia, another strong team. However, they cannot be compared to tonight's formidable opponent, France. Does anyone recall the final score of that Stankovic Cup final? I cannot quite remember, but it seemed to be somewhere around 50 to 60 points. A rather paltry score. Yet today, irrespective of the outcome, my friends, we scored over 90 points against the French team, one of the top-ranked teams in the world. ISNT, that's somewhat astonishing. Moreover, this is not an isolated incident. Throughout the 4 matches of the Stankovic Cup, our Chinese team score has never dipped below 80 points. Friends, the transformation of the Chinese team is monumental. It is safe to say that we are no longer the same team as before. Even during Yao Ming's era, the Chinese team rarely achieved such high scores, often managing only 50 or 60 points against strong teams. Now, Li Yu has raised the ceiling to 80, even 90 points. In my years in this field, I have never encountered a Chinese player with such offensive impact. Yang Baluo marveled, shaking his head in disbelief. Li Yu is truly extraordinary. He alone has brought about such a significant influence on the Chinese team. This is undoubtedly the caliber of an NBA superstar. Ma Jian smiled and interjected, "Teacher Yang, are you not aware? Li Yu has reportedly reached a preliminary agreement with the Spurs, and it is said that he will be signing a maximum salary contract. To secure a maximum salary with the Spurs would certainly indicate that Li Yu is a superstar in the NBA. Yang Baluo raised a finger. Adjusting his glasses, he shook his head, stating, "This news is yet to be confirmed. I still maintain that Li Yu does not possess the level of superstar in the NBA. Currently, he has only one offensive weapon, his three-point shooting, while his other skills leave much to be desired. I do not believe the Spurs would offer him a maximum salary. However, I do hope this news is true, yet my rationality tells me that this is a highly improbable scenario. Ma Jian said nothing further, merely smiling. Yang Boluo continued, the Olympics are just a month away, and as it stands, we already have the potential to defeat world-class teams. Yet we still face a critical shortcoming, aside from Liu. The only other player of considerable skill is Yi Jianlian, who can provide some support. Should the opposing team heavily fortify their defense against Liu, the Chinese team will encounter significant challenges. With only a month remaining, I wonder if Coach Gong can devise any effective strategies. I hope that all other players on the Chinese team strive to elevate their skills to match the U.S. standard, contributing meaningfully to the team's victory in the Olympic matches, rather than merely serving as ornaments with no impact on the outcome. Yang Baloa's criticisms ignited anger among all the players of the Chinese team, including Liu. With less than a month to go, the rest of the team endeavored to improve themselves. However, in such a short span, monumental changes are hardly feasible. Yang Baloa's remarks not only failed to motivate the other players, but also posed a significant threat to the team's unity. Observing the somewhat despondent expressions of his teammates, Liu simply smiled, opting for silence. Some sentiments must be processed internally. Nonetheless, Liu understood that everyone had given their utmost effort, pouring their all into the game. In this world, victory is not the sole measure of worth. Many factors are beyond one's control, such as the family one is born into, the environment in which one grows, and the innate talents that can limit personal potential. These elements are beyond one's influence. However, whether one has exerted effort and fought vigorously on the court is known to oneself, as well as visible to all, upon returning to China and joining the national team. Regardless of the eventual outcome, Liu would have no regrets. He would not cast blame on Guo Ailuan and the others. Instead, he would take pride in them. Everyone fights for their country. All sweat profusely on the training grounds. And each person strives to win on the court. For teammates like these, Liu harbors boundless love and respect. Are teammates less gifted? No matter. I shall take the lead. After all, he mused, I am the one who is exceptional. Sitting on the plane home, Liu gazed at the increasingly lofty sky, yet a twinge of trepidation began to take hold. The next warm-up match for the Chinese team is in about 10 days. And after some contemplation, he decided to request a leave from Gong Luming to return home and visit his elderly parents. He wished to tell them that their child has achieved success, becoming a basketball superstar who earns a substantial income, allowing them to enjoy a life free from toil and to choose a lifestyle they love. However, as he boarded the plane, an overwhelming sense of anxiety washed over him. The closer he got to home, the more apprehensive he felt, unsure of how his parents would react after 3 long years since he last returned, during which he had not set foot in his homeland even once. Thoughts of potential reproach from his parents filled his mind, and as he pondered, his heart grew heavier with apprehension. Yet, the longing for home intensified. His parents, missing their son in a foreign land, how could he not yearn for the warmth of his family? Day and night, he envisioned the day he would return in glorious fashion. Now he has finally achieved it, an NBA championship and the FMVP title, the national team's champion of the Stankovic Cup and the MVP. He has triumphantly returned. Despite a lingering sense of trepidation within him, he is eager to reunite with his parents at home. He will always belong here, regardless of how great a star he becomes, how much popularity he garners, or how much wealth he accumulates. When he returns home, he bears but one identity, that of a family member, the younger brother to his elder sibling, the son to his father and mother. Liu summoned the system panel, and the first thing that caught his eye was 2 notifications. Congratulations, host, for assisting the Chinese team in securing the championship of the Stankovic Cup. Reward, 1 lottery chance. Congratulations, host, for attaining the MVP of the Stankovic Cup. Reward, 1 lottery chance. Liu frowned slightly. Receiving only 1 lottery chance for each was indicative of the Stankovic Cup's lack of substantial value. However, upon further reflection, he considered that even the smallest of rewards could be significant. Given the nature of this warm-up match, acquiring 2 lottery chances was quite satisfactory. Liu summoned the lottery module. Lottery module. Current lottery chances. 82 total lottery chances acquired. 212 inventory. Klay Thompson exclusive skill card. Buddha's light illuminates all. Stephen Curry exclusive skill card. God of Fun activated. 15 attribute points. No attribute. 8 3-point attribute points, 14 steal attribute points, 12 rebound attribute points, 23 on-ball defense attribute points, 15 help defense attribute points, 15 vision attribute points, 18 driving layup attribute points, 18 ball control attribute points, 21 passing attribute points, 18 post-up attribute points, 15 under-basket attribute points, 21 hook and floater attribute points, 19 coordination attribute points, 18 reaction attribute points, 18 explosiveness attribute points. With 82 lottery chances at his disposal, Liu pondered whether to proceed with a draw immediately. After some contemplation, he resolved to wait until just before the Olympic competition to draw, hoping that the system, recognizing his sense of ceremony, would grant him several desirable rewards, preferably skill cards with shorter cooldown times. Upon disembarking from the plane, a man in his 30s awaited at the airport exit. Clad in a formal black suit, exuding an air of seriousness and solemnity, he focused intently on the airport exit, as though anticipating the arrival of someone significant. Suddenly, a familiar laughter erupted from behind him. Wild and exuberant, unable to resist, he turned around, a smile breaking across his face. "Little brother, you've finally returned. Mom and Dad have missed you dearly." Liu laughed until he could hardly stand, gasping for breath. He replied, "Brother, why did you come and pick me up dressed like this? One might think you were here to greet some high-ranking official." "Ha ha!" Seeing the familiar figure and face, Liu felt an unprecedented sense of ease for the first time in 3 years. Liu playfully nudged Liu's shoulder, feigning a fierce demeanor. "You rascal, it's been 3 years since you've been home. Just wait until I deal with you." Liu laughed heartily, whispering, "Big brother, times have changed. Look at these muscles. You need both hands to take me on." The time for my revenge has come." Liu playfully kicked Liu's rear. "You're getting too big for your britches." Liu darted away in jest. Once the two settled into the car, Liu eagerly removed his suit jacket. As he did so, he remarked, "Ugh, this dreadful weather. Wearing this suit is no easy feat." Liu chuckled and retorted, "Then why wear it?" Liu laughed and shook his head. "I thought I should dress up to welcome a big star, lest I embarrass you." Liu shook his head in disbelief. "What embarrassment? Comfort is what truly matters. Next time, wear whatever feels best, and forget the rest." Liu nodded in agreement without further comment. Suddenly, Liu recalled a matter he had entrusted to Liu. Without hesitation, he asked, "Big brother, have you taken care of the task I assigned you?" Liu, focusing on the road ahead, chuckled, "Do you not trust your older brother? Rest assured, all is ready. We just await the right moment." Li Tianming found himself in a state of discomfort, neither standing nor sitting comfortably. His eldest son, Liu, had picked him up from the village yesterday, claiming he wanted to buy a new house and wished for both parents to assist in the decision. Yet, early this morning, Liu had left, dressed impeccably, leaving him and his wife, Yu Fengying, to wait in the house. The thought of the chickens and ducks at home possibly being unfed troubled him. He frowned and couldn't help but grumble. "That rascal Li, who never seems to have a plan, he brings us to look at a house, then runs off. I really wish I didn't have this son." Yu Fengying cast a glance at Li Tianming. "Come now, although you have 2 sons, it's practically as if you only have one. Not if you dismiss this one, you might find yourself with none." Li Tianming forced a chuckle. "Fengying, are you still upset about the second child? A man's ambition lies beyond the home. He needs to venture out into the world. We must support him. Surely, the eldest must have important matters to attend to, and no need to worry. He will return shortly." Tears had begun to flow from Yu Fengying, unbeknownst to her. Who could not understand? "I fully comprehend. It's been 3 years, and that little rascal Liu has come home to see us even once. Who knows if he still thinks of us? Perhaps he has forgotten that he has an old father, a mother, and an elder brother waiting for him to come home." Li Tianming, witnessing his wife's emotional outburst, was at a loss for words. While you might send money home, for the elderly, money could never replace the presence of their son. All they wished for was a glimpse of him. Even if he returned without a single penny, it would be enough. Why Yu Fengying did not dwell in sadness for long. After a while, noticing that Liu had still not returned, she stood up and wandered to the kitchen. Surveying the immaculate space, free of dust, she thought to herself, "The eldest wife is a wonderful woman. She maintains the household splendidly." Yet, a sense of loss began to creep into her heart. She felt as though her children no longer needed her. The youngest son had gone abroad and hadn't returned, and the eldest son had already started his own family. Yi Fengying felt a chill. Her days seemed unbearably dull, and she longed to return to their old home. "Dad, Mom, I'm back." Li Hu strode in, now dressed in casual attire. Noticing the somewhat awkward expressions on his parents' faces, he feigned ignorance and cheerfully announced, "Mom and Dad, come on, I'll take you to see my new house." Upon hearing this, the elderly couple perked up. Yi Fengying curiously inquired, "Eldest, where did you buy your house? Is it far from here?" Li Hu smiled and replied, "Not too far. It's over at Huashan district." Yi Fengying and Li Tianming exchanged puzzled looks but nodded naturally. "Oh, Huashan district, that sounds like a nice place," though they had never heard of it. Knowing their son had purchased a home there assured them it must be good. However, everyone in the city knew that Huashan district was the area with the best economy, most developed transportation, and the most convenient living conditions. That it boasted several major hospitals ranked among the best in China. This was also why Li Yu had chosen to buy a house there. As his parents aged, health issues were inevitable, and proximity to a major hospital would provide peace of mind. As Yi Fengying gazed at the increasingly bustling traffic and soaring skyscrapers, worry began to fill her eyes. She half turned to look at her husband, noticing a mix of emotions play across Li Tianming's face, revealing a hint of panic. Yi Fengying forced a smile. "Eldest, you bought a house here, then?" Li Hu feigned nonchalance as he nodded slightly. Yi Fengying hesitated, her words caught in her throat, ultimately choosing silence. Though the worry etched upon her face was increasingly difficult to conceal, as they drove into a lavishly adorned community through its grand entrance. Yi Fengying's hand clutched tightly onto Li Tianming's arm. Her eyes widened as she gazed at the series of opulent houses they passed, remaining resolutely mute. She was well aware of her eldest son's capabilities. He scraped by with small businesses, barely making ends meet. Yet here he was, suddenly owning a home in such an extravagant area, making it hard to believe he had not engaged in some illicit activities. Quick wealth is often accompanied by dire consequences, as enshrined in criminal law. However, Li Hu had already acted, and what could the two elderly parents do now? It was perhaps best to turn a blind eye. If their eldest truly faced trouble, they would still be there for their grandson, alleviating some burden from his wife. Who remained oblivious to how bizarre his actions appeared to the elderly couple. He merely contemplated the forthcoming events, unable to suppress a smile. Surely, his parents would feel immense joy regarding their second son. This lad had truly made something of himself. Even if he were to falter, his parents could still live a comfortable life. Li Hu's car came to a halt before Building 6, and he did not disclose to Li Tianming and Yi Fengying that he had purchased the penthouse here. The elderly couple paid little heed to such details, but Li Yu always sought to bring them auspicious tidings. After all, the Chinese hold dear the notion of smooth sailing in all endeavors. This residence was a spacious 200-square-meter unit with a single elevator serving one household. Li, who led Li Tianming and Yi Fengying out of the elevator, they were suddenly greeted by the tantalizing aroma of food wafting through the air. "Eldest, have you prepared the meal?" Yi Fengying exclaimed, stepping through the door first, while Li Tianming followed suit. Meanwhile, Li Hu discreetly pulled out his phone and activated the camera, sensing that someone was about to receive a surprise today. Just as Yi Fengying stepped inside, a familiar head popped out from the kitchen. "Dad, Mom, you're here." Upon seeing that hauntingly familiar face, Yi Fengying's tears flowed freely. She could hardly believe her eyes as she wiped them. And when she opened them again, the owner of that head stood before her, fully present. "Mom, I'm back." Yi Fengying, gazing at her son who had undergone such a transformation, suddenly covered her mouth and wept. "You still remember you have a home, with your father and me waiting for you. For 3 years, I thought you were dead." Li Yu, witnessing his mother's tears, was at a loss for how to respond. He fumbled anxiously, glancing back and forth between his weeping mother and his father, hoping the head of the family could salvage the situation. Unfortunately, the old man was torn between joy and anger, his gaze towards Li Yu dangerously intense. Were he not already in his 20s, he would surely have faced the wrath of a belt. Li Yu could only stand there obediently before his mother. Too afraid to move, suddenly, Yi Fengying delivered a sharp slap to Li Yu's arm, exclaiming, "You brat, finally decided to come back. Ah, Li Yu received several stinging slaps, which seemed to appease his mother. He led Yu Fengying and Li Tianming to the dining table, softly saying, "Dad, Mom, I still have 2 dishes to finish, so let me go stir-fry while you rest." Just as he turned to leave, Yu Fengying seized him and insisted, "You can't cook. Let me handle it." Without allowing for disagreement, she pulled Li Yu down into a seat and headed towards the kitchen. Li Yu quickly stood up, calling Mom, "Let me help you." Yu Fengying cast a glance at Li Yu and turned away with a huff. As she entered the kitchen, her voice floated back. "It's been so long since you've had my cooking. Today, I'll make your favorites, scrambled eggs with tomatoes and braised pork, to welcome you back." Li Yu joyfully responded, "Thank you, Mom." At this moment, Li Yu sauntered in leisurely. The warm lunch was unlike any Li Yu had ever savored. After feasting heartily, Yu Fengying settled Li Yu on the sofa. Eager to hear about his life over the past 3 years, Li Yu proudly lifted his chin. "Mom, Dad, your son is now quite accomplished." He then produced several publications, including Sports Illustrated, The Athletic, and Time magazine, all featuring him prominently on their covers. Though Yu Fengying and Li Tianming were unaware of the significance of these publications, they recognized that their son had indeed succeeded. The elderly couple, both in their 50s, watched their son boast. Occasionally chuckling to themselves, "At the last," they felt a sense of relief. Regardless of the U.S. wealth or accomplishments, the most important thing was that their son had returned safe and sound. And evidently, he had thrived over the past 3 years. That evening, Li Yu brought his wife and child over, and the family joyfully shared a reunion dinner. It was then that Li Yu revealed to Li Tianming and Yu Fengying that Li Yu had purchased the home as a filial gesture towards them. Li Tianming frowned slightly, about to voice a thought when Yu Fengying interrupted him. "Well, my son has succeeded. We 2 old folks can finally enjoy some comforts." Seeing his mother's acceptance, Li Yu happily filled his bowl with rice. In truth, Li Yu had not only acquired this one apartment, he had also purchased the upper and lower floors of the building. 1 unit for each of the elderly couple, 1 for himself, and 1 for Li Yu. The family would continue to live together. He even left the 2 elders with a bank card containing $3 million. He transferred $3 million to Li Yu, telling him to ask for more only when he ran low. Li Yu initially declined, hesitatingly mentioning that he had recently started writing novels online, with decent earnings, and didn't need any funds from Li Yu at the moment. Li Yu surveyed his surroundings and showcased the balance in the bank card to Li Yu. Instantly, Li Yu relented. He thought to himself, "This little brat has amassed quite a fortune. Why should I bother writing novels? My brain feels like mush, earning so little each day. It's high time for me to enjoy some comforts." Li Yu delightedly spent 2 days at home, taking care of financial matters for the elderly couple as much as possible. Now that he had money, he wanted to ensure his family lived comfortably and freely. 2 days later, when Li Yu finally returned to the national team to prepare for the Central European Men's Basketball Championship, he felt a sense of completeness. His heart brimmed with vitality once more, and his fighting spirit soared. This was his country, his home. He fought for them, yearning for them to take pride in him. In this Central European basketball tournament, 4 teams would compete: China, France, Germany, and Montenegro. The teams would play in a round-robin format, totaling 6 matches that in China's schedule. They faced Montenegro on July 15, followed by France on July 16, as for July 17. The final day of competition, China's last opponent would be their old rivals, France, who had recently defeated them twice in the Stankovic Cup. To be honest, Li Yu felt no anxiety regarding the outcome of the matches. This was not due to blind confidence in his abilities or an overestimation of the Chinese team's strength, but rather, for China, winning was undoubtedly important. However, what is of even greater significance is the pursuit of self-improvement. The strength of these teams should not be underestimated, particularly that of the Montenegro team, which boasts the NBA star Nikola Vucevic this time. This marks Li Yu's first encounter in a warm-up match against a full national team featuring an NBA player, making it impossible for him to suppress his excitement. Moreover, the mere thought of the formidable opponents the Chinese men's basketball team will face in the Olympics amplifies Li Yu's desire for the quality of this warm-up match to be as high as possible. In the Olympic grouping, the Chinese team will confront the world basketball powerhouse, Team USA, and the elite European squad, Team France. Naturally, that is a team entirely distinct from the current French squad appearing in China. as it comprises the most complete roster of the French team, including the legendary Tony Parker, a former NBA All-Star and Finals MVP. Additionally, there is the Australian team, another formidable contender. Given the caliber of these teams, Liu genuinely harbors doubts about securing even a single victory. The mere thought of facing the world's most formidable teams sends waves of excitement through him. This represents an unparalleled opportunity to gauge the strength of the Chinese men's basketball team. Only through competition can one ascertain their true standing. However, for this Sino-European basketball confrontation, Liu has resolved to alter his offensive approach that, in prior matches, he had been somewhat selfish in his pursuit of showcasing his formidable skills, striving to solidify his position within the team and win over his Chinese teammates. Now that he has proven himself and garnered the respect of his peers, it is time for a change. This time, Liu intends to reduce his personal scoring attempts, focusing instead on making the right plays that will elevate his teammates' performance, thereby uniting the entire Chinese men's basketball team in a collective pursuit of excellence. By scaling back his individual displays, Liu can conserve energy during matches and devote more time to training, aiming to rectify all his shortcomings before the Olympics commence. Prior to the match against Montenegro, Liu sought out Gong Luming. Coach Gong, for this Sino-European men's basketball confrontation, I would like to limit my playing time that I feel I have showcased myself too much in previous games, and there's been some criticism from the public regarding our other Chinese players. I see this match as an opportunity for everyone to demonstrate their abilities and skills, allowing them to understand that every player on our team possesses talent. Gong Luming regarded Liu with a gaze filled with pride and satisfaction, then nodded in agreement. With a tone that bore a hint of delight, he remarked, "Very well. That is splendid. Liu, your awareness of fostering team unity is commendable. I am pleased. However, I must remind you, Liu, that when great responsibilities are bestowed upon a person, they must first endure trials of the spirit, labor of the body, and deprivation of comfort. This Chinese team can only rely on you to shoulder such a burden. As the old adage goes, when it is your turn, it is yours. Do not feel burdened by the external criticisms directed at your teammates. They are no longer children. Their mental fortitude is sufficiently robust, and a little criticism means nothing. As for the game, you shall proceed as you see fit. Whatever you wish to do, I shall support you. The one thing you must understand is that, at this moment, you are the most crucial element of the entire Chinese team. Only with your optimal performance can we foster hopes of victory. For this Sino-European men's basketball confrontation, we shall defer to your judgment. Your intentions are noble, and your teammates indeed require opportunities to bolster their confidence in their game. Do your utmost, and I will cooperate with you." As the first match commenced, the arena was once again filled to capacity with fans. Despite the fact that the Chinese team's initial opponent was Montenegro, which featured NBA player Nikola Vucevic, the Chinese supporters remained steadfastly optimistic. LIU's astonishing performance in the Stankovic Cup continues to resonate in the hearts of all fans. With Montenegro boasting an NBA player like Vucevic, the Chinese team also boasts an NBA champion and Finals MVP in Liu. The question of who should truly fear whom is indeed a compelling one. From the outset, fans in Jiangsu's Kunshan region noticed that Liu was somewhat different this evening. His desire to score was subdued. Instead, he was focused on facilitating plays for his teammates through screens, passing, and defense, appearing almost omnipotent on the court. Regrettably, his shooting enthusiasm seemed somewhat lackluster. Otherwise, it would have been a truly perfect evening for the fans. Nevertheless, the experience was not without merit. Throughout the match, Liu played for 25 minutes, achieving 11 points and 8 assists on 4 of 6 shooting, once again leading the Chinese team to victory. Beyond Liu, other players also performed admirably, with Yi Jianlian contributing a team-high 15 points along with 3 rebounds. 2 assists, 1 steal, and 1 block, demonstrating excellence on both ends of the floor. Zhou Qi secured 11 points, 14 rebounds, and 4 blocks, effectively dominating the paint. Meanwhile, Guo added 9 points and 5 assists for the Chinese team. This was a resounding collective triumph that, as the match concluded, Guo rushed over to Liu, engaging in a spirited chest bump that, in this game, Liu provided Guo with 3 assists, underscoring his penchant for passing to him. Guo, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Thank you, brother Yu, for those 3 assists. Brother, you remember this feeling today. Make sure to pass to me more in every game from now on. My scoring depends on you. Liu understood that Jianlian was merely jesting. While Jianlian's three-point shooting may leave something to be desired, his ball handling and ability to penetrate are crucial elements for the Chinese team. Liu recognized Jianlian's prowess and contributions, which is why he had sought him out for additional passes. Jianlian can also pose a threat to opposing defenses, altering their strategies. Liu's task is to ensure that Jianlian's confidence and form are maximized before the Olympics. After the match, Liu participated in a photo session, and the players from Montenegro were not disheartened by their defeat. On the contrary, everyone appeared quite jovial, especially after obtaining Liu's autograph and taking photos with him. Indeed, a warm-up match is merely that. While the opposing players were earnest, the atmosphere lacked a certain intensity. Reflecting on this, Liu shook his head. Perhaps it is unnecessary to demand so much. After all, Jianlian and the others had undoubtedly improved their competitive state, and that is sufficient. Post-match, Liu calmly listened to Jianlian's summary of the game, but internally, he was awash with turbulent emotions. Defeating Montenegro is immensely significant for the Chinese men's basketball team, as it signifies that the inclusion of Liu has endowed them with the capability to contend with European teams that feature NBA players and emerge victorious. This instills in Liu a newfound confidence regarding the potential success of the Chinese men's basketball team in the Olympic arena. Although the current Chinese men's basketball team may struggle to advance beyond the group stage, Liu is far from reaching his peak form. Contemplating the full array of attribute points in his system's inventory ignites a fervor within him. Once he allocates all his attribute points, he will undoubtedly become a player of the highest caliber, even in the NBA. Later that evening, upon returning to the hotel, Jianlian summoned Liu. He set down the documents in his hand and gestured for Liu to take a seat across from him. Liu, I noticed you seemed a bit subdued during today's match. Is there something troubling you? Jianlian inquired, his gaze filled with concern. Liu met Jianlian's eyes with a smile, exuding a sense of ease. Coach Gong, I have no issues. I simply felt that I might have been too focused on scoring in earlier matches, which may have caused some of my teammates to struggle with their rhythm. Therefore, for this game, I consciously alter my approach to provide my teammates with more opportunities to shoot. Jianlian smiled faintly and responded, Is that so? Well, that's excellent. You made the right decision for the Chinese men's basketball team. This is a valuable experiment to discover which players, aside from yourself, can be relied upon. However, if we say that Jianlian's eyes were earnestly fixed upon Liu, he continued, if you find yourself perplexed again, or if you encounter other matters that baffle you, you must certainly share them with me. Jianlian took a moment to pause, gazing intently at Liu, and continued, what I wish to convey is that from the very day you joined the Chinese national basketball team, we have become comrades in the same trench. Regardless of whether our roles are that of coach or player, we share a singular identity. We are all members of the Chinese national basketball team. I sincerely hope to become a comrade whom you can trust and rely upon. Although I am considerably older than you and may not match your skills on the court, my life experiences and the wealth of knowledge I have gained from facing various challenges far exceed yours. Should you encounter difficulties, be they in life or pertaining to the game, we can engage in dialogue, and I will gladly share all the wisdom and experiences I possess. I firmly believe that while I may not be able to resolve every issue, I can certainly offer you valuable assistance. Liu nodded, meeting Jianlian's earnest gaze, and smiled as he responded, Coach Gong, I believe in you. However, I assure you, I truly do not have any problems at the moment. Should any arise, I will certainly seek your guidance. Furthermore, it is a tremendous honor for me to be your comrade in this team. I end the second match of the China-Europe Basketball Challenge. The Chinese team faced off against the world team. Germany did I end this game. Liu continued with his previous strategy, positioning himself as a support player, providing screens, passing and grabbing rebounds, rather than assuming the role of star player. As the first quarter commenced, the Chinese team surged to a 5-0 lead thanks to Liu's assist and shot, firmly establishing control over the game's momentum from the outset. Although Germany launched a counterattack, the first quarter concluded with China leading 17-11 in the second quarter. Germany initially executed a brief scoring run to tie the game at 21. But China responded with a 9-0 scoring streak, facilitated by Li Yu's deft playmaking, concluding the half with a 40-32 lead. In the final quarter, Germany relentlessly pursued the score, and with just over 4 minutes remaining, both Li Mihao and Wang Zhilin fouled out, narrowing the gap to 4 points. In a critical moment, Zhou Qi made both of his free throws. Ultimately, the Chinese national basketball team triumphed over Germany with a score of 71-67. Yi Jianlian played 18 minutes, contributing 17 points for rebounds, 2 assists, 2 blocks, and 2 steals, while Li Jian added 16 points. The LAU notably recorded 11 assists, prompting speculation that he was adjusting his style of play or intentionally enhancing his organizational skills. In the third match of the China Europe Basketball Challenge, they faced their familiar rival, the second team from France. The Chinese team seized the initiative with a 5-2 start, but soon fell into a scoring drought, allowing France to take the lead and finish the first quarter at 15-12. During the second quarter, the Chinese team displayed commendable offensive performance, regaining the lead with a score of 37-31 by halftime. As the third quarter unfolded, China initially surged ahead with an 11-2 scoring run orchestrated by Li Yu's playmaking. After Li Yu was substituted out in the latter half of the quarter, Zhou Peng and Yi Jianlian continued to score, further extending the lead to 59-41 by the end of the quarter. In the fourth and final quarter, despite several attempts by France to mount a comprehensive comeback, the Chinese team ultimately secured their victory. Throughout the match, Yi Jianlian achieved the highest score for the team with 31 points, alongside 5 rebounds, 2 assists, and 1 block, while Li Yu once again contributed 12 assists, marking his second consecutive game with double-digit assists. The Chinese team celebrated their championship title in the China Europe Basketball Challenge with 3 consecutive victories, along with a prize of 700,000. This time, Li Yu appeared notably composed upon receiving the Stankovic Cup. As his aspirations had shifted beyond minor tournament victories, his focus had already turned towards the Olympic stage, where he earnestly wished to lead the Chinese national basketball team to significant achievements. During the brief award ceremony, Li Yu represented the Chinese team to accept the championship trophy, raising it high and proclaiming, "We are champions. The Chinese team is the champion." With these words, the fervor of the crowd reached its zenith. Suddenly, a resounding voice echoed from the audience, calling out for an Olympic championship. Laughter erupted among the spectators, and Li Yu found himself chuckling as well. He understood that the majority of Chinese fans remained quite rational. This was entirely natural. Were he a spectator himself, hearing someone declare that the Chinese team would win the Olympic championship, he too would likely laugh. However, his position was different. As a member of the national team, he aspired to become a source of pride for his country and elevate Chinese basketball to the pinnacle of the world. Regardless of how slim the chances may seem, he felt compelled to try, even if it meant exerting every effort to secure that Olympic gold. He comprehended their laughter, yet he could not suppress his yearning for the Olympic championship. While the players of the Chinese team jubilantly celebrated their victory in the China Europe Basketball Challenge, Gong Luming quietly moved to a secluded spot to make a phone call. A rare hesitation crossed Gong Luming's face, yet he quickly reached a decision. Upon the call being answered, he inquired anxiously, "Director Kai, has there been any outcome regarding that matter?" Kai Zhenghua gestured towards the phone and chuckled, addressing his colleagues. "I knew Coach Gong wouldn't be able to resist. Just look at him." "Haha," someone remarked. As soon as the result was announced, he called to seek a surprise. Another added, "After all, this matter pertains to the glory of the Chinese men's basketball team. If they were to be replaced this year, I can only imagine how Coach Gong would explain it to his players and the vast fan base of the Chinese national team." Kai Zhenghua waved his hand, signaling for silence that he answered the phone. Feigning nonchalance, "Coach Gong, I wonder which matter you are referring to?" Upon hearing Kai Zhenghua's tone, Gong Luming felt a wave of relief wash over him. It seemed likely that the situation was secure. After all, why would Kai Zhenghua joke with him otherwise? Gong Luming smiled and replied, "What other matter could it be? Naturally, it concerns the selection of the Olympic flag bearer. You know that for many years, the basketball players of the Chinese national team have served as representatives in the Olympic delegation. If that tradition were to be broken under my watch, how would I ever explain it to my players? Given our long-standing friendship, please don't tease me. The voting results should have been released some time ago." Could you kindly share them with me? I am truly anxious to know. Kai Zhenghua shook his head with a smile and said, all right. I know you're eager, so I won't tease you any longer. After all, the results will be announced tomorrow, so knowing a day in advance won't make much difference. After a brief pause, Gong Luming's heart raced. Kai Zhenghua continued, congratulations, Coach Gong, you have been selected. Gong Luming's heart finally relaxed completely. He set the phone down and took a deep breath before bringing it back to his ear. Thank you, Director Kai. Had it not been for your advocacy for the Chinese men's basketball team, we might have lost this honor. However, I did recommend 2 individuals. May I inquire who ultimately received this honor? Kai Zhenghua wasted no time in revealing. Liu has been chosen as the flag bearer for the Olympic Chinese delegation. In this selection process, our main candidates were 3 individuals, 2 of whom you should be quite familiar with, Liu and Yi Jianlian from your national basketball team. The 3rd candidate is Comrade Lei Sheng from the fencing team. Standing at 1.93 meters tall, he won the gold medal in men's foil at the 2012 London Olympics, breaking the drought for Chinese men's foil gold medals. He also served as the flag bearer for the Chinese delegation at the 2014 Incheon Asian Games. It can be said that he was once the frontrunner among the chess players representing China at this Olympics. Had it not been for Li Yu's unexpected emergence, the decision for Lei Sheng to serve as the flag bearer for the Chinese delegation at the Rio Olympics would have been firmly established long ago. He was on the verge of breaking the 32-year monopoly of male basketball players on this honorable task. Gong Luming could only nod in agreement. This is all thanks to Director Kai. Otherwise, it would have been the first time in 32 years that the honor of being the flag bearer for the Olympic Chinese delegation would have slipped away from the Chinese men's basketball team. Kai Zhenghua shook his head and sighed. Do not thank me. This is a victory earned by Li Yu himself. China has indeed produced a few NBA champions, but to have a finals MVP. This is a first for the entire nation. It is precisely because of Li Yu's formidable strength and immense influence worldwide that he was selected as the chess player for the Chinese Olympic delegation. I've also watched several matches of the Chinese team, and I can confidently say that Li Yu is truly remarkable. His skill is evidently a tier above all the other players on the court. Such a player appearing in China is undoubtedly a tremendous blessing for Chinese basketball. Gong Luming nodded in agreement. Indeed, having a player like Li Yu, who possesses both talent and a deep love for his country, is truly a cause for celebration for the Chinese men's basketball team. With Li Yu on our side, I believe our national team will surely achieve something noteworthy at the Olympic stage. Kai Zhenghua chuckled, teasingly remarking, Coach Gong Luming, you are quite confident. If that is the case, I shall arrange for another heavyweight player to test your strength. Upon hearing this, Gong Luming's eyes lit up. Director Kai, do you mean to say that another warm-up opponent has been arranged for the Chinese team? Without a moment's hesitation, Kai Zhenghua responded, somewhat wistfully, Coach Gong, this warm-up match will be against a team quite different from those second- and third-tier national teams you faced previously. You should be mentally prepared. You might not like the final outcome. Gong Luming furrowed his brow. He tentatively inquired, could it be that our opponent this time is a top-ranked team in the world? Or a full-strength roster? Kai Zhenghua replied without hesitation, quickly affirming, congratulations, you guessed correctly. This time, your opponent is the full-strength American team, and their warm-up lineup will be the same as that for the Olympics. Now, let's see how much you can push the American team. I am aware that the strength of the Chinese team has significantly improved since Li Yu joined. Therefore, I specifically brought the American team over to temper your overly enthusiastic spirits. This way, you can prepare mentally for the official competition at the Olympics. After ending the call, Gong Luming couldn't help but pinch his brow. For the Chinese team, the American team is undoubtedly an insurmountable opponent. One could say there's no chance at all that I end this world. The teams that can somewhat resist the American men's basketball team are all top-tier squads, while the Chinese team still has a considerable distance to cover to reach that level. Gong Luming could only manage a bitter smile. The American men's basketball team is also a group opponent for the Chinese team in this Olympic tournament. Generally speaking, teams in the same group do not engage in warm-up matches with each other. However, it is evident that neither the American team nor the Chinese team views the other as a rival. Gong Luming could only pray that they would lose as little as possible. Li Yu lay in bed, feeling fatigued both mentally and physically. Over the past few days, he had to compete while also working to improve various attributes through training. Even though his spirit and willpower were more resilient than steel, he still felt waves of exhaustion at this moment. However, with the Olympics drawing closer, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety as the current cornerstone of the Chinese men's basketball national team. He harbored doubts about whether the team could deliver a satisfactory performance on behalf of the entire nation at the Olympic stage. Shaking his head, Liu gradually emptied his mind, forcing himself not to dwell on those thoughts. Suddenly, he recalled the system notification sound that had echoed in his ear during the award ceremony. Congratulations to the host for leading the Chinese team to victory in the China-Europe Basketball Challenge. Earning one lottery draw opportunity. The total number of accumulated lottery chances has now reached 83. Should I draw now? After contemplating for a moment, Liu ultimately decided to temporarily forego it. These lottery opportunities served as a carrot dangled before a donkey, motivating him to maintain his rigorous training. Without these chances, Liu feared he might abandon his training. 1's spirit and vitality must be built up gradually, and at this moment, Liu was in the process of amassing that energy. One day, he would show the world his tenacity. Simultaneously, these lottery opportunities also bolstered his confidence. Every night, when he saw such a plethora of chances, he felt an immense sense of reassurance that he knew he had the means. He possessed the capability to lead the Chinese team to victory on the Olympic stage. He intended to go all in on the night before the Olympic basketball competition. At that point, he would be invincible. Both his mindset and strength would reach their zenith. The following day, being the day after the match, the coaching staff arranged only a simple warm-up training session and an hour of tactical drills, after which they announced the end of activities, allowing for free time. Before the team dispersed, Gong Luming stood smiling before his players, surveying the spirited young men before him. He nodded in approval and then spoke. "Young men, I want to tell you that you are fantastic. Maintain this spirit until the end of the Olympics. I believe that our Chinese team will achieve unprecedented results this time. However, before that, you will face a considerable challenge." Gong Luming laughed as he glanced at the players of the Chinese men's basketball team standing straight before him, suddenly raising his voice. "Tell me, do you have confidence?" Despite not knowing what Gong Luming meant by considerable challenge, it was clear that there could only be one answer to his question. Everyone responded loudly. "We have confidence." Hearing their reply, Gong Luming wore a meaningful smile. He nodded and proclaimed, "Good, very good. Truly worthy of being my Chinese team. In that case, I eagerly anticipate your performance against the American team." The American team? The expressions of all the Chinese players turned solemn, their brows furrowing involuntarily. Observing the change in demeanor among the players, Gong Luming's expression shifted. The match is yet to begin, and already they are frightened? Do not go out and say you are players of my Chinese team. We all have 2 legs and 2 arms. What is there to fear? Let us take them on. Upon hearing Gong Luming's words, the players of the Chinese team couldn't help but chuckle that that's the spirit. Gazing at the players who had regained their composure, Gong Luming continued. "Losing the match is acceptable, but we cannot lose our spirit. In this competition, show me your vigor. Let me see if you tall giants have any guts." After a moment, as he noticed the players of the Chinese team finally calming down, Gong Luming continued. "I just shared a piece of news that was neither good nor bad. Now, I have another piece of news, and I wonder if you want to hear it?" The players exchanged glances, and in the end, it was Guilun who spoke up first. "Coach Gong, please tell us. We are not afraid." Observing the serious expressions once again on the faces of the players, Gong Luming smiled slightly. He said, "Do not be nervous. This time, it is not bad news. On the contrary, it is good news." Upon hearing this, the players instantly became intrigued. Zhou Qi was the first to inquire. "Coach Gong, what good news is it?" Guilun chimed in eagerly. "Coach Gong, have you perhaps become a grandfather?" Suddenly, everyone burst into laughter. Gong Luming shot a sidelong glance at Guilun, then cheerfully announced, "I hereby declare that the flag bearer for the Chinese delegation at the Rio Olympics is a member of the Chinese men's basketball national team." "Oh dear," Owen exclaimed. "At such a moment, why are you dragging this out? Just reveal it all at once." The others chimed in with their own excitement. Zhou Peng interjected, "I bet it's Yi Jianlian." Zhou Qi concurred, "I also think it's Ego. After all, if it's not him, it must be Liu." and no one else stand a chance. I believe it's Liu, Zhao Jiwei added. He is an NBA champion and the finals MVP. With significant influence abroad, Wang Jianlian also spoke up, as if Liu doesn't have a substantial following in China. During our previous matches, we didn't have so many big stars. This year, it's a star-studded lineup. All thanks to Liu. Yi Jianlian felt a sudden pang of anxiety. To be the flag bearer at the Olympics is an immense honor for any athlete. He certainly aspired to take on that role, even though he knew his chances were slim. Yet, ripples of hope stirred within his heart. Gong Luming did not keep them waiting for long. With his hands clasped behind his back, he declared sternly, "I announce that Liu is the flag bearer for the Chinese delegation at the 2016 Rio Olympics." Instantly, applause erupted throughout the room, particularly from Guo Helun and Ding Yinyuhang, who clapped the most enthusiastically. As the dust settled, Yi Jianlian felt a sudden sense of relief. He smiled, feeling as if a weight had been lifted, and approached Liu. Liu was overwhelmed with excitement, feeling an immense honor wash over him. Unsure of what to say, listening to the applause, he still felt a tinge of disbelief. Am I really the Olympic flag bearer? Mom and Dad, your child has made it. Suddenly, he thought of another candidate from the Chinese team and felt a twinge of guilt. Yi Jianlian had contributed so much to the national team over the years. Undoubtedly, he was more deserving of this honor than Liu. However, Liu couldn't bring himself to concede the role, nor did he wish to. Yet, as Yi Jianlian approached with a smile and said, "Liu, congratulations, you deserve it," Liu recognized that he indeed owed a debt of gratitude to the elder statesman of Chinese basketball. "All right, let us create history together to make it up to you." That evening, a group from the Chinese team crowded into Liu's room. Hailuan held his phone, incessantly reciting. This time, the USA basketball team includes Kevin Durant, Carmelo Anthony, DeMarcus Cousins, Draymond Green, Klay Thompson, and Kyrie Irving. My goodness. Ding Yinyuhang exclaimed, "This is going to be incredibly tough." With a fierce expression, he declared, "If we're going to fight, let us take on the USA team. If we dare to risk it all, we might just bring the emperor down. Let's annihilate them." Zhou Peng shook his head, exasperated. "Ding, stop talking nonsense. This is the USA team, the world's dominant force. Have you even considered our own capabilities? Victory is utterly impossible." Zhou Qi nodded in agreement. The USA team could win even with just a few substitutes. We're not on the same level. We shouldn't think too highly of ourselves. They probably don't even know who we are. Guo Hailuan, displeased, retorted, "Who says the USA team doesn't know us? Even if they don't know us, they must know Old Li. He is an NBA champion and the finals MVP, with Klay Thompson and Draymond Green on their roster. How could they not recognize Old Li?" Zhou Qi, looking dejected, calmly replied, "Liu is impressive, but we're just not up to par. Among us, only Liu and Yi Jianlian are of that caliber. The rest of us don't even come close." As soon as Zhou Qi finished speaking, the room fell into a heavy silence. The truth can often be the most hurtful. Each player on the national team is a pinnacle athlete, a source of pride. Yet in the face of the USA team, no one had the right to feel proud. Only a sense of inadequacy remained. It was undeniable that they were superior. "Hey, what is going on? Why is everyone crowding into my space?" Liu strode in, his face a picture of bemusement. "Come on, give us a break," they protested. "With all of you here, I can't even find a place to sit." Guo Hailuan nudged Wang Jianlian and Zhao Jiwei aside. "Come on, Liu, sit here." Liu chuckled lightly and shook his head. "Forget it. I'll just stand." With so many men huddled together, people might think we're something else. Saying this, Liu moved to the adjacent room, pulled out a chair, and sat at the doorway, leaving Guo Hailuan and the others with a bemused expression. Guo Hailuan approached him, frowning. "Liu, I'm not playing that game. They can play, but I won T." Instantly, a wave of discontent surged among the group, and they playfully swatted at Guo Hailuan. After some playful banter, everyone settled into their respective spots. However, now they were all too disdainful of one another, preferring to sit on the floor rather than squeeze together. Guo Hailuan rubbed his nose and said, "Liu, among those coming from the USA team are your old teammates. Why don't you greet them? Let them know to go easy on you." Liu rolled his eyes at Guo Hailuan, exasperated. "Do you not realize I'm a player for the Spurs now? I can't exactly chat with the Warriors. They all former teammates." The fickle nature of human relationships. May everyone look out for themselves. Though they all claimed that they were no match for the American team, during training, every player of the Chinese squad exerted themselves with unparalleled intensity. Determined to give the Americans a taste of their prowess, Liu's effort surpassed that of his peers by several folds. The date was July 24, 2016, in Los Angeles, the second largest city in the United States. The entire Chinese team had arrived in America, preparing for the forthcoming warm-up match. It was already late at night, and Liu found himself unable to sleep. After contemplating for a moment, he summoned the technical module of the system panel. After nearly a month and a half of relentless training, many of his attribute values had seen significant improvement. Now, he needed to take stock of his gains. Technical module static and dynamic attributes. Strength 91. Speed 88. Jumping 72. Explosiveness 73. Stamina 95. Injury resistance 88. Flexibility 90. Coordination 72. Reaction 71. Offensive attributes. Drive and layup 71. Mid to long range shooting 71. 3-point shooting 100. Free throws 81. Post play 69. Under basket 72. Hook and floater 71. Organizational attributes. Ball handling 75. Passing 75. Playmaking 71. Court vision 73. Defensive attributes. One-on-one defense 72. Help defense 72. Stealing 70. Blocking 72. Rebounding 70. Note: the maximum attribute limit is 100. Values represent normal standards, with performance influenced by condition. That a score of 50 indicates NBA signing player level. 60 indicates regular rotation player level. 70 indicates starter level. 80 indicates all-star level. 90 indicates the level of league stars to superstars. Gazing at his attributes, all exceeding 70, Liu finally felt the joy of a bountiful harvest. This was the fruit of his arduous training over the past month, but he could take pride in his achievements, solely attributable to his own efforts. After some thought, he summoned the lottery module, for his greatest reliance lay not merely on these starter-level attributes, but rather on the attribute points still stored in his inventory. Today, he could utilize a portion of them. Lottery module current lottery chances, 83 total lottery chances acquired, 213 inventory. Klay Thompson exclusive skill card Buddha's Light. Stephen Curry exclusive skill card God of Cued activation. Michael Jordan exclusive skill card God's weapon. 15 points of unassigned attribute. 8 points of 3-point attribute. 14 points of steal attribute. 12 points of rebound attribute. 23 points of one-on-one defense attribute. 15 points of help defense attribute. 15 points of court vision attribute. 18 points of drive and layup attribute. 18 points of ball handling attribute. 21 points of passing attribute. 18 points of post-play attribute. 15 points of under-basket attribute. 21 points of hook and floater attribute. 19 points of coordination attribute. 18 points of reaction attribute. 18 points of explosiveness attribute. After some contemplation, Liu no longer hesitated and invested all his one-on-one defense attribute points, as well as all his passing attribute points. Consequently, his one-on-one defense attribute skyrocketed to a superstar level of 95, while his passing attribute reached an astonishing 96. Liu had once again evolved. After allocating his attribute points, Liu summoned the updated system panel once more. Champion King System Host. Liu age, 21 years, 201 days height, 197 centimeters. He has grown taller. Not an error. Wingspan, 206 centimeters maximum vertical jump. 88 centimeters. Strength and speed have improved. And physical attributes have changed accordingly. Champion King System. For each NBA championship won, the host is rewarded with 100 million the current championships won. 1 current rewards. 100 million host current wealth. 88. 222,222 technical module static and dynamic attributes. Strength 91. Speed 88. Jumping 72. Explosiveness 73. Stamina 95. Injury resistance 88. Flexibility 90. Coordination 72. Reaction 71. Offensive attributes. Drive and layup 71. Mid to long range shooting 71. 3-point shooting 100. Free throws 81. Post play 69. Under basket 72. Hook and floater 71. Organizational attributes. Ball handling 75. Passing 96. Playmaking 71. Court vision 73, defensive attributes. One-on-one defense 95, help defense 72, stealing 70, blocking 72, rebounding 70. Note: the maximum attribute limit is 100. Values represent normal standards, with performance influenced by condition that a score of 50 indicates NBA signing player level, 60 indicates regular rotation player level, 70 indicates starter level, 80 indicates all-star level, 90 indicates the level of league stars to superstars. Lottery module current lottery chances. 83 total lottery chances acquired. 213 inventory. Klay Thompson exclusive skill card Buddha's Light. Stephen Curry exclusive skill card God of Cued activation. 15 points of unassigned attribute. 8 points of 3-point attribute. 14 points of steal attribute. 12 points of rebound attribute. 15 points of help defense attribute. 15 points of court vision attribute. 18 points of drive and layup attribute. 18 points of ball handling attribute. 18 points of post play attribute. 15 points of underbasket attribute. 21 points of hook and floater attribute. 19 points of coordination attribute. 18 points of reaction attribute. 18 points of explosiveness attribute. Observing the values displayed on the panel, Liu gradually exhaled a sigh of relief. Now, with an unassailable 3-point shooting ability and a passing attribute soaring to 96, coupled with a one-on-one defense attribute of 95 at a superstar level, he was confident that he would not be overwhelmed. Liu was acutely aware that defeating the American team was a distant dream. He could not afford to reveal all his cards for a mere warm-up match. As those were reserved for the official games, he earnestly hoped that when the time came to reveal his hidden strengths, it would culminate in ultimate victory. However, in this warm-up match, the Chinese team could afford to lose. But it must not be by a disgraceful margin. Liu's objective this time was to narrow the scoring gap in the history of encounters between the Chinese and American men's basketball teams. Thus far, the least the Chinese team had lost by was 39 points at the Beijing Olympics. Liu aimed to reduce this score to within 30 points. To be frank, this was indeed a formidable challenge, as the disparity between his teammates and the other players on the American national team was immense, to the extent that even the basketball deity Michael Jordan would find it futile. This was a game of 5. Liu could only strive to excel in his own performance. At 8 a.m. on July 25, the match was set to commence. Meanwhile, in the American team's locker room, the atmosphere was lively and relaxed. Carmelo Anthony stood in the center of the room, holding a piece of paper and a pen. He clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention. "Hey, brother superstars, it's South time to play some bets. We're about to face the Chinese team, so let us have some fun with a wager." Kevin Durant was the first to respond, grinning as he spoke. "Carmelo, what are we betting on? Count me in." The others quickly chimed in, expressing their willingness to join the betting pool. Carmelo Anthony raised his index finger and announced, "For our first wager, let us bet on how many points the Chinese team will lose by. $1,000 each, winner takes all. If 2 or 3 of us choose the same outcome, we'll split the winnings." Kevin Durant nodded, saying, "Okay, sounds reasonable. I bet the Chinese team will lose by 50 points. DeMarcus Cousins scoffed, curling his lip, but he held up 5 fingers and declared, "I bet they lose by 60. Others began to chime in, with most opting for 60 or 50 points, while a few even went for 80 points. Only Kyrie Irving, Klay Thompson, and Draymond Green remained without bets. When all eyes turned to them, Draymond Green casually remarked, "You all know that Liu is my friend, so I bet the Chinese team will lose by 40 points. Klay Thompson shook his head, outright refusing to place a wager. Kyrie Irving, calmly touching his nose, said, "I bet 30 points. This is my way of respecting Liu." Carmelo Anthony nodded and said, "All right, everyone has made their selections. Let us proceed to the next item." He scanned the locker room, smiled, and continued, "For this second item, let us wager on how many points the newly crowned NBA Finals MVP, Liu, can score." He first turned his gaze towards Kevin Durant, eagerly awaiting his response. Everyone was aware that this season the Warriors had signed Kevin Durant, while Liu and Barnes had each secured contracts with the Spurs and the Mavericks respectively. It could be said that Kevin Durant had effectively displaced the two of them. However, there was little to be done. No team in existence would reject Kevin Durant, not even a 73-win team. There was indeed some unresolved tension between Liu and Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant furrowed his brow, clearly feeling somewhat uncomfortable with the question. Nevertheless, he did not keep everyone waiting for too long. Responding, I believe that you can score about 15 points. The others looked at Kevin Durant, their brows slightly raised, wearing expressions of curious amusement. 15 points? Haha. It seemed Kevin had a bit of disdain for Liu. As Carmelo Anthony pointed out, Kevin Durant shrugged his shoulders, saying, "Who is he? Do I need to know him or like him?" Carmelo Anthony did not press Kevin Durant further, but turned to inquire of others. Ultimately, most answers fell between 20 and 30 points. Klay Thompson opted out, Draymond Green guessed 35 points, and Kyrie Irving estimated 32 points. Only Kevin Durant predicted such a low figure of 15 points. It was evident that, for some reason, Kevin Durant harbored a degree of animosity towards Liu. Unbeknownst to Liu, the atmosphere in the USA team locker room was rife with tension. He was unconcerned. For when faced with such formidable opponents as the USA basketball team, one could only focus on performing one's own duties. In the China team locker room, Gong Luming merely conducted some routine tactical arrangements before gathering everyone together. He placed his hand at the bottom, and all the players followed suit, stacking their hands atop one another, with Liu's hand on top. Gong Luming surveyed all the players and solemnly stated, "Everyone, let us give our all. Despite the strength of our opponents, I still believe we cannot be defeated. Today, let me see just how resilient you are and whether you are worthy of the jerseys you wear." All nodded earnestly in agreement. Gong Luming loudly called out, "1, 2, 3. All players shouted in unison, fervently proclaiming, "China team, go!" The stands were nearly filled to capacity. It was no small feat to witness such a spectacular warm-up match. Even for the Americans, that a roster as illustrious as the USA team had no equal in the world. Conversely, the opposing team, China, was not regarded highly by the majority of fans. Liu stepped out from the player tunnel. Surrounded by a sea of red and amidst the fervent cheers, he nodded appreciatively. "Tonight, I fight for you," he thought to himself, feeling his resolve intensify. Prior to the match, both teams lined up to shake hands. With the Chinese players visibly excited, their faces alight with enthusiasm. The USA team members, however, remained remarkably composed, for to them, this was merely a routine warm-up match. The excitement displayed by the Chinese national basketball players was something they had grown accustomed to. It was neither indifference nor discrimination, but simply a reality they had long accepted, as they had encountered countless fans thrilled to see NBA superstars. Furthermore, it had become increasingly difficult for the American players to compare themselves with athletes of the caliber represented by the China team. In their minds, they did not view this as a contest. The Chinese players, in turn, had no qualms about the USA players' nonchalant demeanor. People are inherently different. To earn the respect of the strong, one must showcase one's strength and performance. After the handshakes, Draymond Green and Klay Thompson approached Liu alongside Kevin Durant. "Hey, buddy, long time no see. How have you been?" Draymond Green inquired as he embraced Liu. Once Draymond had finished his embrace, Klay Thompson joined in, shaking Liu's hand before giving him a hug as well. Upon releasing each other, Klay Thompson grinned and said, "Liu, tonight you must bring your A game. Draymond is betting that you can score 35 points. You don't want to let him down?" Liu chuckled and casually asked, "And you, Klay, what do you wager I can score?" Klay Thompson shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "I don't play such trivial games." At that moment, Kevin Durant also stepped forward, extending his hand and softly saying, "Hello, FMVP. It's a pleasure to meet you." Liu smiled politely, sizing up Kevin Durant, exclaiming, "Kevin, you are incredibly tall. Are the stats the league provides accurate? You must be over 2.10 meters." Kevin Durant merely smiled in response, saying nothing further. Their hands briefly touched before parting, with no unnecessary gestures. Just as Kevin Durant retracted his hand, a sudden voice pierced the air, making the atmosphere awkward. It was Draymond Green, who proclaimed, "Hey Liu, Kevin Durant is betting you won't score more than 15 points. I'm betting you can score 35. You better make it happen, even if just for me." The atmosphere became decidedly tense. Kevin Durant was taken aback, never expecting someone like Draymond Green to speak of locker room wagers so openly. He found himself momentarily frozen, unsure of how to respond. He rubbed his nose, tilting his head slightly upward, casting his gaze toward the arena ceiling, feigning indifference. Liu simply smiled, offering no reply. He casually glanced at Kevin Durant, waved a hand in greeting, and returned to his place among the Chinese team. Indeed, the American team's prowess was formidable. From the outset of the match, they launched a relentless offensive, scoring an 11-2 run within the first minute and a half, delivering a minor shock to the Chinese team. On the sidelines, Gong looming furrowed his brow, shouting, Yi Jianlian, pass the ball to Liu. Zhou Qi, move up and set a screen for Liu. Get the ball in his hands. He can score. Liu maneuvered past the double team of Kyrie Irving and Klay Thompson. Positioning himself at the top of the arc to receive the basketball from Yi Jianlian, he dribbled the ball, observing the closely approaching Kyrie Irving while scanning the court. Facing such an opponent as the USA team, Liu's task tonight was exceptionally challenging. He had to serve as both the primary scorer and facilitator, striving to unify all his teammates and maximize their collective potential. Suddenly, Liu surged forward, using his explosive speed to shake off Kyrie Irving and drive toward the paint in the face of his formidable strength rating of 91 and speed rating of 88. Kyrie Irving was utterly defenseless. As Liu charged towards the free throw line, Carmelo Anthony and Kevin Durant hurried to provide help defense to AT that moment. Liu executed a deft flick of his wrist, sending the basketball inexplicably through Kevin Durant's legs and into the hands of Yi Jianlian in the paint. Such a golden opportunity was not one Yi Jianlian would squander. He leapt high and delivered a thunderous dunk. The score swelled to 11-4 as the Chinese team began their offensive counterattack. Oh, what are we witnessing? It is simply unbelievable. The American superstar Kevin Durant has just been nutmegged by China's ace player. Liu, will Kevin Durant consider this a humiliation? It is worth noting that this season, Kevin Durant has joined the Warriors, and the prize for acquiring him was none other than last season's Finals MVP, Liu. The nature of this crossover leaves one pondering whether Liu harbored any intent of revenge. Might Kevin Durant perceive this as a provocation from Liu? Oh, the drama of the game intensifies. Kevin Durant furrows his brow as a superstar who has graced the league for nearly a decade. He has encountered myriad challenges. Typically, he would simply chuckle and respond with a formidable block on the defensive end. Yet now, he faces Liu, the very individual who replaced him on the Warriors. And this individual is no mere player. He is the Finals MVP. Those with true talent possess an inherent pride, and proud individuals often find themselves at odds with one another. Kevin Durant cannot help but contemplate the implications of Liu's actions. However, soon his frown relaxes, and the corners of his mouth curl upward. Regardless of whether Liu's actions were intentional, he is still an adversary. If I can dominate you, what does it matter? As he approaches the half-court of Team USA, Kevin Durant maneuvers around a screen, positioning himself at the three-point arc. He gestures, and without hesitation, point guard Kyrie Irving delivers the ball. Meanwhile, Zhou Qi rushes to close the gap, but Kevin Durant regards him with an impassive expression. He begins to dribble, half-turning his body, his back facing the defending Zhou Qi, leisurely controlling the ball without any intention of driving. Glancing up, he notes that only 10 seconds remain on the shot clock, and nods. 10 seconds is ample time. With this thought, Kevin Durant signals to Klay Thompson for a pick and roll. Klay Thompson calmly assesses the situation, casting a glance at the composed Liu opposite him, and a smile creeps across his face. This promises to be an intriguing showdown. Without hesitation, Klay Thompson rushes over to set the first screen for Kevin Durant. Zhou Qi intends to pursue, but he feels an unyielding force emanating from Klay Thompson that halts him in his tracks. While Klay Thompson's body can obstruct his advance, it cannot shield him from seeing the action unfold. Standing at over 2 meters tall, Zhou Qi's height finally comes into play as he furrows his brow. Peering ahead, Liu has already positioned himself in front of Kevin Durant, and the significant height disparity fills Zhou Qi with apprehension that he worries. Can Liu truly defend against Kevin Durant? The obvious height difference saps him of confidence. Yet, even if he falters, what does it matter? After all, they are up against Kevin Durant. Zhou Qi and the other members of the Chinese team have already prepared excuses for Liu at this moment. The live broadcaster also recognizes the matchup. Wow, how exhilarating. Kevin Durant matched up against Liu. This is utterly fascinating. Let us see if Kevin Durant can retaliate against Liu's audacious crossover, although I believe Liu's move was not a provocation. It appears that Kevin Durant interprets it as such from his on-court demeanor. How will Kevin Durant conclude this offensive play? A three-point jumper, a driving layup, perhaps a mid-range shot following a drive. As Kevin Durant's gaze locks with Liu's, All extraneous noise fades away. He is consumed by a singular thought. From this moment forth, I shall dismantle you. Finals MVP. His expression takes on a playful quality. Yet it is met with equally playful eyes from across the court. In the U.S. gaze, he sees excitement, devoid of any semblance of fear or trepidation. Kevin Durant inexplicably feels a surge of anger. He begins to crouch, dribbling the ball, ready to initiate his offensive assault, vowing to obliterate this young opponent. However, he soon senses a foreboding sensation enveloping him. His instincts warn him that the ball in his possession is perilously vulnerable. This feeling is unfamiliar yet not unprecedented. He strains to recall a similar moment, and suddenly, a flash illuminates his mind. The 2014-15 season, the second round of the playoffs against the Grizzlies. The source of his distress was none other than Tony Allen. That series proved arduous for him, ultimately culminating in the Grizzlies triumphing and advancing to face the Warriors in the Western Conference Finals. For a fleeting moment, Durant is lost in thought. Today, he is a member of the Warriors. How drastically the world has changed. In a clash of titans, victory or defeat can hinge on a mere thought that in less than a second. Liu seizes a fleeting opportunity, his wingspan proving advantageous as his long arms swat the ball away from Kevin Durant's grasp. Grasping the ball, Liu initiates a fast break. As he barrels forward, Kevin Durant snaps back to reality, smacking his hands in frustration while hurriedly retreating to defend, collapsing inward. Then he witnesses a familiar sight. Liu, at the three-point arc, unfalteringly releasing a shot that he glances back just in time to see the ball sail cleanly through the net. This is not the first time he has witnessed such a scene. In numerous encounters with the Warriors, he has seen this play unfold time and again. Yet, those who occupied Liu's position were typically Stephen Curry or Klay Thompson. In an instant, Kevin Durant feels an inkling. Liu appears to embody the essence of a Warriors player more than he does. Shaking his head, Durant chuckles, raising his thumb in acknowledgement toward Liu at the arc. Hey, splendid shot. Liu responds with a smile. Hey Kevin, allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Liu from Team China. In that moment, a multitude of thoughts floods Kevin Durant's mind. Liu from Team China. Does this imply that even outside the Warriors, Liu remains Liu? The strength lies within Liu as an individual, not merely in his identity as a member of the Warriors. The youth certainly possesses a remarkable spirit. As Durant returns to the offensive half of Team USA, he dribbles the ball past half court, reaching the arc with a grin as he glances at the timer on the backboard. Without hesitation, he gestures once more to Klay Thompson for another screen. Under Klay Thompson's NBA-caliber strength and resistance, Zhou Qi finds himself once again obstructed. Growing anxious, he calls out to Liu, "Can you handle it?" "You go." Liu remains steadfast, his gaze fixed intently on the formidable Kevin Durant before him. "I can handle it," he declares with unwavering confidence, a statement that resonates through the hearts of all his teammates, instilling a sense of calm. They have boundless trust in the one who speaks. Kevin Durant passes the ball to Kyrie Irving, then signals for him to return it. With the ball held high, his eyes locked on Liu, he conveys a clear message. This time, I shall be serious. Durant shifts his feet, his body half-turning as he presses against Liu, attempting to nudge him inside the three-point line to create a more favorable offensive space. However, in the next moment, he feels as if he is pushing against a wall. Astonished, he turns to see the familiar yellow skin and the height of just under 2 meters. What kind of strength is this? Kevin Durant's pupils constrict, and a hint of confusion crosses his face. Is this Liu? He ponders internally. Another glance at Liu confirms his suspicions. Indeed, this formidable force is none other than Liu. He realizes that he may have underestimated him. But who is he? He is the dreaded specter of defenders throughout the NBA, Kevin Durant. How could he possibly give up so easily? He still possesses a myriad of weapons to launch his attack, despite a fleeting moment of distraction. Kevin Durant skillfully protected the ball this time, leaving Liu utterly unable to locate it, making any notion of a steal utterly futile. Kevin Durant adjusted his footwork, transitioning from a halfback position to a full face-up stance. Dribbling the ball, he executed a simple crossover before charging towards Liu's left side. However, he quickly realized that Liu's body remained firmly engaged in the confrontation, rendering his speed ineffectual. He felt ensnared. akin to a rabbit under the watchful gaze of an eagle, aware that any misstep could spell disaster. The overwhelming sense of pressure was unlike anything he had ever experienced, gazing at the seemingly distant paint and the long arms obstructing his path. Kevin Durant steeled himself, abruptly halting to connect with a jump shot. Yet he found a Yi's silhouette still looming before him, his vision of the basket somewhat obscured by an unsettling haze. Yet he took the shot. With a resounding clang, Kevin Durant missed. He silently regarded Yi, his perception of this yellow-skinned adversary irrevocably transformed. Indeed, this was a formidable character, far from a mere sharpshooter. No wonder he secured the Finals MVP. At that moment, the commentator's voice rang out once more. Wow, Kevin Durant has been thwarted by Yi again. Having failed on consecutive attempts, it seemed his quest for redemption was in vain. The commentator wore a face of schadenfreude. While Kevin Durant felt increasingly disheartened, he mentally lamented, "Come on, bring someone else in and see who can score easily against Yi." Nonetheless, he had to concede that in those two possessions, he had been thoroughly outmatched by Yi. Who could have anticipated that Yi would possess such terrifying defensive prowess? This fellow's future was undoubtedly limitless. After securing the rebound, Yi Jianlian swiftly tossed the ball to the fast-breaking Yi Jianlian, who, without hesitation, accelerated towards the paint. Facing the last line of defense from the American team, Klay Thompson, he executed a dazzling spin move, gaining a half-step advantage. Seizing this opportunity, Yi Jianlian finished with a low layup, adding 2 more points for the Chinese team. With a surge of 5 consecutive points, the score climbed to 11-7. Following his basket, Yi Jianlian displayed little excitement, quickly returning to the defensive half and locating his matchup. Kyrie Irving. Frankly, his composed demeanor was somewhat disconcerting. He was typically quite emotional. Yet today, facing such a formidable opponent as the American team, he exhibited restraint and maintained his composure. In the next possession, Kevin Durant licked his lips, determined to reclaim his dignity. Holding the ball, he gestured for his teammates to create some space that Liu, ever perceptive, immediately attached himself to Durant without the need for a pick and roll, with arms outstretched and a slight bend at the waist. He maintained a tense pressure on Durant. Against a player of Durant's caliber, Liu understood that he could not allow him any space to shoot. Once given even a sliver of room, that infernal ball would find its way into the basket. With equal strength, superior speed, and a commendable wingspan, as long as Liu stayed close to Kevin Durant, the latter would struggle to find a suitable shot. After an intense exchange of physicality, Durant found it challenging to maintain control of the ball as he once again attempted to drive to Liu's left. And then, he lost the ball. In the heat of battle, his grip on the ball had weakened significantly. As Liu continued to apply pressure during his drive, the ball slipped from Durant's grasp. Swiftly, Liu scooped it up and initiated a fast break. Meanwhile, Durant tumbled to the floor in his attempt to recover the ball. As Liu advanced, he noticed Klay Thompson hot on his heels, and a sudden idea sparked his mind. Approaching the three-point line, he abruptly halted and launched a three-pointer just as Thompson collided with him in an attempt to evade. The shot swished through the net, and Liu not only scored but also drew a foul from Thompson, earning himself a free throw opportunity. Standing at the free throw line, Thompson felt an unsettling chill. Within the Warriors, Liu had merely been a bench warmer. Yet he had erupted in the finals, leading the Warriors to victory with astonishing three-point shooting, earning the Finals MVP. But how much time had passed since then? Now, Liu had unveiled a terrifying new skill, his defense having rendered Kevin Durant ineffective 3 times in AROW.LIU. Could it be that you're truly a manifestation of divinity? Draymond Green, observing Liu at the free throw line, found himself momentarily entranced. This still the Liu I know. When did he develop such formidable defensive skills? A sense of relief washed over Draymond Green. Thankfully, Liu had departed from the Warriors. Otherwise, he might have found himself out of a job with a blend of terrifying three-point shooting and formidable defense. Liu's presence would make it no easy feat for the Warriors to defend their title next season. Kevin Durant felt as though he were trapped in a dream, having been schooled repeatedly by Liu. He had been an MVP-caliber veteran in the NBA for nearly a decade. While Liu was merely a young man, yet to turn 22, the one who should be learning was Liu. Yet it was Durant who faced the humiliation in the next possession. Durant finally relinquished the unrealistic notion of isolating against Liu and returned to executing the team's plays, settling into the corner. Witnessing Liu's astonishing defensive capabilities, the other American players on the court breathed a sigh of relief. Their thoughts aligned. "Kevin, it seems you've wised up." He now harbored a lingering apprehension towards Liu. With Liu's accuracy from beyond the arc and his ability to shoot off the dribble, they could not afford to grant him another open look with only 10 seconds remaining. Kyrie Irving thought this, as did his teammates, preferring to allow another Chinese player an open shot in the paint rather than give Liu a clean three-pointer. Irving found himself trailing Liu, prompting Jimmy Butler to rush to cover. Suddenly, Liu executed another spin, positioning himself to the left of Yi Jianlian, who set a timely screen, allowing Liu to drift to the right corner beyond the arc, where he finally found himself unguarded at that moment. Guan, feigning a drive to the free throw line, tossed the ball to Liu. With a swish, the ball found the net, and simultaneously, the red light illuminated. Signaling the end of the first quarter, the Chinese team trailed 29-32, with Liu scoring 18 points in the quarter. The fans clad in red erupted into fervent cheers, joined by fans of other teams. As a buzzer-beater three-pointer is universally stirring. Watching the jubilant celebration of the Chinese players, Kevin Durant felt a sensation akin to swallowing a FLYAT that moment. Draymond Green approached, casting a glance at Kevin Durant before casually remarking, "Kevin, it seems your bet has gone awry." Up to this point, Liu has racked up 18 points, surpassing the 15 you mentioned. Durant did not turn to face Green, but his brow furrowed involuntarily. Revealing his inner turmoil, to be candid, he felt a twinge of irritation, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Firstly, Green's statement was a clear truth, an undeniable fact. Secondly, Draymond Green was a formidable opponent. He had once delivered a decisive blow during a confrontation with LeBron James and was not one to be trifled with. Lastly, having joined the Warriors this season, Durant recognized Green as one of the team's core figures, a vital member of their triumvirate. Most importantly, just last season, the Warriors had mounted a remarkable comeback against the Thunder, overcoming a 1-3 deficit to win 4-3 in the Western Conference Finals. As the leading figure of the Thunder, he found himself in a position of vulnerability when facing the formidable generals of the opposing team. In summary, he is simply unable to contend with the likes of Draymond Green. On the sidelines of the American team, Coach K glares furiously at his players. "Hey, you so-called superstars, is this the best you can do? You're only ahead by a mere 3 points against a team as weak as China. Did you spend the night indulging in the red light district? Your performance this quarter has been nothing short of disappointing. China has but one Liu, a mere 22-year-old. Is there no way for you to overcome this? Pull yourselves together. In the next quarter, I expect to see your true capabilities." As the second quarter commenced, the American players adopted a more serious demeanor, realizing they had underestimated the Chinese team, particularly the strength of Liu. Not only does Liu possess an unanswerable three-point shot on the offensive end, but he also poses challenges on the defensive side. However, most of the American players are stars in their own right. With a superior understanding of the game compared to average players that in just one quarter, they identified the Chinese team's weakness. Liu is their sole standout. If his individual defense is formidable, they can simply circulate the ball to deny him opportunities or execute pick and rolls, with Draymond Green and DeMarcus Cousins being adept at this strategy, effectively neutralizing Liu and allowing the ball handler to attack freely. This ball handler could be Kevin Durant or other isolation players such as Carmelo Anthony, Paul George, or Kyrie Irving that on the defensive end, as long as the American team raises their defensive intensity. The Chinese team stands no chance. The disparity in skill is qualitatively vast. No matter how hard the Chinese players strive, it remains insurmountable. The significant gap in physical attributes, coupled with the vast chasm in technique and game awareness, is an undeniable reality that in the second quarter, Liu scored 15 points and provided 2 assists, totaling 33 points by halftime. Yet this was insufficient to prevent the American team from achieving a staggering score of 43-25 in that quarter, extending the lead to 21 points. Liu furrowed his brow as he gazed at the glaring red numbers on the scoreboard, for the first time acutely aware of the immense gap between China and the United States, a chasm that he alone could not bridge. In the third quarter, Liu exploded again, amassing 21 points and 4 assists in that period, leading the Chinese team to a narrow victory of 35-34, reducing the deficit back to 20 points. In the final quarter, Liu had never felt such fatigue. His legs felt as if they no longer belonged to him, moving on instinct alone like a mere shell of a being. Halfway through the fourth quarter, Chinese coach Gong Luming observed the sweat-drenched Liu, furrowed his brow, sighed, and ultimately decided to substitute him out at this juncture. The score difference stood at 24 points, yet in the fourth, Liu had once again kept the game competitive for the Chinese team. As the final whistle blew, the scoreboard reflected a final score of 132-101. Liu gazed at the numbers, letting out a silent sigh. The gap had not shrunk to within 30 points. He embraced each Chinese player earnestly. For everyone, this was a painful defeat. Yet, it also served as a valuable lesson, offering them insight into the strength of formidable opponents. Next time, they would handle the ball with greater composure and commit fewer errors than on the American side. Every player regarded Liu with a mixture of astonishment and disbelief as they took in his staggering statistics of 63 points and 11 assists. Kevin Durant paused momentarily before speaking. "I apologize. I underestimated Liu. He is truly formidable, exceptionally so, and not inferior to any of us." Carmelo Anthony nodded gravely in agreement, his face still betraying his astonishment. "Incredible. I hope that when we face China in the Olympics, he isn't this powerful." He cast a sidelong glance at Durant, silently hoping not to be marked. Back at their hotel, the Chinese players remained silent. Without Liu, they would likely have lost by a far greater margin than 30 points. Yet, even with Liu's 63 points and 11 assists, they still trailed the American team by 30. Although this was the narrowest margin in encounters between the Chinese and American teams, the Chinese players could not find joy in it. They acutely felt the gap between themselves and a world-class team. Though they had faced similar defeats in the past, they had never felt the disparity so starkly. Today, Liu had poured every ounce of effort into scoring and assisting his teammates, exhausting himself to the brink. The Chinese team still faced a crushing defeat. They all sensed the fierce ambition for victory burning within Liu, and they felt woefully inadequate in providing meaningful support. The chasm between them and Liu exceeded their imaginations, filling them with profound shame, as if they were the ones holding him back. During the post-game debrief organized by Coach Gong Luming, the Chinese players remained reticent, unable to voice their thoughts. Gong, recognizing the weight of their silence, took the initiative to speak. "Today, I will admit that we suffered a heavy defeat. However, I also saw that everyone gave their utmost effort. Losing is not the issue. It is the fear of losing that is truly daunting. I have witnessed the spirit within you all, and no matter how great the margin or disparity in skill, I want to see us bite off a piece of flesh from our opponents. This fighting spirit is commendable, very commendable. We, the Chinese national basketball team, can only be considered a third-tier team on the world stage. Every opponent requires our hard work, our struggle, and even our utmost effort to secure even the slightest chance of victory. Yet, when facing a team like the United States, I must candidly say that we cannot compare ourselves to them, nor should we delude ourselves into thinking we can. Let us maintain our composure. As long as we give our all against every opponent, whether they are strong or weak, we will have done justice to ourselves and the jerseys we wear. Failure is painful, but this is a good thing. It allows us to see our weaknesses and strive for improvement. I want you to know that I am satisfied with each of you, as long as we can maintain the level we exhibited today. I firmly believe we will achieve the results we desire on the Olympic stage." Hearing Coach Gong's words, the Chinese players felt a great weight lift from their hearts. Their applause was not thunderous, but it was evident that determination had rekindled in their eyes. With a sweeping gesture, Coach Gong commanded, "Dismissed." The Chinese team members dispersed in a flurry. In Coach Gong's room, the entire coaching staff remained, gazing at the statistics sheet. Liu, 63 points, 11 assists, 8 rebounds, 6 steals. Excitement surged through everyone. Even having witnessed Liu's extraordinary performance live, they were still overwhelmed by the magnitude of his achievement upon reviewing the stats. Facing the world's strongest team, Liu had scored 63 points, with 11 assists, 8 rebounds, and 6 steals. The coaching staff felt a surreal sense of disbelief. Was it truly possible for a Chinese player to amass such statistics? Just how terrifying is Li Yu's prowess? Looking at the composed Gong looming, Li Nan felt an overwhelming sense of admiration. The respect Coach Gong accorded to Li Yu, which he had previously thought excessive, now seemed entirely warranted. If Coach Gong had not extended the invitation, had not personally called to invite Li Yu to join the Chinese national team, what would the current state of the team be? What a terrifying point differential this match against the American team might yield. Li Nan was uncertain, and he preferred not to dwell on it. There were too many painful memories he wished to forget. Even during the peak of China's basketball prowess with Yao Ming, they suffered a loss by at least 39 points. And what about the current Chinese team? Without Li Yu, they would likely face defeat by 70 or 80 points. Cui Wanjun looked at Gong looming with admiration, but he exclaimed, "Coach Gong, your insistence on allowing Li Yu to rest before rejoining the team was a testament to your foresight in recognizing his formidable prowess. You are truly wise. Now, as we prepare for the Olympics, there is genuine hope. With Li Yu and Yi Jianlian, I feel we can reclaim a spot in the top 8. Gong looming did not turn around. Remaining focused on organizing match documents, he replied calmly, "This is just the beginning. We must not be blindly confident after a match we have not yet won. While we possess a weapon like Li Yu, we must remain humble and prepared for every eventuality. Before the tournament commences, our coaching staff must present every technical strategy available. We must alleviate any psychological burden on our players." Gong looming maintained a stoic expression. Yet internally, he was churning with emotion. He had believed he had sufficiently gauged Li Yu's capabilities. But today's game revealed that he had underestimated him. He had misjudged not only Li Yu's strength, but also his ambition and indomitable spirit. Li Yu truly harbored a profound love for the Chinese national basketball team. Today's game reinforced this belief for Gong looming in the fourth quarter. Li Yu's face had paled, yet the fierce glint in his eyes was something Gong looming would never forget. In this world, there are but a few individuals whose spirit can leave one, and Liu is undoubtedly among them. He felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Encountering a player like Li Yu is a tremendous blessing for any head coach. Even if today's head coach were not himself, as long as Li Yu is present, the outcome of this Olympic competition would certainly not falter. As the Chinese team members exited the coach's room, they did not disperse to their own quarters, but instead gathered in Li Yu's room. Liu, upon seeing the throng of teammates crowding into his space, was momentarily taken aback. He quickly attempted to dissuade them. "Don't crowd in. I need to sleep." However, his pleas fell on deaf ears, and soon everyone had entered, leaving Li Yu at the back. Shaking his head, he stepped into the room where his taller, muscular teammates sat or stood in silence, their heads bowed. Liu surveyed the group and, finding a spot, sat down. He softly remarked, "It's all right, I'm not dead yet. Please don't offer your condolences just yet." Hearing his words, laughter erupted among the players. Guo raised his head, scratching his head sheepishly, and said, "Brother Yu, I'm sorry. I feel like I held you back today." Other players chimed in, offering their apologies. Li Yu shook his head in exasperation, staring in disbelief at his teammates, and then replied, "No way. You all are more ambitious than I am. You're actually thinking of beating the United States? They are the undisputed top team in the world. Are you not satisfied with our performance today? I felt everyone was giving their all, practically expending every ounce of energy they had at ITS, completely normal to be outmatched by the Americans with their long limbs and powerful physiques. How on earth could we win? Unless a divine intervention occurs." Guo, slightly flustered, quickly denied, "Brother Yu, that is not what we meant. It's just that with your outstanding performance today, and we still lost by 30 points. It feels a bit unfair to you." Li Yu burst into laughter. "Haha, am I impressive or what? Remember to cling tightly to my leg. Brother will take you to new heights. But if you think I can perform like this every day, you might as well end my life." As the others listened to Li Yu's teasing, the tension gradually dissipated. Liu scanned the room, filled with his fellow players, and, with a serious demeanor, began to speak earnestly. "Though we lost the match, we all fought valiantly, did we not? I am proud to be a part of the Chinese team, and I believe you all feel the same. We have given our utmost, wearing our national team jersey with pride, and we owe it to our own conscience. The Chinese team is a collective, Without everyone's cooperation, we would not have reached this point. My performance may have outshone the rest, but what does that signify? Can the Chinese team win solely through my efforts? Absolutely not. Without the support of all of you, I could not have performed as I did today. All players of the Chinese team are a unified entity. If we win, we celebrate together. If we lose, we endure together. Are we to say after a defeat, look at my stats? I, Li Yu, am not that kind of person. The loss does not belong to you, Yi Jianlian, or to Yi Jianlian, or any other player. The loss belongs to our Chinese team. We are all still young. One day, we shall challenge the world's strongest teams. The Olympics are upon us, and we must unite even more. I will be candid with you all. I am quite confident about our prospects in this Olympic competition. I have a small goal that requires us all to achieve together. Upon hearing Li Yu's words, the atmosphere lightened considerably. Although his remarks had some flaws, the overarching sentiment rang true. The entire Chinese team is not playing for the glory of a single individual. With the Olympics approaching, now is not the time for self-pity, but rather to channel all energy into preparing for the games. With Li Yu on the team, everyone felt confident that they would achieve a better result than in the previous Olympics. As they exited Li Yu's room, Yi Jianlian suddenly turned back and curiously inquired, "Brother Yu, what is this small goal of yours?" Li Yu shook his head with a smile. "That is a secret. However, in due time, everyone will find out." Zhao Jiwei turned to look at Yi Jianlian and remarked, "Old Li's goal must be at least reaching the top 8. Yi Jianlian nodded in agreement before shaking his head. "From what I gather, Brother Yu seems to aim for more than just the top 8. I suspect he is aiming for the top 4. Right, Brother Yu?" He glanced at Li Yu as he spoke. Li Yu merely shook his head, smiling as he said, "That is a secret. Feel free to speculate. I'm not sure if you're right." Yi Jianlian, astonished, exclaimed, "Brother Yu, you're not aiming for the championship, are you?" As soon as he said it, laughter erupted among everyone. How could that be possible? It was clear that Li Yu did not mean that. But what exactly did he mean? Far away in Venezuela. Within the video analysis room of the Venezuelan national basketball team, the entire coaching staff was assembled on a large screen before them. The match between China and the United States was unfolding with fervor. At that moment, the expressions of all the Venezuelan coaches were quite grave. They had never anticipated that, with the Olympics approaching, China would emerge with a player like Li Yu. Despite having gathered information indicating that Li Yu had performed commendably in a series of warm-up matches. This revelation exceeded their expectations. However, those opponents were merely substitutes from formidable teams, and even among the substitutes, there were some who were only hastily assembled professional teams that one might not have even heard of. He is Li Yu, an NBA champion and the Finals MVP. Such a performance is indeed to be expected. Moreover, the level displayed by Li Yu is commendable, yet it does not reach a terrifying standard. Nevertheless, it is truly challenging to assess the current situation. This is the complete roster of the world's #1 team, the United States, brimming with superstars, each player being one of the finest in the world. They boast NBA legend Carmelo Anthony, the 2 stars from this year's NBA champion team, the Golden State Warriors, Klay Thompson and Draymond Green. Most importantly, they have the international sensation, Kevin Durant. Facing such a lineup, Li Yu managed to achieve a staggering 63 points, 11 assists, 6 steals, and 8 rebounds. Yet, even more astonishing is that Li Yu's performance transcends what mere statistics can convey. In the first quarter, he nearly rendered Kevin Durant, universally acknowledged as the best active player in international competitions, ineffective. This is truly unbelievable that in the grouping for the Olympic men's basketball tournament, the United States, France, Australia, and Serbia are all world-class teams, while China and Venezuela are mere underdogs. For Venezuela to advance, aside from pulling off an upset against a strong team, they must also secure a victory against the largest underdog, which is China. However, they now sense that this may not be as easy as anticipated. In a single round-robin game, with Li Yu at his current level, his impact on the game is immeasurable. Presently, the team most likely to finish at the bottom has become Venezuela, with a significant chance that they will struggle to secure a single win in the upcoming Olympic men's basketball group matches. Meanwhile, at the training base of the French men's national basketball team, the head coach, observing the game footage, cannot help but furrow his brow tighter with concern. Frankly speaking, even with an explosive performance from Li Yu, Leading the Chinese team would make it quite difficult to defeat France. However, this possibility is no longer zeroed out. Without Li Yu, France would have been entirely confident in defeating China. But now, with such a formidable Li Yu in the picture, if he were to have another explosive performance in the Olympic matchup against France, the outcome could be unpredictable. Every game is filled with uncertainties, and prior to the commencement of a match, variables abound. Despite the significant gap that still exists between China and France, in the context of a single game, Li has already posed a substantial threat to the French team on the Olympic stage. Every match carries immense importance, influencing the ranking of the French men's basketball team and determining whether they will advance further or face the nearly insurmountable challenge posed by the American team. The once insignificant Chinese team now possesses the potential to turn the tables. 63 points. Is Yi paying homage to Michael Jordan? After watching the match, French head coach de Pasquale could not contain his excitement and uttered a sarcastic remark. The first assistant coach was about to speak, but de Pasquale turned around and commanded, "Compile all the games of this yellow-skinned fellow Li Yu. I want to discover a foolproof strategy to contain him." The first assistant coach furrowed his brow, internally lamenting, "How could a player of this caliber be completely neutralized? Perhaps our head coach has too many romantic entanglements, leading to a diminished capacity for judgment." Nonetheless, he acquiesced. "Very well, coach." Just as he prepared to leave, de Pasquale suddenly turned back and ordered, "Show me what upcoming games the Chinese team has. I want to watch them live, and gather all the national team players. They must witness this fearsome Li Yu. They need to take him seriously." Meanwhile, across the ocean, the head coach of the Australian men's basketball team is leisurely fishing. For Australia, the presence of the Chinese and Venezuelan teams guarantees 2 easy victories, ensuring their advancement. However, compared to the truly elite teams above them, Australia is evidently lacking. They're somewhat better than the lower-tier teams, but still fall short of the top tier. The quarterfinals seem nearly assured, with a maximum potential of reaching the semifinals. Therefore, there's really no pressing need for concern. Suddenly, the phone of Australian head coach Medvedev rings, startling the fish he was about to catch. "Damn it!" he exclaimed in frustration. "Who is the fool calling me right now, unaware that this is my fishing time?" Frowning, he picked up his phone and saw it was Dover. This fellow is usually so composed. He wouldn't disturb me unless it was urgent. What has changed? Puzzled, Medvedev answered the call and heard Dover's anxious voice. "Mr. Medvedev, something unsettling has occurred." Medvedev immediately became serious, knowing that whatever Dover was referring to must pertain to the Olympic men's basketball competition. "What? Someone actually scored 63 points with 11 assists, 8 rebounds, and 6 steals against the United States. What? You mean he effectively shut down Kevin Durant, the greatest assassin in international competition, in the first quarter? All the American players avoided playing against him." Setting down the phone, Medvedev rubbed his eyes gently. "When did China produce such a player? How long has it been since I heard any news from the Chinese team? The last I remember was during the Olympics when China exited the group stage without a win, mocked by global sports media for the low level of basketball in Asia. Now, China has transformed remarkably in just 3 days. Fortunately, despite Li Yu's terrifying performance, the Chinese team still lost to the United States by 30 points, indicating that they still possess a certain distance from the Australian team. However, the mere thought of Li Yu makes Medvedev restless. If Australia were to be upset by China, it would be he who would bear the consequences as the coach. He swiftly reeled in his fishing line, discarded the bait into the pond, and strode back purposefully. Meanwhile, in Serbia, the Serbian team is engaged in intense preparations. All players of the Serbian national team are fervently sweating on the court. While in the video analysis room, aside from the head coach and the first assistant coach conducting the training, everyone else is anxiously analyzing footage of all their opponents. The second assistant coach approaches the head coach with a furrowed brow, glancing at him with concern. "Coach, here is the latest footage of the Chinese team against the United States. I believe you should take a look." The head coach, expressionless, shot a glance at the second assistant coach, somewhat reproaching him for his alarmist attitude. That he firmly stated, "The Chinese team's performance holds no value for our reference. Our primary competitors are the United States and France, with Australia as our secondary focus. As for Venezuela and China, they are not worth our time for analysis." Do they possess an advanced tactical system? Do they have formidable physical attributes? Do they have superstar players with exceptional individual capabilities? None of the above. The second assistant coach, remaining composed, earnestly replied, "I still insist that you should watch this match." The head coach frowned and, somewhat displeased, asked, "Second assistant coach, did you hear what I just said?" The second assistant coach, maintaining eye contact with the head coach, calmly affirmed, "Coach, I'm certain that I understood your words. However, I still stand by my opinion. You ought to take a look at this video first. I'm confident that you will undoubtedly discover what you seek within it." Observing the second assistant coach persistently holding his ground, the head coach cast a profound glance in his direction, then clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Gentlemen, a new challenge lies ahead. For now, let us focus on this footage." After a considerable time had passed, even though the video had concluded, the entire room remained enveloped in silence. Suddenly, the sound of applause erupted. Clap, 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 clap. The room echoed with enthusiastic cheers. The head coach nodded appreciatively. "Mr. Second Assistant Coach, you were right. This was indeed a magnificent match. Liu will undoubtedly prove to be a formidable opponent." Regarding the external reactions, Liu paid them little heed. It was merely a warm-up match. For both the Chinese team and Liu, it held little significance. He now felt a heightened sense of urgency. The American team was exceedingly strong, truly formidable, and he had performed beyond expectations in this match. Yet despite this, the Chinese team still lost by 30 points, leaving Liu with a sense of helplessness. Although the American team was ostensibly the most glamorous in the world, even their second-string players surpassed many starting lineups. However, basketball is not merely a one-on-one contest. It is a 5v5 sport, and the most disciplined and cohesive teams in the world remain those from Europe. While the American team may be the strongest, there are other teams that can contend with them. In various competitions, even the American team struggles to dominate as the matches progress. The gap between the Chinese team and the American team is more than 30 points. While those world-class teams are only about 10 points behind the American squad, the Chinese team remains too weak. Although Liu harbors championship ambitions, he must concede that such aspirations are nearly fanciful. The Chinese team's caliber is such that, when compared to the American team, they are far behind, and even those second-tier global teams are significantly more competitive. It now seems that the best hope for the Chinese team is to reach the quarterfinals. Amusingly, at this moment, among the entire Chinese team, only Liu appears capable of making further progress before the Olympic Games commence. He can only continue to increase his training regimen, hoping to grow stronger before the Olympics begin. He increasingly feels as though time is slipping away. On July 27, 2016, at the Oracle Arena in Oakland, the second warm-up match between the Chinese and American teams commenced. As Liu emerged from the players' tunnel, a wave of fervent cheers engulfed him. Gazing at the crowd, waving flags emblazoned with his name, along with slogans such as "Bring back Liu," and "He should stay," and "Thank you, Liu, for bringing the championship to the Warriors," Liu experienced a unique sensation. He waved to the fans in the stands, softly uttering, "Thank you, thank you," grateful for their remembrance. Even after his departure, the fans rose to their feet, fervently waving their support paraphernalia. That moment, it felt as though Liu was the master of the arena. Klay Thompson and Draymond Green exchanged glances, both sensing a hint of jealousy. Indeed, it is often the ones who depart that leave the most indelible impressions. Nevertheless, both applauded enthusiastically. Liu had once been their teammate, a member of the Warriors last season. He had rescued the team during their dire moments, redeeming all the players who had faltered that night. He was the finals MVP. He deserved every ounce of applause. Kevin Durant's expression was complex as he gazed at the fans in the stands, reflecting on how many had once fervently shouted his name. Much like they were for Liu today, those same individuals had criticized him, yet also bestowed upon him their most ardent praises. However, from this season onward, he would forever lose those fans. He would need to venture to a foreign place to prove himself anew. To win over those proud individuals once again, that a player who has claimed a championship, of course, has every right to feel proud. The fans of a championship team are inherently more challenging to impress than those of other teams. But who is he, after all? Kevin Durant smiled. "Next year, I too shall secure my championship, just like Liu. When that time comes, they will cheer for me as well." Yi Jianlian, Ding Yin Yu Hang, Wang Jianlian. And all the players of the Chinese team were deeply moved at this moment. It was their first time witnessing such a scene, with the entire arena erupting in cheers for a Chinese player. This feeling was truly beyond description. Yet, they could not harbor feelings of jealousy. For Liu, all members of the Chinese team held nothing but reverence and admiration. Liu deserved tenfold, 100-fold more applause than this. After the Olympics concluded, returning to their homeland, the Chinese players believed that all of this would become a reality. As the match officially commenced, the American team appeared more decisive on the offensive end. However, defensively, whether it was out of a desire to facilitate or due to the American coach's tactical arrangement, they consistently employed a man-to-man strategy against Liu in this match, amidst the cheers of the crowd. Liu unleashed his full potential, even more ferociously than in the previous warm-up match. As the game concluded, the American team triumphed over the Chinese team once again, with a score of 125-91. In this match, Kevin Durant demonstrated even greater resolve, playing for 21 minutes, shooting 12 for 9, scoring 23 points, determined to make the fans in the arena aware that he's Kevin Durant, and the Warriors would never regret selecting him. Meanwhile, for the Chinese team, Liu exploded once more, amassing 57 points, 11 assists, 6 rebounds, and 3 steals. Time and again, he ignited the passion of the fans present, elevating them to new heights. This time, every fan in attendance was thoroughly satisfied. It was an exceptionally thrilling warm-up match, and Liu delivered a terrifying scoring performance out of course. The new addition to the Warriors, Kevin Durant, also executed brilliantly alongside Klay Thompson and Draymond Green, whose performances were commendable as well. It can be said that the greatest gainers from this match were the Warriors fans in attendance. For them, this was truly a sumptuous feast, regardless of whether the American or Chinese team emerged victorious. It did not dampen their spirits in the least. Smash! The Venezuelan coach slammed the tactical board to the ground in frustration. How did you gather intelligence? It was only in the last match that I learned about the presence of someone like Liu on the Chinese team. And this match has further validated Liu's terrifying prowess. How could none of you inform me to pay special attention to him and prepare a strategy in advance? If Venezuela loses to China, you will all be the culprits. The entire tactical analysis room of the Venezuelan team fell into silence, and no one dared to rebut, for it would serve no purpose. The coaching staff was a cohesive unit, sharing in both glory and disgrace. The oversight regarding Liu was indeed a significant blunder on the part of the coaching staff, given the performance exhibited by the Chinese team in these two matches. Combined with Liu's formidable individual skills, it was nearly a foregone conclusion that the Venezuelan team would finish at the bottom of their group. Meanwhile, at the French team's Olympic training center, the head coach could not help but marvel. If only we had a player like Liu, we might stand a chance against the American team. Nevertheless, his heart felt a sense of relief. After watching the live broadcast of today's match and analyzing the footage from the previous match, he had discerned the Chinese team's fatal flaw. They had only one Liu long as they resolutely double-teamed Liu, preventing him from receiving the ball. The other players on the Chinese team were hardly worth considering. The roster of the Chinese team resembled a solitary tiger surrounded by a pack, although Liu was strong. A fierce tiger could not prevail against a multitude of wolves. The Chinese team had no chance of defeating the French team. However, to err on the side of caution, the head coach of the French team has established several tactical restrictions aimed at Liu, and has already instructed the French players to begin practicing these strategies. The Serbian coach has taken a similar approach. In stark contrast, the scenario with the Australian team is entirely different. Given the current capabilities of the Chinese team, they now possess the potential to pose a threat to the Australian squad. The Australian coach has devised several tactics to restrain Liu, initiating practice sessions while also preparing a few fringe players from his team, urging them to get ready and commence their own studies. During the post-match interview segment, Coach Old K of the American team appeared alongside Kevin Durant in the media room, where reporters surged forward like dogs attracted to an unpleasant scent. Kevin Durant, what is your view on Liu's performance tonight? He seems to have outshone you by a considerable margin. One reporter posed a rather unfriendly question. Yet, who would show respect to a turncoat? Even if he is Durant. Sensing the hostility in the air, Kevin Durant narrowed his eyes at the reporter who had asked the question, his expression grave. After a 3-second silence, when everyone assumed Durant would decline to answer, He calmly spoke, "We all have eyes. We can all see the brilliance of Li Yu's performance. I am genuinely impressed by what he has accomplished. However, I believe that if I were on the Chinese team, I too could deliver a performance akin to Li Yu's. Friends, remember, standing before you is Kevin Durant, a four-time scoring champion and the 2013 MVP. Please show me some respect. I understand that Li Yu has brought a championship to this city. But believe me, I have the potential to bring even more. Li Yu is a remarkable young man, and I admire him greatly. However, if you truly appreciate Li Yu, do not compare him to me. That is unfair to him. I know you all wish to see me falter, but friends, I assure you, you shall not witness that. Indeed, Li Yu possesses advantages over me. He secured an NBA championship at a young age. Nevertheless, I too have my strengths. I have navigated the NBA for a decade, collecting nearly every honor. After the last two Olympic competitions, I donned the gold medal for Olympic champions, and I am confident that this will remain the case after this Olympic competition concludes. Before that happens, however, we will have sent the Chinese team home. In this era of rapid information exchange, Li Yu swiftly received this news. Observing the provocateur of a reporter before him, Li Yu gently shook his head, smiled slightly, and remarked, "Kevin Durant is a senior I respect greatly, and I hold him in high regard. He has secured 2 Olympic gold medals in men's basketball, a feat that places a considerable distance between us. In my view, Kevin Durant is arguably the greatest player in the history of international competition. His performances on the international stage are nothing short of extraordinary. I seek to learn from him and gain his insights." As for Durant's assertion that the American team will claim the gold medal in this Olympic men's basketball tournament, I believe that possibility is indeed substantial. Whether the Chinese team will exit before the American team, I cannot say. Let us wait and see. When the time comes, all results will be revealed. In my view, Kevin Durant is nearly the best player in the history of international competitions. His performance on the international stage is simply astonishing. Back at the hotel, Li Yu felt fatigue enveloping him. Despite having undergone recovery after the game, the immense toll of such high-level competition is not easily recuperated. The physical and mental drain from this caliber of game is profoundly significant. To fully recover, he might require 2 to 3 days. At this moment, the other players on the Chinese team were also weary, each resting in their rooms, leaving Li Yu feeling a bit bored. He picked up his phone just as a message arrived. Surprisingly, it was from Draymond Green. To be frank, even during their time with the Warriors, their interactions had been minimal, and even less so after parting ways. What on earth was this big guy up to at this late hour? Though somewhat perplexed, Li Yu set Draymond Green's message aside for now, eager to peruse online praises for his performance. Typically, after a loss, Li Yu resolutely avoids the news, as any criticism directed at teammates, coaches, or himself would leave him feeling discontent. However, after a victory, he occasionally indulges in reading the news to uplift his spirits. 20 minutes later, feeling satisfied, Li Yu closed the sports website, along with other news articles and forums, but he marveled. Indeed, the online community possesses keen insight, culture, and eloquence. After reflecting, he opened Draymond Green's message, which read, "Kevin Durant asked me to convey his apologies to you. He said he holds you and the Chinese team in nothing but respect and admiration. Please do not take offense at his abrupt comments tonight." With a cheerful response, Li replied, "All right, please let him know. I'm also a fan of his. I believe he harbors no ill will towards the Chinese team. I look forward to witnessing even more of his splendid performances, in a certain sense." Kevin Durant is a sincere person. LIU was somewhat taken aback by Durant's apology. Nevertheless, this was a positive development that LIU's primary desire is to secure more championships and earn more money. Beyond that, he is not overly concerned. Especially when it comes to fostering animosity, Liu is quite disinterested. Offending others is not an art. He strives to offend as few people as possible, unless unable to restrain himself. Kevin Durant, upon reading the message relayed by Draymond Green, could not help but smile. Being respected is an exceptionally gratifying experience, and receiving such recognition from someone as formidable as Liu amplifies that joy immensely. As time passed, August 25 arrived. Every face radiated anticipation, not only within the Chinese men's basketball national team, or the Chinese Olympic delegation, but among all athletes and members of the delegations present at the Rio Olympics. Today marks the day of the opening ceremony for the Rio Olympics. All individuals participating in the ceremony must first attend the official rehearsal as the flag bearer for the Chinese Olympic delegation. Liu could not afford to miss this event, while others might take the day off. Naturally, he was greatly interested in such a grand occasion. When the Chinese men's basketball national team arrived at the gathering place, many began to cheer. "Hey, Lee Crazy, your performance in Game 3 of this year's NBA Finals was simply terrifying. Liu, it's a pleasure to meet you. What is your team's goal?" Liu encountered numerous athletes greeting him, along with many spectators from around the world, many of whom recognized him and warmly greeted him. Oh wow. Owen couldn't help but exclaimed that a world superstar is indeed a world superstar. Liu, your presence is off the charts. Why does everyone everywhere seem to know him and call his name? I'm almost jealous. It is imperative that I make rapid progress and showcase my talents in the NBA. Ding Yunyu Heng gazed around at the diverse array of individuals surrounding him. Some were as dark as coal, while others radiated a luminous whiteness, and there were those with yellow skin, distinctly different from Chinese people. He heard Gualin's words and echoed, "I want to go too. Let us venture into the NBA together, and let's bring along Wang Zhilin and Zhou Qi. Oh, and Lian Gu as well. By then, our Chinese team will be composed entirely of NBA players, and surely that will elevate our standing." Liu, while continually greeting others, curiously observed everything around him. This place resembled a grand melting pot, blending individuals of all hues and appearances. It was indeed fascinating. The Olympic Games serve as a bond, uniting people from all corners of the globe through the medium of sport. Liu mused. Perhaps this is the true essence of hosting the Olympics. Upon arriving at the location of the Chinese Olympic delegation, he found several Chinese athletes already present. They exchanged greetings with Liu and the players of the Chinese men's basketball team. Liu was the first to spot all the members of the national table tennis team, who stood there with beaming smiles, exuding confidence for the upcoming competitions. Particularly, Su Xian and Ma Long were closely huddled together, seemingly engaged in hushed conversation, their faces adorned with carefree smiles. Nearby, Zhang Jike stood, observing the two and chuckling. In stark contrast, the atmosphere among the national badminton team was markedly serious, the undisputed dominators of the badminton realm. The male singles competitor with the highest hopes for victory in this Olympic event stood there with a calm demeanor, resembling an intimidating ice peak that commanded both fear and admiration. Beside Lin Dan, Chen Long was conversing with other members of the national badminton team, occasionally smiling. Upon noticing Liu's approach, Lin Dan's seriousness instantly softened. He stepped forward, nodded in acknowledgement, and extended his hand. Lin Dan calmly stated, "Liu, I watch your matches. You were impressive. Best of luck in the Olympics. I look forward to hearing good news and seeing great results from you and the Chinese men's basketball team." Liu smiled gently and replied, "Dan Ge, I too eagerly anticipate you reaching new heights in this Olympic Games and securing your third consecutive Olympic title in men's singles badminton. Of course, the team event goes without saying. All of us in China have immense faith in the national team you lead." Lin Dan nodded again, sincerely stating, "Let us give it our all. We shall succeed." After exchanging pleasantries with Lin Dan, Liu noticed the formidable trio of the national table tennis team, Long, Meng, and Ao, waiting ahead, all smiling warmly at him. Su Xian approached first, sizing him up before grinning. "Remarkable. Liu, you're only 22, right? You're truly impressive, having clinched the NBA championship and the finals MVP. That's extraordinary." Liu could only shake his head, smiling as he replied, "I can't even compare to you. Sugo, everyone knows that you became a world champion at 19 and reached the world's #1 ranking at 23. I still have a long way to go." Su Xian smiled approvingly, giving Liu a thumbs up before stepping aside. Zhang Jike approached next, extending his right hand and earnestly introducing himself. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhang Jike from the national table tennis team." Liu stepped forward, shaking his hand. He gazed into Zhang Jike's eyes, which were the most vibrant he had ever seen, filled with a spirited intensity that surged like a roaring wave, igniting a fervor within Liu's previously tranquil heart. Urging him to represent the Chinese men's basketball team on the court, Liu calmly responded, "I am Liu from the Chinese men's basketball team." After sharing a knowing glance, both smiled. Liu continued, "You go. Need not introduce your illustrious achievements in such detail. I doubt there are many in China who do not recognize you." Zhang Jike chuckled and replied, "Liu, you two have become quite the sensation. Best of luck in this Olympic Games. May you and the Chinese men's basketball team achieve commendable results." Liu smiled, responding, "And I wish our national teams a triumphant return. However, I believe you will not falter. So I shall await the good news of your victorious return." Zhang Jike waved his hand dismissively, stating that uncertain. In sports, nothing is guaranteed. Liu gazed intently at Zhang Jike, sincerely affirming, "I have faith in you." The last to approach was Ma Long, the captain of the national table tennis team. He appeared exceedingly calm, his smile imbued with a sense of seriousness, contrasting sharply with his more carefree demeanor in the audience during the Chinese men's basketball warm-up matches. He extended his hand, smiling as he said, "Liu, it's a pleasure to see you. I am Ma Long, captain of the Chinese national table tennis team." That evening, after the opening ceremony concluded, all members of the Chinese Olympic delegation returned to the athletes' dormitory. Filled with excitement, yet fatigued, Liu flung himself onto his bed. Today, he had met numerous individuals, and this acquaintance felt different from simply recognizing names on television. It was a genuine connection, complete with exchanged contact information. Anshan's little horse, now known as Zhongma, you likely have no inkling that you will one day be regarded as the finest player in table tennis history. Liu reflected on the remarkable individuals he had met today, each one a pinnacle athlete, many of whom had brought world championships to China, and some had even secured Olympic gold medals multiple times. But what about me? He pondered. Can I lead the Chinese men's basketball team to Olympic victory? Liu was uncertain, yet he resolved to pursue this goal with unwavering determination. Calming his thoughts, Liu summoned the lottery module from the system panel. Lottery module current lottery chances. 83 total lottery chances accumulated. 213 inventory. Klay Thompson's exclusive skill card Buddha's Light Shines. Stephen Curry's exclusive skill card The Splash God activated. 15 attribute points. 8 3-point attribute points. 14 steal attribute points. 12 rebound attribute points. 15 help defense attribute points. 15 vision attribute points. 18 breakthrough layup attribute points. 18 ball control attribute points. 18 post-up attribute points. 15 underbasket attribute points. 21 hook and floater attribute points. 19 coordination points. 18 reaction points. 18 explosiveness points. 83 lottery opportunities. Liu whispered. Now is the time. Resolutely, he mentally declared. System, I wish to wager all 83 lottery chances. Tomorrow marks the first battle for the Chinese men's basketball team in the Olympic Games. The moment has arrived. Until now, Liu had yet to reach his ultimate form. However, tonight was the time. By utilizing all lottery chances and investing all attribute points, a player unprecedented in the world may soon emerge. Lottery draw. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 1 3-point attribute point. Lottery draw. Congratulations. Host, you have drawn 1 steal attribute point. Lottery draw. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 10 mid-range attribute points. Lottery draw. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 1 attribute point. Lottery draw. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 1 3-point attribute point. A continuous stream of lottery notifications flashed by, yet Liu couldn't help but furrow his brow. Having drawn nearly 50 times, he had already consumed more than half of his total chances. Yet why had no valuable items emerged? Although Liu currently possesses the exclusive skill cards Buddha's Light Shines belonging to Klay Thompson, God of belonging to Stephen Curry, and God's Weapon belonging to Michael Jordan, the Chinese men's national basketball team still lacks the essence needed to reach the final stages of the Rio Olympics and ultimately claim victory, given the current state of the American team. Even with the enhancement of skill cards, Liu would stand no chance. The other players on the Chinese team are simply too weak to match the strength of their opponents. Finally, on the 81st occasion of the lottery, fortune once again smiled upon Liu in a single draw. He received the exclusive skill card Eye of the Heavenly Emperor belonging to Akashi Sejiro. Eye of the Heavenly Emperor. 1.4 Knowledge of opponent's movements. able to anticipate the opponent's offensive and defensive maneuvers, rendering their actions transparent. Point 2. Expansive vision. Possesses a broader field of vision than the average player, capable of observing the subtle movements of all players on the court. Point 3. Insight into actions. Able to detect even the minutest changes in the opponent's muscles, breathing, and heartbeat, thereby discerning all their movements. Point 4. Anticipation of next move. By observing the opponent's slight movements, one can foresee their subsequent actions. Point 5. Nullification of opponent's actions. Whether on defense or offense, one can render the opponent's movements ineffective. 6. Uncovering player potential. Capable of revealing a player's latent abilities. Usage limitation. Can only be utilized once a year, with a mandatory gap of 1 year. I use eyes widened, despite the limitation of once per year. The descriptions alone rendered this skill card extraordinary. With this, the Olympic dream for the Chinese team no longer seemed far-fetched. Even against the American team, Liu finally felt a surge of confidence to compete. Without hesitation, he allocated all his attribute points into the system-related attributes, including those points without specific attributes. As he concentrated, the system panel updated once more, unveiling a new, immensely powerful version of Liu. Champion King System Host. Liu age, 21 years height, 197 centimeters wingspan, 206 centimeters maximum vertical leap, 102 centimeters Champion King System. For each NBA championship won, the host is rewarded with $100 million. Current championships won. 1 current rewards. $100 million host S current wealth. $88,222,222 technical module static and dynamic attributes. Strength 97, speed 95, vertical jump 91, explosiveness 91, stamina 100, injury resistance 100, flexibility 95, coordination 96, reaction 95, offensive attributes, driving layup 93, mid-range shooting 92, three-point shooting 100, free throws 95, post play 91, under the basket 95, hook and floater 98, playmaking attributes, ball handling 95, passing 98, playmaking 92, vision 96, defensive attributes, on-ball defense 98, help defense 92, stealing 95, blocking 91, rebounding 95. Note: attribute limits are set at 100. Values represent normal standards, with practical performance influenced by current condition. Point 50 indicates NBA contract player level. Point 60 indicates NBA regular rotation player level. 70 indicates starting player level. Point 80 indicates all-star level. Point 90 indicates superstar to supergiant level in the league. Lottery module. Current lottery chances 0. Total lottery chances accumulated 213. Inventory. Klay Thompson's exclusive skill card Buddha's Light Shines, Cooling Down. Stephen Curry's exclusive skill card God of. Michael Jordan's exclusive skill card God's Weapon. Akashi Sidro's exclusive skill card Eye of the Heavenly Emperor. 3-point attribute points 16. The system detected that the host's 3-point attribute had reached the maximum limit of 100, unlocking the function for exchanging 3-point attribute points for skill card usage. Note: 3-point attribute points can only be exchanged for the usage of 3-point related skill cards, with 10 attribute points equating to 1 skill card usage. August 6, 2016. The Chinese team's first Olympic group match finally arrived, and it was against the formidable American men's basketball team. Prior to the match, various media outlets speculated on the potential point gap between China and the USA. Some predicted a 70-point margin, others an 80-point margin, and some even suggested a staggering 100-point gap. Even Chinese media conjectured that the Chinese team would lose by 50 or 60 points. 30 minutes before the game commenced, Gong Luming entered the Chinese team's locker room holding a stack of newspapers. Observing the somber atmosphere, he began to read aloud from the papers. New York Sports Journal. Chinese team loses to the American team by 70 points. London Sports Illustrated. Chinese team loses to the American team by 68 points. Washington Post. Chinese team loses to the American team by 83 points, as Gong Luming's voice resonated through the locker room. The Chinese players' brows began to furrow into a deep frown. Ultimately, it almost formed a character. Sydney Sports Bulletin. Chinese team loses to the American team by 101 points. Upon hearing this, Guo Ailuan could no longer contain himself and slammed his fist down on a bench. With a resounding crash, his seat dented significantly. He stood up, ready to voice his thoughts, when suddenly a thunderous voice erupted. WCNMDHBED. How dare they look down on us? Wang Jianlian remained seated, but his gaze was fixed fiercely on the floor. His fists were clenched tightly, and even with his nails clipped short, they dug deep into the flesh of his palms, turning his knuckles pale. It was evident that Wang Jianlian was furious. All the players on the Chinese team were enraged. While they acknowledged the significant gap between themselves and the American team, it was inconceivable to be defeated by a margin of 101 points. This was nothing short of a blatant humiliation, something no self-respecting man could accept. Though Yi Jianlian was interrupted by Wang Jianlian, his thoughts quickly returned to focus, and he shouted back, "I refuse to believe it. We're all human, with one head, 2 arms, and 2 legs. How could the American team possibly dominate us? Damn it." Even a usually composed Yi Jianlian lost his cool at that moment. That let's show these blind fools what the Chinese team is truly capable of. Liu could no longer hold back. He stood up, surveying everyone in the Chinese team's locker room, and shouted, "Damn it, we're going to take on the Americans. I assure you, if the American team wants to win this match, they will have to shed blood. Down with the Americans." The rest of the locker room echoed his fervent CRY.AS. They took the court. The American players looked on with amused expressions at the Chinese team. In this world, secrets are non-existent. News can spread like wildfire in an instant, especially between opponents about to face each other. Are they going to take us on? Ha! It's enough to make one laugh out loud. Upon learning of the events that transpired in the Chinese team's locker room, all the American players couldn't help but burst into laughter. Just 2 warm-up matches had inflated their egos this much. Very well, let them witness the vast chasm between the Chinese and American teams. The American team viewed this as both a provocation and a joke. They regarded the Chinese players with condescending glances. Unfortunately, what greeted them was not laughter, nor enthusiasm, nor trepidation, but an unwavering belief and calm, yet resolute faces. The American players continued to look down upon the Chinese team. Yet at that moment, they had begun to acknowledge these seemingly weaker players. The Chinese team, with all its players fully committed, is determined to give the American team a run for their money today. Even in defeat, they aim to make the Americans sweat as soon as the game commenced. The Chinese team showed no signs of retreat, resolutely prepared to battle the Americans to the very end. Liu, with the ball, crossed the halfway line when Kyrie Irving rushed to close in, denying him any opportunity for an easy 3-pointer. Without hesitation, Liu leaned against Irving and charged towards the paint. Draymond Green quickly stepped up to provide support, but Liu lofted the ball high, allowing Yi Jianlian to complete the alley-oop, giving the Chinese team an early 2-point lead. In the first 3 minutes of the match, the Chinese team closely trailed with a score of 13-15. The commentator remarked, "As of now, the Chinese team is still holding on tightly to the score. When will the American team manage to widen the gap?" By the 6th minute, the score stood at 19-21, with the Chinese team still closely contesting. The commentator continued, "Let us congratulate the American team. After another 3 minutes, they have extended their lead from 2 to 3 points." Instantly, the crowd erupted in laughter. After a competitive half, the American players began to take the game more seriously, holding steadfast in their belief that victory was within reach. However, they understood that this would not be a straightforward match. At the end of the first quarter, with Liu sinking a buzzer-beater 3-pointer, the Chinese team surprisingly led 29-28 as they entered the second quarter. In the stands, countless fans rose to their feet, cheering loudly as they fervently called out Liu's name. Many among them realized that the Chinese team was no longer the pushover they once were. With Liu in the lineup, they had the capability to compete with the world's elite teams. In the second quarter, Liu maintained his high level of performance, but ultimately, the other members of the Chinese men's basketball team could not withstand the pressure. By halftime, the American team led by 12 points with a score of 63-51. While a 12-point deficit was the narrowest margin the Chinese team had faced against the Americans, it was still a source of dissatisfaction for the players. In the third quarter, the Chinese team fell behind again by 8 points, entering the fourth quarter with a daunting 20-point GAP.T. The surprise of the Americans, Liu did not take the court again, remaining quietly on the bench throughout the final quarter. Ultimately, The game concluded with the American men's basketball team defeating the Chinese team 122-89, achieving an opening victory in the group stage of the 2016 Rio Olympics. Liu played for 23 minutes, amassing an astonishing 35 points, 15 rebounds, and 15 assists, an incredible statistic. As soon as the game ended, the commentator could not contain his admiration. Liu has poured every ounce of his energy into the Chinese team. Unfortunately, there was only one Liu. Otherwise, the American team might have had a much tougher time securing their victory. Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving rushed to greet Liu on the bench after the game. After exchanging pleasantries, Durant turned to Liu and asked Kyrie with a puzzled expression, "Kyrie, do you think today's Liu is everything? He seems surprisingly calm, that I have a feeling he is concealing something formidable within him. When it comes to light, the world will be stunned." Back in the locker room, the Chinese men's basketball players felt a sense of relief. Facing the American team posed a significant challenge for every national team, especially for a team like China, which had long been considered a weakling that a single misstep could lead to an embarrassing scoreline. The pre-game predictions from the tabloids had fueled both anger and anxiety among the players. If others looked down on them and their performance aligned with those predictions, it would only validate the naysayers. Nonetheless, the Chinese team held firm. Although they ultimately lost by 33 points, it was the smallest margin in a formal match between the two teams. The vast disparity in strength remained an insurmountable obstacle, regardless of how hard they fought. The players did not feel pleased or relieved merely because they lost to the American men's basketball team. However, they at least felt they owed an explanation to their fans. Yet, there remained a perplexing question. Why did Liu only play for 23 minutes? During the warm-up games, he had played over 32 minutes. So why was he limited to such a short time in the official match? Although they were curious, they did not voice their thoughts. For the Chinese team, Liu's performance was beyond reproach. If they questioned him after such an outstanding display, what would he think? Everyone believed that Liu was not one to shy away from a fight. He surely had his reasons, and the coaching staff must have their rationale as well. In the second group match, the Chinese team would face off against the French team. This time, the media did not relent in their criticism of the Chinese team. The New York Times predicted, "The Chinese team will lose to the French team by 35 points. The Parisian Evening News stated, "The Chinese team will lose to the French team by 45 points. The London Morning Post asserted, "The Chinese team will lose to the French team by 37 points. Despite the Chinese team suffering a 34-point defeat against the Americans, it held little significance against other strong teams in the first group match of the 2014 World Cup in Brazil. North Korea lost by only 3 goals to the Brazilian five-star team, prompting fans to speculate that if they could lose by just 3, they might have a chance against other teams. However, in the subsequent 2 group matches, North Korea failed to win a single match, suffering increasingly humiliating defeats, including a staggering 7-0 loss to Portugal. The Chinese team's 34-point loss to the Americans could be attributed to their own adrenaline and the Americans' underestimation. Yet, to other formidable teams, the Chinese team remained a mere underdog. Before the match, the Chinese players wore frowns of discontent. They were perplexed that, despite their commendable performance in the previous game, the critics remained blind to their efforts. Gong Luming delivered a brief tactical briefing and fell silent. Liu, observing the anxious expressions of his teammates, stood up and clapped his hands vigorously. When all eyes turned to him, they were met with a pair of eyes shimmering with determination, as if they held boundless strength to inspire every member of the Chinese team. Liu surveyed his teammates in the locker room and passionately proclaimed, "Friends, brothers, comrades, I sense that our opportunity to win has arrived. Today we will topple the French team. Do you believe?" Liu scanned the room again, his voice firm. With his provocative gaze igniting a fire within, all the players of the Chinese team responded in unison. "We believe." Over time, Liu's formidable presence had captivated every member of the Chinese team. As long as Liu dared to speak, they dared to believe, even against a powerhouse like France. With Liu in their ranks, they felt a sense of confidence. In the first warm-up match against the Americans, Liu had scored 63 points, provided 11 assists, grabbed 8 rebounds, and made 6 steals, a truly terrifying performance. However, in the last game, they all sensed that Liu had grown even stronger. Unfortunately, the American team was too formidable, and despite Liyu's utmost efforts, victory eluded them. Thus, he had not unleashed his full potential. The energy Liu had accumulated from the previous match would not be wasted. He would channel it all against the next opponent. Today, Liu would once again astonish the world in the French team's locker room. Head coach De Pasquino calmly addressed his players. "Gentlemen, I wish you victory in this match." Facing the Chinese team, he declared, "I will not accept failure." Do you remember? As long as they could contain Liu. The rest were not to be feared. While Liu was indeed strong, he had a clear weakness. His three-point shooting was merely decent. If they denied him open three-point opportunities, he posed little threat within the arc. Remember my instructions, contain Liu. The moment he receives the ball, double-team him. The other Chinese players are not a concern. The French coach was acutely aware of the Chinese team's capabilities. However, his understanding of Liu's prowess was woefully inadequate. The same could be said for the rest of the French team. They approached the court with the assumption that victory would come easily, only to be met with a crushing defeat. In the first quarter, under Liu's leadership, the Chinese team unleashed a stunning 13-2 barrage against the French squad, ultimately finishing the quarter with a 9-point lead at 31-22. Wasn't Liu merely a three-point shooter? Such doubts lingered in the minds of all the French players, especially when they witnessed Liu repeatedly elude double teams, penetrating the defense to draw attention and delivering precise passes to open teammates. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Such strength, such speed, such passing, such breakthroughs. Was he merely a simple three-point shooter? Tony Parker stared at Liu in astonishment, still somewhat unable to believe his own eyes. Is this going to be my teammate next season? The youth of today truly defies belief. Next season, the Spurs have hope. With Liu, they could rival the Warriors with Kevin Durant, at the very least having a chance to compete on equal footing. However, could our French team not perform so exceptionally well? Observing the shocked yet disheartened French players, the head coach, Vincent Collet, squinted and summoned Tony Parker. Leaning in, he whispered into Parker's ear, "Tony, do you have any strategies to deal with Liu?" "He'll be your teammate." Tony Parker, exasperated, shrugged and glanced sideways at his coach, replying, "Come on, Liu hasn't even reported to the Spurs yet. How could I possibly know his weaknesses? Besides, haven't you been studying his game footage these past few days? Surely you can devise a good strategy." Coach Collet, a loss for words, rubbed his brow and finally said, "Not at the moment. You all will have to figure out on the court. Adapt and improvise. As seasoned players, you should be able to devise a solution." Tony Parker could hardly believe his ears. Turning to face Collet with wide eyes, he asked, "No plan, coach?" Collet shook his head gravely. Liu had changed too much. All that footage had been in vain. I suspect Liu had been holding back in the previous warm-up games. Today, he could finally unleash his full potential. Against a formidable team like ours, he was determined to fight for China. Thus, the Liu we witnessed today was entirely different. Now, it rests solely on your performance. Nevertheless, I still believe in you. You have all played in the NBA for so many years. In terms of both skill and experience, you are far superior to the Chinese players. As for Liu, he is just one player. If he continues to play at this level, he will inevitably tire. At that moment, we shall seize victory and triumph over the Chinese team. Watching Liu in the first quarter, who was unlike any player he had seen before, Gong Luming finally breathed a sigh of relief. Liu had always kept his cards close to his chest. The Chinese team could win. In the second quarter, although the Chinese players began to miss shots, Liu maintained an extraordinarily high level of performance. Following his 15 points and 4 assists in the first quarter, he delivered another staggering 18 points and 3 assists in the second quarter, leading the Chinese team to a 29-25 score for that period. By halftime, not only had the Chinese team failed to narrow the gap, but they had also extended it to 13 points, entering the second half with a score of 60-7 in the live studio of Mashu Sports. Yang Baluo could hardly contain his joy, his eyes nearly squinting with glee. Yet as the second quarter concluded, he could no longer hold back. He took a deep breath and exhaled, exclaiming, "What an unbelievable game. We are actually leading the French team by 13 points at halftime. This is the Olympics. The Chinese team is up against not a second-string lineup, but the strongest, most complete French roster. I still find it hard to believe." Su Junyang, another well-known host at Mashu Sports, chimed in, "Yang, We are truly fortunate to have Liu on our side, especially for us older fans who would have imagined witnessing the Chinese team leading a world powerhouse by 13 points at halftime. In the past, such a thought was unthinkable. After Yao Ming, the Chinese team finally has another world-class player. In fact, Liu may even be stronger and more formidable. I am genuinely beginning to anticipate the Chinese team's performance in this Olympics. The first half against the French team demonstrated that the Chinese team's previous performance against the USA was not a fleeting moment. Their strength has truly made significant strides. I hope our young men can hold on, with others sharing the load with Liu, striving for ultimate victory in this match. As the third quarter commenced, the Chinese team firmly maintained control over the game's dynamics, with Liu's terrifying contributions on both offense and defense. The Chinese team kept the score difference around 15 points until the end of the game. That Liu astonishingly racked up 58 points, 13 assists, 15 rebounds, 5 blocks, and 6 steals, single-handedly dismantling the French team. Particularly for Tony Parker, as the marquee player for France and Liu's future teammate on the Spurs, he was heavily targeted by Liu. Out of Liu's 6 steals, he had claimed 4 against Parker. Under Liu's relentless defense, Parker could only muster a paltry 5 points, 3 assists, and 2 steals. After the game, Tony Parker stood before Liu, staring at him in disbelief, as if to say, "Why did you have to focus on your future teammate? There are so many talented players on the French team. Why not let me off the hook and spare me from such humiliation?" Liu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, glanced up at the arena's ceiling and softly replied, "It is a pleasure to meet you, Tony." Tony Parker chuckled wryly. "Well, I'm glad to meet you too. You made me incredibly uncomfortable tonight. Next time, have some mercy. Don't put me through this again." Observing Parker's exasperation, Liu quickly responded, "You know, Tony, you're just too good if I don't give it my all. The French team, under your leadership, could very well stage a comeback. I can't take that risk." Hearing Liu's words, Tony Parker felt an unexpected sense of comfort. Was Liu implying that he's the most important player for the French team? All right then, this kid may be a bit ruthless, but he does possess insight. After a casual chat, Tony Parker strolled away. What? Liu scored an astonishing 58 points again, a super triple-double with 13 assists and 15 rebounds, not to mention 5 blocks and 6 steals. Kevin Durant was left speechless. Is this even human? He glanced at Kyrie Irving and couldn't help but exclaim, "That guy Liu, I sense he wasn't giving it his all in the last game. This guy is just too incredible." The Chinese team won't let him carry them to the Olympic finals, will they? But that is fine. I could just beat him again in the Olympic finals. To be frank, Kevin Durant felt a twinge of urgency. Although the USA team remains unparalleled, still the strongest contender for the Olympic men's basketball championship, he is no longer the most eye-catching player on the international stage in the face of Liu's staggering statistics and performances. Even Kevin Durant pales in comparison. He is desperately eager to prove that he's indeed the strongest. The coach of Venezuela sits silently in front of the television, lost in thought for a long while. After a moment, he retrieves a cigarette from his bag, and soon the room is shrouded in smoke, rendering the Venezuelan coach's figure almost ethereal. Following China's disheartening defeat to the United States, he still held on to some hope, believing that Venezuela could secure victory against the Chinese team. However, after the recent match between China and France, he has succumbed to utter despair. With such a formidable EU and such a competitive Chinese team, even France had to concede. What could Venezuela possibly achieve? Now, within this group, there are 2 distinctly superior teams. One is, of course, the indomitable powerhouse of global basketball, the United States, who are invincible in any group they occupy. The other team is undoubtedly Venezuela, who initially had the Chinese team as their easy prey. Yet now, it appears that China does not wish to assume the role of a pushover, with the U.S. refusal to yield. Venezuela finds itself isolated at the bottom of the group standings. Given the current situation, it seems improbable for Venezuela to secure even a single victory, destined to finish at the bottom with a clean sweep of losses. How could the Venezuelan coach possibly maintain his composure? At this moment, he is at a loss as to how to explain the situation to his players, let alone to the millions of Venezuelan citizens who are anxiously anticipating their national team's inaugural victory in the Olympic Games. The coach runs a hand through his hair and collapses onto the sofa that on August 11, 2016, the Chinese men's basketball team faced their third opponent in the Olympic group stage, the Venezuelan team. Right from the outset, Li made a splash by nailing 3 consecutive three-pointers and assisting Jianlian and Yi Jianlian for easy layups, leading the team to an explosive 11-0 run. Establishing an early dominance for China that at the end of the first quarter, China had amassed 29 points while holding Venezuela to a mere 15, entering the second quarter with a commanding 14-point lead. In the second quarter, China maintained control of the game, denying Venezuela even a sliver of opportunity, further extending their lead by 8 points, culminating in a 22-point advantage at halftime. With 2.5 minutes remaining in the third quarter, Li was substituted by Chinese coach Gong Luming. With China leading by 31 points in the fourth quarter, Li remained seated on the bench for the entire duration. Unlike the previous instance when he was benched due to the team's dismal performance. This time he was resting due to the overwhelming victory. As the game concluded, all Chinese players erupted in jubilation. China had secured a resounding victory, following consecutive wins against both France and Venezuela. China had one foot firmly planted in the quarterfinals. With one more win, or merely a narrow loss in the remaining 2 matches, China would advance to the top 4. In this match, Liu played for 23 minutes, scoring 27 points, dishing out 11 assists, grabbing 10 rebounds, and making 8 steals, once again delivering a magnificent performance for the audience. After 3 matches in the Olympic group stage, Liu emerged as the leading scorer, playmaker, and rebounder, astonishing everyone at it. Turned out there was indeed such a remarkable player in the world that a new superstar had emerged in global basketball, and Liu's name echoed loudly across the globe. While the Chinese team reveled in their success, their next adversary, Australia, faced a much less optimistic scenario. In their third group match, they succumbed to the United States with a score of 98-88. Losses are not inherently dreadful. What is concerning is the arduous nature of the battle, which took a significant toll on the Australian players. In contrast, the Chinese team had faced the weakest opponent in the group, Venezuela, resulting in minimal exertion. In this context, the disparity between the teams is advantageous. However, should the roles reverse, the implications could be dire, especially given that every match now holds significant weight in determining the final group standings. Initially, both China and Venezuela were at the bottom tier, with the other 4 teams only contending with ranking issues and no concerns about elimination. Yet now, only the United States stands free from the anxieties of both elimination and ranking, while the remaining 4 teams vie for the 3 available spots to advance. Consequently, every victory has become exceedingly critical, with the outcomes of head-to-head matches taking on even greater significance. Australian coach Andre Lamanis sits at the back of the room, observing his players. He gathers everyone together to watch the match featuring China, repeatedly analyzing Liu's plays and actions. He patiently waits for his players to digest the video content. Liu's performance is nothing short of remarkable. And crucially, it is not merely a fluke. Based on the results of these matches, Liu evidently possesses an extraordinary skill level, capable of delivering such astonishing performances in any game, even against formidable opponents like the U.S. national team and the disciplined French squad. No team has managed to curtail him. No player has been able to thwart his prowess. However, there's one scenario that might inhibit Liu's performance: when the opposing team is significantly weaker, as evidenced by the series of warm-up matches prior to the Olympics and the game against Venezuela, where Liu did not showcase his full potential. It is clear now that this is not a matter of ability, but rather one of necessity. China did not require Liu to reach that level, allowing him to share the spotlight with his teammates. Yet Australia is far from being such a team. Against Australia, China will most certainly push Liu to his limits. Although there exists a considerable gap between China's and Australia's respective performances against the United States, China managed to pull off a stunning upset against France in the second group match, achieving a victory by a margin of over 10 points. China has now demonstrated the capability to defeat Australia. The question now is, how should we approach the match against China, particularly in regard to countering the formidable Liu? Lamanis calmly steps forward, standing before the silent Australian players as he poses his question. Matthew Dellavedova sniffs, glancing at the quiet group before rising to speak. Let me guard Liu. I have some experience defending against him from this year's finals. After a moment of silence, Lamanis slowly responds, Dellavedova, I know you are good, but I fear that you alone cannot contain Liu. The video analysis room of the Australian team falls silent. When Lamanis asserts that Dellavedova cannot handle Liu by himself, the others follow suit, falling into silence alongside him. They all recognize the truth. Dellavedova indeed cannot stop him, nor can anyone else. If they fail to restrain Liu in the upcoming match, allowing him to lead China to victory, Australia will find itself in a precarious position as the group stage progresses to its fourth round. Australia's final opponent is none other than the formidable French team, a historically elite squad in Europe. Unlike China, which boasts only Liu as its NBA player, France's starting lineup is predominantly comprised of NBA players, including the likes of Tony Parker, a superstar in his own right, and Nicolas Batum, an exceptional forward on the brink of stardom. In summary, given Australia's current capabilities, they are likely to face defeat. Should they lose to China, the odds of Australia being eliminated become exceedingly high, a result that no member of the Australian team can bear to accept. Thus, victory against China is imperative for Australia as the match approaches. Lamanis gathers Dellavedova and several other players will be tasked with defending Liu. He gazes intently at them. If our team falls behind, I want you to know what you must do. The others, expressionless, solemnly nod in agreement. For Australia, victory is paramount. Everything else, including ethics and personal integrity, pales in comparison. Before the commencement of the match, Gong Looming stood before his players, his expression grave as he scrutinized them. He gazed at the exuberant Chinese team members and, with a serious tone, proclaimed, "Gentlemen, our opportunity has arrived. If our team secures victory in this match, we shall cement our place among the top 8 in the Olympics. After an 8-year hiatus, our Chinese team will finally make its return to the knockout stage of the Olympic men's basketball group matches. The outcome now rests upon your performance. I did not intend to impose excessive pressure upon you. But in my eyes, each of you embodies the valor of our Chinese team, that a true man is not vanquished by adversity or strained. I am aware that the Australian team is formidable, possessing an advantage in strength compared to us. But what of it? Is the French team not strong? Is Venezuela not formidable? We triumphed over Venezuela by 40 points and bested France by 13. I believe that Australia will meet a similar fate, being thoroughly defeated and serving as a stepping stone for our advancement. For the Chinese team, no opponent is easily vanquished. However, I have faith in you, in your ability to achieve what your predecessors accomplished, to lead the Chinese team once more into the Olympic men's basketball knockout stage. I have made bold declarations. Whether I am boasting or not now depends entirely on you. The Australians harbor a certain disdain for the Chinese, particularly in the realm of sports, as evidenced by their repeated targeting of us. The Chinese team, too, holds no affection for Australia, and since we have crossed paths on this Olympic stage, it is time to settle the score. Let us defeat them. Liu was the first to shout, "Let's crush these pampered athletes." The others joined in a fervent roar, their enthusiasm igniting like wildfire in the locker room. As the first quarter commenced, Dellavedova tightly marked Liu, attempting to stifle him with his relentless defense. However, Liu was no Stephen Curry. He was a player unlike any in NBA history in terms of strength, speed, reflexes, physicality, and shooting. Liu was unequivocally a superstar. Dellavedova soon realized he was up against an immovable force, akin to a towering mountain or an iron pillar, utterly unable to budge him. Liu's formidable physicality, combined with his impressive height of 197 cm, completely overwhelmed Dellavedova. Not only did Liu effortlessly sink three-pointers over Dellavedova, but he also repeatedly penetrated the defense, assisting his teammates in scoring with ease. Dellavedova, rather than providing a solid defense, appeared to be a liability on the court, as Liu relentlessly targeted him, turning him into a sieve. Witnessing Dellavedova trailing behind Liu, utterly helpless, Australian head coach Andre Lamanis furrowed his brow in dismay. He rubbed his chin and ran his fingers through his hair, growing increasingly agitated. At the end of the first quarter, Liu amassed an impressive 21 points, 4 assists and 3 steals, leading the Chinese men's basketball team to a score of 37-23. The Australian team found themselves trailing by 14 points from the outset, a disheartening development. Especially after gaining a thorough understanding of Liu's capabilities, the Australian team felt even more despondent. For other players, it was likely that only a fleeting burst of energy and skill could be expected. But Liu was different. He had repeatedly demonstrated his ability to sustain explosive performances that in two warm-up games against the USA. He had delivered staggering scores of 63 and 58 points that in the second match of the Olympic men's basketball group stage. He replicated that terrifying performance against the USA. It could be said that the stronger the opponent, the more formidable Liu's explosiveness became. Now, the Australian team was faced with this daunting challenge. Wow, the Australian team found themselves trailing by 14 points to China in the first quarter. This was truly unexpected. This margin even exceeded that of the French team, who only trailed by 11 points in their first quarter against China. In the second round of the group stage, the French team ultimately succumbed to China. Was it now Australia's turn? Would they devise a strategy to curtail China's performance, especially against China's Liu, the recent NBA Finals MVP, an undeniable superstar? I have never encountered a player like him. He is simply unstoppable on the offensive end. Whether it's his extraordinary three-point shooting, his formidable mid-range game, or his invincible drives to the basket, he is an insurmountable force. Yet, what makes Liu truly terrifying extends far beyond his offensive prowess. He is equally relentless on the defensive end. In just the first quarter, he had already contributed 3 steals and 2 blocks, suffocating Australia's engine, Mills, rendering this international superstar seemingly ordinary and ineffective. Upon hearing his name mentioned by the commentator, Mills initially froze, only to be consumed by anger. Damn Liu. Does he have to cling to his new teammate like this? First, it was that scoundrel Tony Parker, and now it's my turn, is it? After giving instructions, Australian head coach Andre Lamanis set down his tactical board and fixed a cold gaze upon his players. Time seemed to stretch endlessly before he finally spoke with a chill. What are you waiting for? Are you waiting for the deficit to reach 20 or 30 points? We are already down by 14 points. You should know what the right course of action is. Now, get out there and do what is right, for the glory of Australian basketball. Every Australian is waiting for news of our victory and advancement. After a brief pause, Lamanis continued, now, get back on the court and do what it takes for Australia to win. Upon returning to the court, Liu sensed a shift in the atmosphere. The Australian players were subtly assessing their vulnerable spots, areas prone to injury such as wrists, arms, thighs, knees, and backs. An unsettling feeling crept over Liu. However, at this juncture, retreat was not an option. The victory for China was imperative, regardless of the dirty tactics Australia might resort to. Liu congratulated himself for anticipating the fierce competition of the Olympic Games, aware that some teams would resort to underhanded tactics against their star players, especially since Liu was the sole standout for China. Should an opposing player injure him, the Chinese team would undoubtedly collapse. Therefore, upon reaching a pain resistance attribute of over 90, he decisively maxed out his resilience. Making injury a formidable challenge, he was eager to see who among these filthy scoundrels could withstand him. As the second quarter began, Liu brought the ball past half-court. After a sequence of swift passes, the ball found its way back to him. Noticing that Dellavedova had inexplicably given him some space, Liu seized the opportunity and launched a three-point jump shot. As Liu soared into the air, he realized he could no longer move, and Dellavedova, with his eyes fixed on the basket, found himself inadvertently stepping into Liu's landing space. Fortunately, Liu had anticipated this, tensing his waist and reclining backward. Though his foot brushed against Dellavedova's, the impact was negligible, leaving no trace of injury. Observing the fallen Liu, Dellavedova furrowed his brow. As a player and an expert in this regard, he was acutely aware that Liu had sustained no injury. The light pressure on his foot indicated that Liu was perfectly unharmed. However, he failed to notice Jianlian striding over and giving him a shove. Damn it, tone down your aggression. Is this how you play basketball? Dellavedova innocently shrugged his shoulders and then jogged over. Intending to help Liu to his feet, Liu looked at him with a half-smile, his foot casually aiming for Dellavedova's ankle. However, Liu had long been prepared, feigning an attempt to rise. He swiftly hooked his foot around Dellavedova's, sending him tumbling to the ground. Liu hastily adopted a sheepish expression, repeatedly signaling to Dellavedova that it was unintentional. just as Dradova attempted to rise. A sudden, piercing pain shot through his foot, causing his eyes to widen in shock as he fell back down. He stared at Liu in disbelief. What kind of trick was this? A mere hook of the foot had rendered him in such a state? Liu internally scoffed. With his formidable physique and knowledge of ancestral acupressure points, he was far beyond the likes of Dradova. In his mind, he coldly declared, for such tactics, one might as well go play the role of a grandson. Although he was well aware that Dradova was not feigning injury, his expression betrayed none of this. He feigned shock as he looked at the pained Dradova and promptly gestured to the referee, asserting that he bore no responsibility for the incident. The head referee also waved him off, indicating that Dradova's injury was not his concern. The spectators were equally bewildered. How had Dradova suddenly been injured when he had intended to assist Liu? Everything happened too quickly, enveloping the scene in an air of strangeness. Guokelun, Ding Yanlian, Wang Zhilin, and Yi Jianlian all crowded around Liu, with Yi Jianlian expressing concern, quickly asking, Liu, how are you feeling? Your foot isn't injured, is it? Liu shook his head, softly replying, I'm fine. Feeling quite well, but it seems Dradova might be hurt. Alas, he is so unfortunate. How could he sustain an injury so easily? Observing Liu's apparent indifference to Dradova's plight, the Chinese team members began to harbor doubts. They sensed something was amiss with Liu's demeanor. Typically, he would glance at Dradova and then walk away, but now he was engaging in conversation with the others, which raised suspicions. Regardless, they thought Dradova had clearly aimed to play dirty. It was common knowledge in the forest of competition. Everyone had experience with such antics. The peculiarity of Dradova's injury incensed Medvedevsky, who leapt up, animatedly asserting to the referee that Liu had clearly committed a malicious foul, resulting in Dradova's injury. The head referee furrowed his brow and indicated to the technical center to review the instant replay. Soon, the results emerged. It was evident to all that Dradova had cast a glance at Liu's ankle before attempting a casual stomp. But Liu had merely lifted his foot slightly, resulting in a gentle contact, after which Dradova fell to the ground. Instantly, the audience erupted in discontent, hurling insults. Hey, how shameless. Failing to injure, now resorting to theatrics. Australia is truly a dirty team. Some spectators recalled Dradova's earlier actions during Liu's three-point shot, suddenly realizing, I see. Why was he not watching his opponent, but rather the basket? That scoundrel was attempting to play dirty. He only wanted to injure Liu, but thanks to Liu's vigilance, nothing serious occurred. Damn that scoundrel. He truly does not deserve to be a basketball player with such malicious tactics. It seems the Australian team is simply resorting to underhanded tricks. Knowing they cannot compete with Liu if they take him out, the Chinese team will undoubtedly lose. How insidious. Deserves his injury. After reviewing the video replay, the head referee expressionlessly declared, Dradova has committed an unsportsmanlike foul, resulting in 2 free throws for the Chinese team. That moment, seated back on the bench, Dradova felt his pain subside slightly. However, upon hearing the referee's ruling, he became irate, standing on one foot and shouting, No foul. It was an accident. The other Australian players were equally displeased, rushing forward to surround the referee. Medvedevsky stood before the referee, gesturing animatedly, Referee, you cannot do this. You will ruin basketball. You are condoning Liu's dirty behavior. And I demand an explanation. The head referee coldly scoffed. It seems, dear Medvedevsky, that you have chosen to disregard the sensible course of action. He strode towards the technical table, indicating the Australian players are encroaching upon the referee. Technical foul awarded. The Australian coach also received a technical foul for his conduct. Referees officiating Olympic basketball games are not easily intimidated by a group of rogues like the Australians, observing the referee's resolve. The other Australian players calmed down that if they lost their coach and other key players, their chances of winning would diminish significantly. As for Liu, with plenty of time remaining in the game, injuring a player was not a daunting task for Australia. They had many tricks left to employ. Dradova's injury was merely a minor incident, a trivial mishap. Liu stepped to the free throw line, effortlessly securing 6 points. Coupled with his previous three-pointer, the gap had widened to 23 points. The Australian team found themselves in a precarious position, a heavy weight pressing upon their hearts. clouding their thoughts. Their gazes towards Liu grew increasingly hostile. The game resumed, and Liu continued to mark Australia's sole core player, Mills, that in Mills' eyes, Liu had become akin to a devil. This was one of the most formidable challenges he had faced on the international stage. In terms of height, wingspan, strength, and lateral speed, Liu surpassed him significantly. Although the offensive side typically holds an advantage, under Liu's stringent defense, Mills felt as though he was suffocating. He passed the ball to an Australian player at the top of the arc and then cut through the paint to the opposite side of the three-point line. Unfortunately, Liu afforded him no space whatsoever. As soon as he received the ball, Liu was already in front of him, mere half a step away. Mills contemplated a jump shot, but hesitated. Aware of Liu's presence, glancing at the countdown timer, Mills furrowed his brow. Only 10 seconds remained before the shot clock would expire. He gestured for Bogut to set a screen, but Bogut's eyes lit up at Mills' signal, and he dashed forward, positioning himself to block Liu's right side. Mills quickly dribbled to the right, but Liu was determined not to let him escape easily, swiftly maneuvering around Bogut to pursue Mills. Suddenly, a sense of foreboding washed over Liu. Given Bogut's size and blocking skills, it was implausible that he would allow such an easy bypass. Yet, with Mills already poised to shoot, Liu had no time to ponder. He lunged forward to contest Mills' shot. At that moment, Bogut clumsily rushed in, colliding with Liu as he leaped to block the shot, sending Liu flying. The crowd erupted in astonishment. No one anticipated such an occurrence. Liu had been knocked airborne by the cumbersome Bogut. Although Bogut had incurred a foul, it seemed likely that Liu would sustain a serious injury, perhaps even be carried off the court. Many spectators stood up, voicing their outrage. "Bogut, you scoundrel! I curse you! Bogut, may you suffer the wrath of my ancestors." Beyond the Chinese fans, numerous onlookers joined in the condemnation. Such a dirty play had no place on the court. "Bogut, did you intend to ruin Liu's career?" The Australian team, a collective of despicable individuals devoid of the Olympic spirit, does not deserve to grace the Olympic stage. Although Mills managed to score a three-pointer, he found himself in a dilemma, uncertain whether to celebrate. His emotions were tumultuous. On one hand, he wished for Li's injury to secure victory for Australia. Yet on the other, he lamented that Li's injury would likely preclude the Spurs from contending for the championship next season. As he wrestled with his inner conflict, the atmosphere on the court erupted. Yi Jianlian charged forward, forcefully pushing Bogut to the ground. Bogut's expression of innocence swiftly morphed into one of rage as he stood up, ready to confront Yi Jianlian, only to be intercepted by the referee. Li, clutching his waist and lying on the ground, felt pain even with his robust physique. He took a deep breath, gradually steadying his breath. At that moment, Ding Yanhang and all the Chinese players gathered around, their faces etched with concern as they looked at Li Du's anxious voice pierced through the tension. "Brother Yu, how do you feel right now? Don't rush to get up. Take your time." Others chimed in. "Li, are you okay? Do you need some water?" After a few minutes, Li slowly managed to rise, shifting his hips and furrowing his brow before stating, "I'm all right. There's nothing major." Upon hearing this, the Chinese players sighed in relief. However, a fierce determination flickered in their eyes. If the Australian team chose to act without honor, the Chinese team would not be courteous in return. Bogut was penalized for a flagrant foul, granting the Chinese team 2 free throws in possession. Gong Luming anxiously looked at Li, expressing concern. "Li, you should take a break." Li waved his hand, signaling his intent to continue. Yet, Gong Luming remained unsettled, substituting Li after he completed his free throws. I made 1 out of 2, missing his first free throw in Olympic competition. Sitting on the bench, Li felt a dull ache in his back. His gaze, icy and penetrating, fixated on Bogut, as if he were staring at a specter. Throughout the second quarter, Li remained on the sidelines, undergoing medical evaluations while Gong Luming insisted he stay benched, relegated to cheering for his teammates. The second quarter concluded with Australia outscoring China 35-24, narrowing the deficit to 3 points, a mere possession away. Without Li, China indeed struggled to match the Australians. As the scoreboard reflected the changing numbers, the Australian players exhaled with ease. From a 14-point lead to just 2, it was evident that without Li, the Chinese team could hardly withstand the Australian onslaught. If this trend continued, Australia would surely reclaim the lead in the third quarter and coast through to victory in the final quarter. On the sidelines, teammates gathered around Bogut, patting his shoulder in gratitude for his pivotal role in the match. Had he not incapacitated Li, Australia might have faced a dire predicament. Watching the disheartened Chinese players, a surge of anger welled up within L.I. in the locker room. Observing the somber expressions of his teammates, Li stood resolutely and addressed Gong, looming directly. "Coach Gong, I want to play in the second half." Gong, startled, quickly turned to him, urgency etched on his face. "That's not feasible. Your injury is serious. For your own safety, you should sit this one out. I believe you should play in the next match either. While qualification is crucial, your health is paramount. As long as you're with us, we have a chance. You're young, there's no need to rush." Others joined in the chorus of caution, with Guo Ailuan stepping forward, grasping Li's hand earnestly. "Brother, you, take care of yourself. Your health is the most important thing that we still need you for years to come. It's not worth jeopardizing your career for this one game. We understand your sense of responsibility and urgency as we lag behind, but health must take precedence." Yi Jianlian also stepped closer, calmly stating, "Li, we all recognize your importance to the team. Winning this match without you will be challenging. However, Coach Gong and Guo are right. You're still young, with a long national team career ahead. Don't act impulsively. Consider your future." Seeing the sincere concern from his teammates, Li offered a relaxed smile. He gazed earnestly at them, declaring, "I can do this. No one understands my body better than I do. I'm capable of playing. If I feel incapable, I want to push myself. Please trust me. I refuse to sit on the bench and watch as our team falters. I want to win. I want to secure this victory with all of you. Those Australians must pay for their actions, or I will be left unsatisfied." Witnessing Li's resolute and defiant demeanor, the entire Chinese team was moved. After a long pause, Gong looming cleared his throat, looking intently into Li's eyes before ultimately conceding. He spoke softly, "Very well, I will allow you to play." But he warned, fixing Li with a serious gaze, "If you sustain another injury, you must not return to this match." Li met Gong's earnest stare. Feeling the weight of his elder's concern, he nodded gently, replying, "Understood, Coach Gong. I want to let those scoundrels injure me again." As the second half approached, the commentators expressed their apprehension. If Li doesn't return, China may truly be doomed. Will Australia's underhanded tactics lead them to victory? I find this hard to accept. Another commentator chimed in. While Li's return gives China a chance to win, we must acknowledge that regardless of intent, Bogut's collision likely inflicted a serious injury on Li. For the sake of his future, I hope he refrains from forcing himself to play. Yet, when the players took the court, everyone was astonished to see Li back in the starting lineup. The arena erupted in jubilant cheers at Li's return. China's backbone was back. The hero of the basketball realm had returned. The entire Chinese team radiated a fierce determination. They were ready to teach the Australians a lesson. Conversely, the Australians, once smiling, now wore expressions of seriousness and silence. Bogut, observing Li's unwavering demeanor, felt a surge of malice. If one attempt didn't take him out, then another would suffice. "I refuse to believe that you, Li, are impervious to harm." The match resumed, with Australia Stelividova still seated on the bench, while Li had been reinstated on the court, and everything appeared to revert to the opening of the first quarter. With China even holding a slight advantage, as Li advanced the ball over half court, Mills rushed to impede him, striving to make things difficult. Gazing at the shorter, leaner Mills, Li sighed inwardly. "Future teammate, I don't wish to treat you this way. But there's no room for mercy now. You shall pay for your actions." Instead of retreating, Li intensified his confrontation with Mills, using his strength to push past him and accelerate towards the Australian interior. As the Australian players momentarily faltered, Li surged to the free throw line, too swift for them to intercept, leaving them to pray for Bogut to halt Li's advance. Witnessing Li's lightning speed and formidable presence, fear began to creep into their hearts. Is this the true extent of Li's power? For an extended period, the technology-driven Liu, provoked to his limits, finally unleashed a truly terrifying display of physical prowess. Initially, Liu had no desire to engage with excessive fervor, fearing it would paint him as a brute. However, the Australian team's provocateurs dared to challenge his boundaries. Very well, let them come. Let the Grandmaster crush this motley crew of rubbish. Bogut, witnessing the fierce intensity radiating from Liu, felt an inexplicable trepidation. Liu, I am not afraid of you. Bogut mentally roared, stepping forward in an attempt to impede Liu, faced with Bogut's menacing countenance. A wild grin spread across Liu's face, his excitement sending veins bulging like a harbinger of doom. With a powerful leap from just inside the free throw line, he soared into the air. Grasping the ball with one hand, his gaze locked onto Bogut, he charged forward with unrelenting force. The resounding clang echoed as the basketball thundered into the hoop. Boom! Was the sound of two of the world's most formidable physiques colliding. Bogut felt as if a colossal mountain had crashed into him, a cry of agony escaping his lips. Bogut was sent sprawling, colliding with the rim before collapsing to the ground, struggling for breath. Yet, amidst his suffering, he faintly perceived the fervent cheers of the crowd, a sound that seemed to reverberate through the very heavens. Damn it, have I truly failed to guard against that bastard Liu? This is a strength far beyond what any human should possess. What kind of monstrous individual have I provoked? Recalling Liu's frigid and ferocious eyes, Bogut felt as though death had never been so close. The audience in the arena was on the brink of madness. They began to question their own senses, astonished that a 1.97-meter tall Chinese player had executed a dunk over a 2.10-meter Australian center. Though the Australian player was indeed rough, his physicality was no mere boast. It was this impressive build that had secured him the top pick in the NBA draft. Impressive. Many voices erupted in loud exclamations. Such a spectacle was exceedingly rare, leaving everyone awestruck. The Australian players glanced at Bogut on the floor, while casting incredulous looks at Liu, as if he were some monstrous entity. Not only the Australian ruffians, but even the members of the Chinese team. Liu's own teammates stood in stunned silence. Ding Yinyuheng shook his head and rubbed his eyes, finally confirming that the player towering above the rim was indeed China's ace. Liu, clenching his fists tightly, he shouted, "Brother Yu is amazing." Victory for the Chinese team was assured. At this moment, the players on the court could no longer contain their excitement, echoing, "Brother Yu is amazing. Liu is incredible." Descending from the hoop, Liu pounded his chest fiercely, his eyes gleaming with ferocity as he surveyed each Australian player. Those amid his gaze were compelled to avert their eyes. Overtaken by an instinctual fear, a dread of being consumed by an ancient beast, Chinese players rushed over, colliding chests with Liu, releasing their unparalleled exhilaration. After a prolonged moment, Bogut finally regained his composure, gasping for air as if reborn from the depths of hell. Though he regained consciousness, he was unable to return to the game. Liu had rammed his chest into Bogut's head, leaving him dazed. Roar! Liu is simply terrifying. The commentator, after a brief moment of shock, could no longer suppress his enthusiastic admiration. With Bogut as a cautionary tale, it was unlikely anyone would dare provoke Liu again. The Australians had unleashed a beast. Who could have imagined that the technically skilled Liu was, in fact, a fearsome predator? The Australians had truly ensnared themselves in their own web. In a single match, they had sustained injuries to two key players, and now, not only were they unable to win against the Chinese team, but their upcoming match against France seemed equally grim. Yet, I can't shake the feeling of satisfaction. Ha! Observing Bogut being helped off the court, the audience erupted in gleeful schadenfreude. Serves you right, dirty player, go away and don't come back. Let the Australians lose. They don't deserve to win. Australian coach Andre Lamanis, hearing the chorus of condemnation, furrowed his brow momentarily before pretending to be unfazed as he approached the departing Bogut. Are you all right, mate? We still need you. Take a breather, and we'll send you back in shortly. Bogut, eyes wide with disbelief, stared at Lamanis, thinking, how can you expect me to continue after this? You're more ruthless than Liu. He merely sought revenge, while you seem intent on my demise. He nearly shouted out in frustration. He truly wanted to yell, get lost. Returning to the fray, Liu continued his conquest. Frankly, breaking through and dunking was far more addictive than shooting. For a man, the sensation of such physical collision was exhilarating. Liu, accustomed to a less confrontational style of play, discovered an alternative mode of competition through this match. In the subsequent game, the Australian team was left in disarray by Li Yu's relentless onslaught. Committing fouls repeatedly as the third quarter concluded, the Chinese team obliterated the Australians with a staggering score of 37-15. Liu scored an astonishing 21 points in that quarter, with only one being a three-pointer. The rest were fierce drives to the basket, culminating in dunks, layups, or drawing fouls for free throws. He single-handedly dismantled the Australian defense. In the fourth quarter, Liu showed no mercy, continuing his beastly rampage. Wreaking havoc in the Australian paint, repeatedly breaking through for dunks, it could be said that Liu's dunks in this match surpassed those of his entire career combined. When the final whistle blew, he still felt a tinge of unfulfilled desire. Conversely, the Australian players wore expressions of relief as the match had concluded, freeing them from the clutches of the monstrous Liu. The Chinese players embraced joyously, celebrating their victory with jubilant cheers. Following this match, the Chinese team triumphed over both Australia and later France, securing a spot in the next round. "We're advancing," Yi Jianlian exclaimed as he ran across the court in celebration, prompting many Chinese fans in the stands to rise in unison. The Chinese team has arrived. Red flags billowed with defiance, as if determined to conquer all. Lamani's approached Gong Luming, extending his hand first. Gong Luming merely waved it away, signaling that a handshake was unnecessary. A fleeting moment of awkwardness crossed Lamani's face as he softly remarked, "Congratulations, Coach Gong Luming, for leading the Chinese team to victory over our Australian squad. This time, the win is yours. Next time, we shall reclaim it." "Yours? Humph." Gong Luming scoffed at Lamani's, asserting firmly, "Our victory belongs to Liu and the players of the Chinese team. It was not a gift from anyone. The success of a Chinese team is solely due to our own efforts. If Australia dislikes winning, then let all future victories be gifted to the Chinese team. We can earn our wins." What? Could Liu have been injured? Which bastard was responsible? Kevin Durant was engaged in strength training when he overheard a discussion about Liu nearby, and he couldn't help but eavesdrop. What he heard caused him to feel a sense of urgency. He paused his workout and inquired further. The individuals across from him were quite courteous, as it was, after all, Kevin Durant in the Olympic Village, and few would be ignorant of his identity. Before long, Durant learned the entire story. He couldn't help but shake his head, a wry smile on his face. "Liu is truly extraordinary. Why does this all seem so bizarre? It feels as if I'm listening to LeBron James recounting an NBA game." As for Australia, they were reaping what they sowed. They deserved it. He hoped they would be eliminated in the next match and return home. However, Kevin Durant mused, stroking his chin, unable to resist comparing himself to Liu. Ultimately, he resigned himself to the conclusion that what Liu had accomplished was seemingly beyond his own capabilities. Upon returning to the locker room, Gong Luming hesitated briefly before asking, "Liu, are you fully recovered?" It wasn't that Gong Luming lacked concern for Liu. It was simply that Liu had appeared almost monstrous in the second half, showing no signs of injury whatsoever. Liu nodded and replied, "Coach Gong, I'm fine. You needn't worry. I felt a bit dizzy after that collision, but after you allowed me to rest for a period, I was completely restored. I have no issues now, rest assured." Observing Liu's vigorous demeanor, Gong Luming could only nod in agreement. Once Gong Luming walked away, others began to approach Liu. Jianlian wore a relaxed smile, gently patting Liu on the shoulder and cheerfully exclaiming, "Brother Yu, you're amazing again. With your current form, I genuinely feel our Chinese team has a chance to touch the Olympic champion trophy." "Hey, don't say such nonsense," Yi Jianlian interjected swiftly, aiming to temper the exuberance. They could not place too much pressure on Liu. After all, he had played through injury, helping secure the team's advancement. However, the quarterfinals and finals would be an entirely different challenge. Every match in the knockout stage was exceptionally tough. Though the game against Australia had been arduous, it was still vastly different from the elimination rounds. For Liu, the most pressing matter was to visit the hospital for a re-examination to ascertain whether today's injury would have any lingering effects. Bogut's reckless play could have caused serious harm, and everyone harbored concerns about Liu's physical condition. While Yi Jianlian had only been joking, Yi Jianlian feared that Liu might take his words to heart and push himself beyond his physical limits. Seeing Yi Jianlian's serious expression, Jianlian quickly understood, smiled, patted his head, and walked away, turning back to say, "Brother, you do get checked out, just to be safe." After all, they had already advanced. The next match was not of utmost importance, and it was wise for Liu to rest if needed. Liu merely shook his head lightly, smiling as he assured everyone, "I'm perfectly fine, so please don't worry." Hearing Liu's assurance, all the Chinese players in the locker room exhaled in relief. What followed was a fervent celebration, as it had been a long time since the Chinese team had experienced such joy. Since Yao Ming's retirement, the national team had struggled to secure victories on the international stage. Were it not for protective regulations, the Chinese team might not even deserve to compete internationally. Without Gong Luming's return to lead, China would have found it challenging to break free from Asia. Last year's Asian Championship marked the first significant title for the team in 4 years, a testament to the immediate impact a good coach can have. However, relying solely on Gong Luming and the current players would not suffice for the Chinese team on the Olympic stage. The vast chasm in talent and strength rendered efforts futile. Only a truly great player could uphold an exceptionally powerful team. Finally, after Yao Ming, the Chinese team had found its stabilizing force in Liu. Not only had the team secured victories at the Olympics, but they had also achieved 3 consecutive wins, advancing to the knockout stage for the first time in 8 years. Much to the delight of all Chinese players, fans, and officials alike. With Liu, spring had finally arrived for the Chinese team, and it was evident that this spring would last for a considerable time. After all, at just under 22 years old, he could support the national team for at least 2 more cycles. Everyone began to envision a bright future for the Chinese team that on the Hupu Sports Forum. Discussions about Liu and the Chinese men's basketball team dominated the platform, with countless individuals excitedly predicting the team's performance. Liu the Emperor is incredible. Breaking voice. Thanks to Liu the Emperor, our Chinese team is back in the Olympic quarterfinals. I predict our team will at least reach the Final Four and create new history. I sometimes wonder if Liu the Emperor is even human. Not only is he accurate with his three-pointers, but his drives are incredibly forceful. He's like a combination of LeBron James and Stephen Curry. The Emperor is simply too strong. The Emperor is certainly not human. Liu the Emperor is the god of basketball. Even Michael Jordan cannot compare. For those who disagree, take a good look in the mirror and see what color your backside is. No matter how strong Michael Jordan is. Could he lead the Chinese team to victory on the Olympic stage? Could he secure 3 consecutive wins against formidable teams like France and Australia, bringing China into the knockout rounds? Liu the Emperor deserves all the love and respect from Chinese fans. I raise the banner for the Emperor. Let us see who dares to oppose him. Come on, can we not be so dramatic? Let me handle it. I'm young and at that age of being dramatic. That evening, Yi Jianlian approached Gong Luming. After a brief moment of hesitation, he decisively spoke up, "Coach Gong, I suggest we rest Liu for the next match." "Oh." Gong Luming looked up in surprise, gazing at Yi Jianlian standing before him. Curiously, he asked, "Lian, what prompted this thought? If Liu were to sit out, the next match would be exceedingly difficult. They stood no chance against Serbia, a robust European team. Without Liu, they might surrender by the 3rd quarter." Yi Jianlian pressed his lips together and insisted, "First, we've already advanced. The outcome of the next match is not of paramount importance. Second, Liu's performance today was excessively intense. He utterly dismantled Australia's defense. Such a style is powerful, but it also demands a tremendous amount of energy. Coupled with that incident with Bogut, I genuinely worry that Liu might face a similar challenge against Serbia, and that would be detrimental for us. Third, considering our team's strength, it doesn't matter who our opponent is, aside from the United States, Liu can lead us in a competitive match against any team. Thus, he requires rest and recuperation. Once we reach the knockout stage, the intensity and energy expenditure will be on another level. Although Liu is incredibly strong, he has expended far more energy than other key players throughout these group matches. If this continues, I genuinely worry about his physical endurance. Since we have already advanced, this final match isn't as crucial. It would be wise to let Liu rest, especially since he is indeed injured. The outside world has no grounds to criticize us for not allowing him to play." As Gong Luming listened, he nodded in agreement. "Lian, you are correct. For the Chinese team, Liu is indispensable. We must rely on him. But more importantly, we must protect him. I share your perspective on this matter. Since we have qualified early, this match is not vital for us, that we should conservatively use stamina for the crucial knockout stage. Furthermore, given the excessive foul play from the Australian team, we might as well use this opportunity to let the situation escalate, tarnishing their reputation. Yi Jianlian was pleasantly surprised to discover that Gong Luming shared the same thoughts and considerations as himself. He was indeed gratified, for the Australian team's rough tactics deserved to be scrutinized. Numerous social media outlets had begun circulating compilations of the Australian team's unsportsmanlike conduct, revealing that the Chinese team was not the sole victim of their foul play. Now, the dubious actions of this group were finally exposed to the light. Why provoke anyone else when they chose to challenge China and Liu? The practitioners of Chinese social media were not to be trifled with. In the fifth match of the Olympic men's basketball group stage, Serbia, after a long night, discovered that Liu of the Chinese team had not appeared on the player roster. Instantly, all Serbian players felt a wave of relief wash over them. While an athlete should possess the quality of fearlessness in the face of challenges, the prospect of avoiding them altogether is indeed a cause for celebration. When the audience and media realized Liu's absence from the Chinese lineup, shock reverberated throughout. Many recalled Bogut's egregious foul, igniting a wave of opposition against the Australian team within the media and among fans alike. During the match between Australia and France, the Australian players faced a barrage of boos from the audience whenever they held the ball, shot, or took free throws in such a hostile atmosphere, compounded by Liu's previous overwhelming performance against them and the absence of key players Bogut and Delhi due to injuries. Australia was decisively overwhelmed by France in the first quarter. Ultimately, the game concluded with France triumphing 103-81 over Australia. Concurrently, in the match between China and Serbia, the Chinese team suffered a significant defeat. As a result, the American team advanced to the knockout stage as the top seed, with a perfect record of 5 wins. While China secured third place with 3 victories, and France also advanced as the second seed, due to a superior point differential. Meanwhile, both Australia and Serbia finished with 2 wins, but due to a lower point differential than Serbia. Australia languished in 5th place and faced elimination. The last place in the group was claimed by the South American powerhouse, Venezuela, with 5 consecutive losses. In light of this outcome, the Australian players were despondent, reluctant to leave the court. Following the match, many were seen in tears, for such a defeat was unprecedented for them. For these athletes, this was a bitter pill to swallow. However, for the Chinese team, this was a moment of immense joy. Coupled with the news of advancing as the 3rd seed, it was indeed a double blessing in the Chinese team's locker room. Guan jubilantly cheered, raising a towel high above his head and waving it while exclaiming, "We made it!" The others joined in, bouncing with excitement, transforming the locker room into a sea of jubilation. Despite sitting on the bench, Liu, unwilling to be left behind in the celebrations, joined in the exuberance, shouting, "We made it! We are in the top 8. The Chinese team will go further." Noticing Liu standing and moving with enthusiasm, approached him with a broad smile, saying, "Brother Yu, thank you for leading us into the Olympic quarterfinals." Others gathered around, with Yi Jianlian brimming with excitement, playfully tapping Liu on the shoulder. He joyfully remarked, "Liu, thank you. I have once again experienced the joy of reaching the Olympic quarterfinals. Now, please lead us to even greater heights." Kai Zhenghua, watching the television before him, felt a surge of emotion. The Chinese men's basketball team had finally triumphed on the Olympic stage once more. Moreover, Liu had propelled the national team into the knockout rounds. After 8 years of disappointment, the Chinese men's basketball team had found its rejuvenator, its destined leader. As the head of sports administration in China, Kai Zhenghua had always been troubled by the performance of the national basketball team. The attention from fans across the nation was immense, and after a string of failures, he was at a loss for how to explain the situation to the fans and his superiors. But today, the Chinese men's basketball team had returned to the world's top 8, re-establishing its presence on the global basketball stage. From being dismissed as an underdog, they had risen to become a formidable contender. All thanks to one individual, Kai Zhenghua. Witnessing the jubilant players of the national team, felt tears welling in his eyes. "Thank you, Liu. You have brought the Chinese men's basketball team back into the global spotlight." The resurgence of the Chinese team also marked the first time the world recognized that even the Dream Team could face defeat. It was Argentina that brought the Dream Team back down to earth. However, the times had changed. The once mighty Pampas Eagles were now aging, their prowess diminished, while the American team continued to dominate the basketball world with an abundance of talent. The suspense of the match lay not in the outcome, but in how much trouble Argentina could cause for the American team. The second point of public interest was, of course, the second encounter between China and Spain in the knockout stage. Over the years, Spain had maintained a position of superiority in the world of basketball. With its two core players, Pau Gasol, aging yet resilient, and Marc Gasol in his prime, alongside the talented Ricky Rubio orchestrating the play, bolstered by other exceptional players, it could be said that even the American team would hesitate to claim victory against the Spanish basketball team. The prevailing sentiment was that the Chinese team had run into an insurmountable obstacle, destined to suffer grievously. Indeed, while Yi was a formidable weapon, facing a team like Spain required more than just his singular prowess. Even if Liu unleashed his full potential, it would be insufficient to secure victory. The Chinese team appeared fated to halt their journey at the quarterfinals once more. This bore a striking resemblance to the 2008 Beijing Olympics, where the Chinese team, despite leading at one point, ultimately succumbed to a tie and lost in overtime. Now, in 2016, the Chinese team found itself in the quarterfinals once again, faced with the same formidable barrier. Would the Chinese team prevail? Hardly anyone believed so, not even the most rational Chinese fans. Yet, even with such doubts, their support for the team remained unwavering. As the match approached, the atmosphere in the Chinese locker room was far from somber. Despite external skepticism, a significant gap in strength, and the reality that only Liu stood as the team's stalwart, that was deemed sufficient. As long as Liu was present, the players of the Chinese men's basketball team held onto the belief that victory was still within reach. Even against a top-tier opponent like Spain, Gong looming, expressionless as he gazed at the tactical board in his hands, mentally rehearsed several prepared strategies. Ultimately, he furrowed his brow and put the board away. At this juncture, conventional tactics seemed ineffective. If the Chinese team were to win, they could only hope for Liu to unleash an unparalleled burst of energy to dismantle all obstacles before him. Gong looming lifted his head, instinctively searching for that dependable figure, and there he saw him. Liu sat calmly in his place, methodically organizing his belongings, exuding a serene composure. Gong looming felt his own anxious heart settle in response to Liu's tranquil demeanor. Suddenly, as though sensing something, Liu lifted his gaze, meeting Gong looming's slightly unfocused eyes. Within those calm eyes lay an ocean of depth, momentarily lifting Gong looming's spirits. Liu smiled gently at Gong looming. And in that moment, Gong looming felt regrounded, a sense of steadiness washing over him. He returned the smile, feeling an unexpected lightness envelop him. He nodded at Liu, then returned to the tactical board. This time, he hesitated no longer, driven by a singular thought, to ensure that Liu could play as comfortably and freely as possible. After a moment, Gong looming glanced at his watch. The time was nearly upon them. He clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention. Looking at the still heavy-hearted players of the Chinese team, a gentle smile appeared on his face. He spoke calmly. "Children, thank you. You have once again brought the Chinese men's basketball team into the Olympic quarterfinals. Everyone knows that our best achievement has long been stuck at this stage. Yet today, I have a premonition that we can advance further and create a new history. Yes, Spain is a formidable team, boasting not only the talent of their players on paper, but also their tactical cohesion and the accolades they have earned. In many respects, we have a certain gap with them. However, I believe this is not an insurmountable chasm. We have faced numerous strong teams, whether it be the USA, France, or Australia. They seemed invincible to us, but what were the results? We triumphed over France in the group stage by a significant margin, and we defeated Australia, sending them home while we advanced with our heads held high. Even against the so-called strongest team in the world, the USA, we remained unafraid. Although we lost, we showcased our indomitable spirit and unyielding determination, steadily narrowing the gap. So, what I wish to convey is that Spain is no different. We dare to face the USA, and we can equally confront Spain. If we can defeat France and Australia, we can also conquer Spain. Regardless of the final outcome of this match, I will take immense pride in you all. As an old saying in China goes, a scholar should be treated with respect after 3 days' absence. I hope you can cross the mountains and rivers that your predecessors could not in 2008. I define this match as a battle of revenge. In 2008, we led until the last minute, only to be overturned by the Spanish team, falling at the threshold of the Olympic quarterfinals, thus losing the chance to create history for Chinese men's basketball. This time, it is time for the Chinese men's basketball team to reclaim what was lost. Everyone knows that our team possesses a most formidable weapon. Our progress to this point owes much to him. All eyes turned to Liu. Gong Luming was no exception. He gazed at Liu calmly, posing a crucial question. Liu, can we rely on you again for this match? Meeting the hopeful gazes of his teammates, Liu did not hesitate for a moment, resolutely stating, absolutely. Just as I can rely on all of you at any time, you can rely on me as well. We shall fight together. We will win this match. In the Spanish locker room, the atmosphere was somewhat somber. Even against an opponent like the Chinese team, deemed underdogs, Spain maintained the necessary vigilance. The Spanish coach looked at his players and spoke sternly. Liu of the Chinese team is formidable, but I believe you can handle him in the match. Ricky Rubio, I am assigning you the crucial task of guarding Liu in no matter the time or place. I want you to stick to him closely, making him feel unprecedented pressure, denying him any opportunity to receive or shoot the ball easily. Can you do that? The coach's gaze was intense as he stared at Rubio. Rubio furrowed his brow, lifting his head to meet the coach's gaze, uncertainty evident in his eyes. Just as he was about to speak, someone interjected. Coach, defending Liu is a daunting task that requires our entire team to exert maximum effort. Certainly, Ricky Rubio can serve as our primary defender against him, but relying solely on him would be challenging. It was Pau Gasol, Spain's historic best and a cornerstone of the team. Upon hearing Pau's input, the coach pondered for a moment before responding. True, Rubio's physicality does put him at a disadvantage against Liu. Let's try Rubio on him in the first quarter and see how it goes. I will adjust based on the performance. He glanced at Rubio, who could only nod in agreement. As the match commenced, everyone was taken aback to see Rubio assigned to guard Liu. Spain not watching the game. Whether it was France's Tony Parker or Australia's Mills and Dellavedova, it had been proven that smaller guards struggled to defend Liu effectively. To guard Liu, a small forward would be necessary. Rubio's defense against Liu felt like a futile endeavor, akin to throwing a meat bun at a dog. There was no return. Rubio was in for a rough time. The coach had tasked him with guarding Liu, a challenge not easily met. The match had barely begun when Rubio felt an extraordinary pressure, both defensively and offensively. He had never felt so uncomfortable. On defense, he exerted all his strength to contend with Liu. Yet it felt as though he were battling against a great tree. And no matter how hard he pushed, how desperately he leaned in, Liu did not yield an inch. Rubio chased tirelessly, only to end up exhausted and trailing behind Liu. As the game progressed, the coach's brow furrowed deeper. While Rubio was putting in great effort, the defensive results were far from ideal. Liu easily outmaneuvered Rubio, forcing other Spanish players to scramble for help, which led to defensive lapses and numerous open shots for the Chinese team, that if it were not for the poor shooting ability of the other Chinese players, Spain would be in serious trouble. Nevertheless, by the end of the first quarter, the Chinese team still led by 2 points, 25-23, observing Liu high-fiving his teammates as he left the court. Brimming with energy, the Spanish coach furrowed his brow and ultimately made a decision. At the start of the second quarter, everyone in the arena noticed a change in Spain's defensive strategy against Liu. Initially, Rubio had been the sole defender, with others providing support, but now was entirely different. The Spanish team seemed to have gone mad. Whenever Liu received the ball, the two closest Spanish players would rush in to double-team him. Even though Liu was mentally prepared for the difficulties this match would present, he had not anticipated such a strategy from Spain, which effectively allowed the Chinese team to exploit a 4-on-3 advantage at any moment. This was undoubtedly a gamble for Spain. If the other Chinese players stepped up and capitalized on open opportunities, Spain would be in dire straits. Throughout the second quarter, Liu had never felt so overwhelmed, constantly double-teamed, and rarely able to touch the ball properly. under the intense pressure from Spain's initial aggressive tactics. Liu even uncharacteristically committed several turnovers. Meanwhile, the other Chinese players, despite having decent chances in the 4-on-3 situations, failed to capitalize. The Spanish team's rotations were incredibly swift. As soon as Liu received the ball, two defenders would swarm him, and immediately after he passed, they would regain central positioning, instilling doubt in the minds of the Chinese players. Consequently, the Chinese team could only attack inside, but with the outside shooting faltering. Spain collapsed their defense inside, leading to increased pressure on the Chinese team's interior offense and a diminishing shooting success rate. By the end of the second quarter, the Chinese team found themselves trailing by 10 points. 39-49. Witnessing the halftime score, the commentator let out a sigh of relief. I initially believed Liu was unstoppable, but it seems Spain has found a method to limit him. Thank heavens. I finally see Liu facing adversity. In the previous matches, whether facing the formidable American team, a titan of the basketball world, or the bottom-ranked Venezuelan squad, Liu has consistently demonstrated an awe-inspiring prowess that has captivated every spectator. Myself included, there were moments when I felt as if this individual before me was not merely human, but a deity donning a jersey to bestow grace upon his followers. Thank goodness for the Spanish team, which revealed that Liu still possesses vulnerabilities. He remains, after all, merely human. Another commentator expressed admiration, noting that after contributing such remarkable performances, Liu has finally returned to a mortal level. Let us examine his halftime statistics. 21 points. Perhaps the Spanish defense isn't as formidable as it seemed. Additionally, he recorded 9 rebounds, 6 assists, and 3 steals. Goodness, I retract my previous statements. Liu's performance still resembles that of a god. He is merely underperforming relative to his own standards. Even in the face of the Spanish team's relentless defense, his performance continues to soar above that of his peers. In the sports broadcasting studio, Yang Baluo and Su Kun wore expressions of solemnity. As halftime concluded, Yang Baluo turned to Su Kun. Teacher Su, could you share your thoughts on the performance of the players, including Liu? Su Kun sighed deeply. Alas, if this trend persists until the end of the match, our Chinese team will be doomed. If Coach Gong cannot devise a strategy to alleviate the pressure on Liu, then the Chinese team is destined to lose to Spain. I hope my words do not come across as harsh. I speak from the heart. We all cherish basketball and our national team, so I cannot fabricate comforting lies, even if they might be unwelcome. The disparity between our other players and Liu is simply too vast. For a long time, Liu has been the guiding light propelling this team forward. Yet now, this leading figure finds himself ensnared, with his teammates unable to assist him in breaking free. He must rely on his own ingenuity and resilience. Honestly, the Chinese team's advancement to the quarterfinals hinges entirely on Liu's efforts. Of course, my intention is not to criticize our players. They are commendable in their own right, exhibiting an indomitable spirit and tenacity on the court that I believe cannot be improved upon. This is a matter of inherent talent. The gap in ability is simply too great. Aside from Yi Jianlian, the assistance from others to Liu is negligible. Instead, it is Liu who must shoulder the burden of supporting them. Now that he is unable to assist, the team lacks a central pillar, and everyone seems at a loss. Whether under the basket or beyond the arc, the shooting percentages of the team have plummeted. As for Liu, he has already given his utmost, contributing everything he has. Even if we lose this match, I implore no one to cast blame upon him. He is a hero of the Chinese men's basketball team. Even if we falter at the quarterfinals of this Olympic journey, I firmly believe that as long as Liu is present, reaching the Olympic quarterfinals is certainly not our final destination. I hold this conviction dearly and hope everyone will witness it alongside me. This is a 22-year-old young man with ample room for growth that we must not narrow our perspective, thinking that because Liu is already exceedingly formidable, he has reached his peak potential. I believe that the future holds even greater strength for Liu, surpassing all expectations, including my own. Upon hearing Su Kun's remarks, Yang Baluo quickly added, including mine. Following this, Yang Baluo and Su Kun shared a knowing glance and burst into laughter. In the Chinese men's basketball locker room, the atmosphere following the halftime deficit was thick with silence. Ailuan sat in his position, head bowed, a towel draped over him. During the second quarter, he had numerous opportunities for open three-pointers, yet he failed to capitalize on any of them as the game progressed. Even when the ball came to him, he hesitated to shoot, opting instead to pass to others or drive into the paint. It can be said that the Chinese team's predicament is partly due to him, that he fought valiantly. But an overwhelming sense of helplessness loomed over him, leaving him uncertain of how to explain himself to his teammates. This truly was the best opportunity. For many of the veteran players, it may be their only chance to create history. Both Yi Jianlian and Zhou Peng, given their actual ages, are already in their 30s. It remains uncertain if they will be able to participate in the next Olympic Games, if his shortcomings lead to the failure of the Chinese team, causing these seasoned players to miss out on the glory they could have attained. He would be at a loss for how to face himself. Some opportunities are unique, and to miss them due to one's own shortcomings is a heavy burden, especially when one understands the significance and special meaning such an opportunity holds for others. Moreover, since entering the national team, Liu has dedicated himself entirely to the team's cause, risking injury in every match. He consistently emerges as the leading scorer, the top rebounder, the player with the most steals and blocks, tirelessly running and giving his all on defense, sacrificing his body each game. Now, having led the Chinese men's basketball team to the quarterfinals, he finds himself hindered by others. Only those who have truly competed on the Olympic stage can comprehend the extent of Liu's sacrifices for the team. Liuan, as a key player on the court, feels this acutely. This moment, he is engulfed in regret. I'm sorry, brother Yu. I'm sorry for dragging down the Chinese team. I caused us to lose to Spain and missed the chance to create history for the Chinese men's basketball team. Liuan wishes he could bury his head in the floor. Others are not faring much better than Yi Jianlian, with a numb expression, wipes the sweat from his brow. In the first half, Liu was double-teamed by the Spanish team, while the rest of the Chinese players struggled to make three-pointers, leaving him to shoulder the burden. However, as the results show, he was exhausted, and the Chinese team went from leading by 2 points to trailing by 10. He truly did his best, yet all he received in return was an overwhelming sense of helplessness. With his abilities, sustaining a team to reach the semi-finals seems nothing short of a pipe dream. Liu, I'm so sorry. When you needed me the most, I failed to step up and provide you with the support you required. I truly did my best. I hope you won't hold it against me. Ding Yinyuhang and Wang Zhilin also wore expressions of shame, and one desires to lose. No one wishes to fall short. Yet after pouring their hearts into the game, they realize that their efforts are in vain. Lacking that innate talent and ability, no amount of effort can bridge the gap. Everyone yearns to secure this victory for Liu. Since the group stage, he has consistently led the team to victory, achieving numerous triple-doubles and scoring astonishing totals of 40 and 50 points. Those who have played know how exhausting this demands. Even the King LeBron James, after scoring a career-high 61 points, has subsequently contributed several mediocre performances. The intensity of international competition surpasses that of the NBA, making it clear just how taxing Liu's exertions have been. Yet, it appears that the rest of the Chinese team is simply unworthy of being his teammates, unable to provide the requisite support. Gong looming furrowed his brow, surveying the lifeless locker room. Uncertain of what to say to it is truly a tragedy that the Chinese team has failed to capitalize on the Spanish team's flawed strategy. As Liuan's emotions reached a crescendo, he suddenly felt a tap on his shoulder. He then heard a familiar voice. Liuan, I need your help in the second half. Liuan gasped in astonishment, pulling away the towel to look at Liu with wide eyes. Brother Yu, I fear my skills may not suffice. As he had witnessed in the first half, he had failed to sink a single three-pointer, resulting in the team's reversal against Spain. Liu shook his head, meeting Liuan's gaze with sincerity. Liuan, this is not your fault. The rest of us performed just as poorly. Do not place the blame for every mistake solely upon yourself. If it weren't for your mid-range shots and drives in the second quarter, we might have found ourselves trailing by 20 points. Do not be too hard on yourself. Our Chinese team functions as a cohesive unit. When the score is unfavorable, each member bears responsibility. Liuan gazed at Liu, utterly at a loss for words. Although they were of similar ages, Liu's capabilities, vision, and charisma filled him with profound admiration. Gradually calming his emotions, he directly asked, "Brother Yu, speak your mind. Whatever you need me to do, I will certainly give my utmost. No, I shall strive with all my might." A faint smile graced Li Yu's face as he shook his head and replied, "You make it sound as though you're selling yourself to me. Let it be known, I have no fondness for men." Upon hearing Li Yu's words, Yi couldn't help but laugh. After a moment, he composed himself and earnestly looked into Li Yu's eyes, stating, "Brother Yu, please tell me, what should I do?" Li Yu regarded Yi with calm seriousness and said, "In the second half, I shall no longer handle the ball. The playmaking will be your responsibility. I am well aware of your abilities, and with your skill set, you can undoubtedly advance the ball into our half even under the pressure from the Spanish team." Yi nodded in agreement at Li Yu's words, responding solemnly, "I can do it." However, he soon furrowed his brow in confusion and asked, "Brother Yu, if you aren't handling the ball, how will we organize our offense? You know my strengths lie in driving with the ball. Orchestrate the attack. We would have to rely on you. If you're not handling the ball, how will we manage offensive plays and individual scoring? To secure victory, we will undoubtedly need your scoring prowess, rather than just my ball handling and drives." At this point, Yi lowered his head again and softly remarked, "My skills might suffice in Asia, but on the Olympic stage, they leave much to be desired." Li Yu gently patted Yi's shoulder side and softly said, "Your role is of utmost importance, my dear brother. In the second half, I will be receiving the ball inside the three-point line to attack. I require someone capable of reliably bringing the ball across half court and then delivering it to me with precision. I feel that among our team, only you and Zhao Jiwei possess the necessary reliability in this regard. However, Zhao's offensive consistency is somewhat lacking. I need someone who can slightly distract the defense, and I believe you are the most suited for this task." Yi looked at Li Yu, perplexed. "Attacking inside the three-point line? Isn't brother you typically focused on three-point shots and driving layups? Could it be a triangle offense?" Yet he had never heard of brother you possessing such a technique. The triangle offense relies heavily on back-to-the-basket plays and mid-range shots. Could it be that brother you has mastery over this as well? Never mind. Yi quickly dismissed his doubts. After all, whatever brother you wishes to pursue is fine by him. Following Li Yu's lead, even in defeat, would be worthwhile. Since Li Yu joined the team, Yi had been completely captivated by him, that he wouldn't question Li Yu's intentions. Even if Li Yu wanted to tackle a sheep, he would promptly fetch one to ensure brother Yu enjoyed a delectable meal. After briefing Yi, Li Yu approached Gong Luming. His eyes sparkled with determination, and for a moment, Gong Luming was entranced. After regaining his composure, he glanced at Li Yu again, confirming it was indeed the person he knew. He then inquired, "Li Yu, what brings you here?" Unable to suppress his inner excitement, Li Yu responded enthusiastically, "Coach Gong, let us employ the triangle offense in the second half." Truly, it felt as though everything had been preordained. Li Yu had long contemplated the opportune moment to utilize Michael Jordan's exclusive skill card, God's weapon. Now, the time had finally come. The formidable Spanish team warranted a superlative weapon of the caliber embodied by Michael Jordan's skill. The mere thought of emulating the playing style of the basketball deity Michael Jordan set Li Yu's heart racing. After all, he was Michael Jordan, the great benchmark, the greatest player in NBA history, and globally recognized as the GOAT of basketball. For Li Yu, the reverence he held for Michael Jordan was beyond mere monetary value. It stemmed purely from a basketball enthusiast's admiration for the world's strongest and historically greatest competitor. In the realm of basketball, Michael Jordan is undoubtedly the king. Many who came after him are his disciples. Gong Luming looked at Li Yu with a puzzled expression, furrowing his brow as he softly asked, "Li Yu, are you certain?" However, he soon realized that his words may have been inappropriate and quickly added, "I'm not questioning you. It's just that employing the triangle offense necessitates a player who can handle the ball, execute back-to-the-basket plays, and possess passing skills that I have no doubt about your handling and passing capabilities." But Gong Luming paused briefly before continuing, "Back-to-the-basket play is no simple technique. Even in the NBA, few can master this skill. Among the players at this Olympic event, perhaps only Carmelo Anthony, Kevin Durant, and DeRozan from the American team possess this ability. This skill requires considerable time to hone. You are still quite young and already boast an arguably unparalleled three-point shooting ability. along with remarkable driving skills. For you to claim proficiency in back-to-the-basket play is somewhat hard to believe. Observing Gong Luming's lengthy discourse, Liu felt no need for further elaboration. He decisively stated, "I can do it. Moreover, I am absolutely certain the back-to-the-basket technique I will showcase in this game will be unparalleled." In the second half, the Chinese team shall astonish the Spanish squad. If it were merely a matter of simple mid-range shots, it could hardly be deemed God's weapon. Rather, it encompasses a variety of offensive maneuvers culminating in mid-range shots, including but not limited to back-to-the-basket plays, fadeaway jumpers, step-back shots, and a multitude of other offensive techniques. Today, Liu aims to unveil the allure of classical basketball to the Spanish team. Gong Luming quickly suppressed his doubts and promptly devised a strategy. Since Liu had made a request, how could he, as the head coach of the Chinese team, refrain from supporting him? The entire Chinese team placed their unwavering trust and reliance on Liu, including Gong Luming himself. Upon hearing Liu's proposal for the triangle offense, the others were taken aback. Firstly, they had not anticipated the depth of Liu's arsenal, beyond his formidable three-point shooting and lethal drives. He was also proficient in back-to-the-basket plays and mid-range shots. Secondly, they were somewhat concerned about their ability to contribute effectively to the triangle offense. Admittedly, Liu had undertaken the most significant and challenging portions of the task. But the remaining responsibilities were no walk in the park either. Faced with the formidable opposition of the Spanish team, the other players felt apprehensive about their ability to adequately support Liu. As basketball players, they were all somewhat familiar with the triangle offense. After all, this strategy had been instrumental in securing nearly 11 championships. The triangle offense, conceived by Sam Barry and popularized by Phil Jackson, is predicated on creating multiple scoring opportunities through player passing, screens, and cuts in the triangle offense. 3 players form a triangle, while the other 2 wait for opportunities on the weak side. The ball handler may choose to pass to any of the players within the triangle or drive to score. If defenders collapse on the ball handler, they can swiftly pass to an open teammate, creating easy scoring chances. The advantage of the triangle offense lies in its ability to maximize individual player capabilities while simultaneously enhancing the overall offensive efficiency of the team. It necessitates a profound synergy and collaborative spirit among the players, while simultaneously requiring the coach to possess exceptional tactical acumen. The triangle offense has previously achieved remarkable success on the NBA stage, with the Chicago Bulls and the Los Angeles Lakers, both under the guidance of Phil Jackson, having employed this strategy to secure multiple championships. Soon, Gong Luming devised a tactical approach, wherein Liu undoubtedly emerged as the most pivotal player in the offensive triangle. The other 2 players, Yi Jianlian and Yi Jianlian, both recognized as the team's most formidable threats, were also designated as essential components of the triangle offense. Should a rotation be necessary, Wang Zhilin and Zhou Qi could readily assume Yi Jianlian's position, while Zhao Jiwei could seamlessly step in for Gualan, as for Liu. He had resolutely decided to remain on the court throughout the second half, refusing to rest for even a moment. The 2 players on the weak side, veterans Zhou Peng and the young Ding Yu Hang, were central to the strategy. Their ability to shoot 3-pointers from open positions was commendable, and their height made them less susceptible to interference, thus enhancing their shooting accuracy. If necessary, Li Jin could also provide some support. Once Gong Luming finalized the strategy, all the players on the Chinese team took a deep breath. The outcome hinged upon this critical moment. If the players could fully execute the triangle offense, then Liu, previously subdued in the second quarter, would be revitalized. The other players would benefit from his resurgence, allowing their own skills to flourish. However, should the triangle offense falter, the Chinese team would have no alternative but to concede defeat. If the Spanish team maintained their performance from the second quarter, it would be exceedingly challenging for even the most formidable Liu to elevate the Chinese team into the Olympic men's basketball semifinals. Observing his teammates bolster their spirits, Liu refrained from saying much. He simply offered a few casual reminders. "Ailuan, once you're on the court, I'll pass to you. If you find yourself open, make sure to take the shot. I have faith in you. You can hit those 3-pointers. Your practice will not go in vain. Of course, if you miss, that is perfectly fine. The key is to pose a threat. You must dare to shoot, for only then will the Spanish team regard you with caution." The more you hesitate, the less they will take you seriously. Let us reclaim the pride we lost in the first half. We believe in you, and you too. Lian Guo, seize any opportunity to make your own play. Among us, you and I are the most threatening. And if we can manifest that threat, they will grant us shooting space. Ding Yin Yu Hang, I understand your determination. Nevertheless, I must urge you not to hesitate. Take the shot when the opportunity arises. You can absolutely do it, should a good opportunity to drive to the basket present itself. Do not hesitate. Play in a manner that feels comfortable to you, and do not feel constrained by the three-point line. Peng Guo, you are our captain, the cornerstone of our defense. I end this match. We rely on you to lead our Chinese team forward with unwavering momentum. Therefore, I implore you to approach shooting with the same resoluteness you exhibit on defense. Take your shots when the opportunity arises, and shoot when you find yourself open. In the Spanish team's locker room, the countenance of every player and coach was notably relaxed. Despite Liu unleashing a formidable display of skill in the first half, his influence on the game's dynamics had diminished significantly. In the second quarter, under the collective efforts of the Spanish team, Liu was effectively contained. The Chinese team suffered a deficit of 10 points at halftime, with the Spanish team triumphing by a margin of 12 points in that quarter. Should the Spanish team persevere, victory would undoubtedly belong to them. Yet, the mere thought of Liu sent shivers down Pau Gasol's spine. He pondered, will Liu truly acquiesce to being neutralized by us? A sense of foreboding lingered in his mind. Marc Gasol placed a reassuring hand on his brother's shoulder, his expression grave as he too contemplated the situation. Pau, regaining his composure, smiled and gently inquired, Marc, what occupies your thoughts? Marc shook his head before responding, I can't shake the feeling that Liu seems unusually subdued in the latter half of the second quarter. It doesn't align with his true nature. Based on my understanding of superstars across the globe, they seldom concede to defeat so easily. I have an inkling that Liu possesses an unforeseen ace up his sleeve, and I suspect the second half won't unfold as smoothly as we anticipate. As everyone speculated on how the Chinese team would counter the Spanish team's intense focus on Liu, they were taken aback by the Chinese team's surprising approach at the onset of the second half. Spectators and staff alike noted a complete transformation in the Chinese team's tactical framework. You wish to prevent Liu from handling the ball? Very well, I shall place him beyond the three-point arc and see if you dare to continue your double team. Witnessing Liu stride confidently toward the paint without a backward glance, the Spanish head coach furrowed his brow. Anomalies often signal unforeseen challenges. Liu was not one to submit easily. Had they devised an effective counter? The Spanish head coach found himself grappling with this question that Liu positioned himself on the left side of the free throw line. What was his intention? Would he resort to back-to-basket isolation plays or mid-range shots? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, the Spanish head coach became increasingly focused on the unfolding game. Soon, he discerned Liu's intentions. As the Chinese team regained possession, Guo advanced the ball. Noticing Liu relinquishing ball-handling duties for Guo, who had struggled with his three-point shooting in the first half, Ricky Rubio's eyes lit up with anticipation. Finally, I no longer have to defend against Liu. This guy is built like a tank. I'm still nursing the pain from that collision. However, Rubio remained vigilant. Prior to the game, the Spanish team had thoroughly analyzed the Chinese players, and Guo had been deemed a competent ball handler with a degree of penetration threat. Albeit with three-point shooting slightly below the team average, Guo had indeed made several forays into the offense, yet none had resulted in a successful steal. Rubio kept a respectful distance of half a step to a full step, allowing Guo some shooting space while simultaneously applying pressure to prevent an easy drive. To Rubio's astonishment, Guo neither passed to a teammate nor attempted to drive. Instead, he leisurely drifted to the left side of the three-point arc. Rubio, scanning the court, could not suppress his surprise. Wait, why has Liu moved inside? ISNT his strength in three-point shooting. Both Rudy Fernandez and Nikola Mirotic wore bewildered expressions. What is Liu doing at the free throw line? How do we defend him now? The two exchanged glances as Rudy Fernandez hastened to close the distance, determined to deny Liu any opportunity for an open shot. With his height and wingspan, Rudy possessed an advantage in defending against Liu. Liu caught Guo's pass with one hand and upon noticing only Rudy Fernandez before him, a smile spread across his face. Indeed, you can't double-team me from here. Now, the 5 players of the Chinese team had Liu stationed at the left side of the free-throw line, with Guailuan positioned at a 45-degree angle beyond the three-point line, and Yi Jianlian ready to cut in from the vicinity of the free-throw line. Zhou Peng and Ding Yinyu lingered on the weak side, poised for action beyond the arc with Liu now holding the ball within the three-point line. The entire Chinese team seemed revitalized. Guailuan was primed for a backdoor cut. Yi Jianlian faced the basket directly, while Ding Yinyu and Zhou Peng, both tall shooters, were difficult to contest, particularly with the Spanish team's focus directed toward Liu. The duo found themselves with ample shooting space. The closer one is to the basket, the greater the shooting threat. Liu had effectively transformed his perimeter threat into one near the free throw line. Logically, this should enhance the threat level, yet the Spanish head coach found himself shaking his head, a smile gracing his lips as he mused. Liu, you underestimate the art of back-to-basket play. Moreover, mid-range shots are not as straightforward as you might think. Admittedly, the left side of the free throw line places you closer to the basket, yet the Spanish defenders are now more tightly clustered. For a pitcher and a breakthrough player, the tactical options have significantly diminished, resulting in a notable reduction in tactical freedom. If the Chinese team aspires to replicate their previous offensive prowess, it is imperative that, aside from others coordinating effectively with Liu, the foremost task remains for Liu to demonstrate his prowess at the free throw line. While Liu's capabilities beyond the three-point line are widely acknowledged and have been substantiated through numerous games, his achievements at the free throw line remain unproven, apart from a few instances of dunking from just a few steps within the free throw line. Yet in such a pivotal match, Liu frivolously employed an untested offensive strategy, leaving the Spanish coach in a state of incredulity. That moment, the Spanish coach could only think, "Young man, you seem to be lost." However, the outcome of the game would undoubtedly serve as a lesson for him. Despite the looming presence of the towering 208 centimeters Mirotic, who was keenly observing, Liu still perceived an abundance of space around him. Were it not for the critical nature of the match, he would have hesitated to utilize Michael Jordan's exclusive skill card, Weapon of the Gods. Frankly speaking, based on current statistics, Liu's performance could rival that of a peak Michael Jordan. However, unlike Jordan, who possessed extensive experience, Liu, despite his immense talent, was merely a 22-year-old youth who had only secured one championship, achieved with a formidable team boasting a record of 73 victories. This lack of rigorous competition has rendered him somewhat complacent. Easily attained success often leads one to take victory for granted, yet triumph is never guaranteed. You must cultivate greater composure, serenity, and resilience. In contrast, Michael Jordan had endured countless trials and ultimately ascended to greatness, instilling a belief in Liu that was even stronger than his faith in himself. Thus, he no longer hesitated. His expression remained calm, yet his eyes brimmed with intensity. Rudy Fernandez, prepare to face divine judgment. At that moment, Liu concentrated his thoughts. Activate Michael Jordan's exclusive skill card, Weapon of the Gods. Instantly, he felt his body transition from tension to fluidity, experiencing an unprecedented ease. It was as though he had discovered another dimension of the game, one of complete mastery. Tranquil as a maiden, yet as forceful as thunder, everything on the court fell within his field of vision and scrutiny. He felt an unparalleled strength surging within him. Without a moment's hesitation, Liu dribbled the ball once, then executed a smooth jump shot as Rudy Fernandez raised his hands, helplessly watching the basketball glide past his fingertips. Swish, the ball traveled in a beautiful arc, effortlessly sinking into the net. It seemed only natural that a shot released from Liu's hand should find its mark. Rudy Fernandez experienced a conflicting sensation. Although Liu's jump was not particularly high, it felt within reach yet frustratingly elusive. Shaking his head, he dismissed the distracting thoughts. It's merely one shot. It holds no significance. As Liu positioned himself in the paint on the Spanish team's half of the court, he intended to tightly guard Ricky Rubio. However, the Spanish team quickly devised a countermeasure. You aim to stifle our team's strategic engine? Very well. I shall position him 2 meters beyond the three-point line and challenge you to a one-on-one. If Liu was willing to accept such a scenario, it would allow the other players on the Chinese team to engage in a 4 versus 4 match, a proposition they would eagerly accept. That Liu found himself in an impasse. He could not allow this to unfold. Whether in individual defense or help defense, he was the strongest player on the Chinese team. If he stood outside the 3-point line alongside Ricky Rubio, the Chinese team would be in dire straits. Thus, he opted to fortify his position between the free throw line and the 3-point arc. Maximizing his threat, as for Rubio, he would be defended by Yi Jianlian, while the other players would provide assistance, striving to disrupt certain aspects of Spain's offense to mitigate their scoring chances. Rubio advanced with the ball, passing it to Spain's shooting guard Navarro, who then lobbed it into the paint for Pau Gasol. Observing Yi Jianlian in the Chinese team's interior, Pau Gasol was unyielding. Immediately attempting to assert his strength, Yi Jianlian's physique was undoubtedly world-class. Rendering Gasol's efforts less effective, as time dwindled, he suddenly noticed Rudy Fernandez cutting through from the opposite side of the court. With a flick of his wrist, the ball soared into Fernandez's hands. Without hesitation, Fernandez went for the layup. Alas, a formidable figure suddenly loomed above him. Liu. Liu delivered a stunning block on Rudy Fernandez. Oh, what an exhilarating display. Where had Liu come from? In the blink of an eye, he had soared above Fernandez. Yi Jianlian secured the rebound and swiftly passed it to the poised Yi Jianlian. Meanwhile, Liu had already raced back to the Chinese team's half, accompanied by an unwelcome companion. Ricky Rubio closely shadowed him, simultaneously cutting off the passing lane from Yi Jianlian to Liu. Liu remained unfazed, as did the other players on the Chinese team. Yi Jianlian returned to the same position, passing the ball to Liu, who had established a favorable position. This time, Rudy Fernandez denied Liu any space. Pressing tightly against him, their powerful physiques colliding, Liu transitioned into a back-to-basket stance, leveraging his body against Fernandez's. With a seamless dribble and shoulder fake, he smoothly pivoted, switching the ball from his right hand to his left, effortlessly slicing into the paint. Pau Gasol, focused on Yi Jianlian, was caught off guard as Liu stormed into the lane, compelling him to pull him back instinctively. Beep, Pau Gasol.